Chapter 51 Celestial Prediction. If you predict the date of the 6-star continuation, will everything be fine? Of course not. As an astronomy enthusiast and professional, how could I be satisfied with such a superficial prediction? But if we want to continue to improve in accuracy, there is another thing that must be accurately defined, and that is time. The biggest reason why this work has not been done is that the original observation data is insufficient. Although after becoming an official magician, and before starting to explore the starry sky, I had thought about accurately defining these useful tools. Even if it doesn't reach the height of the 21st century on Earth, it is still much better than the crude way of the indigenous people in the lost world. But this work, which should be very important, has never been carried out. The most important thing is that I had to run for a living. In order to save the application fee for entering the magic tower, Lin took 2 magic apprentices, who couldn't even meditate to start a wild life of life and death. Maybe the term, barbaric, is an exaggeration. But the magic enlightenment of the 2 girls was really completed in the wilderness. The time that I can stay safely in Willian City is basically waiting for the next good job opportunity. Or occasionally missing some jobs that can be completed in the city. But such jobs are very few. In such a situation of running around, there is naturally no way to make astronomical observations and record data properly. It wasn't until he settled in the Tower of the Great Sage that this situation was truly improved. It can be said that this magic tower, in addition to computerizing it as the most important calculation tool, also allows Lin to have a fixed place to observe celestial bodies with peace of mind. As for the source of income that was originally considered, he planned to rely on the association's monthly subsidy to survive until death. Therefore, Lin is quite concerned about the progress of the 2 apprentices. After all, their performance is related to the amount of his subsidy. However, the unexpected blessings brought by the browser and the forum made me have a lot more money. It has been 1 year and 6 months since I entered the Tower of the Great Sage. The observation data has been accumulated to a certain extent, and subsequent calculations can be carried out, considering that the manpower may be expanded in the future to join the great cause of calculation and observation. Lin does not intend to reinvent a calendar. Instead, the original calendar and timekeeping methods of the Lost World were expanded and defined until they were accurate enough to be used. That being said, there are many calendars with different systems in the world of Lost World itself. There is almost no definition of time, even as rigorous as a magician. No one seems to care about this aspect. As for a calendar that is more accepted by most people, and is used by the vast majority of magicians, it is the Aramaic calendar established by the sect of Enki, the representative deity who is the head of the 8 powers, and the god of knowledge. The shortest point of the sundial shadow is recorded. The shortest point of a cycle is 365 days, which is the year defined by the Aramaic calendar. Among them, there are 13 months, corresponding to the names of 12 ancient gods. 1 month has no name, and some people call it the hidden moon. Each month has exactly 28 days in a cycle of a month, which is divided into 4 weeks. Each week has 7 days, and there is a day that is a unique day that does not belong to any month. Which day or month this single sun and the previously mentioned hidden moon fall on is determined by astrologers, and there are no rules that can be followed at a glance. But under Lin's observation, the number of days in each year should be 365.2422. That is to say, every 4 years there will be 1 more day. But every 128 years there will be 1 less day. If there weren't 2 satellites in the sky, Lin would have doubts about certain possibilities when looking at the calculated numbers. As for the time period in which Inu and Du Sun should be placed, Lin suspected that there were rules. But the matrix of the cycle was so large that it was ignored in this world without mathematics. This part requires collecting past calendars, comparing them, and summarizing them to make it possible to verify them. As for the time within a day, it was determined through a curious study after digitizing the 8 power units. The change of 1 unit of power is 1 unit of time, and whether this change is +1 or -1, 1 solar day will pass through 86,400,000 unit seconds. And this time, no matter which power is used as the observation unit, or whether the power of multiple units increases or decreases by the same number of units, it will still pass through 1 unit second. Then a certain time traveler trembled again, just like the old science fiction movie I watched. At the end of the first episode of Planet of the Apes in the 1960s, the astronauts who returned to the surface and thought they were on an alien planet screamed in pain when they saw the collapsed Statue of Liberty. That's how I feel now. Carefully redefine 1 unit second as 1 millisecond, 1,000 milliseconds as 1 second, 60 seconds as 1 minute, 60 minutes is 1 hour. And a solar day has 24 hours. Only then can we have the result of the previous calculation that the number of days in a year is 365.2422 days. Is this result some kind of weird coincidence? Or is there another reason? No solution. Putting aside the distraction of not having an answer, Lin established a third server in addition to the domain name server and web server, the standard time server. But it has not been announced to the public yet, and only 3 masters and apprentices are using it. After getting the precise time, Lin used bright light magic to form a ball of light to simulate the relative position changes of the 6 planets and the sun in the star system, and calculate the exact time when the 6 planets enter the sector-shaped area with the smallest angle. If you want to actually observe it, you must use special means to observe Midi, the 4th planet in the star system, and the 3 planets between the sun, Xi, and Ji. Even in the Lost Lands, human eyes cannot look directly at the sun, and there is no related magic to avoid it. The connection between the force Earth and the energy Earth star on the other side may be blocked by the lunar eclipse. But all this depends on the area where the Tower of the Great Sage is located. What kind of phenomena can be observed? Or nothing can be observed. After all, Midi star will rotate, and the Tower of the Great Sage is only a small dot on Midi star. It is impossible to observe the complete starry sky with the naked eye. But when the calculation results came out, Lin was shocked again. The Tower of the Great Sage happened to be in the area where the total lunar eclipse could be observed. In other words, when 6 plus 2 stars are connected, the Tower of the Great Sage is also on the shadow side of this straight line. Impartial. After several consecutive calculations, the same result was obtained, which reminded Lin of a saying on Earth: if too many coincidences come together, they are no longer coincidences. This series of coincidences made someone feel uneasy. It is difficult to look at what will happen this time with a simple mood of welcoming an astronomical event, because this is a mysterious world with gods and magic. Maybe a few stars in a row could only be used as a means of political propaganda for ancient emperors on Earth. And in fact nothing happened. But in the lost world, Lin didn't dare to have such thoughts. Not only had he learned how to use magic, but he had even seen real miracles several times, such as bones turning into flesh and the dead being resurrected. These were definitely not things that the earth science he knew could explain. In the following time, Lin did not wait for the results to arrive. Instead, he constantly adds various factors to improve the star system map he simulates. It includes the size and mass of each planet, the angle and distance between its orbit and media, and the observable satellites and asteroid belt. By adding new elements and taking into account the gravitational attraction between planets, we simulated and calculated the predicted value of the 6-star continuum again and again, and got the same result. To be honest, Lin was already feeling frightened when he reached this level, sitting blankly in the core room, on the rotating chair next to the console, spinning while looking at the planetary distribution map formed by bright light magic. After inputting parameters such as orbit, speed, and planetary characteristic values into the program, the computerized magic tower uses multiples to dynamically evolve based on the date and data that Lin started observing after arriving at the Tower of the Great Sage. One of the water mirror screens in front of the console is the time represented by the changes in the star map, from the original light ball representing the star Midi. As the observation data continued to increase, the positions of various planets and sun stars were also added to the star map one by one. The increased parameters are also reflected in the photospheres representing planets and stars. For example, if the star radius data is added, the photosphere will increase proportionally. Then the orbit is generated and the revolution begins. On the light ball representing the Lost Land, an arrow was erected, which represented the location of the Great Sage's tower in the Lost Land. It also shows the rotation of Midi. When time ran to the end, it was not supported by observational data, but by predicted trajectories, and the star map stopped at the position of 6 stars in a row. The satellites and arrows of Midi point to the 2 planets Earth and Energy. The time stayed 3 days later, at 11:54 midnight. Then Lin vomited. One too many turns in the swivel chair caused the 3 semicircular canals to lose balance. So Lin fell off the chair, fell to his knees, and vomited. 2 young apprentices were urgently called to clean up the mess, while Lin slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the changes in the dynamic star chart that was played back and forth. While cleaning up the mess, the 2 girls watched the light ball spinning. He praised and said, "Wow! So beautiful! Teacher, what is this? This is our galaxy. The biggest one in the middle is the sun star." Looking at the ball of light that occupied less than half of the core room. The two girls counted the 6 small balls of light rotating in the periphery. The land of blazing. The land of wisdom. The land of seat. The land of confusion. The land of strength. The land of energy. Teacher, is this the right size? Why is the land of confusion about the same as a firefly? But the sun star is so big? After asking this question, Lin's sluggish spirit was revived. Think about the astronomical observation data of ancient people on Earth. They are all measured in years, or even centuries. I have only recorded it for more than a year. Perhaps it is the lack of data that causes errors in calculations and predictions. But then he went limp again. It's just that all the stars that can be observed with the naked eye within the star system are wrong. So why should we still think about the stars outside the star system? In the future, will we need to launch artificial satellites, build space telescopes, and find ways to minimize atmospheric interference factors? Countless problems that need to be solved make a certain time traveler feel worried about gains and losses. Chapter 52: The Millennium Star Map of the Magic Tower. Repeat the calculations. Think about whether there are errors in your program logic. And try hard to think about whether there are important factors that have not been taken into account. When he got tired of doing these things, Lin stopped doing this meaningless activity. Because the final prediction results did not change much. On the contrary, the more accurate it is, the more frightening it is. At this time, he turned to study the star map in the restaurant that had been preserved with the Tower of the Great Sage for thousands of years. After dismantling the magic circle behind it and analyzing the meaning of each pattern, there are still many things I don't understand. The most important point is that this star map is different from Lin's own prediction. The closer to the time of the 6-star continuum, the more Lin believed in his calculation results instead of the 1,000-year star map. What exactly is causing such an error? The part of the 1,000-year star chart that Lin could understand was actually about the positions and trajectories of the planets. The reason why the analysis was successful is precisely because I have been thinking about this part of the program during this period. Regardless of whether it is a program turning into a magic circle, or a magic circle turning into a program, there is a certain thread to follow. As long as one key point is clear, everything will be understood. However, in the Millennium Star Map, the magic arrays and magic patterns regarding planetary trajectories only account for a small part of the whole. The rest of the densely packed stuff seemed familiar to Lin. But he had no clue. It was the complexity of this part, and the density of the magic patterns, that made Lin mistakenly think that it was normal for the magic tower to be arranged like this. Therefore, the recent transformation of the energy channel of the magic tower is far less difficult than the magic pattern behind the 1,000-year star map. Lin also sincerely admires the wisdom of the ancients in the world of Lost Earth. It's just that a certain time traveler didn't know that the original wall, where only one magic power channel passed through each brick, was a normal magic tower building layout. The complexity of this 1,000-year star map is also one of the reasons why the previous owners of the Tower of the Great Sage did not demolish this wall. The previous tower owners simply thought this wall was an eyesore and wanted to tear it down. They couldn't guarantee whether destroying the wall would have a negative impact on the energy transmission of other parts. So they didn't dare to do it. Or maybe you want to dismantle this wall and move it to another place so that you can continue to do research. However, there is no guarantee that it can be put back together intact and maintain its original function. This is the reason why the Tower of the Great Sage has been preserved for thousands of years, and the only facility has been preserved as it is. And this star map, which has been carefully preserved for thousands of years, is actually wrong. Is it because the wisdom of the Dharma Saint Adeli, the builder of the Tower of the Great Sage, who is known as the Great Sage, cannot match the baptism of thousands of years? Or are there other factors? In fact, during the research process, Lin came up with a reason that he was very reluctant to admit. After the 3 masters and apprentices entered the Tower of the Great Sage, they suspended the energy supply of the entire tower for several days in order to repair the magic tower. Although it was discovered during the renovation process, this 1,000-year star map wall still retains energy supply and continues to operate. The 3 masters and disciples were very surprised by this. But if you think about it carefully, does stopping the energy supply really have no impact on the star map wall? Just like on Earth. For general electric lights, elevators, and other electrical equipment, only backup generators are needed to maintain power supply. However, computer equipment requires an uninterruptible power supply system (UPS) to maintain normal operation. Otherwise, when the original power supply is interrupted and the backup power supply is switched, the computer will restart. So for the backup power supply of the star map wall, Does the great sage achieve the level of an uninterruptible power supply system? Or is it just a backup power supply? In other words, if there are errors in the 1,000-year star map, rather than questioning the wisdom of the ancients thousands of years ago, it is more likely that you have messed up. Lin rolled around on the floor of the core room several times, wanting to escape reality. If this matter is messed up, will there be any adverse effects? It shouldn't be a big deal. But according to Murphy's law, in order to change his mood, or to escape reality, Lin called 2 young apprentices. It has been more than a year since you obtained the first-level apprenticeship qualifications. During this time, you have learned the second-level magic by yourself. Although you are allowed to ask me at any time, I haven't seen you come to ask me a few times. So teachers, let's take stock of your self-study results today. With this as a starting point, someone began to unscrupulously ravage the 2 little girls. This is completely different from the apprentice promotion exam. In order to test the proficiency of their students in apprentice-level magic, the magicians in the Lost World practice entirely according to actual combat standards. Generally speaking, when the teacher uses a certain magic, the apprentice must use the corresponding magic to counter or break it. If the spell fails, you will inevitably feel guilty. Those with a better conscience will tell them the magic to be used before starting. The apprentice only needs to be prepared and cast the spell at the right time. If you are unscrupulous, just treat it as an additional test on personal reaction and magic knowledge. The famous quote from the military education film that Lin watched when he was on Earth was catchy in front of the 2 students. What is reasonable is called training, and what is unreasonable is called tempering. So now, Lin is training his 2 young apprentices very hard. During this period, 2 dogs, already larger than humans, returned to the woods around the tower of the great sage. Originally, I wanted to play coquettishly with my master and see if I could eat some cooked food. But when they saw the tower owner, who was entrenched in the territory on the 3rd floor, came downstairs and was training his master, in line with the idea that a good dog would avoid danger, they silently retreated into the forest to find other small animals to comfort themselves. Belly, there is no way. The shadow in the young mind is still there, and it is estimated that it will never disappear in my lifetime. Although it was rare to train 2 young apprentices who went crazy during this period, Lin still had the bottom line of not seeing any wounds or redness. They just made the 2 little apprentices look miserable, disheveled, and had a few mouthfuls of dirt. It's not to the point of cutting off hands and feet or killing people. But for girls in their early teens, this lesson is enough. Time passes and it gets late. Lin looked at the 2 girls with tears in their eyes and biting their lower lips. This was not the first time he saw such expressions. As apprentices with no background and no home, the girls' minds are already more mature than those of their peers, and they can clearly understand that they are their biggest supporter. So they never complained. But that didn't mean they wouldn't feel aggrieved. Lin felt that it was almost done. So he sent the 2 girls to take a good bath and tidy themselves up. Lin had no intention of letting the 2 girls miss the astronomical event in the evening. As for dinner, I have to do it myself. As a former fat otaku, Lin is the type who doesn't pay much attention to food. Basically, good food is something that is convenient and fills your stomach quickly. Of course, he would not abuse himself when conditions dictated. Tonight's event was a long-awaited event. So Lin prepared some delicious dishes to reward himself and to express condolences to the 2 girls. As for the 2 big dogs, Grey Hoof and White Nose, who entered the lobby on the 1st floor of the magic tower and stuck out their tongues, they were ignored by someone. But when I saw the 2 dogs, they both pulled the animal skins they used to make their beds into the tower, as if they wanted to stay in the magic tower tonight. Lin then guessed in his heart that maybe the instinct of wild beasts made them realize that today was unusual. So they abnormally went into the tower to spend the night, instead of hiding under the big shed outside the tower as before. Although I didn't plan to serve the 2 dogs, I didn't plan to chase them out either. Lin just directed the 2 girls to pack some travel items after dinner, and put them into backpacks to prepare if something unexpected happened, such as the tower collapsing or something like that. All the money wouldn't be buried in the ground. When everything was ready, the 3 masters and apprentices sat around the observatory, roasting meat on a small stove while listening to their teacher describing the mysteries of the sky. The Nana moon is as full as a mirror, hanging high in the sky. The girls took turns observing through the astronomical telescope the faintly visible large and small craters on the surface of Nana. Lin tried for the first time to describe his research and achievements during this period in a language that elementary school students can understand. Of course, many complicated mathematical formulas and precise data are omitted. and metaphors that are easier to understand are used to help people understand the meaning of those unimaginably large astronomical numbers. The two girls were not bored at all, but listened with great interest. It can only be said that the entertainment in the lost world is too lacking. As long as it is different from the usual things, it can attract attention. As for the child's unformed concept, in Lin's exposition that traveled across the world, it gradually broke away from the inherent ideas of the lost people. It's impossible to talk about that thing in the sky in one night, even if it's an abridged version. As the predicted time approached, although Lin was in the stargazing room, he still turned on several screens of the water mirror technique. One shows the time, and the other is a multi-cell surveillance screen in the magic tower. The largest block is the 1,000-year star chart wall in the restaurant. Lin was worried that during the 6-star streak, the wall would undergo unpredictable changes. In addition, a reduced-scale photosphere star map was opened. In everyone's eyes, the 6 planets have entered a small sector, as if they were connected in a straight line. Lin knew that this was an illusion without reference. If we really compare it with a line, the 6 planets will not stay on the line obediently. Then the most important thing is that Lin started the video recording process. In fact, it is just to set up 2 more monitoring screens on the observatory and astronomical telescope. Whether it is for the astronomical wonders in front of us, or for future observation records, it is imperative to retain more and more accurate data. So of course Lin used the existing technology as much as possible. It is necessary to preserve this scene that only happens once in more than 120 years. Teacher! Look! A dark shadow appears in the corner of Nanayu. Halumi shouted excitedly. The time is 11:54 p.m. The Nana moon hanging high in the middle of the sky began to cover up the Gudalana moon behind it. Under normal circumstances, the 2 moons will be staggered and not overlap. At the same time, a dark arc appeared in a small corner to the east of Nana moon. As time goes by, the area of Kudalana becomes smaller, while the black shadow on Nana becomes larger. The chain of 6 plus 2 stars is about to enter the smallest angle sector. At this time, the Tower of the Great Sage began to shake slightly. Chapter 53 6 stars in a row. The slight abnormality quickly caused the 3 masters and disciples to divert their attention from the astronomical wonders. As the vibrations grew stronger, Lin ignored the changes in the lunar eclipse in the sky and ran into the core room, calling up various monitoring charts and pictures. The 2 young apprentices who ran in slowly looked at their teacher worriedly. Girl, look at various places in the tower to see if anything strange is happening. Lin pointed to the energy pool mirror where dozens of surveillance images were arranged. Today's Tower of the Great Sage, in addition to open-air hot springs, toilets and private rooms, has long been covered with surveillance cameras. The surveillance picture can be said to have no blind spots. It was because of the large number that the 2 girls were ordered to take charge. As a teacher, I observed all the data in the tower, including the energy channel data recorded through the nodes, the horizontal status of each floor, the distance between floors, the density of magic power floating in the atmosphere, and the temperature in each corner, humidity and so on. The readings in most locations were normal, but there was a drastic change in one location, and there appears to be a tendency to spread its influence outward. Teacher! Teacher! The star map in the restaurant is spinning around. Yeah, I noticed it too. At the same time, a shrill dog barking was also heard from the first floor. In the surveillance video inside the gate, 2 big dogs, Gray Hoof and White Nose, were raising their forelimbs, desperately digging at the magic tower gate that was locked at night. I don't know if they noticed something or for other reasons, but it is clear that they want to escape from the tower, since all kinds of abnormal behavior point to the same place. Lin Bing must go and see it in person. The 2 girls did not have nothing to do. He said quickly, Alumni, you opened the door on the first floor and let the 2 dogs out. Then you took the emergency luggage and left from the observatory using the levitation technique. After that, stay outside the tower and observe the changes in the magic tower. If there is any abnormality, shout. Kaya, you still remember how to close the energy transmission node when you hear my instructions. Close the energy node at the restaurant star map and interrupt the energy supply. If you can't close the restaurant, close the entire tower. Then use the floating technique to leave from the star observation platform. If there are signs of collapse on the 3rd floor, don't wait for me. Order. Shut down the entire tower supply of energy pool, and then leave. Yes, teacher. The 2 women answered in unison. But Halumi asked worriedly, Teacher, is there any problem this time? Lin did not delve into the very general question, but said with a forced smile, "Don't worry. If there is a problem, we shouldn't feel any pain. Okay, stop talking nonsense and start taking action." Not a reassuring comfort at all. The two girls were a little frustrated, but they still acted quickly according to the assigned tasks. Lin ran quickly, picked up the long wand on the shelf, and headed towards the central stairwell. He flicked his thumb to the ring at the base of his ring finger, activating the stairwell mechanism of the magic tower, and all the stone steps disappeared into the central column that ran through the 3 floors. The staircase connecting the 3 floors disappeared and was replaced by a shaft that ran through the 3 floors. Lin didn't waste any words. After jumping up, he blessed himself with a floating technique. The moment before landing, his body became as light as a feather. Then he bent his knees, slowed down the acceleration of gravity, and kicked off again, making his whole body roll forward. This set of actions has long been done skillfully. This was a standard escape posture for venturing out into cliffs and ravines. But at this time Lin was using it to speed up his actions. Ignoring the 2 big dogs that escaped from the tower with their tails between their legs, Lin quickly ran into the restaurant. I saw the 1,000-year star map. The track map of 6 planets that originally moved slowly in accordance with the actual situation now seemed to be running crazy, spinning around and drawing 6 concentric circles. At the same time, the wall vibrated violently and expanded outward. Fortunately, the magic material is strong enough, so there are no gravels falling. But looking at the magnitude of the vibration, Lin doubted whether the entire stone brick would fall out. "Kaya!" Lin shouted towards the outside of the restaurant. The girl on standby on the 3rd floor immediately executed the order to turn off the star map power supply. I saw that the monitoring data of the restaurant's location quickly returned to 0, with the star map as the center. However, the number of star map positions first decreased, then increased, and even exceeded the original number in one fell swoop, and continued to increase. Faced with this situation, the brown-skinned girl ran to the stairwell and shouted, "Teacher, it seems that it can't be closed. Do you want the entire tower to be closed?" "No." "That's fine. You leave immediately." "Yes." The disabled magic circle nodes and mana power channels appeared in gray-white lines. But this was only the part that Lin had transformed. The original star map magic patterns of the Great Sage's tower were colorful and sparkling. The entire magic circle is like waking up, and all design functions will be activated one by one. Halumi, who was already standing far outside the tower, was stroking gray hooves who came to her side, looking at the changes outside the tower in amazement. The Nana moon hanging high in the sky reappeared as a dark red full moon the next moment after it was completely swallowed up by the black shadow. If Lin were by his side, the teacher would explain that sunlight is refracted by Midi's atmosphere, and red light will shine on the moon that enters the shadow area and then be reflected back. But even if he was present, when he saw the red moon cast a beam of light that covered the entire tower of the Great Sage, all scientific explanations would be thrown out of the window. Halumi, who knew nothing about it, grabbed the fur on Greyhoof's neck and tore it in horror, looking at the tower of the Great Sage bathed in the red moonlight pillar. The magic patterns on the entire tower lit up, and the blue light gradually changed from top to bottom to the bloody red light of the battle state. Between the 2 pointed-eared corner walls on the top of the tower, a human-like eye of fire condenses, looking up and down all around. This is exactly what the arcane eye looks like when it is activated. Outside the edge stone is an attack magic array with 6 hexagrams erected out of thin air. The strategic light bomb attack array improved by Lin is also in full operation, only missing the target. Halumi even forgot to shout to inform the people in the tower. Lin has no control over the changes outside the tower, and has no power to control them. The 1,000-year star map wall in the restaurant seemed to have gathered too much energy. Dots of green light spilled out, and each magic pattern also emitted a dazzling light, as if it would explode at any time. Lin used the original mark of the Tower of the Great Sage hidden on the back of his right hand to try to control the chaos in front of him. But to no avail. When the energy overflowed beyond the magic pattern, rendering the entire brick a light green color, memories of the past marquee began to appear in Lin's mind. It seems there is no way to escape this time. Suddenly the 6 concentric circles representing the planetary trajectories made a shattering sound, and the cyan stream of light dimmed instantly. The yellow light representing the sun star in the center quickly deepened, and the surrounding masonry and magic patterns also emitted that dark light. When the dark light spread to the entire star map, in a flash, the magic bricks became transparent and moved backwards, revealing an inexplicable and strange space. Behind this wall is the outside of the tower. But there is no hidden room. Lin is very sure. But looking at the stone box floating in the middle of the void, glowing with magical aura, Lin thought, could this be the storage space of the Lost Edition? When he came to this magical world, the first thing Lin looked for was various space props that were easy to carry, whether it was to store personal property or travel items. But it is a pity that there are no storage bags, space backpacks, space rings and other props in the Lost Land. Even if you are a Dharma saint, when you go out, you must either carry your luggage yourself or ask an apprentice to carry it. So there is no way to sneak around. Lin used to think that there was no such storage space in the Lost World. The space in front of us now proves that related magic also exists in this world. But it is so high-end that it is difficult for people to use it universally. Looking at the stone box in the void, Lin's first thought was to take it out, because traces of cracks began to appear out of thin air around that space. And more cracks began to appear. It is estimated that the final collapse of the space will be inevitable. Then the thing stored in it should not be protected. So taking it out before something happens is a natural action. It's just that Lin doesn't want to try to see if he can walk in. He raised his wand high and recited the incantation of Bokamasho's giant palm. He saw the mana power continuously condensing from the void, forming a huge yellow-green magic arm. He waved towards the storage space behind the star map wall, grabbed the stone box in the magic hand, and took it out. The process was smooth and hassle-free. The next moment I took out the stone box, the storage space completely collapsed. The strange and magnificent scene between the planes was something Lin had never seen before and could not describe. But the gaps are constantly changing like a kaleidoscope. As if to fill the gaps, they are constantly absorbing everything around them. When Lin realized that this influence had exceeded the original wall position and began to spread towards the main plane, his whole body had been sucked in, and he could not get away. The stone box in his hand was being sucked forward as if trying to break free, dragging his body and drawing it towards the broken space step by step. Now the memory carousel was running more happily, and even the memories from far away on Earth came to mind one by one. Just when he was about to accept his fate, the transparent stone bricks emitted a new magic pattern light, which was different from the original one. The new magic was activated, and it directly weaved into a net, trapping the expanding plane gap and preventing it from continuing to grow, as if suppressing or repairing. The magic masonry, which was so transparent that it almost disappeared, showed its shape again and quickly moved back to its original position, while gradually solidifying the space behind it. It wasn't until the wall returned to its original state that the newly appeared magic patterns dissipated between heaven and earth. The strange behavior in the magic tower began to subside, and the vibration stopped. The magical power that was originally dispersed in the atmosphere, and was so strong that it almost suffocated people to death, also gradually reduced its level. Everything seemed to get better after taking out the stone box. What could be in the stone box collected by Defei Zhou? Lin couldn't help but feel confused. Outside the tower, the two girls and two dogs gathered together, watching the light being shot by Nana Yu gradually recede and disappear. At the same time, the red moon in the sky also quietly disappeared, returning to its original disk as white as snow. And the black shadow covering it also retreated from the west. The tower of the great sage stood there, and the magic patterns on the tower also turned from red to blue, and then gradually faded away. The improved light bomb attack array and arcane eyes on the top of the tower also turned into dots of starlight and dissipated from the sky and the earth. Everything seemed to have returned to its original calm, as if nothing had happened. In addition to the wooden box Lin held in his hand, there was also the broken and useless star map in the restaurant. Joining the two girls, Lin looked in awe at the home he had lived in for more than a year. Perhaps its secret has not been seen through by everyone, and there is still an unknown side hidden in the darkness. Judging from the results of this great change, it was quite lucky that the worst-case scenario as expected, which was an explosion of the energy pool, did not occur. Lin thought to himself, while comforting the two worried girls, looking at this strange magic tower. Chapter 54: The Hidden Stone Box. The group of people who had just escaped looked at each other, feeling like they were surviving a disaster. Lin held the stone box in disgrace, but he did not hand it over to others rashly. I'm afraid that there are alien space bacteria on it, something like the curse of the pharaoh of the earth. A simple boundary was drawn in the open space outside the tower, and the stone box was first placed in it, and two girls and two dogs were asked to guard it. He himself entered the tower and personally ensured the safety of every corner. At the same time, he went to the core room to confirm that the control of the tower was still firmly in his hands, And then, he welcomed the girl guarding outside the tower. As for the dogs that disappeared without a trace after the ban was lifted, they were probably a little frightened. After being tortured like this, the three masters and disciples couldn't sleep. Lin put the stone box into the ritual room on the 3rd floor, where there was the most powerful and strongest barrier in the entire tower. Then he and the two girls split up to confirm the safety of the Great Sage's tower again. It feels like the tower has not been turned over, and people will not feel at ease if they see through it, while rechecking the safety of the magic tower. Let's take stock of the losses. I didn't do any inventory, and I haven't discovered the earthquake phenomenon caused by the astronomical wonders. The damage caused by it is almost non-existent. In addition to the damage to the star chart wall in the restaurant, the small stove used for barbecue on the observatory was kicked over, and the meat slices on it fell to the ground before being cooked. It doesn't matter. There are 2 dogs here. Their stomachs are better. And if you can't eat them to death, you don't have to worry about the 6-second rule. In addition, even the bottles and cans on the shelves did not fall or break due to the earthquake. Everything was as if nothing had happened. What did the Tower of the Great Sage look like before the series of changes caused by the 6 stars link? And what does the Tower of the Great Sage still look like after the changes? In other words, this exciting life and death escape was actually mostly about scaring myself. However, Lin learned from the girl's mouse about the vision that happened outside the tower, and his own experience of being almost swallowed by the broken space when he took out the stone box in the restaurant. These were not dreams, but real things. It actually happened. It's a really bad feeling to have your life threatened and possibly be told it's not a big deal. As for the broken star map wall in the restaurant, Lin had previously recorded and copied the magic patterns and magic circles, plus the effects he saw this time. After spending some time researching, you should be able to figure out the reason. I had no clue before. That was because I didn't even understand the effect of the magic circle, so I naturally didn't know what direction to research in. Now that we see the wall showing several effects, including storage, repairing space cracks, and autonomous energy supply, it is tantamount to leaving a trace for people to trace. With a research direction in hand, Lin Yu is confident that he will be able to analyze its principles. But it also reminded him of the inexplicable familiarity he felt when he looked at the star chart wall magic array before. It is a similar magic pattern used in the any door of 3-ring apprentice magic, which means that it is a magic formula related to space. Lin was very interested in the magic of storage space. After all, he believed from the bottom of his heart that he had come to the mysterious side of the world, and he didn't have a few space rings to wear on his hands, which seemed to be very dull. In order to maintain the self-esteem of time travelers, it is necessary to have 1 space ring on 1 finger, 10 on 10 fingers, and if not enough, there are also toes. But before that, there was another very important thing to do, which was to confirm what was in the stone box fished out from the secret storage space. Only then did the first owner of the Tower of the Great Sage, Dharma Saint Adeli thousands of years ago, collect it in such a special way. Of course, teachers are not the only ones who are curious. The 2 young apprentices followed their teacher into the ceremony room on the 3rd floor, although someone insists that this is the strongest and safest place in the entire tower. However, most of the facilities and magic circles here were already dilapidated, old, and unusable when they first moved into the magic tower, so those parts had already been dismantled or erased at that time. Later, because it had no use, I never thought of repairing it. To this day, regardless of whether it can be used or not, maybe the magic circle originally painted outside the tower is stronger than this one. The 2 girls complained secretly in their hearts. But soon, the attention returned to the stone box. Not big, not small, not heavy, not light. Although the top cover has no fasteners, it is tightly integrated with the box. The exterior is smooth with no unnecessary nicks or decorations, giving it an unpretentious look. But after I put it on, I felt very cold, as if it would suck the strength out of my hand. The material with the same properties is the most basic building material for the construction of the Tower of the Great Sage striped blue scroll stone. However, from the appearance, there are no swirling patterns that are characteristic of striped blue paisley stone, and there are no alternating blue and white colors. Are the features hidden by some kind of magic? Or is this just another type of material with similar properties? After thinking about it, Lin placed the stone box in the center of the protective magic circle. After recasting a barrier, he cast a spiritual light detection magic on the stone box. This is used to reveal hidden magic circles or magic patterns, but there is a certain risk of triggering the accompanying magic trap. No trap was triggered. But the magic patterns displayed on the stone box were as dense and delicate as a work of art. But it turned out to be a dead gray-white color, which meant that the stone box had lost all its magical power. In the case of the magic stone, as long as it still contains power, it will slowly recover over time. But once it is drained, the stone is just a stone, and it is no longer possible to infuse magic power into the useless magic stone, let alone natural recovery. Although the drained magic stone has other uses, its value is far different from its original value. Magic arrays and magic patterns are in a similar situation. Its own production materials will contain power, although it will be slightly overflowed over time. It will extract discrete powers from the void to supplement itself, and at the moment of triggering, it will extract a large amount of power from the void to support the effect of magic. However, if you are in a magic forbidden environment for a long time, the magic circle and magic patterns cannot make up for the naturally overflowing power, and will eventually lose all functions and become a mere work of art or magic teaching material. If you want to restore the activity of a magic circle or magic pattern, the level of trouble is not much different from remaking it. Therefore, after being placed in the storage space for thousands of years, this stone box has died and became a simple object rather than a magic prop. But what's inside? Is it also death? Teacher, do you want to open it and take a look? Halloumi asked her teacher with an eager expression. Wait a minute. Lynn still had some scruples. Although the outer box is in this non-threatening condition, it does not mean that the inside is the same. I remember watching zombie movies during the Earth period, and seeing some clay pots and the like with talismans attached to the seals. There was always a supporting character seeking death who would reveal the talisman, just to satisfy his curiosity and trigger a disaster. Speaking of which, taking the stone box out of the storage space was still too reckless a move. Maybe for St. Adelaide, that is not a space for storing items, but a space for sealing? If there is an old demon sealed inside, who has been hungry for 1,000 years, it will not suck up all the people present once it is opened. Or he was an old ghost whose resentment broke out in Kaifeng in an instant, and the people around him were either dead or disabled. If it is a very dangerous item, such as uranium-235, which contains strong radiation, you will win the bid if you open the seal. Of course, this kind of thing is too scientific and does not conform to the rules of the mysterious world. But this mysterious world has more and more powerful curses, which are hard to guard against. And people don't know how to die. All kinds of entanglements made Lin keep changing his expression, holding his head and pulling his hair. The two young apprentices knew that their teacher had begun to get into trouble again and fell into some inexplicable troubles. Obviously, I usually make quick decisions about things, and I will refuse things I don't want to do outright. But there will always be times like this when I worry about things that are meaningless in the eyes of others. So the girl simply walked into the protective barrier, squatted on the left and right next to the stone box, and said calmly, Teacher, we need to open it. Ah, it's opened. I seem to hear something? Lin's consciousness returned to reality, and when he turned around, he saw Kaya opening the lid of the stone box. This can make someone fall to the ground and howl involuntarily. Ah! The world is going to be destroyed! You scum supporting characters! Then, nothing happened. Lin just looked at the two girls with 6 eyes, looking at their ugly teacher with garbage eyes. 6 eyes? Strictly speaking, the extra 2 are non-eyes. They can only be regarded as eye holes. After Kaya opened the lid, Halloumi took out a golden human skull. Together with her companions, they looked at the older boy who had runny noses, tears, and was waving his hands desperately. He was obviously frightened. It seemed like nothing really happened. He quickly regained his serious expression and came to the side of the two young disciples in the protective barrier. Lin looked at the golden man's skull, pretending that nothing had happened, and said to himself, It's made of gold, and it really looks like a human skull. Oh, it has a strong sense of mana and power. This is magic. A prop? Some kind of treasure? Ah! The 3 masters and disciples shouted at the same time, and they guessed the origin of this item. Kaya's voice was calm and she said, Teacher, is this a rare item from the Golden Skull series? Some rare items with magical properties and special functions are called treasures, including various artifacts. As soon as it appears, it will become the target of everyone's competition, and the holder will also receive corresponding power or benefits. But there is another kind of rare item that also has magical properties, but is useless, and it will be called a rare item. This kind of thing would just become the target of research. Or a very unique collection. The holder seems to have no other function besides showing off. But for those who know the art, strange objects have no value. The magicians in the Lost World still put pragmatism first. Chapter 55 Golden Skull. Some people may use the magical properties of rare objects to sell them as treasures to people who don't understand. Some people may buy them to study the rare objects themselves. If a magical use can be developed, the value of the rare object will of course increase several times. And it may even wash away its bad reputation as a wonderful object and become a treasure that everyone is fighting for. The Golden Skeleton is a very famous series of strange objects. It is called a series because there are 5 parts circulating in the magical world, including left and right arm bones, left and right leg bones, and torso, and they are collected or traded by different people. The origin is unknown. The year is unknown. The cause is unknown. And even the production method is unknown. I only know that the material is some kind of magical material with a golden appearance. But I can't find anything similar yet. It stores a large amount of mana and power. But it cannot be extracted and used like a magic stone. It cannot be destroyed, cannot be disassembled, cannot be combined, and of course, cannot trigger any magical effects. It is said that there was a magician who collected all the parts and hoped that something would happen. But in the end nothing happened, and they were sold to various collectors. Some people speculate that this is because the parts of the Golden Skull series are missing a crucial part, which is the skull. The skull has never appeared in history or in obscure rumors. Even if this problem exists, the magicians who once held the Golden Skull parts are not sure, because any prophecy-based magic, or methods such as summoning long-lived demons to inquire, cannot detect its origin. The only thing that is certain is that although any part of the Golden Skeleton series is full of powerful magical power and perception, it has no use. If it relies on its hardness and is used to hit people, then the aforementioned useless words are cancelled. Lin took the Golden Skull into his hands and, feeling playful for a moment, pulled it on the front teeth to verify the rumor that it was indestructible. After being stored for a long time and calcified, the bones of ordinary people are very fragile and can be destroyed by the strength of an adult male. But the Golden Skull is so hard that it is impossible to break off any tooth with just your hands without the help of tools. Just as he was about to ask his apprentice to fetch a hammer and chisel, Lin suddenly remembered that when he was struggling to spend money, he bought a bunch of rare and useless items from the Chamber of Commerce. His original intention was to study them in his spare time. See if we can come up with any tricks. There seemed to be parts of a golden skull inside, and in my mind it was the torso. Girl, among the goods sent by the Chamber of Commerce before, there should be the torso of the Golden Skeleton. Go find it and see if you can put it together. Also, pass by the casting room and pick up a pair of hammers and chisels. Halloumi asked. Teacher, what do you want a hammer and a chisel for? Extract a tooth. This bright and decisive answer slightly changed the 2 girls' minds. Then they ran downstairs briskly, singing repeatedly in strange tones. This won't work. They seemed to be curious about what Lin was going to do, although he had been given instructions on how to store the warehouse. Lin had not gone in there a few times, and had left everything to his 2 apprentices. He did go in to see if it was neatly arranged or in disarray. So when looking for something at short notice, Lin couldn't tell how much time the girls would have to spend. At this time, he calmed down and returned to the core room with the golden skull, the magic circle specially used to detect small objects. Like a multifunctional scanner in a science fiction movie, Lin uses the magic circle supported by the energy pool to integrate most of the magic known to be used to detect objects, and at the same time connects the functions of data recording and 3-dimensional modeling. This seemingly high-end magic technology investigation method is of little use in the world of mystery, because only physical results could be obtained. Lin was still a little confused about the mysterious side test of magical effects. However, without knowing anything about the golden skull, this test is better than nothing. After a while, before the various physical properties were thoroughly scanned, I heard 2 girls outside yelling and jumping back. Halloumi struck each other with hammers and chisels, her eyes shining with excitement. Kaya brought a large long box up and placed it in front of her teacher easily. Is this the torso? Lin asked. But the girl didn't explain much and just opened the box. Placed in the center of the dark red velvet, the golden ribs first catch the eye. The upper clavicle, the lower hip bone, and the spine connecting the 3 places look mysterious against the dark red background. Without asking Halloumi to dig in first, Lin was actually not sure whether he would really use violence to destroy it. He first asked the girls to stand up the bones of the torso. The protruding spine at the top was obviously where the skull was connected. So Lin paused the inspection and carefully and slowly placed the golden skull where it should be. Bathed in curious and sacred eyes, the skull is officially connected to the spine. The next moment, I saw the skull shaking unnaturally, making a knocking sound, and then rolled to the ground, with every bounce of the golden skull kissing the ground. Lin's heart jumped, finally looking at the skull that had stopped rolling. The three masters and apprentices were speechless for a long time. Nothing magical happened. Not even a pickup. Ah! I want to sleep. I haven't slept all night. Halloumi suddenly lost interest and rubbed his eyes. Kaya also yawned in cooperation. At this time, the door of the observatory was not closed, and the morning sun was shining in. One night passed. For Lin, who has made stargazing his main occupation, now is the time to go to bed. Although it was in line with the usual schedule, the incident last night still made those who had relaxed feel tired. For two girls who are still growing up, staying up late is very harmful to the body. When their interest faded and sleepiness set in, they seemed to be floating even as they walked. So this time, the three masters and apprentices just slept through the whole day, and finally woke up hungry. The girls were lazily taking care of dinner, while Lin was playing with the food half-heartedly. One of the original goals, in the near future, was that astronomical event with 6 stars in a row. But there was such a heart-pounding game last night, and after it ended, I just felt empty. I don't know if it's because of the frustration of not being able to follow the original plan, or the confusion of not knowing what to do next. Having just called back 2 wild dogs, the girls each carried a large bowl of food to comfort the pets that might have been frightened last night. While watching the dog eat deliciously, Halloumi said to himself, I wonder what will happen if the whole skeleton is put together. Maybe it was just random thoughts and questions. But it woke up 3 people. Now it already has a torso and skull. All it needs are hands and feet. Lin Lei told the 2 girls sternly. Kaya, go to the forum to search for information about rare objects related to the golden skull. Halloumi, go to the mall to see if anyone is selling other parts. After giving instructions to the 2 girls, Lin knocked on the restaurant table twice, called out the terminal interface, and started the mall system. In the southwestern peninsula of the mainland, the malls in the other 3 districts have completed the listing of products a while ago and have also been officially opened for external operations. After Lin got the news from Kaya, he went up and took a walk around. The most important thing was to check whether there were any system errors. After charging so much, if it cannot be used normally and is ripped off by the other 3 district bosses, I will have no way to redress my grievances. So Lin should go up and take care of it as soon as possible. This time I came here to find something. So naturally I had to study various settings and layouts. I originally thought that not many rare items would become commercial products. When I went to the mall to search, I found that it was not the case. The largest number of rare items are those with the word cursed in the prefix. For example, the hair of a cursed doll will grow long in the middle of the night. The cursed belt will change the gender of the person wearing it and cannot be taken off. The cursed mirror will easily see things that you don't want to see and shouldn't see. I don't know if it's true or false. Most of the rare items in the mall automatically become the property of the Magician Association after the magician dies, and no one wants to inherit them. After all, these things are not suitable for throwing away randomly. They may not cause a big mess, but they will always cause trouble in the hands of unsuspecting people. There are also some rare items that the holders commission the association's affiliated chambers of commerce to sell. If you can't find a reason after research, it's normal to switch to other more suitable magic materials. The same point is that the prices of rare items are not high. After all, these are unpopular commodities. After searching with various keywords, Lin and Halloumi quickly found other parts of the golden skull, including the right hand and legs. In other words, it is a coincidence that in this era, most of the parts of the golden skeleton are located in the southwestern peninsula of the mainland. Only the left hand is elsewhere, which means that it can only be found using traditional business methods. Because rare objects are not particularly precious and require special attention, no owner will hold on to them. Therefore, Lin believes that as long as he finds the holder, he is not afraid that the other party will refuse to sell. I am afraid that if I take the initiative to ask for help, the price may not be low. There is no fair price for this kind of commodity called rare objects, let alone market conditions. It can only be bought by those who are willing to pay and those who are willing to suffer. The right hand and legs found belong to 3 regional chambers of commerce outside Shijia district. Lin directly made a purchase application online, and the rest was to wait for the other party's business response. As for the missing left arm, he entered the Shijiazhuo District Mall discussion section of the forum. Most of the discussion threads here were about transactions with special needs. Lin still does not support private-to-private foreign transactions, but for association-affiliated chambers of commerce, appropriate relaxations are necessary. It is difficult for the mall system to cover all transactions. There are always some special needs, or items that are not listed in the mall, and need to be entrusted to the Chamber of Commerce to find them on their behalf. These are all concentrated in the discussion area of the mall. Unless Lin is willing to create a more private communication method such as an email system or insight messages, it is inevitable that there will be a large number of private messages in the discussion area. Even though there is a need, someone is too lazy to do it, so they just pretend they don't know and let everyone feel inconvenienced. That being said, the speed at which magicians can exchange information through the forum has been improved thousands of times compared to the past, so they didn't feel any inconvenience at all without knowing it. Only the person from the 21st century on Earth would feel this painful feeling. So at this time, Lin could only endure the inconvenience caused by himself, and set up a whitelist to watch the discussion thread for the Chamber of Commerce steward, who often visited the Tower of the Great Sage. Lin will look for the left-hand needs to buy gold skulls on his behalf and write them into the discussion thread. The rest is still waiting for a reply. Chapter 56 Villagers come to vote. Negotiations on other parts of the Golden Skull were quickly completed. Maybe it wasn't as fast as the last time, when the Chamber of Commerce manager from Shijiazhuo District came to negotiate in person. But it only took a day or two to reach a deal. Compared with the past, which often took several months and half a year, the transaction process is now much faster. As for the left arm, that is not in the mall in the 4th Southwest District, we also asked the Chamber of Commerce stewards to find it on our behalf. In fact, the flow of this famous strange thing is not a secret, but most people don't care about it in the eyes of the association's senior officials or affiliated chambers of commerce. This information is not difficult to find out. So a few days later, Lin got the news that the left arm of the Golden Skull series was now in the hands of the Apala District branch of the Central Region Magicians Association. Assuming this information is not out of date yet, this is good news for Lin, because the level of difficulty of obtaining rare objects from official hands is not the same as that from private collectors. The Magician Association's attitude towards selling rare items is based on the idea of making extra money, and they sell it if they can, because they think this kind of thing is too useless. There are too many cases where successors are unwilling to take over it, making the association sometimes act like a garbage collector and cannot discard it at will. However, private collectors are prone to greedily raising prices due to the attitude of buyers. Now that he knew where the items were, Lin issued a formal commission. For entrusted transactions like this, the client usually pays an amount in advance, including the cost of employment and the cost of purchasing the target product, before starting the journey. Because all the gold coins belonging to Lin were placed in the Shijiazhuo District branch and invested in the Great Magician Richard Fund, the Chamber of Commerce steward should first visit the Tower of the Great Sage before setting off. But who is Guy Brashtripwood? In the eyes of those Chamber of Commerce stewards, it was a power of the same level as Brutus, the god of wealth holding the horn of fertility. How many magicians make money using the characters bar? Many managers will never write it once in their lifetime. Since the release of this browser, the knowledge royalties paid from the association have never been less than the characters bar. And the trend is getting worse. If it hadn't been for this wealthy tower owner who came up with the idea of setting up the Great Magician Richard Fund and handed over the management rights to the students of the president, Chung Wei-Eaton, perhaps among the higher-ups of the association, members belonging to the Hawk faction will try to do some irrational behavior, even if the Tower of the Great Sage has a record of killing a team of inspectors. It was out of trust that the steward of the Chamber of Commerce, who accepted the entrustment, did not take a detour to the Tower of the Great Sage. He first obtained the entrustment money before setting off. Instead, he directly used his own power to allocate a sum of funds and headed towards the Apala district in the center of the continent with a guard. The round-trip time is expected to be within a year. The reason why he acted so cheaply was because he trusted the steward who had done many transactions with Lin. Secondly, he also took an extra detour to reach the Tower of the Great Sage, which would take about a month. After weighing all aspects, the man chose to save time instead of worrying about transaction security. For Lin, no matter what he does, there is nothing wrong. I have money in my pocket, and I don't feel panic. Another major event in recent times is, of course, the establishment of the Richard Magician Fund in the Shijiazhuo District chapter. At the same time, Charlie Richard was posthumously named the Great Magician. Many magicians at the bottom have benefited from it, so they have no objection to this unprecedented act of challenging. As for those high-level magicians, after President Chung Woo-eaton made the decision and absorbed some people into the fund and became members of the management team, most of them had no objections. Therefore, Charlie Richard, who has been dead for nearly 10 years, was successfully posthumously named the Great Magician. This kind of thing is more of a ritual. Except for those close to you, most people are indifferent. It is easier for their interests to intersect with the beginning of the operation of the Great Magician Richard Fund. Through cooperation with the Adventurers Guild, the Browser Magic Stone has been spread to every trace of civilization. Human villages, small towns, and various gathering places under the Shijia district. And the magician teaches the village chief, leader, or those who are recommended to be literate, how to use the browser. The main purpose is to provide these people with a convenient channel to seek help when they encounter danger. This part is mainly for the function of the Adventurer Guild. The second is to popularize the most basic introduction to magic to ordinary people through the forum. Anyone who is interested can teach themselves magic at the cantrip level, sensing the magical power in the void, absorbing and accumulating it. If villagers are found to have magical talents, they will all have the opportunity to go to Willian City to study. At that time, all newcomers will gather together, and the person who has accepted the teaching task will lead the learning. Of course, people with high enough talent will naturally be favored by formal magicians and become their apprentices. As Len expected, these jobs were very popular. Not to mention that these jobs are not limited to formal magicians. As someone who worked hard alone as an apprentice, he knows very well how much he longs for a job that is safer and does not involve danger when his strength is insufficient. So running errands to deliver things, and teaching others the basics of getting started and how to use the forum are undoubtedly the first choice for these people. But things weren't all smooth sailing. The great actions of the magicians naturally attracted the attention of the churches of gods and nobles everywhere. Perhaps the photo was taken on the southwestern peninsula of the mainland. The Magician Association is strong, and the main strength of most churches is not here. So the lords and missionaries can only choose to wait and see. But there are always one or two stupid young people who come forward. A scion of a great nobleman, who was banished to a remote mountain village, was actually equivalent to being exiled. Such people are targeting the female magic apprentice, who is older and delivers browser magic stones alone in a mountain village and teaches how to use the forum. I came to Willian City to study magic because of my talent, but I have always relied on my appearance to support my youth. Now that her capital is gradually disappearing, the work provided by the Richik Foundation can be said to be an important channel for her to continue to survive. She had no actual combat or adventure experience, but in this remote mountainous area, she was driven away by a noble scion and his low-level warrior henchman. From that noble's point of view, wooing his subjects was like invading his property. But in these deep mountains and old forests, as long as you kill people and throw them into the ravine, everything will be over. If the Magician Association asks, they will say that it was taken away by a monster in the mountains. This kind of thing is so common in this remote area that no one can raise any objection. What he didn't expect was that the female magic apprentice immediately went to the forum to ask for help. As a result, the adventurous group operating nearby not only raided the lair of the noble children, but also captured a group of people whose fighting ability was worse than that of goblins. At the same time, people from the direct line of his family came to greet him. The association has done nothing on this matter. Just use the methods of civilized people. Negotiate where necessary. Make concessions where necessary. And compensate where necessary. It's obvious what the result will be if a huge transnational organization confronts a large noble in a small kingdom. This matter was also regarded as an attitude of the Magician Association, and the lords of all sizes in Shijia district took a closer look. Things in the world seemed to be moving in a better direction. Just like a sunny morning, 8 or 9 carriages of various sizes arrived outside the tower of the great sage. This is a rather special group of guests that 2 girls cannot handle. Greetings, Lord Tower Master. The 3 representatives who entered the tower were strong men of considerable age. The old man with white sideburns, short gray beard, and tendons all over his body seemed to be telling others that he not only had age and experience, but also had the ability to beat ordinary people to the ground. The 2 people behind the old man are younger, but they are very similar to the old man, as if they were printed from the same mold. Good day, everyone, Lin responded politely. From the previous surveillance footage outside the tower, it can be observed that this group of people were accompanied by their families. The 3 people in front of them were not dressed like adventurers accustomed to fighting. let alone businessmen. Lin felt a little unsure, but still asked, I wonder what the purpose of your visit is. Lord Tower Master, we saw an abandoned village and a large wasteland to the west of your territory. I hope to get your permission to settle there and cultivate fields. Really? Although the world of Lost World is dominated by a feudal system, the people in the land can be regarded as the property of the Lord. But the people here are not slaves who have been oppressed for many years. It is not uncommon for them to flee their homes if something goes wrong, and the oppression is too much, and they rebel violently. It's just that I haven't heard of any drought or famine anywhere recently, and this group of people doesn't look that embarrassed. So the possibility of escaping from famine can be ruled out. So he escaped from the territory of other nobles? Or pioneers who left the city and simply wanted to open up their own land? But before thinking about that, Lin looked at the old man in front of him with a strange expression and said, Do you know the reason why that village was abandoned? I heard that the people who originally settled here offended the tower owner and were driven away. Please don't worry, sir. We only hope to have a piece of land to support ourselves under your protection. We have no other extravagances. What should be handed over there will definitely be no shortage of taxes. I hope you can agree to our humble request. After speaking, the old man handed over a pamphlet. Having said that, regardless of whether the other party knows the complete truth of the matter, if he wants to settle here, he must be mentally prepared. For Lin, he has never regarded any outsiders as helpers. So whether the village exists or not will not affect his future plans. If the other party is willing to settle down, then he has nothing to object to. With a raise of his finger, the booklet floated in front of Lin, and he opened it page by page. It is a directory that records the various families and members of this team. With another flick of his finger, the booklet flew in the direction of Kaya. Lin looked at the people in front of him and said, Basically, I agree with you to settle here. You can discuss how to allocate the wasteland yourself. The same goes for the house. The only requirement is that when you want to cultivate the land, you must come first. Ask me. I don't want you to destroy the forest here by burning it. But if you need wood, you don't have to ask anymore. Chapter 57 New Settlers. After a pause, Lin touched his beardless chin and said, As for the tax part, first, tell me what skills you all have. Lin has lived in Midi for more than 10 years, and has learned that he should take what he should take. And not taking it will make people panic. For this group of pioneers, paying taxes to the Lord was more like a protection fee than an obligation. It's like I gave you a sum of money, and if there are monsters or barbarians that harass me, you have the responsibility to protect us, and the like. As for whether they can refuse to give it, of course, but Lin has no obligation to protect them. In the same way, if Lin generously said that he could live here tax-free, on the contrary, it will make them worry that when danger occurs, the magician lord does not intend to assume the responsibility of protecting the people. The Lord himself may even have evil intentions. This is definitely not because these people think too much, but this kind of thing is too common. Living in such a remote place, within the reach of the magic tower, it is natural to take what each other needs. What ordinary people want is safety and security. As a lord, a magician may not necessarily need food grown in the ground, but may also need other services. Whether the request is accepted is another level of issue. If you want to use force to unilaterally make people surrender, these people living at the bottom are mostly capable of cheating, and subverting. At worst, they'll fight for another one and walk away. Therefore, the old man was not surprised by the magician lord's question. He said honestly, Sir, among our people, there are tailors, blacksmiths, carpenters, wheelwrights, and bakers. There are also those who are good at farming and raising livestock. Women also have a lot of strength and can do any heavy work. It sounds like almost all adults have some skills. In fact, Lin also understands that this is not a group of people who really dare not bring their families and dependents to a new place to make a living. From Lin's point of view, it would take time for this group of people to reorganize the wasteland, and the food they grew might not be enough for this group of people to eat. So why bother to compete with them for that little bit of land? The food supplies purchased from the Chamber of Commerce are all high-quality food of good grade and quality. I am still worried that I have nowhere to spend my money. I am carrying too many gold coins to make people jealous. So don't even think about saving this small amount of money. However, as soon as Lin heard about someone who was good at raising livestock, he immediately became interested. Although many supplies can be solved with money, dairy products are still in short supply. The main reason is that animal husbandry is not popular in the southwest of the mainland. Generally, People raise cattle and horses for other purposes, or produce a small amount of dairy products for their own use, and they are rarely sold commercially. There was also a rise before, maybe raising 1 or 2 dairy cows or something like that. But that's too much trouble. The 2 dogs are being kept free, not to mention taking care of the 2 cows. After a whole day, do you need to do other things? Since there is a professional, of course he wants to invite him to ask. Can you invite the person who is good at raising livestock to come in? I have something to ask him. Of course. Sir. After saying that, the old man turned around and said, Boy, go and ask Mr. Hallstein to come in. Yes, father. After a while, the departing people brought in a tall and powerful man. After walking into the tower, he bowed to Lin and said, Sir, you want to see me? Yes. I heard that you are good at raising animals. Do you know how to take care of cows or sheep? My father used to help the big lord manage the ranch. I have been helping on the ranch since I was a child, so I am good at animals of all sizes. Then can you make cheese? Cheese? Although it is more troublesome to make, and it takes time to mature. But yes, I can also make cheese. Lindo was overjoyed, clapped his hands and said, Great. From now on, you only need to send a bucket of fresh milk every day and 2 pieces of cheese every month. These will be treated as taxes for you to settle here. It's just that you are the only one who can do it. He glanced at the old man who took the lead. That person was also a shrewd person, and he immediately understood and said, Sir, please don't worry. We will help him share the tasks of the Hallstein family. But if we want to raise cattle, we have to go to the city to buy cattle and build buildings. The work of fencing the cattle sheds from wild beasts will not be completed so quickly. It doesn't matter. Just wait until you are ready, and then start providing. When you first arrive, you must have a lot to do. For now, you just need to find a way to settle down. As for the problem of beasts, Len turned his head and gave instructions. Girl, Halloumi, please let Greyhoof and Whitenose recognize these people, so as not to bring harm to them. Looking at the old man who was a little confused, Len smiled and said, We have 2 guard dogs. You will let your people recognize the 2 dogs later. Don't be too afraid. There are no dogs in this forest. More ferocious beasts than them. So just be at ease. Okay. Thank you for your magnanimity. Sir. The old man led everyone to bow before leaving with Halloumi. And Lin's figure also faded and disappeared. The girl who came outside the tower gave a long whistle. The people who gathered under the old man's greeting expected to see 2 large dogs the size of sheepdogs, barking and running towards them. But the picture they imagined did not appear. Instead, a commotion in the woods attracted their attention. The branches and leaves swayed, and the birds started to fly. Although there was no roar, there was an atmosphere of panic in the forest. This made several strong men who got off the carriage feel the crisis, and some even pulled out a large axe for logging from the carriage. The most sensitive children grabbed hold of their mother's skirts in fear and trembled slightly. Suddenly, the woods opened, and 2 figures that were larger than bulls ran out, as fast as lightning and moving like meteors. This is Warcraft. A few strong men immediately formed a human wall without thinking. Some held axes, while others picked up wooden sticks and canes, trying to protect their wives and children behind them. They didn't take out the real stuff in their bags because they knew it was too late. Almost in the blink of an eye, 2 magical beasts rushed forward. One jumped, and the other flexibly circled sideways. At the moment when they were separated, they seemed to be able to see the calm gaze of the monster. There was no roar, no baring of teeth, and he was as confident as a seasoned hunter, either leaning back as the monster leaps over his head, or turning sideways as the monster takes a detour. The sudden change shocked everyone, and at the same time, they lost their balance and fell to the ground. Just as he was thinking that there would be a bloody storm behind him, he saw 2 monsters squatting obediently in front of the Tower Master's apprentice. Really a 2-headed dog. Be good. Be good. Halloumi took turns stroking the lowered heads of the 2 dogs. Of course, they were inevitably washed with saliva, but she just giggled. After a while, when the fun was enough, he said, Be good. Smell these people and remember them. If you meet them in the forest in the future, don't bite them. After hearing the instruction, the 2 dog heads turned sharply and looked back at the people who came to settle here. Everyone was frightened when they saw it, fearing that they would be swallowed in one bite. A big dog with black fur and gray hooves circled around from the left side. A big dog with mixed gray and white hair, and a strip of white hair on the bridge of its nose circled around the other side. 2 dogs, one on the left and one on the right, walked past everyone, their noses twitching slightly. There was no threatening bark, no arrogant barking and demonstration. He just walked by quietly. His clear eyes showed no thoughts, as if he was looking at an unrelated dead object. He was pacing slowly. It's just that this calmness is even more frightening. The two dogs circled around and returned to Halloumi, ignoring the people behind him. He whimpered a few times towards the girl. "Hey, you said there is something strange over there to the west?" A few more low sounds. Halloumi nodded, but came to the leading old man first and said, "Sir, that's all. You don't have to worry about the powerful monsters in the forest. They were all expelled by my teacher. But there are still some carnivorous beasts are here, so protection is essential. In this way, you can go directly to the village." After saying this, the girl gave another long whistle. The two-headed dog stood up, twisted and kicked their legs, and while running past the girl, Grey Hooves lowered his neck and lifted the girl, who was holding his hair, onto his back and sat down. Then the two big dogs ran with all their strength, and in a blink of an eye, they disappeared into the forest again. The people who were left behind looked at each other in confusion. After exchanging a few words, they each drove their carriages and horses towards the abandoned village. "I want to sleep somewhere with a roof tonight, but there are still many things to do." However, the curtain of a certain caravan was slightly opened. The person hiding inside glanced at the direction in which the two big dogs were leaving, and then looked back at the three-story tower standing there. The moss on the exterior walls has long been removed, and the masonry has been restored and looks brand new. There is no mottled spot, and it doesn't look like a magic tower that has been passed down for thousands of years. In addition to the large gap that was breached in the east, some people would believe that there was a newly built tower in front of him. So what kind of person is the magician who spent so much time renovating the appearance of an ancient tower? The people in the caravan were wondering. In the core room on the third floor, Lin returned to his homework. Although I was not able to observe the 6 stars in a row the previous time, the various sensors and recorders that were set up did retain the data. In the past few days, those data are being used to correct the shortcomings of the original program. Kaya, who was taking notes on the side, let out a sigh. "Teacher, the list they provided does not match the actual number of people. Ignore him." Lin looked at the screen in front of him and said without looking back, "The kind of people who come to the magician's territory to make a living are probably the kind of people who can't survive in the noble territory. And although that group of people brought their families and dependents, yes, but there are calluses on their hands from handling weapons, and they are as strong as a bear. I believe they are a group of elite warriors wearing armor, and the people with less names should be the ones they want to protect. Speaking of which, it's doubtful whether their names are true. What about us? Still, ignore him." Lin turned to look at Kaya and said seriously, "We will not interfere in the affairs of the nobles. That group of people can live wherever they want. If it weren't for the abandoned village 10 kilometers away, I don't even want to deal with them. There's no need to take them too seriously. Anyway, we live in the tower, and we can live without them. The most important thing is to keep our distance. If we get too close to them, I guess there will be trouble in the future." "Trouble? You have to tell Halloumi these words and let her know. So, milk and cheese? On the one hand, I want to eat. On the other hand..." Lin looked at Kaya's thin, flat body, shook his head regretfully, and said, "You are still in the growth period, and you still need to be saved. So you need to take good nutrition. Otherwise you will regret it later." "Huh?" Although Kaya's expression did not change, she tilted her head and showed doubts in her eyes. Chapter 58 Changes in Territory. Is it true that once things get started, they tend to follow each other easily? The reason why Lin had this idea was because a wave of people had asked to settle in the village outside the Great Sage's tower. Every once in a while, someone would come and make the same request. Basically, Lin's attitude is that he accepts all comers. However, the final decision-making power was given to the group of people who had already settled in the village. It is up to them to decide whether to accept new people, how to allocate or build new houses, how to allocate the farmland restored from wasteland, and how to share the work in the small pasture dedicated to the tower owner. Lin doesn't care about these things. In fact, this is how most magic tower owners manage the Homo sapiens gathering places within 10 kilometers. At the same time, it is also the reason why ordinary people abandon the protection of nobles and live among the magicians. Not only is the degree of freedom relatively high, but if you are lucky, the taxes are also light. Of course, there are times of bad luck. If you meet a high-pressure magician lord who works harder than a dog and eats worse than a pig, it's quite possible that his life is in danger. Who is calling the magic tower? It is the top level of force in the world. There is no chance of resisting riots, like under the rule of the aristocracy. To resist the tower owner is to blast it with a magic bullet, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. But I don't know if the reputation of the Great Sage's tower is too good, or if the people who come here have ulterior motives. Seeing the village to the east becoming more and more lively, Lin felt a little bit dumbfounded, because according to his observation, that village is now in the state of the 8-nation allied forces. There were several waves of people who met the first wave of people and arrived here slowly. These people integrate into village life the fastest. After all, they are all familiar faces. There were also a few waves of people who really met other people for the first time. But to say that he is a simple farmer, Lin also doesn't believe it. If he didn't have any ulterior motives, he was probably a fugitive elsewhere or a wanted thief with a reward on his head. It seems more likely that the latter don't know each other. In other words, it is more likely that there are spies from all sides. The reason why we can know these things is because of the surveillance footage outside the tower, and the records of biological activities around the Tower of the Great Sage. The actions that those people thought were secret were actually exposed under Lin's eyes. After careful consideration, it is not difficult to guess the intention of everyone's strange behavior. Of course, he didn't know who was standing behind these people, and Lin had no interest in finding out. The funniest thing is that someone actually started running a hotel, because when they come to the Tower of the Great Sage, there is a small caravan every now and then to purchase browser magic stones. The village was originally in an abandoned state. If the caravans who came here did not leave on the same day, some slept outside and some stayed in the tower. As for staying in the magic tower, it is actually a last resort. So when the village became populated, some quick-thinking businessmen united several families in the village and opened a simple hotel. The people staying here are not just the caravans visiting the Tower of the Great Sage. Because of the rise of forums, adventurers and mercenaries have expanded their scope of action and moved more frequently. During their missions, they would occasionally pass by this place. In the past, people stayed in the tower because there was no one around. Now that there is a hotel in the village outside the tower, no one wants to stay in a magic tower where the tower owner has the power of life and death. In order to prevent him from not knowing where he offended the tower master, he would be destroyed without saying a word. You know, this tower master has a reputation for killing a team of inspectors. There were rumors of massacre of villages earlier, so don't make yourself unhappy. In short, a group of people with different agendas gathered together, and the village became more and more lively. Faced with this kind of thing, the Tower of the Great Sage cannot stay away. Villagers came to visit from time to time, and used very poor methods to explore. He even thinks that girls in their early teens are easy to trick, and uses various strange reasons to try to trick girls. As the master of the tower, Lin was very easy to push aside and ignore everything. But two apprentices are not so convenient. At first, Halloumi and Kaya negotiated with the villagers enthusiastically, depending on their needs and whether they could help. If you have the mentality of taking advantage and coax a few words, you might be able to get two girls to do it for free. But maybe this group of people were too cautious and didn't dare to take advantage of her. Maybe this group of people only cared about information and tried every means to get words out of the girl's mouth. The final result was that the patience of the two girls was worn out, because different people asked the same questions. Even a pig should know something is wrong. Just how to refuse people, even on Earth. This is a difficult problem for adults, let alone two elementary school-age girls in the lost world. Lin didn't want to deal with a group of people outside, and he couldn't bear the two apprentices to be tortured on his behalf. So he came up with a strange trick, which was to let the two big dogs come back as doorkeepers. Whenever a troublesome person comes to the door, he will take a few steps closer, look down from above, drool at the person, and stare at him intently. After teasing the dog for a while, he was picked up by the arm and thrown a dozen steps away. Although his life was not injured, he lay in bed unable to get out of bed for several days. After that, the two girls trained dogs, meditated, and practiced magic. Anyway, I just ran out of time, followed through on the evasion and pretense, and finally got rid of those annoying guys. As for whether any villagers came to protest, this is really not the case. After all, there have been stories of killing people and massacres of villages in the past. No one wants to risk their lives by entering the magic tower and betting with the tower owner whether they dare to kill people or not. It's so lively outside the tower. But it's not much different inside. The conflict began on a night when clouds half covered the stars in the sky and the coolness gradually deepened. Kaya had just given midnight snacks to the teacher on the observatory. When she went down to the second floor, Halumi was wiping her wet hair and walking towards her room. Seeing a girl of the same age, she said, "Kaya, I've finished taking a shower. It's your turn. When I finish checking the other rooms, I'll go wash them. Okay, I'm going to bed first. Good night." "Good night." Passing through the dim central stairwell, the girl followed her habit and first inspected the rooms on the first floor. After the village outside the tower started operating an inn, no one came to stay at the Tower of the Great Sage anymore. This is a good thing for masters and apprentices who are afraid of trouble. Walking down step by step, on the familiar stairs, Kaya would not feel any inconvenience even if she closed her eyes. So during this sleeping time, the lights in the entire Tower of the Great Sage are adjusted to a very weak state. This is one of the teacher's research results during this period. In the past, the night lighting of the Tower of the Great Sage consisted of luminous pearls leaning against the wall. But I don't know if it was poached and sold by a previous tower owner, or for other reasons. Although there are traces of luminous pearls inlaid on many passages and walls of rooms, the most important beads are missing. Therefore, there is no lighting at one place or another at night, which is quite inconvenient. Furthermore, in order to transform the energy channel layout of the entire tower, those beads are also an obstacle. So during a certain renovation, Lin was ruthless and dug out all the luminous pearls and changed the energy layout of the entire tower. Magic patterns similar to the laser network channels on the first floor were spread across every corner. Although the change is not as good as the carefully arranged first floor, the laser beam of the same power can still be fired. In addition to this defensive method, the magic power channel is used to realize the self-luminescence of the entire tower wall. Moreover, Lin used his research on spectral wavelengths to make adjustments. In addition to adjusting the intensity of the lighting, you can also adjust the color. In fact, this is also an important technical basis for Lin to create three-dimensional imaging clones. Use variable color light to project the appearance of the human body. Of course, these are too complicated things for girls to understand. They only know that the lighting brightness in the tower can be adjusted at will, and can be controlled by voice or manual. Generally, when you need to be active at night, you will adjust it to simulate the sunlight during the day. When it's time to fall asleep, the entire tower will lower its brightness and turn into a faint orange light, which will give people a sense of peace of mind. But this warm light that usually makes people feel at ease. Why does it feel so cold today? In the quiet night, the sound of footsteps is particularly clear. In the closed magic tower with no windows, every step seems to be accompanied by its own heartbeat. The sound of breathing will also be infinitely amplified, rumbling in the ears. The night lights of the Tower of the Great Sage are not like the light of candles, which sway in the wind. The soft and faint orange light is like embracing a calm soul, lulling people to sleep. This was the feeling I had in the past. But today it seems a little unusual, not to mention the dark shadows flashing around, the gentle flapping of wings, and the chirping sounds. Are there insects flying in? Kaya was confused. Suddenly, a pair of cold hands grabbed her shoulders, and there was an unbearable sting on the right side of her neck. The girl couldn't help but shout loudly, breaking the tranquility in the magic tower. Halumi was worried about her companions, and ran downstairs in a panic. However, in the tower where she thought she was safe, she was controlled by hands stretched out in the darkness. While covering her mouth, the thin girl was also lifted up, letting her feet kick in the air. Lin, who was staying at the observatory on the third floor, also heard the shrill cry. He did not ignore it or panic. All kinds of thoughts flashed through their minds. If it was just a wrestling or falling, the two girls wouldn't have yelled like this. It's not like I haven't suffered more serious injuries than this in my past adventures. The two people, with their tough tempers, often remain silent. See cockroaches, ants, spiders, mice, and get scared and scream? Little things like that can't scare them. This is not the earth, and they are not pampered little girls. Then why is it still screaming so miserably? Lin had several guesses in his mind. When he was passing by the core room and preparing to go downstairs, he glanced at the surveillance images of the halls and corridors on the first and second floors. The unknown black shadow seems to be leading the situation to the place where he least expects to see it. I walked slowly to the first floor, and as soon as I stepped out of the stairwell, I heard a strange laughter coming from the corner, saying, "Your Excellency Gabra Ashtripwood. Oh, these days, The little thief who hides his head and hides his tail is still so polite. He really learned a lot. Your apprentices are all in our hands. Say it like this. Okay? There was a thin black mist where the sound came from, blocking the orange light of the magic tower at night. But he could still see clearly the two girls, who were pushed to the edge of the mist. Halumi's mouth was covered. With a look of horror on her face, Kaya fainted and leaned on the person behind her to hold on. Chapter 59, Meeting the Vampire Clan for the first time. It looked like he was still alive. Lin asked loudly, "Are you okay?" As if for Lord Ente's heart, he lowered his hand covering Halumi. The girl cried loudly, "Teacher, Kaya was bitten. She is unconscious now." Then she was covered again. "Kaka, don't worry. Sir, just follow our instructions and no one will be hurt." So who are these people? A spy from the Thieves Guild? Assassins from the Assassins Guild? Or those species that live in the dark world? Without thinking much, Lin responded to the uninvited guest and said, "Okay, I can cooperate. It's just that I'm not used to talking in such a dark environment. If you don't mind if I turn on a light." After saying that, Lin raised his hand with your right hand. Prepare to flick the ring on the second section of your little finger. Alas! Please don't act rashly. The hidden man quickly stopped Lin's movements. At the same time, he pinched Halumi's neck, lifted her up a little, and said, "I don't want to be in your magic tower. Any irrational behavior will cause us to misunderstand. So please keep your hands where we can see and don't make any strange movements. I think the atmosphere of conversation is very good in this environment. What do you think?" "Okay, I agree." He loosened his hands and put them in a bright place so that they could be seen. But being completely controlled by others is not Lin's habit. Anyway, the lighting adjustment of the Tower of the Great Sage cannot only be controlled by hand. But I still don't like talking to people in a dark environment. So, right. With a secret spell, the hall on the first floor was suddenly illuminated. Lin didn't move or turn his head. He glanced at everything he could reach from the corner of his eyes, trying to write down all the locations and numbers of the enemies. But what made him dumbfounded was that there were multiple screams coming from all around. Under the lighting, there are human figures burned to ashes, making movements of struggling or covering up. But without exception, they all turned into a pile of dust on the floor. Lin Sha stood there, his mind in confusion, trying to clarify the current situation. Halumi, who landed on the ground, hurriedly caught the black-haired and brown-skinned girl who was about to faint, and helped her sit on the ground. Teacher, come and see Kaya." He came to the girl's side to check the injuries. The iconic tiger teeth bite marks, coupled with more than a dozen piles of dust on the ground. Could the person who came in to cause trouble be a vampire? Then why do they all turn to ashes when the light is turned on? After coming to the world of Lost World, Lin had no experience in dealing with dark creatures, and had only heard relevant rumors. As for the dark nobles and vampires of Lost Land, their characteristics are probably similar to those of Earth's legends. The same point is that sunlight is its fatal injury. But before today, Lin thought it was because of the power contained in sunlight. That is, the mysterious characteristics that would cause harm to vampires. But now it seems that is not the case. The light in the magic tower simulates sunlight during the day and is a combination of light of multiple wavelengths. The reason is that this kind of lighting should be the lighting that people who are lost in the land are most accustomed to. And it should have the lowest negative impact on vision. But such light is fatal to vampires. Is it because of a special band of light, or a combination of simulated sunlight? Or is it like some science fiction vampire novels about Earth? Is it the influence of ultraviolet rays? Teacher, is Kaya okay? Halumi was still worried about her companion. Lin probably clarified the cause and effect. And after cooperating with the rumors he heard, he comforted the girl and said, "Don't worry. There is not enough time for the vampire to complete the first embrace ceremony. Besides, the person who bit her died, and this was also in the early stage. As long as the remaining toxins are discharged, it should be fine. So, girl, take out all the garlic we have." "Okay, I'll get it right away." With that said, the girl planned to run to the warehouse. It was just that his teacher grabbed him by the collar, and he couldn't run away. Lin heard that vampires in the Lost World are not afraid of garlic. They just hate it. Although garlic cannot hurt vampires, it can remove the toxin from the early symptoms. So he told the girl to go get it. But, are the dead vampires all the invaders? Don't worry first. Make sure there are no other enemies in the tower. Hearing this, The girl flicked her earrings and immediately used the water mirror technique to bring up the scanning images of creatures on each floor of the Tower of the Great Sage. After changing several scanning modes in succession, the results were the same. There were 3 life signatures hidden in the restaurant. With a wave of his hand, the restaurant's slightly closed door opened wide. Lin shouted toward the inside. "Those who are hiding inside, come out! All your companions outside are dead. Don't think you have a chance to escape." A panicked and youthful male voice came out, saying, "Tower Master, do you know that you are already in big trouble? Do you know who the person you killed is?" "Oh, we've already gotten into trouble," Lin said nonchalantly. "Then you don't even need to stay. Lie. Wait a minute." The secret curse that was about to be spoken was blocked, and the person inside said, "You just killed us. Aren't you afraid of the Blood Clan's revenge? I've already killed a bunch of people, and now I'm worried about whether it's too slow for the Blood Clan's revenge. So killing 1 is killing. Killing 2 is killing. And after killing a bunch, killing 3 more. That's it. That's it. So goodbye. Right. Wait a minute." The secret curse was blocked again, and the person inside said angrily, "Why do you want to kill people at every turn? Do you know who the person beside us is? Kish. You can't tell." Hearing another voice stopping him, Lin said indifferently, "That's right. Don't say it. Anyway, if you kill a bunch of people outside, you will say that I am in big trouble. It doesn't seem like I am in big trouble if you add a few of you. No. So just keep me in the dark and go die. If your great vampires want to take revenge, just go ahead and sleep with the lights on." "Wait a minute," the people inside said in a panic. "Beside us is Princess Dorothy Nagy, a relative of Grand Duchess Vanity. If you kill her, you will have to face endless revenge from the Blood Clan." "You idiot. Tell me, what is the difference between the vampire's revenge and the vampire's endless revenge? Since it makes no difference to me whether I kill you or not, then why should I keep you? Let me have 3 more enemies in the future." "Wait a minute." This time it was a woman who shouted to stop. It seemed that she was some kind of princess. Lin listened to the other party saying calmly, "Your Excellency, Tower Master, what happened today is our fault. I promise that after you let us go, we will not take any revenge. Is this enough? Your Highness, I killed a bunch of you, and it was my fault to say that I was careless. I didn't know you were so fragile, and you would be dead if you turned on a light. So I promise that after the 3 of you go to H.L. together to meet your companions, I won't go to your nest and carry out any revenge." "You said, this is okay." "Wait a minute. Wait a minute." This time it was 3 people shouting in unison. Lin waited for a while before he heard one of the people inside say, "Your Excellency, Tower Master, don't go too far. You can't afford to offend Grand Duke Najib." The attitude of gritting his teeth was very obvious. "Anyway, we have caused big trouble. So is there any difference between what we can afford to provoke and what we cannot afford? The magic tower is not an easy target to attack. If you want to take revenge, I will kill you. Anyway, I will kill you dark creatures without committing magic." "It's a taboo of the Master Association. Maybe there's still a bounty to get. Then what do you want to do to let us go? Do you want money? We can pay 1,000 gold as a ransom," Lin said disdainfully. "Humph. Kill. Girl, go upstairs and bring 10,000 gold down to show these people. And then turn on the light and send them on their way." "Wait a minute. Do you want some treasure? Endless money bag? Emerald bow? Not all treasures are the same. If I let you go, you will come to kill me. Take revenge and take the treasure back. I can be your servant. Any vampire who comes to your door, I will kill them with my own hands. It's not unusual. A squishy guy who will die if you turn on the light will die as many times as you come. If you are too much, I will have to stop the light and not turn on the light. Don't think that Grand Duke Nagy only has blood warriors under his command. This is the Magic Tower. It is responsible for guarding one side and protecting the fortress of the civilized world. If I was afraid that you dark creatures would come to attack, I would have hid back in William City and would not have chosen to be stationed here. Then what do you want before you let him go? I don't know if there is anything that I must and can only get from you. If you want to survive, you have to put forward conditions that are attractive enough to me, so that you have a chance to survive. So don't mention some irrelevant things. Useless conditions. You have to think carefully about what I might need. And if you can't figure it out, just go to HL. If I promise, no vampire will come to trouble you because of what happened today." This time it was the princess who spoke. However, Lin still had the same attitude and said, "Believe in your promise? It sounds like you are very trustworthy. Is it true that in the rumors about you vampires, all humans who get involved with magicians are fools?" A calm voice came from the princess hiding in the darkness, saying, "Swear an oath with the Blood Clan Covenant." However, the other two people stopped him angrily. "Blood Covenant? What is that?" "With my origin blood, I swear to the good Alana moon in the sky. If I break the oath, I will not be protected by the moonlight, and will burn up like being exposed to the sun. Of course, if you are willing to accept my first embrace, become my dependent, and I will definitely protect your safety. No one will harm you. Yes, and then in the magic tower, I will turn on a light to illuminate myself to death. I don't know how long you have lived." This, Lin forgot the other person's name, simply skipped it, and said, "Well, princess, it goes without saying that it's obvious that you're lying to a child, so as not to highlight the stupidity of the person doing the conversation. As for the Blood Clan Covenant, it sounds like it's still feasible, but there are some things I need to ask first. Please, come on." Three people. Face-to-face conversations are always more sincere than hiding one's words. One of the men said worriedly, "You're not going to trick us into showing up and then kill us. If I wanted to kill people, I wouldn't talk so much to you. I wonder if bad people often die from talking too much. Besides, if I want you to die, I can just turn on the light. Does it matter whether I show my face or not?" Lin, who was standing outside the door, looked at a corner of the restaurant and saw three black figures walking out. In the dim orange light, the black fog dissipated, and a pale, beautiful face without a trace of blood appeared first. The black dress accentuated her breasts and cinched her waist, revealing her beautiful figure. The long skirt is like mist, swaying gently as the legs move, as if it does not exist in the world, but only exists in the painting. She lifted her skirt slightly and bowed slightly. "Your Excellency, I am Dorothy Nagy, the only relative of my father, Grand Duke Isvan Nagy." Chapter 60 Trouble from the Dark. Standing behind the dividing line between light and darkness, the three vampires in the dim orange light of the restaurant did not change their arrogant temperament, trying hard to maintain their elegant movements, standing upright and looking directly at the tower owner who was bathed in the lighting of the hall. His eyes were a little complicated, but he still refused to bow his head, and instead settled the status of the two parties. Lin didn't mean to suppress the opponent's momentum, and his speech was more polite. "After all, the other party's life is in your hands, so there is no point in taking advantage of him. Miss Lady, let's ask the questions one by one. First, let me ask you about the identities of the people outside. Matan Baylog, his family, and his family. He came with his family and his dependents. Are there any of his dependents, or his dependents, outside? There should be no more. That despicable villain always takes his own steps wherever he goes. If he loses his trust, it will be impossible to stay in his family. He will become food for others and be swallowed up. Lose. He should be from a different faction than you." The fast-talking young vampire immediately said, "How do you know?" but received a glare from his companion. "It's very clear. You two groups are hiding in different places. The group outside is dead. You don't seem to have a strong desire for revenge. What's more, the lady just said it. Despicable villains. Even if you think they are the same one, there may be conflicts within the faction. So the question is, who is their backer? The Marquis of Maceroche is also the patriarch of the Maceroche clan, one of the four ancients of the peninsula, and Martin Balog is the #1 warrior under his command. So, in this clan, compared with your father's power, who is stronger and who is weaker? Is the stronger one a little stronger, or a lot stronger? If it is weak, is it a little weaker, or a lot weaker?" Seeing that Dorothy Nagy was a little puzzled, Len continued to explain. "You just mentioned that you are willing to use the blood covenant to swear an oath. There should be some credibility. But whether you can restrain forces other than your father depends on both parties. There is a gap in strength. If your father is the weaker party, then the covenant is a joke, because I have not hurt you. And if you are just stronger, you may be trying to reduce losses, and adopt the method of avoiding the covenant. To me, if the problem is not solved, it makes no difference whether the covenant exists. In other words, your guarantee will only be valuable if your father's side is strong enough. The Tower Master has said so, and I seem to have only one answer." After thinking for a while, Lin smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. Let's ignore this question then. Then I'll ask the last question. What are you doing here? Originally, Beowulf said that he wanted to seize control of the forum and browser. But in my opinion, they also wanted to try to win the legendary title. And we were forced by him to be invited as witnesses. Lynn smiled bitterly again. Forget about the browser. The forum is built based on the energy pool of the magic tower. The vampires want to control it, which is equivalent to occupying the tower. The Magician Association does not exclude dark biological species, as long as it abides by the Magician Convention and takes protecting the civilized world as its own responsibility. If they kill people and seize the tower, it is just a prelude to another battle. As for the legendary title, it is just like the magician to the Dharma saint, the warrior to the god of war, and the assassin to the god of killing. They must be awarded and recognized by everyone, and each has its own conditions. To achieve the title of god of killing, one simple condition is to successfully assassinate the tower owner in the magic tower. As the top war fortress in the Lost World, the magic tower's internal and external protection is unquestionable. If there is an assassin who can assassinate the owner of the magic tower, his strength cannot be doubted, and he is qualified to achieve the title of killing god. For those who are determined to strive for this legendary title, the ideal target is of course some rookie tower owners. Before the magician completely masters it, it can be said that this is the most vulnerable moment for a war fortress like the magic tower. Therefore, Lin once considered that he would become the target of such ambitious people. It was only after more than a year that no one came looking for trouble that I relaxed. Lin looked at the three vampires who maintained their arrogant demeanor, and said with a helpless smile, "In other words, you can be considered involved. It's just that before you came to my magic tower, I never thought about you. The number one, the possibility of a warrior's failure?" The lady's ancient and calm face was also a little embarrassed at this time. She said, "Under normal circumstances, if we want to leave, no magician can stop us." "Yeah, under normal circumstances." Lin flicked the second knuckle ring on his right little finger, and part of the lighting in the hall instantly turned off, forming a dark corridor, connected to the restaurant and directly to the door of the magic tower. The three vampires were startled when they saw the tower master snap his fingers, thinking that the tower master had broken his promise and killed them. Unexpectedly, a dark corridor opened up in a bright hall. It is slightly wide to allow one person to pass through. If two people want to walk side by side, one of them will be unlucky enough to be exposed to the lighting. Such a strange scene prevented the surrounding light from spreading into the darkness, forming two distinct worlds. Dorothy Nagy was even more afraid of the magical power of the tower owner. With a lifespan of more than 200 years, she is not ignorant of magic. According to the standards of the Magicians Association, she is also an official magician, but she had no idea how to form the scene before her. But what is known is that the tower owner seems to have plans to release him. She tried to ask, "Aren't you going to conclude a blood covenant with me?" The so-called covenant is meant to be broken, although I don't know the detailed ritual process and the impact after it is performed. I think it will be binding on you and even me, if your father or yourself are allowed to worry about you all day long. Wouldn't it be even more troublesome for me to break the alliance? Anyway, I already know the threat to you from the magic tower. Letting you leave can be regarded as a gesture of goodwill on my part. I will kill him immediately, and there will be no second conversation. Then, can we go? Of course. I don't want to keep you overnight. By the way, do you have any good solutions to my student's situation? Lin pointed at the still unconscious Ka, who was leaning on Halumi. Elegant. Exposure to simulated sunlight also seemed to cause her slight pain, and it seems to be continuing to deepen. Dorothy Nagy took one look and said, "Garlic is the right answer. Squeeze a large amount of garlic into juice, and give it to your students until they vomit. As long as they vomit 3 times, the toxins will be gone. Moreover, the vampire who bit her is dead, and after the poison is removed, there will be no sequelae." "I know. Please." Lenny waved his hand to see the guests off. The 3 remaining vampires immediately transformed into bat forms without saying much. Under the protection of the black mist, pass through the dark tunnel as quickly as possible, and leave the Tower of the Great Sage. Leave this place where they can be easily killed. My father must be informed of the threat from the Tower of the Great Sage, and even compatriots from the Nagy clan must be prohibited from invading. Gabriel Astrupwood's use of magic is far beyond what we, the long-lived species with a lifespan of hundreds of years, can understand. As for the other clans, Dorothy Nagy decided to abide by the agreement with the tower owner and warn them not to invade. The deceased Jian was in front of her. If some people really thought she lived too long, There was nothing she could do. However, based on her understanding of her own race, even those fighting sects who despise short-lived species still cherish life. The longer you live, the more you fear death. This principle seems to apply to all races. And Dorothy Nagy herself would never step into this tower a second time. Although this decision is not a blood covenant, it is more unbreakable than any oath. After sending away the uninvited guests, Lin asked Halloumi to deal with the garlic juice. He himself picked up the girl in pain and walked to their room. After what happened today, the Tower of the Great Sage will have to set up more strict protection against these assassins and thieves to prevent this kind of accident from happening again. As Lin walked, he thought about the anti-theft measures after the modernization of the Earth, and which of them could be applied in this magical world. This idea is not unfounded. The vampire invasion is a beginning. The following night, there were often uninvited guests, hiding in the corner of the Tower of the Great Sage that few people pass by. It's just that these people think that their stealth skills are so proficient that no one can detect them. But he didn't expect that Lin had already set it up. When the vital signs were above a certain level, and there were no 3 masters and apprentices with records, the magic tower would actively send out a warning message. And at the same time, the monitoring in the core room would start tracking. Therefore, the tower owners knew exactly which thieves had snuck in. But they just had no intention of catching them, or even revealing their secrets. Just block off the places they can reach, or lock the rooms where they're hiding. The 3 masters and disciples evaded consciously to avoid the recurrence of someone falling into the hands of these people in the dark and becoming hostages. After being locked up all night for no reason, most people would leave as soon as they could. As for the lighting, it would be better to solve it by simply making it into a sensor form. Wherever people go, the lights will light up. Otherwise, keep the light to a minimum. Or take the initiative to give instructions to turn off the lights while sleeping. This kind of design is not only for those dark creatures who are afraid of light, but is also threatening to the young people walking in the dark, because it increases their chances of being exposed. What if there really is that kind of thief who can't avoid or escape, and is caught by the 3 masters and apprentices? If the opponent runs backward, then stop chasing. The so-called, don't chase after the enemy. Among the magicians in the Lost World, they believe that no one can chase others with the magic tower on their backs. So taking the risk of being ambushed and chasing the fleeing enemy is not a wise magician. It's really strong enough that the first wave of contact should kill all the enemies. If the opponent rushes forward and attempts to arrest someone, they will be faced with multiple laser beams piercing their body. The design of various self-determined rules made Lin dizzy for a long time. At the same time, it also gave him a deep understanding that magic is more unreasonable than technology. For example, from a technological perspective, how to judge a person's goodwill and malice. It may be possible to determine the state of mind of the person being observed with the help of data such as body temperature, brainwaves, heartbeats, etc., as well as evidence from facial expressions, words, etc., in order to determine the anti-theft measures. Magic just throws a camp to judge. After the enemy and friend are marked, kill those who should be killed and ignore those who should be ignored. Then the world was at peace again. Chapter 61 Trouble is escalating. In the village outside the tower, all kinds of monsters came to get involved. And the increasingly weird atmosphere also infected the 3 masters and apprentices who lived in the Tower of the Great Sage. Mainly because more and more people gathered. And the original buildings were still insufficient after repairs. The original agreement between Lin and the people outside the tower was that they could use the wasteland at will. But if you want to reclaim land or cut down a large number of trees, you must first obtain his consent. Therefore, every time a new person joins, the earliest elder will bring someone to the tower to ask for instructions. Then every time, Lin had to face vague verbal temptations from both sides. While making requests to himself, Lin wanted to ask this group of people if it was because he had never expressed any opinions. So everyone regarded him as an idiot who didn't understand anything. Many of the verbal temptations are so clear that I can no longer understand them. So I just have to name them. But Lin's consistent style is to just nod when people come, regardless of origin or purpose. Just doing this seems to have fueled the arrogance of this group of people and made their behavior more blatant. I was impatient to hear these things, and I couldn't just leave them to the 2 young apprentices to deal with. Otherwise the previous situation of the 2 girls being pestered and talked about would have to happen again. And Lin didn't want to expose those nonsense lies and start a conversation with these people, because that way it would be easy to get involved in things that Lin didn't want to be involved in. Isn't it just because I'm afraid of trouble that I turn a blind eye? This is also the reason why there is a strange low pressure in the magic tower these days. The most ideal situation is for all those outside the tower to get out. But he has no reason to drive them away. This is not the usual practice for the master of the magic tower, to drive away ordinary people in the territory. The sub-ideal situation is the current situation. But you have to endure the temptations and false affections of those people. The next worst thing is a showdown with everyone. Then trouble emerges. No matter how you make a decision, there are always winners and losers. The worst thing that can happen is that after the showdown, you get into some trouble, and you can't get out of it. At that time, I was about to cry without tears. But that village is not all trouble. And there is no benefit at all. Nowadays, as more and more people gather together, it is no longer appropriate to refer to it as a village. With walls built of bricks and stones, various functional shops were established. And the human gathering place within the territory of the Tower of the Great Sage has already taken the shape of a small town. The livestock farm that specializes in supplying items requested by tower owners in lieu of taxes has also expanded. In addition to cattle and sheep, the number of horses increased abnormally. And those were not just ordinary horses. It would make sense to say they were military horses used by knights. However, Lin did not ask for an increase in the daily milk supply and monthly cheese supply, because these things need to be eaten. It is a waste to hand over too much and not finish them. So he declined the villagers' request for more tribute. However, the villagers still resorted to handing over money to proactively raise taxes in disguise. This time, Lin accepted it. Just like the previous reason, not taking what you should take will make people worry about whether they have any bad intentions. If you take more and take less, you don't want to delve into it. Lin didn't want to care if anyone used his own name to embezzle or exploit. So there is such a strange situation. As a time-traveling man, he neither wants to terraform or modernize his own territory. But the population inexplicably increases, and taxes also rise. And he still looked like he was thriving, making those who looked at him feel indescribably weird and disgusting. Every day when he wakes up, Lin is thinking about the strange situation in that village. When will it be broken? And when will it fall into ruin? But as more and more people gathered together, he himself felt confused. Being able to play management games does not mean that you can actually manage a gathering place for human life. Although he doesn't have to worry about most things. And Lin tries not to get involved in those trivial matters. There are still many things that only he can decide that pile up in front of him. If there is a dispute, someone has to come forward to arbitrate. Although there are many old people in the village, their qualifications here are not much different. And no one can convince anyone. So they can only ask the tower owner to make the decision. Lin let go and asked everyone to form a collegial committee, which would discuss and deal with such incidents. Then the members' decisions and charter of the collegial council were placed on Lin's desk. All kinds of big and small things make the man who is proficient in the Glory series and various simulation games feel like he has opened a real-time management game with a god-level difficulty. And it has no fixed menus and instructions. The most annoying thing is that this ghost game has NPC emotions as a variable. But there is no numerical data to judge it. It would be great if there was a time-traveling system that could remind you that your loyalty has increased by 10 or decreased by 20 at any time. Or that you are in a low mood or that you are in a high mood. Sadly, no. The game of life here in the Lost World is as difficult as on Earth. Lin used to be a high-educated loser in life. But here he has not become a winning team in life. At most, he is a Lost Snake 2.0 magic version. If the people in the village were a little more ambitious, they could directly negate the tower owner's power to manage the territory. Even the group of people who were wiped out of the village before turned to drive the owner of the magic tower. But these people ask for instructions and report everything. Lin's feeling is that these people are not afraid of him, but just want to find a reason to drag him into trouble. So they maintain such a relationship. If Lin Lai really wanted to comment on the two groups of people who were wiped out in that village, the current group of people would be even more difficult to deal with than the group of stupid young men who had climbed up to the tower before. At least these people know how to use their brains instead of force. Without a good reason, Lin could not kill these obedient people arbitrarily. Even if they were obedient, it was just their disguise. The days of pretending to be stupid are still going on. But according to Lin's observation, the trouble seems to be continuing and the level is increasing. Just like one day, the old man who first came to negotiate with Lin appeared again in the lobby of the Tower of the Great Sage and made a strange request. Want to organize a militia? Lin confirmed the other party's request again. Yes, Your Excellency, Tower Master. Because the population of the town has increased significantly. There have been more travelers coming and going. We are wondering whether we should organize a team of militia. In addition to maintaining order in the town, it is also responsible for clearing the forest and guard the safety of the town. In this way, there is no need to disturb the peace of the tower owner or even ask your students to intervene because of some small disputes. They all call themselves small towns. As for the reason, that sounded very upright. Lin said nonchalantly, I have no objection to this. Just think about it clearly. Yes. Thank you very much, Your Majesty the Tower Master, for your generosity. In the next few days, in the surveillance footage of the town, the militia was established, and a swearing-in ceremony was also painstakingly held. But in Lin's opinion, was that a militia? It's okay to call it an army, except that the number is far insufficient. But in terms of weapons and equipment, this is not an ordinary army, but an elite one. Recognizing the members of this militia, most of them were those who initially followed the old man and later joined this group of people. This group of people is also the largest group of members in the town. Now it seems that it may be the remnants of a certain force, because if someone has evil intentions and intends to attack the tower of the great sage from that small town, so the ceremony of forming an army is undoubtedly to alert the enemy, which is very unwise. If it were a team of adventurers or a mercenary organization, there would be no need to stage such a farce in a magician's territory. It is more reasonable to say that this group of people is a noble force. How could the power of the nobles come to the magician's territory? Want to conquer the magic realm? If there are some powerful nobles in the territory of the 5 empires who are not afraid of the magician association, they will have such considerations. But with the situation in the Southwest Peninsula, the magician's association is even stronger than a country. Any nobleman who has such unreasonable thoughts must have his heirs exterminated. Therefore, according to Lin's judgment, the most likely scenario is that this group of people is a group of nobles who were driven out of their original territory. Just as he expected when they first met, they were a group of troublemakers. I regret it now. I didn't think of a reason to refuse in the first place. It was already too late. In the next few days, a name came to Lin's ears: Frank Kingdom Royal Revival Army. Frank Kingdom, among the 13 countries on the southwestern peninsula of the mainland, is considered to be at the forefront in terms of strength. At the same time, the Tower of the Great Sage is also located within the scope of this kingdom, close to the Viscounty of Lorenz to which it belongs, and is on the edge. Incidentally, the first hotel in the town, and also the largest one, was originally built by Viscount Lorenz and the villagers at the time. He could also be regarded as the hero who brought prosperity to the town. About a year ago, the Kingdom of Frank was the most discussed country on the forum, because the king was killed by his ministers. The royal family was almost completely destroyed. To be honest, I can't blame the minister. He asked the king to sleep with his wife, and took advantage of her verbally. If the strength of the royal family is greater than that of the nobles, nothing bad will happen except for wearing a few cuckolds. However, when the royal family declined and the subordinates prospered, the balance of power was reversed. If you sleep with someone else's wife at this time, you are courting death. In terms of results, it is indeed dead. In this case, the kingdom was dissolved and the nobles went their own way. For ordinary people, life can still be lived. The regicide minister had no intention of replacing him. After rescuing his wife, who had been crippled by someone else, she was really crippled. One of her arms was chopped off by the king. He returned to his territory. The whole country was left in chaos. On the contrary, several other nobles with similar strength had their own thoughts. Almost all the royal family members of the Frank kingdom were killed, except for the eldest princess, Mirasalian, the eldest sister of the former king, who was not in the royal city at the time, but lived in a monastery. After the rebellion, the eldest princess disappeared from the convent. Until now, it appeared in front of my eyes. Lin looked at the noble man who had royal blood, but was almost spending his whole life in a monastery because he was not favored by his younger brother, who was the king. The suffering did not bring her any negative emotions. She was cold and resolute, bringing straight lines to that beautiful face. In her expression, there was no aristocratic pride, but more of an indescribable self-confidence. It is a kind of self-recognition from the inside out, not a false recognition of greatness based on blood. Troublesome Woman. Chapter 62 Request for Assistance. After being baptized by countless two-dimensional movie and TV series and entertainment tidbits, Lin can basically judge whether a woman is a green tea bitch or a natural idiot at the first glance. And the woman in front of him, who seemed to have taken her life too seriously, happened to be one of the types that Lin didn't want to mess with. Fortunately, Princess Mirisarian came here today to act as a mascot. And the two people around her were the real talkers. The elder, whom he had met many times, finally revealed his identity. He is the leader of the Knights of the Kingdom Sword of Frank Kingdom, Mendelssohn Heyman, due to many interactions with him. He also understood the character of the Tower Master very well, which words were useful, and which words were in vain, which made him seem quite silent today. And most of the limelight was taken away by another young man, a nobleman from the royal family, the youngest son of Count Kohler, Meyer Kohler. Looking at the way he kept talking, Lin knew that the rumor that the upper-class nobles in the lost world must learn eloquence was indeed true. Almost from the beginning of the founding of the Frank Kingdom, the deeds of the heroes of the past generations, to the good and bad governance of the previous kings, gave Lin a vivid history lesson. As for the reason for the current situation, he explained it in just one sentence. The former king was stupid. The next step was to praise Princess Mila's excellent character, saying that it was rare in heaven and rare in the world, as if not letting her wear that crown was an unforgivable sin. Then he took out a map of the kingdom, and used it to point out the momentum of the world and analyze the current situation. In the current chaotic situation, the nobles of the kingdom are roughly divided into 4 factions. The royal family faction, the weakest party, but has gathered many small nobles. The neutral faction, surprisingly, is represented by the regicide. They are some nobles who close their doors and just want to defend their territory. The people of this faction are not united. They just classify people who do not belong to other factions into this category. The Prime Minister faction was dominated by the former king's prime ministers, and was the faction where most of the powerful figures in the original royal court gathered. These people just want to maintain the unity of the kingdom, and thereby protect their own interests. There are rumors that people from this group plan to learn from other races' public deliberation systems and transform into a republic. But to be honest, not many people paid attention to them. And the former king's gaffe was also blamed on these people. So in terms of political reputation, this was the weakest group. But in terms of strength, they are not at the mercy of others. The Marquis faction, also known as the usurper faction, as the name suggests, a person who wants to change the dynasty and put the crown on his head. This is the strongest group of people. But the gap in power is not yet decisive. This was the beginning of the kingdom's chaos, when nobles of all sizes attacked and united with each other, gradually forming a 4-legged stance. As the excitement gradually cooled down after the initial conflagration, and the neighboring kingdoms tried to win over and annex them, they also extended their hands into the chaotic Frank kingdom. So people from the 4 factions began to use negotiation methods instead. War and the idea of ending the chaos as soon as possible. So now the rules of the game have become, win over the nobles and gather troops. After comparing hard power, it will be easier to win over other nobles, and then gather more troops. It is similar to the troop explosion flow of real-time strategy games. Whoever explodes more troops can make others surrender without having to tie the opponent. So, now join Princess Mila's command and help us rebuild this chaotic country. Lord Tripwood, our army is still very weak. As long as you have your funding and participation, we will definitely be able to achieve the reputation of the Tower of the Great Sage. Will definitely shock some unscrupulous people. Having said all that, drama requires both money and people. Lin said without hesitation. I refuse. Very good. You refused, rejected? It seemed to be an unexpected change. Meyer Kohler's suddenly raised tone showed how unexpected he was. Why did you refuse? How could you refuse? Let Xian explain calmly. If I were an ordinary magician, swearing allegiance, or being employed by Her Royal Highness, then it would be reasonable to do those things. But as the owner of a magic tower, I do not interfere between nobles. Things are written in black and white in the contract. I cannot violate the contract. What are you talking about? You allowed the Renaissance army to establish its base in your territory, which shows your attitude. Now you have to stay out of it. Do you think it's possible? If the two things are related to each other, then I can only regretfully ask everyone in the Renaissance army to leave my territory. You? Master Kohler. Knight Commander Mendelssohn Heyman said to stop the angry young nobleman who was on the verge of breaking out, and said, Master, according to the convention, Lord Tripwood cannot get involved in our affairs. Please exercise restraint. The convention is an agreement made between the envoys of the 5 great empires of the Lost World and the Magician Association. It does not have a very strong binding force. It is basically a treaty that does not exist if no one mentions it. If someone mentions it, it must be abided by. Of course, if someone violates the agreement and someone else wants to cause trouble, they will follow the rules. To put it bluntly, it is an excuse and a fig leaf for the powerful and senior officials. The so-called non-intervention in affairs between nobles includes acts of war between countries. In addition to dealing with the invasion of dark creatures, genocide-style extermination wars, or the attack of abyssal species such as demons and devils, the master of the magic tower has the power to stay out of the war between nobles. Take the Tower of the Great Sage as an example. The magic tower that is close to the territory of Viscount Lorenz. If it joins his political opponents or hostile nobles with territorial disputes, it will rely on the location of the magic tower to cause trouble for Viscount Lorenz all day long. That's not to say that the harassed nobles were depressed to death. Hence the non-intervention pact. This is something no one mentions and treats it as something they don't know. But now that the tower master in front of him has said it, any more words after that are just a waste of words, and may even anger the tower master and lose the existing foundation. Mendelssohn Heimann apologized and took the angry young man away. Her Royal Highness the Princess followed silently. Apart from introducing herself, she never said a word from beginning to end. She just stared at the tower owner calmly and without being rude. No emotion is visible. Looking at the people leaving indifferently, Lin's figure gradually faded and disappeared. Back at the meeting place of the Renaissance Army, some radical young people gathered together to ask the master of the Tower of the Great Sage about his intentions. Meyer Kohler, on the other hand, tried his best to complain and slander, stirring up everyone's resentment. There were even slogans about storming the tower and seizing money. The Tower of the Great Sage is very rich, and it has actually been advertised on the forum for quite some time. After all, the Chamber of Commerce's horse and cart teams that deliver supplies are not necessarily the same group of people every time. After these people returned, they would inevitably brag to their relatives and friends about how many boxes they had seen, plus the large amount of supplies that had been sent into the tower. Then the matter was exposed on the forum. The more rumors there were, the more bizarre they became. Eventually, the image of the Great Sage's tower as a wealthy country became deeply ingrained. Not to mention that the truth was not far from the truth. As a result, there are more and more people coveting it, including the Renaissance Army living here. People of the older generation feel inappropriate about young people's unscrupulous discussions, but they can't explain why they feel uneasy. Although the Tower of the Great Sage has massacred a village and wiped out a team of inspectors in the past, in the eyes of most people, it is still an antique tower controlled by a rookie magician, and it cannot be that strong. Go. So, Your Highness Princess, after the discussion reached the final decision, Miracle excitedly said to the people who were loyal to him, "As long as we get your permission, we can capture the Great Sage in a raid." Although she was not wearing luxurious clothes, Mirisarian still had that captivating temperament. After the negotiation failed, she returned to the assembly hall and just drank tea quietly and listened to everyone's thoughts and discussions. Asked by a group of excited, sparkling-eyed young people, she simply said flatly, "I don't agree with your request." "Why, Your Highness Princess? Our spies have entered the tower several times before, and have completely grasped the layout and layout inside. There will definitely be no accidents. The money in that tower is enough for us to organize a huge army. This will also ensure your coronation. The tower master took me and my original followers in before, without any restrictions, and allowed us to develop. I will never forget this kindness. I will not attack him in turn because of the problem of funds. In short, this matter is like this decision. Anyone who takes the initiative to attack the magic tower will be declared to the outside world as not supporting me, and I will definitely expel the person from my side." Seeing the princess' decisive words, Mendelssohn Heimann immediately said, "Gentlemen, since this is the princess's wish, we and other followers should naturally respect and obey it. Let's discuss this matter here." We still need to discuss the faction, who goes to convince other noble lords, the most experienced subordinates, while characterizing the matter, also shifted everyone's attention to another important matter. Mirisalian took a long breath of heart, but there were still words that she could not say just now. I had felt a very powerful dark creature enter the tower before, and that power was enough to kill the current revival army several times without any damage. But for such a powerful dark creature, most of its aura disappeared in an instant. She once guessed that those dark creatures had reached the intention of cooperating with the tower owner and lurked, or they died in the magic tower again. Today, when he entered the tower of the great sage and started negotiations with the tower owner. Mirasarian did not feel the slightest hint of darkness. This means that the magic tower is smart enough to hide the aura of dark creatures lurking, or it has really killed those dark creatures. No matter what the answer was, she didn't want to attack that tower and become the enemy of the tower owner. Chapter 63: The Usurper's Messenger. Late at night, Mirasarian returned to his dormitory. Two maids brought a basin of water for her to wash herself. Among them, the elder stood beside her and asked in a language different from ordinary people, "Baiwu, have you found any traces of darkness in that tower?" "No." There was no disgusting smell. No dark aura. Not even a hint of disgust. "Has it been hidden? Maybe it's another situation we discussed." The woman standing behind the eldest princess and combing her hair said, "It's impossible. A dark creature left that tower that day. Isn't this evidence that they are colluding with each other? That can also be interpreted as escape. Not necessarily collusion between the two parties. Then why not ask the tower owner directly? It's not that time yet, and we can't just alert someone without sufficient evidence. If there is indeed collusion between the two parties, the tower owner will definitely get the punishment he deserves." Once the decision was made, the two women had no more doubts. They all gave military salutes and whispered, "Yes, White Mist Warrior Commander." Different from other people's perception, Mirasarian stayed in the monastery of Klein, the mysterious lord, not because he was under house arrest or simply escaping from the world, but because he was personally selected by the gods. The mysterious church is mainly about asceticism, and the church's high in combat power. The temple warriors is even more powerful than the temple warriors or noble knights of other churches. And this eldest princess is a temple warrior chief. Her status is comparable to that of a bishop, and her strength is not to mention. The reason why this matter is rarely known is that she uses her Christian name instead of her real name in various church activities. If the word White Mist is mentioned, it is recognized by everyone as one of the strongest in the Southwest Peninsula. In the eyes of others, the two women accompanying her thought they were just maids brought by the two eldest princesses from the monastery. But I never thought that they were members of the same temple warriors, and were directly subordinate to the White Mist team. The strange language they use is the divine language of the mysterious Lord Klein. It can be learned through study or blessing from the gods. It is the only way to perform magic and communicate with the gods. The gods in the lost world all have their own languages. Even if they are gods in the same system and have a superior and subordinate relationship, their languages are only similar, not the same. Therefore, many times, people who are proficient in divine language use this method to communicate with each other, which is very confidential. Of course, the matters discussed become whispers to the ears of the spirit. Therefore, some profane words must never be uttered. As for the fact that the three of them are in the Renaissance army, it is not because they ran away from the church or acted on their own for their own selfish desires. It was because the gods they believed in issued an oracle and approved the actions of the three. What is the purpose of the mysterious lord? Have no idea. They only know that the great being allows them to act freely as they wish, as long as one is familiar with the divine language and prays sincerely. It is not difficult to obtain the oracle. Therefore, in the church in the lost world, there is no pope, son, saint, or the like, let alone a person who has the power to cover the sky. Anyway, the boss is in heaven, and he will tell you anything he has to say. Those who question it will end badly, if things really get out of hand. It's not unusual for a saint to appear and beat up a traitor. After finishing the conversation with his subordinates and washing away the fatigue of the day, Mirasarian leaned against the window. Looking out the window on the second floor, you can vaguely see the top of the magic tower at the top of the treetops. The incomplete traces of a battle in the past combined with the newly renovated appearance gave it an indescribable feeling. The personality of a deity is as expressed in his godhead. The personality of the mysterious Lord Klein and the characteristics of his church are literally the word mysterious. Therefore, the top leaders of the mysterious church like to hide their true faces and identities, and use Christian names, pseudonyms, code names, etc. to refer to each other. Few people know that another characteristic of Klein's character is to explore mysteries. It's not like a thief or spy, prying into other people's privacy. It's a curiosity about unknown things. This is also a characteristic shared by the higher-ups of the mysterious church. In other words, people who are not interested in unknown mysterious things will not be favored by the Lord of Mystery. Although the Tower of the Great Sage has stood for thousands of years, it has no secrets in the eyes of the world. But since the tower owner moved in, this magic tower which is disliked by most magicians, seems to be reborn and once again surrounded by fog. Is this mystery brought about by the undiscovered secrets of the magic tower itself? Or does it come from the tower owner? Mirisarian thought seriously. Since the revival army of the Frank Kingdom raised its banner, the small town within 10 days of the Tower of the Great Sage has had more discussions on the forum. Not surprisingly, no one mentioned that the magic tower did not intervene in the disputes between nobles. The magicians believe that it is impossible for a tower owner to carry the magic tower on his back to fight everywhere. The non-intervention agreement was originally a clause proposed by the nobles, so they don't question that at all. No one from the Frank Kingdom's nobles or dignitaries from other kingdoms raised any objection to this point. In any case, the person currently residing in the territory of the magic tower is a member of the royal family with pure blood and a righteous name. If it has not been made public, no one will say anything if it is dealt with secretly. But now that it is put on the table, verbal criticism and insults are criminal acts and are despised. So now that Princess Salian is holding her flag high, many people come to express their loyalty, and many people come to test her. But what remains unchanged is that everyone is thinking about their own interests. Finally, a very special person also sent an envoy to meet with Her Royal Highness the Princess. A jester beside Marquis Newman was escorted by a group of noble children dressed in fancy clothes. What is the purpose of the leader of the usurper faction sending people to meet the royal family members? At first, everyone was still confused. But after the meeting between the two parties, outrageous news came out. What? Marriage? That gray-haired old man wants to marry Her Royal Highness the Princess. It's just for the prince's crown that he puts forward such an exaggerated opinion. What a joke. Kill those envoys and curse them. Go to H.L. and go to the late king to confess. The radical young and strong faction shouted loudly and brazenly outside the conference venue. However, the members of the royal family who attended the meeting were all veterans who had initially loyal to them. But this group of people looked embarrassed. Only Meyer Kohler had a disapproving expression on his face and looked at the envoy of Marquis Newman in a clown costume. He seems to know the dangers of this trip, and also knows that he is a jester, and he is an outcast. The envoy still looked indifferent, made all kinds of joking exaggerated expressions, and said in a strange tone, "So, as long as His Highness agrees to marry Marquis Newman, the combined strength of both parties can not only suppress those guys who dream of a republic. The Marquis also promised to kill the traitor who killed the king and avenge the late king. Is there anything bad about such a happy ending?" Meyer Kohler said seriously. "Of course it's not good. It's very bad. Just hearing it makes me feel bad all over. Why does the Marquis think such a strategy can succeed? He really thinks that the kingdom of Frank is already here? Is he in control?" As the person involved, Her Royal Highness the Princess, who had always maintained her noble temperament, was looking at the man dressed as a clown in front of her with dead fish eyes. I began to think about whether it would make me feel better if I put on the armor of blessing, went directly to the old man's base camp, and took off his dog head. In the end, the negotiations broke down. But in order to maintain the dignity of the nobles, the people of the Renaissance army still sent the envoys away as gifts. The clown man who left the town did not return, but turned towards the Tower of the Great Sage. The purpose of this trip is of course not just to contact members of the Renaissance army, but to find out the tower owner's intentions is also an important task. With great fanfare and no regard for other people's eyes, the messenger and his party walked into the door of the magic tower. After hearing the news, Meyer Kohler also wanted to send someone in to observe the meeting between the tower owner and the Marquis envoy. This kind of behavior was so stupid that I don't know how to describe it. After Mendelssohn Heyman's strong restraint, he finally did not take action. But there is no doubt that every move in the Tower of the Great Sage at this time affects the minds of everyone in the Renaissance army. As for another wave of unwelcome guests, the smile on Lin's face was a little stiff. After receiving a series of bombardments of titles from the envoy, the corners of his dry smile began to twitch. The group of young people who followed were all the heirs of a certain lord. Those who are the same are all the second son, third son, etc. And there is no eldest son who is the first heir among them. He didn't know what the motives of these people were for being so arrogant. But Lin had really experienced aristocratic rudeness. Finally, after a series of nonsense, the messenger in clown clothes said, "Your Excellency, Master of the Tower, my lord's original intention was not to be an enemy of you. In fact, your behavior of taking in the eldest princess is extremely inappropriate. The Master of the Magic Tower will not intervene. Noble affairs are routine. If you violate this convention, You will become a public enemy of the mainland. They label each other as soon as they meet. Are these people here deliberately to die? Lin thought this in his heart, but said politely, when I took them in, I didn't know that Her Royal Highness the Princess was among them. It was just that some pioneers came and wanted to open up the wasteland outside the tower. So I agreed. Of course, I have no intention of intervening in the affairs between nobles. So your lord is too worried. I also asked the envoy to tell your lord that if you have any questions, please go to Princess Salian directly without going through me. Agree or approve, and I will not interfere in any way. Oh, with a profound sigh, the clown-dressed messenger looked at the owner of the magic tower with disdain. He stopped the words of other nobles and said, I understand. I will truthfully convey the thoughts of the tower master to Marquis Newman. Please also remember what you said today, and don't violate it in the future. After finishing speaking, got up and prepared to leave. Lin was happy to stop telling these people false stories. Stood up quickly, said with a smile, of course. Then he sent the annoying guests away. Unexpectedly, his behavior was regarded as a sign of fear by the envoy and his party. On the way out, everyone felt that the results of this trip far exceeded their expectations. The aristocratic children in the team who originally had exaggerated expressions now have lean faces. He said to the leader, the brash triplet seems to be very afraid of the strength shown by the Marquis. So he is busy cutting ties with the eldest princess and her group. It seems that the plan can be put forward. The clown man nodded. The original purpose of their group was to try to anger the royal family, or the master of the magic tower, and make them kill people, so that they would have an excuse to fight back. As the second or third sons of nobles, everyone in the team had no future to look forward to in a stable environment. So I took the risk and wanted to take the credit. Now that everyone has escaped safely, they have also discovered the enemy's thoughts. Then the most risky plan can be put on the table and discussed with a group of old immortals in power. That is to defeat them one by one, targeting the Renaissance army and the Tower of the Great Sage. Chapter 64. Desperate again. The messenger who was expected to be displeased was driven away from his eyes, and the matter came to an end. The members of the revival army of the Frank Kingdom, who were staying in the town outside the Tower of the Great Sage, began to send envoys on a large scale to contact nobles who had not made a clear statement. At the same time, he lobbied the small nobles who were on the fringes and were not taken seriously by other factions. At the same time, the usurper faction headed by Marquis Newman also made big moves. They gathered their troops and visited noble territories one after another, exerting great power to overthrow Shunsheng. But what is surprising is that for the nobles who agreed to join, they organized an army to join them. For the nobles who disagreed, they did not go to war and capture their castles and territories. Just leave. Such behavior actually gave Marquis Newman's army a good reputation and increased its momentum. Gradually, more and more people are willing to join his ranks. Some of those who had refused before reorganized their armies and caught up with them. A major factor in such a change is that the Marquis's views have been slightly adjusted. Originally, he wanted to change dynasties and steal the king's crown. Now, he wanted to marry the eldest princess in exchange for the prince's crown. Regarding the former, the nobles who have been loyal to the Salian family from their ancestors are not able to adapt. But with the latter approach, fewer people have objections. In the final analysis, these nobles do not want to lose the territory that is the foundation of the nobles. Nor do they want to add a reputation of betrayal to their family's experience. In this regard, the members of the Renaissance army sent by the royal family tried their best to declare to the nobles everywhere that Her Royal Highness the Princess had absolutely no intention in this regard. But when it comes to the continuation of the royal bloodline, there are various theories. Some want to adopt adopted children from distant relatives, and some want to choose husbands from young nobles. The only thing that is the same is that none of these opinions were actually asked to Mirisarian himself. In fact, from the moment Mirisalian left the mysterious church and accepted the protection of a group of veterans loyal to the royal family, she was like a puppet, letting others manipulate her and rarely raising any opinions. The previous proposal to refuse to raid the Tower of the Great Sage was a rare tough tone. Because of this, some young people were slightly dissatisfied. For others, a royal woman can just follow the arrangements of a man and do not need to worry about things beyond her ability. To me, the power of the warrior chief of the mysterious church temple is far greater than the throne of a small country in the southwest peninsula. Having the crown is just an added bonus. Not having it is not a pity at all. Furthermore, everyone she can see is scum to her, and no one has the ability to hurt her. So she has an indifferent attitude towards many things and lets others arrange them, even if it was information that seemed weird. And people who claimed to be loyal to the royal family had strange reactions. Mirasalian would ignore it as long as there was no possibility of harming her. Such an indifferent attitude caused the current dilemma. Marquis Newman led an army of 5,000 to 7,000 men and settled in Viscount Lorenz, adjacent to the Tower of the Great Sage. The journey from the town took less than a day. At the same time, the royal family's revival army has only 151 troops in the town, excluding the eldest princess and maids who have no combat effectiveness. Although many people came to seek refuge after raising the banner, a considerable number of people were also sent as envoys to the territories of other nobles. Will Margrave Newman maintain his usual benevolent style? This is what everyone wants to know. With such a disparity in strength, capturing the eldest princess alive seemed to be the best option. What about everyone else besides the eldest princess? Some people wanted to force conscription in the town, but they were asked to leave the town. War between nobles should not be brought into the territory of magicians. Someone is seriously planning a route to escape again for Her Royal Highness the Princess. Some people are also thinking privately about the direction in which they should escape. Everyone had different thoughts and spent a sleepless night. When I woke up, there were a fewer members of the Renaissance army. Early in the morning, Mendelssohn Heyman, dressed in military uniform, knocked on the door of the Loyalist room and said, "Your Highness, we should leave. It has been too long and the army has surrounded us. By then, we will not be able to leave even if we want to." Putting on the God-given armor secretly, Mirasalian and her subordinates were all covered with large cloaks, hiding their fully armed postures. She looked at the depressed old man with a complicated expression and said, "Do you want to continue running away?" Because he didn't understand the purpose of the mysterious lord agreeing to leave the church with his two subordinates and return to the family to inherit the throne. Mirasalian has never taken the initiative, but looks at the development of things from a bystander's perspective. The foolish and loyal old man worked hard and exhausted all efforts to revive the royal family, and the hard work involved was also seen in Myra's eyes. Many times, she wanted to say to the old man, "Forget it. There is no need to work so hard. As long as she has a flail, she has the ability to kill all dissenters in the kingdom. It really doesn't need to be so troublesome." But in the end, she still couldn't say these words. Even after countless nights of praying and asking the Heavenly Master, no oracle ever came down. She can still only follow the original oracle's instructions, return to the family and inherit the throne. "Your Highness, we should leave." Meyer Kohler came to urge him. As the third son of a nobleman, he became very active after arriving in the town and became the think tank of the Renaissance army. There is nothing wrong with any of the ideas. In the eyes of others, they just have a little more youthful energy. His opinions can also be regarded as the thoughts that new supporters who have joined his forces want to express. Since both the old and new groups want to leave, let's go! Leaving this small town where I have lived for nearly a year. In the early morning, the fog is thick. If you want to hide your whereabouts and consider the line of sight, this is the best time to escape. Abandoning the unnecessary wait. Not even a carriage was pulled out. Everyone, either on horseback or on foot, headed south in a dejected atmosphere. That direction is another country. The Kingdom of Reunion. The eldest princesses and married there, and became the queen. Although she is no longer here, her cousin is a duke of the Kingdom of Reunion. Although she has not been in contact for a long time, taking refuge with relatives in other countries can easily become an excuse for other countries to intervene in national affairs. Although this kind of drama is still new in the Southwest Peninsula, it is often performed in other places in the lost world with a longer history. Even the nobles of various countries have become such a mess that it is difficult to distinguish their origins. Making this difficult decision on behalf of the eldest princess was the most regretful time in Mendelssohn Heyman's life. As for the proposer and promoter, Meyer Kohler seems to have forgotten that he was also one of the eldest princess's suitors, and actively encourages people to continue moving in the unknown direction. Meyer Kohler took the lead, leading the group forward and walking through the forest. The fog is so thick that the rear end of the team often cannot see the situation at the front end. They can only follow the footsteps of the people walking in front of them, and walk quickly. Originally, in such an early morning, one should enjoy the time of chirping birds, sipping warm milk, and thinking about the affairs to be carried out today. But Mirasalian, who was riding on the horse, was not in the usual leisurely mood. Forget it without warm milk, but what does a morning without the chirping of birds mean? Suddenly the fast-moving brigade stopped, and everyone stood there blankly, at a loss. Mendelssohn Hyman ran to the front of the team. But he did not see Meyer Kohler, but another group of people. He asked, "Why did the team stop?" "Lord Kohler moved too fast for us to catch up. We couldn't tell which way he went. Where are the footprints on the ground? It's too messy to see." At this time, Mendelssohn Hyman was in a dilemma again. He had to wait where he was until the young man who had rushed forward remembered to look back. When he couldn't see anyone, he still knew how to turn back and meet up with the group. Or maybe it's time to stop waiting, recognize the south clearly, and move in the designated direction. Although the team was dispersed, it had to be so when there were pursuers behind. The eldest princess, who rode up to the front of the team, also seemed to want to see the reason for the stop. Mendelssohn Hyman stepped forward first and said, "Your Highness, we have separated from Lord Kohler. Should we wait for them to turn back? Or should we continue walking?" "No need. Knight Commander Hyman, organize everyone to set up defenses on the spot. We are surrounded." "How is that possible?" the old man whispered. Unbelievable. Although the fog in the early morning was thick, it went away quickly and dissipated in the blink of an eye. Among the sparse woods, one can see densely packed soldiers surrounding his group. There was a hint of panic in the crowd. However, the group of people who followed the eldest princess from the beginning quickly organized a defensive formation under the command of Mendelssohn Hyman to protect those who were loyal to them. The surrounding army had no intention of attacking. It just stood firmly around, without any gaps. At first, everyone was still wondering why they fell into a tight siege without any sound. But after seeing Meyer Kohler and his group standing opposite, no one even had the energy to complain or curse. "Her Royal Highness, give up resistance and surrender," Meyer Kohler shouted loudly. "Marquis Newman promised that as long as you don't resist, he is not willing to harm human lives. We are all part of the kingdom." On the besieged side, no one wants to talk to the eloquent young people. Meyer Kohler continued, "Your Highness, I was once your admirer. Until now, my thoughts have not changed. But for the future of the kingdom, do not continue to be divided, and do not be embezzled by other countries. You and Nua Marquis Amon's marriage is the only choice. This is for the good of the country." For the good of the country. Boy, if you had said these words yesterday, when you were standing next to me, you might have thought about them. But standing opposite and saying these words is unnecessary. Such a thought flashed through Merisalian. But she did not say it out loud, but asked about another thing. "These are not the only people in Marquis Newman's army. Where are the others?" According to intelligence, the enemy should have a strength of 50 to 70. But Merisalian judged based on experience that the strength of the encirclement network was only between 1,000 people. And it seems that the enemy general is not among them. If she wanted to take action, directly capturing Marquis Newman would be the easiest solution. But that also requires people to be there. The Marquis took the group of kingdom refugees to visit the tower owner of the Great Sage's Tower. Chapter 65, Attacking the Tower. It's a little early. A small town within the territory of the Great Sage's Tower. The Frank Kingdom Restoration Army left in the early morning. The remaining residents in the town thought that the matter was over and had nothing to do with them anymore. But the secretly surrounding army did not think so. There was no time for the alarm bell to ring, and the messenger didn't even have a chance to shout. The brick walls used to defend against monsters and savages cannot stop the human army. Before the residents could even think of resisting, they were suppressed. The only good thing is that Marquis Newman, who showed up in person, did not hurt anyone. Just have the soldiers drive everyone into the town square. Townships, don't worry. Wearing bright and powerful armor, Marquis Newman was like a gentle old man, smiling kindly and said to everyone, "I am not here to hurt you. Listen to my soldiers. Guidance. No one will be hurt and everyone can spend the day safely." The morning fog dissipated, and the morning sun shone from behind the Marquis. His mighty armor shone brightly, reflecting his silver hair and beard. What should have been such a beautiful scene brought an ominous chill to the eyes of the townspeople. At the same time, Myrkal had just finished answering the questions from the eldest princess. Merisalian. A cruel tactic suddenly emerged in the minds of veterans, who had been on the battlefield for a long time. As long as there are enough people, and they are willing to sacrifice. The interior of most magic towers is easy to break. Fill all the traps with human lives, and then kill the tower owner in one fell swoop. In a limited space. No matter how powerful the magician is, he cannot resist the endless stream of enemies. But the premise of everything is to be able to break into the tower, as a war fortress that protects the civilized world and resists the invasion of darkness. When the magic tower is attacked by the army, It will of course cast strategic magic that is regarded as a forbidden spell to kill a large number of enemies. How to block strategic magic has become the most important issue for the attacking side. Learn from the barbarians and drive the hostages at the forefront of the battle line to attack the enemy formation or siege the city. The nobles of the Lost World launched a war against the magic tower. The most despicable tactic was to take a large number of ordinary people as hostages and spread them among the army, making it difficult for the tower owner to use the strategic magic of the magic tower. The reason why strategic level magic is considered a forbidden spell is because its ability to cause mass destruction can easily injure ordinary people. So it is not allowed to be used outside the battlefield. What about the large numbers of ordinary people on the battlefield? We didn't force ordinary people to attack the tower. We just took it with them. This is the excuse the attacking side will use. It seems like a legitimate excuse, but it doesn't diminish its despicable nature. If the tower owner doesn't care, he will just ban the curse and cleanse the ground. Although the invading army was repelled, when faced with pressure from the Magicians Association, most of the time, they would become losers. No matter how you explain it, there are ordinary people killed and injured by magic that should not be used against them. The punishment for abusing forbidden curses is unimaginably severe. If you are afraid of the existence of ordinary people and dare not cast forbidden spells for the attacking army with numerical superiority, the outcome is already decided. Regardless of the outcome, it was the worst war. And it also touched Mirasalian's bottom line. Anger burned in his chest, along with feelings of uneasiness and disappointment. She didn't understand why. She only knew one thing. If she didn't vent the fire in her chest, she would regret it for the rest of her life. With one step, Mirasalian got off the tall military horse neatly. He said to his two subordinates in the language of the mysterious lord, "Jixiang, Xingyu, let's take action." At the same time, he took out his usual flail and put aside his cloak disguise. The heavy armor given by the gods was bathed in the sun, and there seemed to be cyan fireflies running across the body. "Oh, it's finally our turn. Get ready to go on a killing spree." White Mist warrior commander. Two temple warriors dressed as maids quickly took out square hammers and maces, and also displayed their god-given heavy armor in front of everyone. Mendelssohn Heyman was shocked when he saw this. He didn't understand why the loyalists dismounted and dressed up like this. His thoughts were so chaotic for a while that he couldn't even pay attention to the question of how the eldest princess could afford to wear this heavy armor. He hurriedly stopped and said, "Your Highness, if you want to break out of the siege, please mount your horse. My subordinates will open the way for you, and you will definitely break out of the siege." The rest of the people were equally excited. Mirasalian lifted the helmet behind his neck, looked at everyone with a murderous look and said, "No, old Heyman, you just need to follow me closely. I'm going to fight back." After saying that, he buckled the helmet and used it as a tip, followed by two temple warriors, one in front and two in back, forming a triangle formation, killing towards the north. The pace seems slow but is fast, and every step is clearly visible in the eyes of others. But Mendelssohn, Hyman and others were chasing after them, but they couldn't catch up even though they ran as fast as they could. The soldiers on the north side of the siege net subconsciously raised their spears and did not wait for the commander's order, because the eldest princess's demonic actions brought them inexplicable meanings. In order to break the unspeakable oppression, the only option is to thrust forward with a gun. With a twist of his wrist and a low step, Mirasalian arrived at the far left of the battle formation in an instant, when the soldier had no time to retract his spear and turned to look at her in astonishment. She regained everything she was like as white mist, under the command of the mysterious lord. The temple warrior chief is the strongest sharp blade, and cannot be stopped by ordinary soldiers. The flail named Morning Star roared with wind and thunder, hitting the soldier's left arm hard. The powerful force not only knocked away the soldier on the far left side of the team, but also knocked down the entire row. Limbs were broken, fractures were broken, internal organs were shattered, and an entire line of soldiers was crippled with just one blow. As soon as they took another step, the soldiers in the second queue immediately retreated in shock, and their formation had dispersed. Jixiang and Xingyu rushed forward and rushed into the formation. They only swept left and right to defeat the enemy. Immediately, a corner of the siege net was loosened, and the rest of the Renaissance army followed Her Royal Highness the Princess out. Meyer Kohler, who was standing in the southern siege net, looked at the disintegrated northern siege net and said angrily, "Damn it! The people guarding the north are all idiots. They actually let them break through. To fight back like this, it should be said that they are too powerful. Damn. It's still too stupid not to pursue him. Not to pursue him." It will do no one any good if Miracelian escapes. The powerful blow of the Temple Warrior Chief by Wu is difficult to understand unless you face it directly. In the eyes of those in other parts of the siege, all credit should go to the magic flail, which only aroused their greed for treasures and overwhelmed their remaining sanity. Before Meyer Kohler could give orders, the others were already chasing after them. Mendelssohn and Hyman thought that the two sides were fighting a retreat, and their morale was inevitably low. Marquis Newman's army thought they were in pursuit, and the greatest treasure was right in front of them, a princess and a magic flail. While their morale was high, they continued to catch up with the rear of the Royal Revival army and encroached on the enemy. If it weren't for the two temple warriors who came to the rescue from time to time, showing strong mobility and superb skills, everyone in the Renaissance army would collapse faster. Although Miracelian didn't care and ran as fast as he could, he just wanted to return to the magic tower as soon as possible to prevent everything that might happen. However, the team was still overtaken and blocked by greedy enemies from time to time. The eldest princess's heroic gesture could not scare anyone away for a while. Going forward in time, all the townspeople were tied up and divided into all queues. Marquis Newman personally led the legion and advanced towards the Tower of the Great Sage. During the march, the arcane eye on the top of the magic tower appeared again. But other than that, the tower owner didn't make any other reaction. He just watched the soldiers arrange their queues. Marquis Newman was leisurely waiting for the deployment of the army. From the previous reports of the envoys and the current reaction of the tower owner, he believed that the rookie magician who had been stationed in the tower for less than 3 years might have been hiding in a corner and shivering, looking at the army in front of him. No one can help but tremble. He had almost gathered more than half of the Frank kingdom's military strength, except for the crown. He felt like an uncrowned king. When everything was ready, Marquis Newman sent an envoy according to Midland's practice. The messenger holding the white flag high represents non-forced negotiation. Killing such a person would be despised, and using such a person to make any small offensive move would be equally despised. So the messenger entered the magic tower smoothly and said loudly, "Your Excellency, Lord of the Tower, on the orders of Lord Newman, the Marquis of the Frank Kingdom, I have come to declare my intention for war. However, Your Excellency does not like to sacrifice human lives, so he ordered me to persuade the Lord of the Tower to surrender. I hope that you will accept your goodwill and come out. The tower surrenders to my lord." Lin, who was standing in the hall on the first floor, calmly listened to the messenger's announcement and said, "War is the proper meaning of war. I have not offended the Marquis in any way. If you want to raise an unjust army, then I can only resist. Please come back." After receiving the answer, the messenger no longer looked serious, but said in a relaxed and regretful tone, "It's a pity. I appreciate the knowledge and wisdom of the Tower Master, but I really don't want to see such an evolution. Then will you put down your weapons? I will consider sparing your life." In response to the Tower Master's arrogant speech, the envoy smiled and said, "Let's see the truth on the battlefield." After saying that, he turned and left. What a graceful young man. What a pity. Lin looked at the departing figure and shook his head slightly. The figure gradually disappeared. The messenger who returned to the main formation conveyed the meaning of the master of the magic tower. Knowing that this battle was inevitable, Marquis Newman did not change his graceful posture, but simply raised his forearm and waved it forward slightly. The long sound of the attack horn spread to every corner of the battlefield, echoing in everyone's chest. For the nobles, this is a war of plunder, and the target is the wealth accumulated by the tower owner, and it is also the bribe that the Marquis promised to distribute to everyone. Therefore, they sent their sacrificial subordinates to the forefront to become the first line of attack on the magic tower, or they launched sacrificial minor nobles to lead the charge. They just have to wait and share the fruits of victory. For the soldiers, the incident of annihilation of villages more than 2 years ago was brought up again. The despicable character of the tower owner who does all kinds of evil is the most frequently mentioned issue in the military recently. They believe that living in this territory is a miserable thing, but they completely ignore the town residents who were captured and tied up and kneeling in front of the queue. If it was really so painful, why would there be a group of people who were used as shields to defend against strategic magic? The attack begins. Chapter 66, Forbidden Curse. At the same time, the sound of the horn also reached the ears of the advancing Miracelian and other Renaissance troops in the distance. Hearing the sound of the horn, their offensive was halted, and they thought they were falling into an ambush. But upon closer inspection, the sound came from further away. There must be another battlefield opening. At the same horn sound, some of the pursuers hesitated, but more people did not hesitate to bite the Renaissance army and his party, who missed the opportunity to take action due to unexpected circumstances. In the name of White Mist, Mirisarian, wearing the armor given by the gods, mercilessly smashed everyone who stood in front of her with a flail. Strong people like her, although they have superb skills, strong endurance and physical strength, are not as effective in killing people as magicians, who concentrate on chanting spells and amplifying their moves. She can easily cut through the enemy's lines and repel the invading strong men, but she cannot destroy the enemy's morale, especially since she was not paying attention to the battlefield in front of her. And the strength and weakness of the enemy and ourselves were still obvious. The soldiers who were unable to face the power of the White Mist still had high morale with the thought of victory in hand. But for Mirisalian, a warning bell rang in her heart, an indescribable intuition, as if the mysterious lord was urging her in her ears. Hurry! Hurry up! Stop this before it gets out of hand! On the battlefield next to the magic tower, soldiers lined up under the command of the nobles, passing over the kneeling hostages tied up with flowers. Their role is only to prevent the tower owner from casting strategic magic, and they only need to exist when it comes to hand-to-hand combat and invasion of the tower. These ordinary people will become an obstacle to the attacker, so letting them fend for themselves on the battlefield instead of forcing them to stand at the forefront of the battle line is a mercy of this group of people who think they are civilized. The queues in the first level of encirclement started taking action at the same time. The soldiers in the direction of the southern gate were naturally the first vanguard of the invasion. The people on the east side were carrying long ladders, preparing to drive in through the gap between the second and third floors. The soldiers from other directions held their great hammers of destruction tilted against their chests, and the noble knight leading the queue took out a scroll of destruction magic, preparing to break through the wall. Magic may be ever-changing, but there are only a few strategies for attacking towers, and all of them involve head-on confrontation with strength and sacrifice. Everyone knew, but no one was afraid, that the rewards and compensation promised by the nobles were enough to cost them their lives. If they really make a big contribution, they will be able to stand up in one fell swoop and enjoy the opportunity to be respected as a knight. Marquis Newman, who was riding on a horse and standing in the center of the main formation, looked at the silent magic tower. It was his first time to experience such a large-scale war. In the past, it was just a conflict between nobles. Hundreds or thousands of people stood in queues, yelled at each other, and after a while, the matter came to an end. In addition to the number of people, the elements of victory also include the motivation before the battle and the formation on the battlefield. The purpose is to make the soldiers under his command believe that they are the righteous party, and the opposite side is a group of damn guys. Following this routine, victory will be within easy reach. But it was also his first time to attack the magic tower. We can only follow the battle examples given by our predecessors, and then make some changes according to local conditions. And then it depends on the performance of the soldiers under our command. What made him a little uncomfortable was that the magic tower was different from a defended fortress or enemy ranks. The tower was silent, and there was no change in morale. Devouring the lives of subordinates in silence like this is not without pressure for the nobles who command them. But the treasure hidden in the tower is coveted. I can only use the beautiful scenery after victory to hypnotize myself and say that everything is worth it. Suddenly, the third floor of the magic tower lit up with lines of cyan light. Densely packed, the arcane eye kept twitching in different directions, left and right, up and down, forward and back, and the rapid changes seemed to foretell that something bad was about to happen. Everyone still doesn't believe that the Tower Master dares to use strategic magic in spite of the disapproval of the world. If he accidentally hurts an ordinary person, he will have to face even stronger retaliation from the entire lost world. After telling himself that it was impossible for the third time, Marquis Newman noticed that the arcane eye had calmed down and stopped moving. At the same time, there was a flash of light in front of my eyes, and then I felt a burning sensation in my chest. What's going on? Lowering his head, he penetrated the shiny and luxurious armor from front to back, leaving a big hole in his chest, and blood kept coming out. Even the fishy smell came back from his throat. The Marquis wanted to maintain his usual elegance, but he couldn't help the bright red flowing from the corners of his mouth. He uses magic after all. Before falling from his horse, the Marquis had one last thought. The last scene that caught his eye was the sight of countless light bullets shooting out in all directions from the top of the tower. Specially improved version of the Tower of the Great Sage. The third stage of the strategic light bomb attack array. After Lin was sure that the surrounding army did not intend to retreat, he launched a magic attack. The powerful detection ability of the arcane eye makes the original attack lock mode even sharper. All light bombs attack the enemy's most energy-rich place, which for humans is the heart. The attack frequency is 300 to 450 rounds per minute, and 4 magic arrays in the southeast, northwest and northwest attack at the same time, which means that the attack frequency per minute exceeds 1000. It is lower than the speed at which 4 of the 50 machine guns that I touched during my compulsory service on Earth were fired at the same time. It's not that it can't be done faster. It's just that Lin doesn't think it's necessary. And using the most basic attack speed, it seems that it cannot cope with such a large number of enemies. So you can only set parameters based on feeling. This is not so much a war. But to Lin, it is just another experiment or game. Sitting in a closed room and watching the numbers change. It was just like playing a strategy video game in the past. How many people died and how much blood was deducted were just game numbers. The surveillance images outside the tower are just a few long shots at fixed positions and fixed angles. For former otakus who are accustomed to watching Hollywood blockbusters, they feel that the scene presented in the picture is a bit fake. But I have never thought that people who are in it feel like they are in H.L. From the moment the first bomb was fired and Marquis Newman fell to the ground, no one realized what was happening. When the light bombs flew up all over the sky, attacking in all directions, hitting everyone's chest accurately, and opening a big hole with blood flowing out, some people began to realize that something was wrong. When the dead man lost his strength and rolled his eyes, the sound of dust falling to the ground reached the ears of his companions, and in front of him was the shocking bloody hole in his chest. Panic really spread. No one can be an H.L. and still have courage. Everyone, whether they were civilian soldiers or noble knights, threw down their weapons and shields. Some of them were quick to take off their armor, turned around and ran away. Cues are no longer important. Under the forbidden curse, any kind of battle formation of the army cannot bring hope of survival. Those high-ranking nobles are no different from common people in the face of death. Their noble blood did not bring them any courtesy, and the value of everyone was just a bullet. The collapsed army fled into the forest like an ebbing tide. This did not change their fate, and more people died on the way to escape. The light bullet that struck from behind was still accurate, passing through the back armor, spine, heart, and then burst out of the chest. But they had no choice but to run away, just like the common sense in the lost world. What is the only way to deal with the forbidden curse? Just run away. You can survive by escaping from the attack range and the area covered by the forbidden spell. Some people hid behind trees, with their backs against towering ancient trees, naively thinking that they could avoid the magic light ball coming from the tower by hiding in the blind spot. But the exploding chest shows that reality is cruel. Some people drag their comrades beside them, thinking that as long as they are one step ahead of others, they will be the ones who die, not themselves. The ending didn't change much. The difference was only a breath, and he fell into the pool of blood he had created. Countless selfish or selfless dramas are performed in front of the god of death, and then without exception they fall into the arms of the underworld. When Mirasalian, who was desperately rushing back, saw the first soldier running away in panic, she knew that the last thing she wanted to see had happened. For the owner of the magic tower, facing the invading army, not using strategic magic has never been an option. Any small means is just to buy some time to attack. When the tower owner's sense of crisis overwhelms his conscience, it is the beginning of the disappearance of countless lives. A large number of fleeing soldiers crossed the side, completely ignoring the obstruction or the mission of capturing the Royal Revival Army alive. They did not even dare to stop and warn the oncoming group of people. The magical light bullets bombarded mercilessly, and each shot would definitely take away a life. Seeing the fleeing soldiers continue to fall, Mirasalian realized that he was within the attack range of the forbidden spell. For a powerful person like her, it is not difficult to save life under the forbidden curse. But the price may be higher. But for more than a year, the veterans who have loyally followed the royal family and pinned their hopes on themselves have been unable to survive. Even his 2 temple warrior subordinates were a little confused. She ordered everyone, "Stop! Circle formation! Raise your shield!" The order was implemented quickly, or other people didn't know what to do at this time. Instructions from those who are loyal are carried out unconditionally without any hesitation. On the contrary, the group of pursuers clenched behind them, and for a while they couldn't figure out what was going on. All the soldiers stood there, confused, looking at their comrades gathered under the same flag, calling for help, running for their lives, and then dying. The light bomb attack array did not spare these partial troops just because they were responsible for blocking the Renaissance army and did not show up at the magic tower. When the first luminous bullet penetrated one of the soldiers, panic broke out in an instant. They understood the reasons for those who fled, and they had no time to complain about why no one warned them. The escape had become a disaster that the commander could not stop. Leaning on her comrade's shoulders, Her Royal Highness the Princess was protected with shields by the group of meddlesome veterans. She pushed others away forcefully and squeezed to the outermost edge of the shield. The fighting energy she released condensed into a pink aura in front of her, trying to protect others as much as possible. At the same time, countless light bullets flexibly shuttled through the forest, bypassing the circular turtle array formed by shields. She didn't think she could escape, seeing the sight only as a pattern for the curse itself. This large-scale attack magic has a prelude, a climax, and an end, and it will not be static. Only His Majesty, who is in charge of destiny, can know where he will die. Suddenly a dense wave of light bombs filled the field of vision. This female warrior who has fought against the Devil King, slain the evil dragon, participated in the battle for the kingdom of God launched by the mysterious Lord against other gods, and received countless blessings, also found that those memories worth cherishing are before her eyes one by one. Emerge, pass by the side, and then return to calm. Chapter 67 Battlefield. Facing the torture of death threats. Those who have not been involved in it cannot understand the fearful pain. The silence on the battlefield is not only that the dead can no longer talk to each other, but the living also don't know what to say. A long time, when there are no more light bombs flying around in the sky. No one is running. No one is escaping. No one is hysterically shouting for help. No one is begging for mercy tearfully. Things seem to have come to an end. The forbidden curse is over. The Renaissance troops holding shields for defense looked outside through some small cracks. Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess, who was standing on the outermost edge, did not make any protective movements and just stood silently. They put down their shields tremblingly and looked around aimlessly. The countless corpses lying in the forest illustrate how cruel and ruthless the massacre that just occurred was. "They're still alive!" A soft cry broke the silence. Everyone looked in the direction that the speaker was pointing, and that was the pursuer who was originally clinging to the rear. Most of the people were lying in a pool of blood, but Meyer Kohler and a few others who had rebelled fell to the ground, watching in horror everything that happened and ended. This soft cry also woke them up. The people headed by Meyer Kohler were rolling and crawling, trying to escape from all this. Only then did someone in the Renaissance army think of chasing after these ungrateful young men and making them pay for their rebellion. But Mirisarian stopped him and said, "No need to chase. Your Highness, those traitors deceived us and led us into an ambush. If we don't punish them, how can we live up to the sacrifice of our comrades?" An emotional member of the Renaissance army, whose companions were also killed during the retreat, resented say, "They are no longer important. This debt will be settled sooner or later." After saying that, Mirisalian left, planning to return to the Tower of the Great Sage. That was the source of the matter, and she had to see it with her own eyes. Some loyal veterans wanted to stop the actions of the people they were loyal to, but whether they blocked it with their bodies or tried to capture the eldest princess, they were all evaded by ingenious movements. In the end, they finally realized that the strength of His Highness was far beyond their ability to understand. The two temple warriors, who in the eyes of others were just ordinary maids, followed without hesitation. They were not just young girls. They had fought bloody battles and faced fatal dangers. But nothing like this. The feeling of being unable to resist and being slaughtered. When they walked out of the woods, the dazzling sunlight temporarily blinded everyone walking in the shade. When your eyes gradually get used to it and your vision recovers, what you see is a scene that will be unforgettable in this life. The open space outside the Tower of the Great Sage was covered with corpses, and the flowing blood formed a puddle of blood, and the tower was unscathed, standing as it had for thousands of years. There are no tragic heroes, no strong men who turn the tide, no loyal people who sacrifice themselves for the Lord, and even no enemies. All the soldiers and nobles who followed Marquis Newman remain silent in this land forever, without achieving any results. They come, and then they die. Even the veterans of the battlefield who thought they were used to the cruelty of life and death couldn't help but feel raging anger in their hearts when faced with this situation. Who is to blame for such a worthless death? The people who were at a loss noticed that the loyal people raised their heads and looked straight at one place. Everyone looked along and saw that it was the gap on the third floor of the magic tower. The tower owner and her apprentice were standing on the edge. The two skinny girls clutched the hem of their teacher's clothes and buried their faces in the robes, unable to bear to look directly at him. But as the culprit of everything, he seems to be looking down at the battlefield and admiring his own achievements. So arrogant and arrogant. But in Mirasalian's eyes, it was not like that. She saw that the Tower Master had the same confused and even regretful expression, with his eyebrows furrowed and his lower lip bitten. He was not proud of what he had done. Is it mercy? Or is there still a trace of human compassion in your heart? Shirayuki Warrior Commander. I can't stand that man actually looking at me with schadenfreude. I'm going to ask him why he committed such a crime. Let's go together. The two subordinates were not discerning enough to clearly see the Tower Master's expression, but looked at things with preconceived notions. Their sense of justice drove them to action. Without waiting for a reply from their superiors, they prepared to use magic, jumped up to the third floor in one breath, and went to the Tower Master. The whispered divine words are as sweet as singing. Green aura circles appeared continuously, from the ankles to the bottom of the knees, with enough strength to support them to jump. Just before they bent their knees and prepared to jump up, the spiritual light from their calves suddenly spread throughout their bodies, making both of them stiff and unable to move. I smell incense in my nose, and there seems to be a whisper in my ears. After a while, the two women were able to move freely again, and they looked at the temple warrior chief in confusion. Did the commander disapprove of his actions, so he used magic to stop it? Mirasalian knew the problem of the two women and said first, "Do you feel that your strength has increased slightly?" The two women nodded. "Did you hear something just now?" "Nod again." "Congratulations. You have also become the ones who have heard the oracle in person. Whatever instructions His Majesty in heaven conveys, just follow them and don't question them. Peace." The two women looked at each other and said the same word. Excitement instantly filled their chests, and they immediately knelt down on one knee, clasping their fists and praying. Countless prayers of praise were hurriedly recited, regardless of the devout prayers of his two subordinates. Mirasalian noticed the message from the one in heaven. Does it mean that he is not willing to be an enemy of this Tower Master? In the world of Lost World, saints are not invincible when they come to Earth. The 5-story magic tower guarded by the Dharma Sanctuary can kill gods when gods block it, and demons when monsters block it. In other words, the combination of magicians and magic towers may threaten these eternal existences. Of course, it is impossible to truly kill the gods, but it can still make these superior beings pay a considerable price. However, based on Mirasalian's understanding of that person, it was probably not that he was afraid of the other person, but that the strength displayed by the other person interested him. So he had such an attitude. "Look! There are still people alive!" Someone among the Renaissance army shouted. Without waiting for instructions, everyone swarmed over to the person who was suspected to be still alive. And then it was confirmed that the small town resident who was tied up by the big 5 flowers was unharmed. He was just stunned. So he didn't make any move, but looked at the people around him blankly. If there is the first person, there may be a second or third person. Everyone immediately scatters to look for survivors. On this battlefield, it was surprisingly easy to find living people. Someone with a big hole in his chest must be dead. Those who were firmly tied with ropes, kneeling or lying down, were still breathing. Finally, when the survivors were gathered together, they turned out to be all residents of the small town, and there was no shortage of them. At this time, no matter how dull a person is, he will feel scared. It is not uncommon for magicians to use forbidden spells, but the forbidden spells can distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. But it is hard to imagine. The reason why strategic level magic has always been classified as a forbidden spell is that it is prone to accidental damage. In the magician culture that is premised on protecting the civilized world, the biggest reason why it cannot be used at will. But if this reason does not exist, the tower owner will directly use strategic magic to greet anyone who shows hostility to the tower of the great sage. I believe not many people will have the courage to continue the attack. Lin, who returned to the tower, looked at the mirror energy pool screen in front of the core room console. On it are the final number of attacks and the number of enemies killed by the light bullet magic array, both of which stayed at 6,831. When he saw that the number stopped jumping, he probably guessed that all the enemies had been wiped out. The number 6,831 did not give him much feeling. That's just a cold number. He didn't know what was wrong with his muscles, but he actually wanted to go out and take a look. There is no need to go out of the gate from the first floor. You can look directly from the observatory on the 3rd floor. You should be able to see more things from the top. Lin didn't think any more and walked towards the observatory that usually only came at night. The two young apprentices had been by Lin's side since the beginning of the war, and now they foolishly followed him out. As soon as he stood on the edge without guardrails, Lin regretted it. Do you regret coming out? Or do you regret starting the killing? He doesn't understand it himself. No matter how many Hollywood blockbusters you watch and how realistic they are still works of artistic nature, no matter what the director wants to express. But after all, war movies are no better than documentaries. There are no exaggerated expressions, no explosion scenes with sound and light effects, and only scenes of reality, which are so shocking. I remember that before time travel, many documentaries about World War I and World War II were digitally remastered in color. Those real scenes are not like the flag-raising scene where a few soldiers gathered together and emotionally discussed what to do after the war. There was no tragic charge, and the final victory was achieved with countless sacrifices. Looking at those incoherent fragments of records, Lin felt his scalp numb. But documentaries are no better than seeing them with your own eyes. Although I have not personally gone down to the battlefield, the smell, the bright red color, and the sight of corpses everywhere I look are definitely not the real photos taken by a few documentaries or a few war reporters. You can feel it. I originally thought that the two girls, who were about the age of elementary school students, had become so hard-hearted that they could kill animals and goblins without hesitation. But from the fact that they hid their faces and sobbed secretly, and their shoulders twitched slightly, Lin knew that they had not lost the kindness in their nature. I originally thought that after traveling to the Lost World, in order to survive, a fat man who had only fought cockroaches and mosquitoes would be able to dismember animals without any burden, kill savages without blinking an eye, and even robbers and thieves who were both human beings. Humanoid blood is often stained on his hands. But after experiencing a real battlefield, I realized that I was still too naive. I still believe from the bottom of my heart, although I didn't say it out loud, that I, who had traveled from the earth, was superior to others. In fact, he is an insignificant person. This is true on Earth, in the Lost World, and even more so in the face of death. Chapter 68, Cleaning Up the Battlefield. Sitting in front of the console blankly, I wanted to just let everything go and not care about anything. It's a pity that as the lord of this land, if you leave it alone, there really won't be anyone else to do it for you. The two apprentices wanted to cheer up and deal with the mess outside, but they were dismissed by Lin. He said to the two girls whose eyes were still red, "Just take care of the things inside the tower and concentrate on your studies. Leave the things outside to me." This time, Lin didn't want to throw the responsibility on him. The situation outside is too miserable. Instead of leaving the matter to two immature girls to finish the matter, and then spend time on psychological construction, it is better to deal with it yourself from the beginning. Anyway, this result was caused by myself, so it is natural for me to deal with the aftermath. But before that, we have to communicate with the group of living people outside the tower. Pick up the helmet used to control the clone in the three-dimensional imaging technique and put it on. With a snap of his fingers, the arcane eyes that looked at the Renaissance army and the residents of the town immediately moved in reverse, changing the function of absorbing the light spectrum to ejecting it in the opposite direction, condensing his own clone. Compared with the flawless projection in the tower, the clone image projected back using the arcane eye is lighter, slightly transparent, and has no spellcasting ability. But the voices, expressions, and movements can be faithfully presented. Lin cupped his hands and said in greeting, "Everyone." The sudden appearance of the tower owner frightened everyone. Among the astonished people, Mirisarian walked out and said politely, "Your Excellency, Tower Master, everyone is safe and sound, which can be said to be the only good thing today. Thank you for your mercy," Mirisalian said with a sour tone. "But don't you think it's too much for you to do this?" With a wry smile, Lin said awkwardly, "I didn't instigate the incident, and once the magic is cast, I have no way to safely stop it. It's not something I would like to see it develop to this point. I can only say that I am very sorry." On this point, Lin was not lying. In the improved version of the light bullet attack array, once the target is locked and the magic is activated, there are only two situations in which it can stop. The target is completely destroyed or escapes from the locking range, or the magic tower is destroyed. Lin had never thought of needing the interrupt function of Ctrl+C before. Mirisarian didn't want to ask too many questions. On the one hand, they are unwilling to overly stimulate the tower owner, and on the other hand, it is indeed the Marquis Newman and others who are to blame. She was neither sullen nor angry, and asked, "So, what is the purpose of your Excellency appearing in front of us as a clone?" Only then did Lin take a closer look at the heroic eldest princess in front of her. Wearing appropriate heavy armor, he still maintains his body shape and flexibility, and does not suffer from inconvenience in the joints due to the armor. The head of the flail tied around his waist was stained with blood, and you could tell at a glance that it was not a fake, coupled with a simple rune on the left chest. It is not the crest of a noble. Is that the mark of the mysterious lord? Lin has been dealing with runes since he traveled to the world of mystery. Of course, I am also quite familiar with the mystery of one of the 8 powers, the gods and related knowledge to which it belongs. Yes, this is the mark of the mysterious Lord Klein, and my other identity is the temple warrior chief of the mysterious church. Although Mirsalian admitted his identity, he did not reveal his nickname in the church. This is also the practice of the top officials of the mysterious church, to prevent enemies made by white mist from coming to cause trouble for them. Lin also knew the weight of the title Temple Warrior Chief, which was the pinnacle of military force among the civil and military forces under the authority of the gods. Furthermore, Klein, the Lord of Mystery, is in charge of one of the 8 powers used by magicians. Even if magicians do not believe in them, they are not hostile. Therefore, the Lord of Mystery is considered to be at the forefront of the divine authority in the mysterious world. So Lin put aside some unnecessary worries and asked politely, "Your Highness, I wonder if your religion has any rituals for transcending the dead? Transcending the undead?" Mirsalian didn't quite understand this term. Lin's understanding of the theocratic church was limited to rumors, and he did not understand the details. In the past, people who suffered from serious illnesses or minor injuries always sought solutions from magic. I had never dealt with the church, so I didn't know the differences between the churches. For a magician, the services provided by each church are similar, so it is difficult to distinguish. As for transcending the undead, he applied his understanding of the knowledge on Earth to the world of Lost Earth. But I didn't expect that there is no such statement in the Lost World, or that the mysterious church does not have such a business. Trying to use words that others can understand, Lin explained. It is to let the soul of death go to the underworld safely, or to the gods he believes in, and not to stay in the living world. You see, so many people died in this battle. If it triggers the undead a natural disaster or something, that would be bad. I don't want the place where I live to be haunted all day long. Seemingly understanding Lin's words, Mirsalian said, I understand what you mean by transcending the undead. The Lord of Mystery does not have related rituals to deal with the undead. We do have magical techniques that directly destroy the spirit body. But your excellency, also don't worry about this kind of problem. In my eyes, the souls of the dead are no longer here, and there will be no problem of undead. As for the reason, I don't know, but it doesn't seem like there is a hidden dark mage deliberately collecting war. The souls of the dead don't have that unpleasant stench in the air. In other words, the dead here are just pieces of meat? Meat? Yes. If you want to describe it this way, it is indeed just a piece of meat. But without a soul, the corpse will still be used by the dark mage. Okay. Let me correct you. The dark mage doesn't even bother to use the corpse here. In the magic of the undead system, whether you want to make stitched corpses, skeleton soldiers, or even higher-level undead knights, liches, etc., one thing in common is that the corpse must be complete to a certain extent. The most important of them is the spine. Everyone here was pierced to death by light bullet magic, and their spines and sternums were also damaged. The dark mages could only shake their heads after seeing this, since there was no possibility of being haunted. Lin said with peace of mind, Your Highness, the people here are all nobles and soldiers of your Frank kingdom. Yes. So? Mirsalian raised his eyebrows. Is this a prelude to blackmail? So are there any deceased persons with status that you need to return to the family as courtesy? If not, I will handle it according to my method. Otherwise, there will be so many deceased people scattered around, and the natural disaster of the undead will not start. But it is not a joke to cause a plague, or let them be eaten by wild beasts, thereby attracting a tide of beasts, which is not what I want to see. How do you plan to deal with it? Gather them together for cremation. Find a place to dig a pit, bury the ashes, and set up a mass grave. At this time, Mendelssohn Heyman, who was standing behind the eldest princess and had been silent, spoke. Your Highness, for those great nobles, if the bodies of those people can be sent back, it can at least alleviate the hatred of their families. Even if they don't get support, they don't dare to oppose too strongly. This is a good thing. Hearing the voice of the old man he interacted with most often, Lin didn't wait for the eldest princess to reply. He tapped the ring on the third knuckle of his left middle finger and said, "I will gather people who seem to have status here." In the open space to the north, Your Highness will send people there to identify themselves and take away the people you need. I will gather the remaining bodies to the west and wait until you have taken care of them. Perform cremation. At the same time, the arcane eye on the top of the magic tower once again twitched in all directions, locating and identifying all the dead. This also caused Lin's clone to flash intermittently, but the voice was completely conveyed. When the arcane eye is locked, refix the position to maintain Lin's three-dimensional imaging magic clone. The magic tower version improved from the Boca Mo Shao giant palm technique, forming 6 magic arms glowing with light blue light on the top of the great sage's tower. He kept grabbing corpses from everywhere and quickly placed them in predetermined locations. This sight once again frightened everyone alive. From the top of a stone tower, 6 arms appear, which can be freely changed in length or length. They look as weird as they are, although it is just moving things now. What about using it for attack? It was hard to say which one was more threatening. The previous scene of light bombs flying all over the sky, and the current scene of 6 huge arms grabbing things they saw. Because for humans in it, they will die at the first touch. The giant palm technique was derived from the giant fist technique, and was originally a powerful magic used for short-range attacks. After the improvement of the great magician Bokamashu, the giant palm technique has more moves and changes, and can be regarded as an extension of the magician's arm to make some movements. But it is still essentially a type of attack magic. The magician used will not consume too much mana and power in maintaining a magic arm. Most of the time when it is not used for attacking, it is like Lin used it before, to get something from a dangerous place, or trigger some obvious traps instead of taking risks yourself. No magician would deliberately use this magic to carry out some engineering construction. The project in the Lost World is still at the purely human stage. This is also because the apprentice-level light object technique and giant strength technique are too easy to use, and can handle many constructions that ordinary people cannot perform. So there is no progress at all in the application of the tools. But what does the energy pool of the magic tower do? With the support of semi-permanent unlimited energy, Lin realized a magic arm with functions such as a strange hand, a crane, and a gantry crane. And this first appearance was used to move corpses. It's really frustrating to say that. However, Lin still said to the frightened people, "Everyone, please don't worry. It's just for moving things. It won't hurt anyone. Whether you are going back to the town or going to the north to meet people, please take care of yourself. I'm leaving first. Tower Master, wait a moment. I have something to ask." Chapter 69. The chaos will end. Hearing Mirsalian's cry, Lin did not immediately release the clone, but waited quietly for His Highness's question. Face to face again, Her Royal Highness the Princess asked with sharp eyes, "Your Excellency, if Marquis Newman did not attack the magic tower at the beginning, would you really stand by and watch?" "Of course. The Tower Master does not interfere in matters between nobles. I agree with this principle. A lazy otaku will never develop sympathy when he sees trouble. He will definitely hide as far away as possible." Lin defended silently in his heart. "Even if he attacked that small town, Your Highness is here. As long as you are willing to take action. Those troops are just chickens and dogs. Lord Chicken and Tile Dog? Ha ha. A strange statement. But when did you discover me? I've been aware of it since the first day you came here. At that time, weren't you worried that I would have bad intentions? Or were you sure you could stop me? Just because someone has the ability to threaten me. Treating him as an enemy is no different from treating a man as a rapist because he has a weapon in his crotch. I didn't know your intention at the time. But as long as there is no hostility, I just treat each other with courtesy. As for the certainty of stopping it, I dare not say that I have any chance. But I am a person who is very afraid of death. So I will use all my thoughts and abilities to protect myself and the place where I live. To try to prevent all attacks from outside forces and all attacks that invade the tower. I don't know what effect the preparations have made. It is precisely because of this that I have caused the problem for Your Highness today. I won't say that I have any confidence, but I will do my best, especially when it comes to life and death." A man and a woman looked at each other for a long time, and Mirsalian simply said, "I understand." Looking back, he saw that the killing field full of dead bodies had been cleared by less than half under the giant arms. This situation also made her make a decision and said, "Your Excellency, we will be leaving in the next few days. It is time to put an end to this matter. Have you made up your mind to go back and inherit the throne?" Lin asked curiously, his heart burning with gossip. "You know, Not many of these people are serf soldiers. In other words, the nobles who came here brought the backbone warriors from their families. But now they are all gone. I don't know how many people died here. 6831 people, Lin interrupted. Well, this number is scary enough. I only know that if no one comes forward to take charge of the overall situation, this country will fall into a worse mess. And now, if I go back and be crowned king, I will not. There was too much opposition. Yes, after all, the Marquis is also here. But haven't I heard that there are still powerful ministers left by the late king? Were they also so unlucky to be deceived, followed, and then ended together? Lin said about a few days ago. Someone was deeply impressed by his analysis of the situation within the Frank kingdom. The king is supposed to be the strongest person in a country to lead everyone. Even if they escape with their lives, they will not have any other opinions. The implication is that if you agree, forget it. If you disagree, you will be beaten until you agree. But it makes sense to think about it from the perspective of the eldest princess. Since her identity has been exposed anyway, she should use it as political capital. From the standpoint of the church and the Lord of Mystery, it would be a shame if the warrior chief of his own temple was suppressed by an unqualified noble from a small country. Therefore, Lin felt sad for those who dreamed of overriding the royal power and planned to implement a republican system. This system is not unworkable in the Lost World. Several elven kingdoms have established it this way. But once a human republic encounters a star-like strongman, it will fall apart and become vulnerable. How strong is Mirasalian, the temple warrior? After being able to detect and more accurately quantify the energy content of each observation target, although this data cannot directly represent the strength of an individual, Lin started to keep records of all people who visited the Tower of the Great Sage. And this eldest princess is far more powerful than the president of the district branch of the Magician Association, the great magician who serves as the inspector, and the countless adventurers who have passed by and settled here. However, this is the first divine martial profession I have seen so far. I wonder if the martial arts profession blessed by the gods in the sky has more energy hidden in the body. Because there is no comparison or research. There is no way to know. 1 against 1,000 in terms of pure force is unimaginable on Earth. But in the world of Lost World, it seems that the standard of strong is reached when one fights against 10,000. Of course, in a real scenario, before killing an army of 10,000 people, the army would first collapse and scatter. Therefore, the so-called strong here is closer to the level of being in a desert among thousands of troops. Moreover, strong people have no problems with endurance and physical strength. Their lives can be said to have been elevated to another level. If 10,000 people dare to stand upright and be killed, these strong men can kill all these 10,000 people. And any commander who tries to kill the strong with unconventional crowd tactics must be sure that he is hiding deep enough. Otherwise, if they are found by those strong men, don't think about how you can retreat safely after all your subordinates are dead. It is precisely this that checks and balances the trouble that high-level officials try to cause the powerful. Without the same or similar level of combat power, there will be no corresponding right to speak. Of course, if strong enough soldiers gather into an army, it is still possible to threaten the strong. But in the southwestern peninsula, the only people who can produce such an army are probably the Magician Coalition temporarily recruited by the Magician Association. There is definitely no chance for a small country like Frank Kingdom. Therefore, as long as Mirasalian stands up and reveals his identity, even if it is a small country, the nobles of that country can only agree to his coronation as king. Not to mention that Mirasalian has a legitimate blood relationship, and is the only bloodline in the royal family today. The chaos in Frank Kingdom will also come to an end. Return to the tower and prepare to inspect the tower's giant palm technique to identify the accuracy of collecting items and optimize the process. Lin suddenly thought of another question. The situation in the Frank Kingdom has deteriorated to this point. Could it be that it was not because of the indifference of the eldest princess and allowing a group of clowns to perform a farce that it got to this point? In the next few days, the focus of discussion on the forum was, not surprisingly, once again on the Tower of the Great Sage. The source of the information leak was certainly not the 3 masters and apprentices of the tower, who rarely spoke on the forum. Nor is it the royal family revival army led by Mirasalian, who are busy with their return. It was the small town residents who leaked the news. Spies from all sides would certainly not conceal a major event like the army's attack on the tower, and then its total annihilation from their superiors. It is precisely because of the large number of casualties and witnesses, as well as the large scope of impact, that such incidents are even more difficult to keep secret. In particular, The discussion of several magical technologies displayed in the Tower of the Great Sage is even more enthusiastic. The strategic magic that can distinguish between friend and foe, and the magic arm condensed by the tower. There are many tactics and uses that others have not yet thought of. But as long as the first person does it and proves that this approach is indeed effective, it will not be difficult for others to find other ways to achieve the same effect. Various possibilities were also discussed on the forum. As for the other group of parties involved in this incident, those were used as targets and experimental subjects to prove how dangerous the Tower of the Great Sage is now. The coalition of Frank Kingdom nobles. Even though there were heavy casualties, except for the family of the deceased, the public opinion on the forum was on the side of the magic tower. For the magicians, although the Tower of the Great Sage can now produce 6 arms, it has not yet grown legs. No matter how powerful the magic tower is, it is just a war fortress, an immovable defensive stronghold. No magician can carry the tower and run to the nobles' territory to cause a massacre. So wouldn't it be quite ridiculous for the nobles to die and try to win sympathy by siding with the weak victims? On the other hand, the identity of the eldest princess of Frank Kingdom, Her Highness Marisalian, has also been revealed. The temple warrior chief under the mysterious Lord Klein, and the highest military leader of the mysterious church in the Southwest Peninsula. Even the few bishops in the Southwest region were still below this warrior chief. As if to prove the weight of this position, all the forces of the mysterious church in the Southwest Peninsula were concentrated in the kingdom of Frank and placed under its command. For a time, the royal family's strength suddenly became the most powerful party, and it could still challenge the coalition formed by the other factions, who joined forces and devoted all their efforts. There may not be many people, but they are strong enough to hold them back. Within the kingdom, there were still nobles who were dissatisfied with this and asked the eldest princess to attack the Tower of the Great Sage and avenge her children in exchange for recognition of the crown. His Highness did not respond and only visited the nobleman the next day. Another day later, the title of the noble was changed to another person, and the person who talked about the family was also changed. In response to all the noise inside and outside the kingdom, His Highness did not care at all about the rules of the game between nobles, nor did he care about political exchanges and concessions. He just directly showed force and performed hegemony to the extreme. Until the day of the coronation, all the nobles in the kingdom, either personally or as representatives, were present, and no one dared to be absent. Several neighboring countries and nobles also sent people to watch the ceremony to congratulate and show their goodwill. He was afraid that the queen, who had taken the power of the mysterious church with her, would have the idea of opening up new territories. The 4 branches of the Magicians' Association also sent people to attend, mostly for the sake of the mysterious lord. Although being at odds with the 8 gods corresponding to the 8 powers will not hinder the magician's spellcasting. But when it comes to the accumulation of personal power, don't expect any further progress. Therefore, magicians usually maintain respect and goodwill towards those 8 beings. Among the attendees, the most conspicuous one was the man from the regicide family. It was attended in person by the present Earl, the one who killed the former king, under the order of Marisalian, who was still the eldest princess at the time, passed the title to his own brother, and found another place to retire. He was not asked to pay for his life, or even took the opportunity to uproot the entire family. But it was beyond the expectations of many people. However, the queen, who was renamed Julia III, did not seem to have any intention of investigating the cause of her brother's death, which made many people wonder. In short, after more than a year and nearly 2 years of ups and downs, the Frank Kingdom in the Southwest Peninsula finally experienced peace again. Chapter 70 Discussion on the Forum. The IQ of the masses is imbecile. From the forum, which originally criticized the Tower of the Great Sage for killing soldiers and nobles above bar, to finally discussing the queen, who was renamed Julia III, who is very beautiful and powerful, and who is in the mysterious church, among the temple warrior chiefs. What is her nickname? White Mist. The Christian name of Julia III was quickly guessed. Because of the mysterious church, there is only one temple warrior chief active in the Southwest Peninsula. If the guess can be wrong even in this way, it can only be said that the mysterious church is hidden too deeply. As for the person involved, she did not admit it, but she did not deny it either. Incidentally, after the coronation, some time later, the legions gathered by the mysterious church dispersed to various places again. They were originally theocratic forces that dealt with troublesome affairs in various places individually or as a team. They will gather into an army for some reason. But such formations are usually temporary and will not last long. Julia III's original intention of retaining this army was just to build momentum and show off. When all affairs in the kingdom were back on track, they were dismissed and allowed to return to daily affairs. After all, she herself doesn't need this force to embolden or protect her. However, churches in various places inevitably have minor matters that require the force of these people to deal with them. The wisdom of the crowd is also great. I say this because after the strategic level magic improved from the Tower of the Great Sage was revealed to everyone, countless magicians discussed how to achieve the same attack method. Because the complete process of using the light bomb attack technique was all in the eyes of the small town residents, a group of professional spies. It was naturally published in detail. Then the strange behavior of the arcane eye before the light bombs flew around fell into the eyes of those who were interested. As we all know, for magic to be locked, it must be within the sight of the caster. If you can't see the enemy, you can't tell how to accurately throw magic on the enemy. Originally, only curse magic broke this rule. Even so, to curse someone at a distance requires a medium related to the target in order for the spell to be successful. So what about using other long-distance observation magic to complete the locking of magic? Before the case of the Great Sage's tower against the army came out, magicians must have scoffed at such an assumption. But after the emergence of the strategic level magic of identifying friend or foe that was actually successful, in order to achieve the same effect, the arcane eye, a spell that can only be used for seeing, came into everyone's eyes. Some people have even begun to deduce how to implement it. And this inference also leads to a new way of using magic, which is combination magic. In Lin's eyes, this was an ordinary thing. And it was an old joke that was played badly in countless two-dimensional animations. But it opened a door for the magicians in the Lost World. The original theory of magic use in the Lost World is that a magic brings an effect. If you want different effects, learn other magic, or research and create on your own. Using different magics in sequence can form a set of tactics, or using certain magic traps in combination can bring about a more effective killing effect. Basically, every magic effect acts on the target or purpose. The world of Lost World has never had the idea that the effect of one magic is to serve another magic, and the two magics must run at the same time. There will be a lack of such understanding. The most important thing is that the thinking of all magicians still takes people as the main body of spellcasting. And one person cannot cast more than two magics at the same time. But the magic tower, or the effective use of the magic circle, can break away from this kind of thinking. The magic tower originally uses a prearranged magic circle, which can be quickly cast when necessary. In normal times, it takes a long time to prepare magic. So as long as it is properly designed and controlled, a magician can use multiple powerful magics at the same time. At this time, whether they need to cooperate with each other or combine them depends on how big the designer's imagination is. And what is the effect? There is no doubt that the Tower of the Great Sage is a success story. It also allowed tower owners from all over the Southwest Peninsula to re-examine the layout of their magic towers. Even the decoration materials for the arcane eye of the tower have become very popular. The above things were all learned by Linty after going to the forum after Kaya's reminder. I have to admire that the netizens of MD have a superb ability to know everything about it. And they have deduced 70% to 80% of the principles of the improved version of the photobomb attack array. This is also the main reason why Lin Hui praised the wisdom of the masses as great. However, this discovery also made Lin feel a little sad. The main reason is because the unfinished tower uses the arcane eye. The arcane eye building of the Tower of the Great Sage still lacks a very important auxiliary material, the sinews of high-level warcraft. Using ordinary magic pigments to depict the energy channels that transmit mana and power will allow the arcane eyes used in the tower to have a time limit on their use. If the time limit is exceeded, all construction-based materials will be destroyed. To use a phenomenon on Earth as an example, high-power home appliances are used with wires that are too thin. If used for too long, the wire may catch fire due to overheating. If you're not lucky, the whole house will burn down. By replacing the energy transmission channels with the sinews of high-level monsters, the arcane eye's all-weather uninterrupted monitoring can be achieved. It is not difficult to find the tendons of high-level monsters. The difficulty is that they must be long enough and complete enough. Only then can it replace the two most important energy transmission channels. Such materials are hard to come by. It has been nearly a year since Lin Song made the request, but he still hasn't been able to find a single one, even a satisfactory one. Now that the arcane eye construction used in towers has become popular, the demand for related materials will definitely increase. Then, there will be more competitors. Not to mention that the Warcraft tendon has other uses. And it is not only used in the Arcane Eyes building. Let's speculate with a more malicious thought. Maybe the person who owns this material is not willing to sell it to him. Whether he simply hates himself, or he wants to achieve a certain degree of blockade of original materials to hinder his own research. Lin Yohui's idea was mainly derived from the purchase process of the Golden Skull series parts. The Golden Skull parts owned by the Shijia District branch were purchased by Lin early, and were delivered quickly. But the parts other than the left hand are in the hands of other chapters in the Southwest Peninsula. It took more than half a year from placing an order with the mall system of other branches to getting the goods. Whether it is buying a rare item that is considered useless in the eyes of others, it is still treated with such indifference. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that while delivering goods, they also sell browser magic knowledge, and other districts should pay Lin a fee. Only the Shijia District chapter agreed to establish the Great Magician Richard Fund. The money from other district chapters has no direction to spend for the time being, so they can only accept gold coins, although it is under the same conditions as the Shijia District chapter. That is, half of it belongs to the association. But looking at the convoy escorting the money and goods, and the disdainful and hostile eyes of the magician who was holding the team, Lin knew that his reputation in other branches would not be much better. Although I don't know what the main reason is. I also know that there are many reasons for such emotions, based on the idea that doing more is worse than doing less. I won't care about them. Getting things is most important. At most, if there is a need to buy things from other districts in the future, I will entrust the Chamber of Commerce in Shijia District with whom I am familiar with to handle the matter. But amid all the recent troubles, there is some good news. The news came from the Chamber of Commerce steward, who accepted his commission to go to other areas of the Lost Continent to find the rare object, the left hand of the Golden Skull. It's just that the things have been obtained and will be returned to the Tower of the Great Sage in 2 months. This is really gratifying. In this damn world. Overall, the Tower of the Great Sage's complete annihilation of the Noble Coalition is a powerful enough deterrent for most forces with ill intentions. Especially more than a year ago, the Leon District chapter visited the Tower of the Great Sage by making generous use of the branch's most powerful force, the airship, from the President Jose Carlos, the Captain Cuenca Carlos, and other related people gathered together to discuss the attack mode displayed by the tower. Until a while ago, there were still young magicians who seemed confident about attacking towers with airships. From time to time, we discussed what would happen now if we launched the attack on the tower. Countless assumptions and rehearsals were made, but the possibility of losing was never considered. There were only 100 ways to abuse the tower discussed. This time the incident spread, but the main attackers fell silent at the same time, using arcane eyes to lock onto a target, and then using countless light bombs to carry out precise strikes. Is this attack mode suitable for dealing with airships? A few young people from the main attack group also wanted to argue that maybe this attack pattern had not yet been formed. If we had launched an attack at that time and nipped the disaster in its bud, we would not be facing this dilemma of having nowhere to start today. The dominance of the airship was challenged, which was a fundamental blow to the self-confidence of this group of young magicians who had worked hard to become members of the airship. Really? The president's favorite disciple, the great magician Juan Javier, was playing with a hunter's hat with big feathers. It was that feather that dispelled the president's determination to attack the tower with an airship. Now it seems that the owner of that feather should have died under a locked attack like the Great Sage's tower. The flexibility of airships is far inferior to that of flying monsters. Then it is not difficult to imagine what the outcome of the tower attack would be. Several instances have shown that the Tower of the Great Sage cannot be dealt with by forward attack. Whether it is an attack by the ombudsman team from inside the tower, or an attack by the army from outside, it only adds to the evidence that the magic tower is an indestructible war fortress. But war has always been lawful and broken. Nothing is absolute, even if it seems there is. It's just that there is no solution at this stage, because of the losses caused by the actions of the Tower Master of the Great Sage's tower. Some blood relatives died in the tower. These people will not recall the reason for the enmity in the first place, but will only firmly remember what they have lost. Since the reckless frontal attack method has no effect, then use wisdom to deal with the hateful enemy. Magicians have never been a group that lacked wisdom. In the dark night, somewhere in the forest outside the Tower of the Great Sage, a magic circle outlined with blood was gradually taking shape. Chapter 71, The First Exploration of the Golden Skeleton. The strange actions in the forest at night did not escape Lin's surveillance. However, unless the surveillance state of the arcane eye is turned on, a complete picture cannot be obtained. There are only traces of light points representing creatures moving on the flat map. What could this mean? Nothing can be represented. Lin didn't even think about going to the site to conduct field inspections. For the abnormal behavior, attention was paid to it for the first time. And then no more attention was paid to it. For him, the only things he wants to protect are the people, things in the tower. After knowing that the people outside the tower may be spies from other organizations, doing this kind of behavior of revealing other people's privacy is like a showdown, which means getting into trouble. The best thing to do is to keep out of sight. And in this wishful thinking, he missed the opportunity to nip future dangers in the first place. In the evening, Lin still does his routine stargazing. Astronomy relies on persistent observation and recording. And only after accumulating a large amount of data can we have a basis for calculation. So Lin does the same thing day after day. Fortunately, this deep starry sky is his interest. And he can happily do things that others think are boring. The recent daytime work, in addition to studying how to improve the observation accuracy, is to take out the golden skeleton that is only missing its left arm and conduct various tests. It is also so that when the final parts are in place, there is no need to hurriedly conduct overall research without knowing anything about it. As long as the left and right arms are symmetrical, then this skeleton has 206 bones just like ordinary humans. However, this number of bones was determined by Lin based on the data he had seen on Earth. Whether the human beings in the lost world really have the same 206 bones. He has not actually dissected them, so he cannot say for sure. The material is also unknown. Regardless of the measurement of density, various conductive abilities, such as heat conduction, transmission of magical power, etc., there are no other similar materials. It cannot be ruled out that Lin's basic knowledge of materials in the world of Lost World is quite weak. Coupled with the indestructible nature of the golden skeleton, he was unable to take samples for destructive testing. After a bunch of messy tests, Lin came to the conclusion that there was no conclusion. After all, he was not a medical major on Earth. After coming to the Lost World, the type of magic related to human bones was undead magic, which was not a popular type of magic. Therefore, during the research process, the resources that could be obtained or found is the rarest. Among the magic that must be learned at the apprentice level, none of it is related to this aspect. Therefore, Lin cannot get any information from the skeleton like a forensic doctor or CSI. Although it was impossible to call upon the mana and power contained in the bones. Now that the accuracy of the detection technology was quite good, Lin still measured the total amount of power contained in each bone. Each cubic unit contains the total power of about 1 million units. And the ratio is very close to the natural value, which is 128:64:32:16:84:21. What is the substance closest to this data? The answer is purple level magic stone. Very unexpected discovery. Assuming that this golden skeleton was man-made, then it can be said that someone used purple transformation grade magic stone mixed with other substances to create such a human-like proportional skeleton. But to what purpose? What is the purpose of such a high-cost work? Reasons like pure fun cannot explain the many unknowns that still remain on the golden skull. If this is what a human skeleton looks like after mutation, then why is there such a change? And why is there magical power contained in every bone? Moreover, these mana powers cannot be extracted or invoked, and even their natural overflow cannot be observed. You know, the bones left behind by some powerful monsters are the best materials for making wands or weapons. The most important thing is that the caster can use the magic power contained in the material itself to give weapons and equipment magical effects by carving magic circles or other methods. Forgers with good skills can strike a balance between extraction and recovery, so that this weapon can be used for a long time under normal conditions. Poor technology will cause the weapon and equipment to have a life. When the mana power is drained, the equipment will be useless. These common sense are the biggest reasons that make the golden skeleton look out of place. What if this is the performance of a magician after he has trained himself to the extreme? Just as the air you breathe goes into your lungs and the food you eat goes into your stomach, where is the magic power absorbed by the magician through meditation stored? What is the so-called dantian in Xiaogua Kung Fu? 7 chakras in Indian philosophy? These are not actual organs. Even on Earth, these are metaphysical existences that can only be understood but cannot be dissected. At this time, Lin thought of a word reborn. If in the ancient times of Xia Kingdom, this word was not a description, but a process that some people actually experienced, what would it be like? The more he explores this golden skeleton, the more questions arise in Lin's mind. It made him want to kill a magician, dissect it, and use it as a control group to verify his idea. But he quickly killed it. After all, it has not been determined what this skeleton is, and Lin has no such leisure to kill people for it. Looking back, if this golden skeleton was really left behind by someone after his death, who would it be? The builder of the Tower of the Great Sage, and a member of the team of heroes who ended the Dark Ages. The Great Sage Adderley is a figure whose life is unknown. His birth year is unknown. His death year is unknown. His apprenticeship is unknown. And his family is unknown. The only thing that appears in the records is that he followed the brave Baz and defeated the ruler of the Dark Ages, the demon King Tikal. Apart from that, there are just a bunch of magic and magic circles prefixed with his name. So this important figure whose life is unknown has neither a definite date of death nor a suspected burial place. Could it be? Lin held the skull and examined it carefully in front of his eyes. Out of curiosity, he went out to dig a large bucket of clay and tried to use the skull to reshape the human face and restore its appearance in life. Facts have proved that if you don't have diamonds, don't do porcelain work. This kind of technology has only been seen in TV series or movies, and Lin has no ability to reproduce it. Without any idea, Lin used clay to patch up the golden skull into a pitted alien head. For a moment, Lin thought he was creating a new monster character for a horror film. Freddy from Friday the 13th is even more handsome than this thing in front of me. However, during the period of studying the golden skeleton, it was assumed that this skeleton was the remains of a certain magician. This premise was correct. In conjunction with the previous digital testing of the mana and power contained in the human body, Lin felt that it was impossible to say no. Unclear thoughts and ideas are growing. While Lin was focusing on his research, various conspiracies against him were also quietly going on. The most feared thing is not great strength, but the unknown. Because of the unknown, targeted measures cannot be taken, and because of the unknown, it is difficult to avoid psychological fear. The unknown is also the name of the ruler who ended the ancient gods and started the Dark Age, and is one of the great terrors. Even now that the Dark Ages have ended and the dominators have fallen into slumber, all species of Homo sapiens still cannot escape the fear of the unknown. But when the Tower of the Great Sage shows more strength, no matter how powerful it is, it no longer belongs to the unknown category. Then for the group that is enmity with it, the chance of revenge will be greater. Among these people, the ones who have observed the Tower of the Great Sage for the longest time and are most concerned about it are the creatures belonging to the Dark World. Although they live on the same continent as other creatures in the Lost World, their habits and social rules are different, which makes these ethnic groups, who are accustomed to hiding in the dark, have an innate hatred for people on the bright side. When someone offends them, no matter what the reason, if the person does not retaliate, it will only be regarded as a sign of cowardice by others. The weak can be challenged and replaced. No matter how powerful they are, they cannot get the corresponding power, because cowardly people are not worthy of standing above others and can only accept being scorned. This was also the dilemma faced by the vampire Marquis Maceroche, one of the 4 ancient ones of the peninsula. During this time, his top men, Martin Baylog and his family, all died in the Tower of the Great Sage, who was in full swing. The Marquis's delay in taking action caused his prestige in the clan to drop to an unimaginable level. There are constantly high-ranking vampires leading their dependents, deserting him and joining other clans. Of course, there were various reasons, and the Marquis of Maceroche also severely punished several traitors. But these methods still cannot restore this declining situation, because the Tower of the Great Sage is still there, and there is no loss at all. If there is mutual loss, even if there is no revenge, it is a good reason for the Marquis to step down. But the reality is that the most effective man is dead, and the tower remains intact. Dorothy, that hateful little bitch of the Nagi clan, spreads the threat of that tower everywhere. It can emit the same light at night as the sun during the day. Even if you wear day clothes, you can't protect yourself. This is so threatening and even fatal to the vampires and most creatures in the Dark World. But these reasons should not be the excuse for the Marquis of Maceroche not to retaliate. The biggest reason why he didn't dare to save his face was that he was afraid. Such remarks have been quietly circulating in the Dark World for more than half a year. It's not necessarily the little bitch who spread the news. It could also be some ambitious guy who wants to have a seat in the Vampire Council and plans to challenge himself to get the upper hand. Regardless of the possibility, the Marquis of Maceroche chose to endure it most of the time. It's not that he doesn't want revenge, but he wants to choose the most favorable opportunity. The most effective means? and make the most thorough solution so that everyone will be speechless and no longer question his authority. To this end, he spent a lot of resources to collect 4 powerful destructive magic scrolls. The earth shook and the mountains shook. This is one of the most effective magics that is specifically designed to destroy buildings and is used to attack city walls or magic towers. The next step is to find an opportunity. The moment when that hateful magic tower showed its weakness. Chapter 72 Night Attack. The defense of the Tower of the Great Sage can be said to be lax from the perspective of outsiders. The precedent of the noble coalition attacking the tower also allows those who are interested to see some opportunities. Strategic level magic that can distinguish between friend and foe sounds very powerful. And it is actually very powerful. However, according to discussions on the forum, there is an obvious prelude, which is the activation of the arcane eye. And for some reason in the Tower of the Great Sage others don't know the inside story about the lack of auxiliary materials. But they can probably guess it now. The arcane eye cannot be opened around the clock. And the one hanging on the top of the tower can't be opened around the clock. The big eyes are a reminder that the attack is about to begin. If there is such an obvious sign, then the best tactic for the attacking party is to choose a silent surprise attack. This is also what the Marquis of Maceroche did. In order to maintain concealment, he did not even allow his men to attack the town outside the tower first. They were afraid that the residents inside would report the news as soon as possible, disturbing the tower owner and causing his plan to launch a surprise attack to fail. Although the town residents had no means to contact the tower owner, even if they shouted loudly, Lin could at most just glance at them and continue to ignore them. But what they didn't expect was that as early as a large number of dark creatures appeared within the 10 kilometers of the Great Sage's tower. The 2 girls hurriedly ran down the 2nd floor and broke into the hanging use in the open-air hot spring pool of Zhongzi brand. Teacher! Teacher! There are many people breaking in, and they don't know what to do. Lin, who was naked buttocks, looked helplessly at Illumi, whose eyes were shining and excited, and Kaya, who had dead fish eyes, and was so calm that it made people's scalp numb. Silently he sat back in the bath, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Len lowered his voice and said, "Maybe they were just passing by. Oh, I'm just passing by. But looking at the marks on the surveillance map, many of them are creatures with red letters specially noted by the teacher. The wavelength of biological aura emitted by each species is slightly different. If it is a creature on the magic side, the proportions of the 8 mana powers in the body will also have different emphasis, thus forming a distinguishability similar to fingerprints." Lin also made a rough distinction between the observation targets according to race. It cannot be called accurate or inaccurate because there are not enough samples observed at present. The group of dangerous creatures with special markings are the vampires, who previously tried to assassinate the owner of the magic tower and gain the legendary title of Killing God. Being at both ends of the food chain, Lin could have never thought about coexisting peacefully with vampires. As for having a relationship with a vampire princess, Lin thinks he is not as handsome as Ning Kaichen. With a wave of his hand, Lin pulled out a water mirror by the pool, and Lin used the Tower Master's authority to call out the surveillance map from Halumi's mouth. With a few commands, the suspected enemies who invaded the tower's territory were counted once, totaling 971 people. Among them, there are 233 people who should belong to the vampire group, and the remaining unknown groups are seen for the first time. It can only be roughly observed that they are divided into 3 broad categories. Do you want to open the arcane eyes to confirm? Lin thought about it in his mind for a while, then ordered the 2 apprentices. You go back to the core room to make preparations, and I will arrive soon. If there is an accident, attack directly without hesitation. Before that, don't make any noise to the outside world. If the other party is really just passing by, just pretend you didn't see it. Yes, teacher. Although they answered like this, the 2 girls had sly smiles on their faces and squatted by the pool with no intention of leaving. Ling unceremoniously stretched out his hand to push the water surface, and shouted at the same time, "Get out!" He splashed the 2 dead girls all over, and then they left unwillingly. Damn it. These 2 ladies are becoming more and more lawless. After the 2 dogs talked about it once, they didn't dare to step into this holy place. Why did these 2 girls refuse to listen no matter what they said? They were worse than dogs. Speaking of those 2 dogs, they were useless in the previous conflicts. In order to save trouble and avoid being distracted by worrying about them, I sent them away long ago. What about this time? After calling up the surveillance video outside the tower, Lin saw 2 dogs sleeping on their bellies under the shed, with a tongue hanging from their mouth. Looking at that fat body, He should be ready for stew. In the eyes of the attacking party, the tower of the great sage remained silent. The Marquis of Massacre looked at the dark coalition in front of him. In addition to being loyal to his own clan, there were also werewolf-turned servants, dark elves and grey dwarves as allies. There are nearly 1,000 people, but the individual strength is so strong that it is still effortless to deal with a human army with 1 against 10. And this coalition is not a ragtag group. After several conquests in the underground world and plunder on the surface, under their own command, they were quite familiar with the tactics of cooperation. If his reputation hadn't plummeted these days, and in order to keep it secret, he only selected people who were loyal enough to go on the expedition. Otherwise he could have organized a larger army to crush this inconspicuous little tower. Now, the leaders of each tribe hold a magical scroll that shakes the earth, and are ready to surround them from all sides. According to the plan, there is no need to test or feint. Just attack with all strength. For earth-shaking magics were activated at the same time. Even if the tower did not turn into a mound, it would still collapse in half. As for the magician inside, he will be taken back to serve as a blood slave, tortured and sucked blood every day. Let those bastards, who despise themselves, understand that the majesty of an ancient being cannot be violated lightly. The Marquis of Massacre activated the water mirror technique on the forum, and in a private discussion section, he kept pressing the refresh icon to refresh the page. One after another, other people left messages, indicating that the team had been brought to their position. The Marquis thought to himself that maybe the tower owner never thought that the magic he had researched would become the best tool in this raid. As long as I can capture that damn guy alive, I must tell him about this, and see what kind of regretful expression he will show. In fact, if he had the opportunity to say these words to someone face to face, someone would answer him. This is why no matter how much resentment he has not come up with software like Instant Messenger. Although there is a reason for the huge project, the more reason is that that thing will once again subvert the world, especially in the field of war. For a time traveler, that is an uncontrollable factor, and is best avoided. While the Marquis of Massacre waited for the coalition forces to move into position and hide their whereabouts through the woods, Lin put on his robe and walked back to the core room slowly, wiping his still wet hair carelessly. He thought to himself whether he should follow the example of the Earth Age and shave his hair into a square inch, or even straighten it. That would make it much easier to organize. The two girls sat on the special computer chair at the same time, half of each other, spinning around boredly. After Lin entered the door, he asked casually, "Have those people left?" "No. We are about to be surrounded." The girl who stopped spinning happened to be Kaya, facing the surveillance map, so she pointed with her hand. Halloumi from behind answered with a calm tone, not considering the enemy outside as a threat at all, throwing the hair towel on the two girls' heads, just covering them. Lin looked at the distribution of biological auras on the map. The enemy is divided into 4 parts, and it seems that they want to surround the Tower of the Great Sage from the 4 directions of east, west, north and south. The furthest group was still marching in a circuitous way through the woods, because he was already at the edge of the woods. Lin turned on the surveillance screen outside the tower to see if he could identify the enemy. The full moon was shining brightly in the sky. However, under the cover of the tree shades, there are only black shadows moving through the trees on the screen, and it is difficult to distinguish the identity and race of the shadows. The branches swayed lightly, and it seemed that a rustling sound could be heard. They moved flexibly and quickly, and they should not be new recruits who have never been on the battlefield. It is said that the individual strength of dark creatures is on average higher than that of humans, and it seems true. As the first direction to arrive, the group of light points that did not move anymore was the vampire department with a red letter warning. They occupied the east side and looked like they were trying to get straight to the core room on the 3rd floor through the gap outside the tower. I thought they would move quickly and attack in silence. Unexpectedly, after all 4 parts moved to the fixed point, they remained calm and waited. There was nothing unusual on the surveillance screen, just like countless nights in the past. The trees were swaying in the wind, and their branches and leaves were swaying slightly. Lin touched his slightly bearded chin, thinking about the other party's intentions. Did they know that I would go to the observatory to observe astronomy at night? So they planned to attack me while I was exposed and not in front of the core room console? In other words, they are sure to make a time difference and rush into the tower before they run back to the console to activate the magic circle, or even directly capture me alive when I am exposed. After thinking for a while, Lin picked up the helmet that controlled 3-dimensional imaging. After putting it on, The mask-type goggles immediately appeared in a long list of menus. There are many pre-recorded action modes on it. They were originally designed to use clones to deceive the enemy. They are just used at this time. While controlling the clone, the main body can also perform different actions. But it is ultimately a dual purpose. Lin is just a magician who has transferred from a fat house to another. Not an expert like Zhou Batong, Guijing, or Xiaolong Nu. The result of multitasking is that whether his body or his clone, there will be some incoordination, which will inevitably make people confused. See the flaw? So for some conventional actions, the clone can reproduce them like a video playback. When you walk out of the portal on the 3rd floor and stand in front of the astronomical telescope to gaze at the stars, this set of actions is the clone of the video. Sure enough, while the tower owner, Gabrash Tripwood, was concentrating on observing the sky, enemies from all directions launched an attack. There was no roaring, no shouting to kill, just a model of a night raid with a horse picking a bell and a man holding a bell. Lin Duan sat in front of the console, watching the surveillance map and pictures, and couldn't help but admire the beautiful attack from all directions. Only then did Lin see the appearance of the other 3 forces on the screen. There are grey dwarves with short legs, werewolves who are covered in hair and have a wolf head, and a race with black skin and pointed ears. Looking at the leaders in the 4 directions, magic aura was rippling in their hands. On the surveillance map, you can also see that the colors of the light spots at the tips of the 4 directions are getting darker and darker, which means that huge mana and power are condensing, which immediately makes Lin's sense of crisis greatly increase. No matter what, the enemy cannot be allowed to easily complete the spellcasting. This is the most important principle in the battle between magicians. This principle also applies to enemies who are preparing to use magic scrolls. Chapter 73: A Moment of Fighting. When using magic scrolls in the Lost World, it is not just about tearing them apart or unfolding them. Some need to be attached to the target, and some require mental guidance. As long as the user is not a magician, there will always be some troubles to overcome, and it is not that convenient to use. So there won't be any new recruits. Novices, using scrolls of forbidden spells to kill everything. This not only gave Lin some time, but also woke up the 2 big dogs sleeping outside the tower. In the surveillance screen, gray hooves and white nose turned over, their front bodies lying low, their teeth bared and their mouths growling low. The tower master who stayed in the core room calmly pressed the 2 buttons on the console. Suddenly, the outer wall of the tower of the great sage shone brightly, as bright as day. It was originally intended to be a searchlight. After facing the threat of vampires, Lin simply made a major renovation of the walls inside and outside the tower of the great sage. No, the vampires' enemies were instantly wiped out. The funniest thing is the dark elf attacker. Lin didn't think about it at first. It wasn't until he saw a group of dark-skinned men and women covering their eyes and rolling around on the ground that he remembered that these distant relatives of elves, who had lived in the underground world for a long time, had long been unable to adapt to the sunlight on the surface. Although not fatal, it is definitely not easy to live with. The werewolves howled and quickened their pace. The grey dwarves slowed down, and some even stopped attacking and considered the rationality of escaping. All kinds of thoughts were drowned in the attacks of light bullets all over the sky. Just like the 3rd stage attack speed against the Noble Coalition, there was no one left on the vampire side, and only 600 to 700 people died in a few breaths. Are arcane eyes necessary? Of course not. When Lin used this attack system to defeat the 3 large monsters attacking the tower, he did not have the magic building of the arcane eye. The difference is that without the guidance of the arcane eye, precise strikes cannot be achieved. But it's not a problem to lock down the attack. But in this way, the light bullet may hit the hand or foot, causing non-fatal injuries. The solution is also simple. Since the target is still alive, fire the 2nd and 3rd shots. If you still can't kill him, increase the power and fire the 4th and 5th shots until the target shows no signs of life. In fact, this is the original appearance of this attack system. In this way, a vigorous attack launched by the Dark World against the Magic Tower was suppressed with more powerful violent means. And, silently, the residents of the town only noticed the dazzling white light emitting from the direction of the Magic Tower. But they did not know that they had just passed a war and a massacre. When the targeted targets fell silent one after another, and the light spots on the surveillance screen disappeared one by one, the 3 masters and apprentices standing in the tower had mixed feelings. Another threat was neutralized. There is no sense of pleasure, and no excitement of victory. Perhaps at the beginning, I looked at this war with a relaxed mood. But after it was really over, A kind of helplessness. A kind of sadness. And many complicated feelings filled my chest. Kaya played with her big braids. This is what she does when she is very irritable. Otherwise, she would not let others touch her hair and head easily. Halloumi asked in a bitter voice. Teacher, why are so many people coming here to die again and again? Lin knew this answer very well. But he had never told his two young apprentices before. Now that he was asked, he did not think of avoiding the question, but said bluntly, Because we are too weak. Are we considered weak? Halloumi asked in surprise. There is a saying in my hometown. No one will shed tears until he sees the coffin. No one will easily admit that he is weaker than others. And always have the mentality of trying. Only if you hit your head all over, you will really feel the pain. In the eyes of others, it took me nearly 10 years to transform from an apprentice to a formal magician. I only owned a magic tower for almost 3 years. The only help was, we are 2 disciples who have spent 3 years to become a first-level magic apprentice. No matter how we evaluate it, we are definitely weak. There are countless magicians who are more qualified than us, and they will die in the process of growing up. Lu, not to mention us, who are now recognized as strong. They didn't start fighting for themselves when they were young. And that's why we got the reputation we have today. Compared with them, we are indeed weak. That's right. But we have a magic tower. Halloumi tried to argue. After all, the magic tower is a foreign object, not our own strength. Past experience tells them that a 3-story tower stationed by an ordinary magician is not an invulnerable and perfect fortress. No matter how clever the traps and functions are, there will definitely be weaknesses. No matter how deeply you hide your weaknesses, the stronger your strength is, in the eyes of others, it is still a weakness. Needless to say, from the time we entered the tower, except for the ones who caused trouble at the beginning, except for the villagers and bandits, there are no enemies that we can defeat single-handedly. As long as we are separated from the protection of the magic tower, we have no chance of survival. After taking a long breath, Lin looked at the money box placed in the corner of the core room with a complicated expression. The gold coins inside are the source of all disasters. Not to mention that there are benefits here that are unimaginable to ordinary people. If no one knows about these things, then forget it. However, the fact that we are very rich is constantly being publicized on the forum. And the more it is spread, the more exaggerated it is. And this kind of thing, it's another case of trying to hide something, and it's easy to make it darker. It's not right to explain or not to explain. If a weak person has a lot of wealth, who will rob him? As long as there are a few who are a little stupid and greedy, we will be targeted. Fortunately, most people still have some sense and some dignity, and will not put such dirty thoughts on the table. But they cannot stand up to the masses. There are so many of them that if there are just a few of them, we will be exhausted. Speaking of which, I just want to find a piece of land and observe my stars in peace. Is this wrong? The 2 girls grew up in poverty, so they became parents early. Their mental and ideological maturity is not comparable to half-grown children of the same age. But they are still children after all. Maybe they have seen the darkness of society and the greed of human nature, but they are only entry-level at best. Society is darker than they imagined, and human nature is more greedy than they have ever seen. But none of this is something they should touch or worry about at their age. Lin grabbed the heads of the 2 girls, messed up their hair again, and said, Don't think too much. It's enough for you to know these things now. But if you want to worry, leave it to me as a teacher. Okay, what you should focus on, besides your apprenticeship, is, seeing that his teacher was hesitant to speak, Halloumi asked, What is it? Lin pointed to the surveillance screen, where 2 large dogs running into the pile of werewolves were seen nudging the dead bodies in different shapes with their front feet. Some of the deceased died in the form of werewolves, some reverted to human appearance and then died, and some died in the weird appearance of half man and half wolf. They did this not to protect the tower of the great sage or their master, just out of curiosity, or maybe looking for some meat to eat. Thinking back to Greyhoof and Whitenose' previous behavior, and their current self-assertive behavior, Lin gritted his teeth and said, If these 2 dogs continue to be raised like this, they will be useless. A group of enemies surrounded the tower, and they actually let them charge halfway before the 2 dogs noticed the warning. One day they fell asleep, and the dogs headed. Doesn't surprise me that you were cut without realizing it. So, while you are learning the second ring magic, these 2 beasts should also be trained by me. If this continues, winter is coming soon. In my hometown, dog meat is very nutritious. Do you know? After sending the two girls away, Lin began to prepare to clean up the aftermath. In the first step, Lin Xian opened his arcane eyes. He was curious about the items that clearly contained a large amount of mana and power. Although the general monitoring screen can be zoomed, the resolution will not increase. The picture is too large, like looking at a mosaic. But after using the arcane eye, there is no such problem. Within the scope of action, you can choose the distance and adjust the size at will, and the clarity will still be as visible to the naked eye. Instead of going out to see it in person, I was afraid that someone would fake the body, in addition to the vampires who turned into gray. Who knows if those werewolves, gray dwarves, and dark elves have any means of feigning death, and they can just deceive the existing detection technology of the Tower of the Great Sage. If his true identity was exposed easily, and he was hit hard without anyone noticing, he would be dead, and Lin would have nowhere to cry. In the zoomed-in shot, there is a magic scroll. The patterns are complicated, the text is difficult, and the layout of the magic circles is one inside another, which looks very high-end. At the same time, the Vanguard dead in the other three directions also have the same magic scroll in their hands. Use the Magic Tower version of Bokamasho's giant palm to collect the scrolls. Lin turned on the item identification system again, marking all large and small items within the range. That being said, this system is still in the development stage, and the chance of misidentification is very high. So at best it can only give Lin a reminder that there is something here. But not having a mark doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And having a mark doesn't mean it's very important. It's just for reference. I do this, of course, just to collect loot. In the previous attack on the Noble Coalition, due to the large number of people, more than 6,000 people, and the Royal Revival Army headed by the eldest princess of Frank Kingdom watching, Lin did not make any move to touch the corpse. On the one hand, it was also because too many people died, and it was too tragic. It was the first time Lin faced such a thing, and he felt psychologically uncomfortable. So he hastily cremated the bodies and buried them. However, during the cremation process, many metal lumps were left behind. These were the melted and mixed remnants of the weapons and armor of soldiers and nobles. These metal lumps of mixed materials are all piled up in the casting room of the tower, waiting for separation and purification when they are free. In addition, Lin believed that those nobles must have some life-saving items or treasures to carry with them. It's a pity that all these were reduced to ashes with that fire. Now they are dark creatures and enemies of mankind, including the famous vampires and dark elves. When I played fantasy RPGs on Earth, these were all high-level monsters. If only a whiteboard dagger and a few copper coins were dropped from his body, the game production company would not be booed by the players. Simply put, what these people were should be good things. So Lin also took it seriously and carefully searched for the corpses. As the saying goes, once you are born, you will become familiar twice, and you will become a master 3 times. After correcting his mentality and transforming into a bloodless and tearless version of the mysterious world, Lin no longer had any psychological barriers to such behavior as touching corpses on a large scale. Not to mention that there is a screen between them, so you don't have to do it with your hands. Chapter 74 Spoils of War. The Dark Creature Alliance's attack on the Tower of the Great Sage was silent on the forum. On the one hand, there were no witnesses, because Lin cleaned up everything that night and was not exposed to the small town spies who would wander around during the day. On the other hand, Lin is too lazy to show off such things. It makes sense to keep a low profile and be a talented person, considering that he wanted to keep the loot. Lin roughly skinned all the dead into naked pigs and then cremated them together. The peeled things are temporarily piled on the top of the tower, and I will find time to sort through them one by one. Lin did not forget his previous thoughts when studying the golden skeleton, and deliberately kept a few relatively complete corpses, as well as a few corpses suspected of being magicians, and placed them in the empty room on the second floor. The frozen magic circle and simple barrier that were used to collect the remains of the 5 inspectors of the Cadiz district chapter have been set up. These arrangements have been preserved and are now just in use. In the next few days, with the help of 2 assistants, the great cause of dissection and research began. Letting the 2 girls assist is also because the opportunity is rare. But there are not always dark elves and dwarves available to play with. If you don't take advantage of this time to learn more and become more knowledgeable, then how long will it take? Moreover, they are not opposed to such things. The reason why I had an emotional breakdown before was because too many people died and it was too tragic. Lying one or two on the dissecting table is similar to the feeling of hunting cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, and other creatures, dismembering them and making them into dishes. Therefore, they can correct their mentality and look at all this with a learning attitude. All I can say is that the children in Lost Land have thick hearts. In short, after the past few days of operation, Lin Yofei felt that he had gone astray and was moving towards specialization in the school of the undead. After doing all the tests that can be done at this stage, I also shaved off the flesh of a few relatively complete ones and made them into skeletons. If I didn't have the heart of Dr. Hannibal, I should consider how cooked the shaved meat is, or stir-fry it instead of burning it to ashes. When things here came to an end, Lin felt that everything he saw with his eyes was still red, and his nose was full of rotten smells. His entire tense nerves had reached a limit. If you continue and don't train yourself to become a talent like Hannibal, you will be crazy. But as a former fat nerd, the chances of the latter are relatively high. Only then was he ready to deal with the pile of stripped trophies. When he walked up to the top of the tower where the items were temporarily stacked, he immediately regretted it. What will happen if it is covered with blood? Possibly with feces and urine attached to it, and is then piled up in the sun and exposed to the sun for a few days? Poison gas. It's definitely poisonous gas level. Just by walking to the top of the tower, Lin had the urge to set a fire and burn the piles of things. Call 2 girls to help. One uses the wind technique to keep all 3 of them standing upwind to avoid the unpleasant smell as much as possible. The other uses the fire technique to directly incinerate worthless things. Lin covered his mouth and nose with several layers of cloth and used the fastest speed to sift through the piles of debris as high as a hill. The most useless thing among them is the equipment of the Dark Elves. Many things die when exposed to light and do not turn into ashes directly under the sun. The enchantment effect will also disappear or even become brittle, as if they were cursed. So Lin thought he was getting a bunch of high-end goods produced by elves, but he didn't expect that they turned out to be junk that was worse than knockoffs. However, a few rings have been preserved, and the flow of mana and power can be faintly felt. They should be magic jewelry, but their functions need to be identified. In addition, there are some handwritten books stained with blood, which are recorded in characters similar to those of the elves. He said something similar because Lin also learned the language and writing of the elves, because the source of some magical knowledge comes from the elves. In the lost world where translation has not yet become a common practice, you can only rely on yourself if you want to read foreign languages. The book records found this time are similar in shape but incomplete. They may be some regional slang, or the Dark Elves may have developed their own language and writing system. Lin was careful to retain this information. Blood stains may be difficult to clean, but there are ways to deal with the smell. The content will be discussed later. Transforming into a werewolf fully demonstrates the characteristic of being a human slave, which is poverty. Among the pile of miscellaneous items, most were clothes made of low-grade fabrics, but several heavy weapons were preserved. It doesn't look like a high-end enchanting product. It feels like a crude iron lump, but the weight is enough, and you can get a few more kilograms of iron if you remelt it. The Grey Dwarves are considered the most sincere delivery boys. All kinds of dwarven armor, shields, axes, and maces are all available. Moreover, some high-end products also have special runes in dwarven knowledge, which are not much compared to their distant relatives, the mountain dwarves. It's a pity that all these things are damaged. As a defensive equipment, it is not difficult for Lin to imagine that in the hands of the previous owner of this armor, it was used to block several light ball attacks. Nowadays, it is extremely difficult to find a complete set. We can only pick up some relatively intact ones and keep them, and recycle the rest. I have kept all the ones with runes, so I can study them later. The most generous ones are the vampires. The unimportant things will automatically become dust, and the remaining items that can be picked up from the dust are all high-end products. There are all kinds of gems, jewelry, weapons, and magic scrolls, and the contents are also diverse. What is strange is that there are few armors and equipment. It may be due to the recovery ability of racial talents that these self-proclaimed dark nobles do not like heavy armor. After several large piles of garbage are burned to ashes, the remaining valuable things are cleaned and deodorized. The 3 masters and apprentices worked like this all day long and didn't stop until the evening. To be able to act so quickly is because the working environment here is so bad. Everyone wants to end it as soon as possible, so it is inevitable that they are a little hasty. Besides, Lin didn't want to keep these things for one more day. Who knew how terrifying the smell here would be tomorrow? After finally completing the rough classification and cleaning, The next step is the troublesome task identification. Identification is a university subject. There is no miracle in the world of Lost World where an old man can find a constitution +2, agility +3, and colorful rays of jewelry with just a touch of his wretched hands. Putting aside the fact that there is no such thing as increasing physical strength or increasing agility. The effects of all magic props in the land come from only 3 sources: the magic array or magic runes engraved on the objects, and the magic hidden in magic stones or gems. An item blessed or cursed through specific rituals. In other words, the first 2 are essentially within the scope of magic knowledge. At the same time, just like the materials used in magic tower construction, the material of the artifact carrying magic will affect the effect. The last item is more troublesome, because sometimes the producer himself cannot guarantee the effect of the thing produced, or even whether it is effective or not. Therefore, to identify a magic item, you need to identify it from the material itself and the texture. Sometimes you also need to know the runes unique to elves or dwarves to see the function of an item. As for blessings and curses, there is no other way to understand their effects other than wearing them and feeling them in person. The most reliable thing at this time is intuition. Whether wearing this thing is good or bad. Most of these things will eventually be given the prefix cursed, classified as rare objects, and then end up in someone's hands and become a collection, or the association's treasure. This appraisal work became something that Lin would only consider in his spare time, because it is too troublesome, and the risks are not small. Who knows if there is magic in those jewelry and gems about collecting the souls of the dead, allowing the wearer to meet the grandfather in the ring. This may seem like an opportunity, but in fact there is a conspiracy behind it. Therefore, these items awaiting identification were piled in the corner of the weapons room on the first floor after sorting. The main thing I'm currently busy with is resmelting those scraps into metal ingots. Metal parts that can be disassembled and made of different materials are gathered together with their respective materials and remelted. The most troublesome thing is the metal pieces left behind by the cremated noble coalition. The mixed metals need to be separated and re-refined mostly using chemical extraction methods on Earth. Although physics and chemistry are from the same family, Lin was blinded by someone who majored in astronomy and physics and played chemistry, which basically exceeded the level of high school chemistry. Therefore, we can only make a rough separation based on the characteristic of different melting points. This busy work lasted nearly 5 days. Lin didn't want to touch the pile of items left to be identified for the time being, so he assigned a task to his 2 young apprentices, which was to examine what type of effects those items with obvious magic patterns had. In fact, since the 2 apprentices passed the first level examination, Lin has gradually taught them the knowledge of 2nd level and 3rd level magic, even 3-ring magic. They are now able to cast it smoothly, but their proficiency needs to be improved. Therefore, this identification task can be regarded as a simple test to test the 2 girls' magic knowledge. By the way, I will help Lin reduce some preparatory work in identification. As for himself, he wanted to relax after the hard work of the past few days. If an army faces an army, and the victorious side, the general will happily instruct his soldiers to clean the battlefield and collect loot. Otherwise, there are specialized organizations called corpse pickers or mourners who do this type of thing and then immediately hand over the bulk of the profits. If the army attacks the tower, the magician can also instruct the residents living in the tower territory and under its protection to do these finishing touches. However, the group of people outside the tower of the great sage are not trustworthy, so it can only be done by the hard-working loner. Well, adding 2 more apprentices doesn't make things any easier. So when 2 groups of blind idiots came to his door in succession, Lin felt quite angry and helpless. To be honest, he would rather not have these trophies. But leaving it there without sorting it out, or just throwing it away as rubbish, is really a pity for a former fat nerd who has a collecting habit. Complaining after you have done something seems to have become an inevitable flaw in your character. In the early morning after all these troubles came to an end, Lin had finished his nightly stargazing and was catching up on his sleep in bed when a special guest came to the tower of the great sage. She covered herself under a large cloak. He shouted in a clear and loud voice, "Your Excellency, the Tower Master is here." Chapter 75 Special Guest. The guest who came alone stood in the center of the hall on the first floor. Even after entering the tower, she had no intention of lifting her hood and still covered herself tightly. 2 girls dressed in smart clothes and preparing to go out to train dogs came to the lobby. At the same time, 2 large dogs, Gray Hoof and White Nose, also responded to the previous call and happened to block the door. To people they have never seen before, They sniff and smell the familiar smell. The guest noticed the two large monsters at the door. But she did not panic. She just turned her head and looked at the two girls who had just come out of the stairwell. She said, "Good morning, both of you. I am Cortalin, a dependent of Lady Dorothy. I was entrusted by my master to come here to visit the Tower Master." "Dorothy?" Halloumi tilted her head, a little unfamiliar with this name. After a while, she seemed to remember something and asked, "Vampire? It's a vampire. Well, vampires are right too." The guest's voice was a little helpless, admitting the name that was a bit contemptuous. "Don't worry. I'm here with no ill intentions." The girls looked at each other and ran up to the third floor at the same time, preparing to pull up their teacher's quilt. The two big dogs didn't get permission to leave, so they simply sat down and blocked the gate. They recognized the smell. It belonged to inedible meat, so they lost interest and yawned with their mouths wide open. The visiting guests didn't seem to care and stood quietly waiting. Before she came to the Tower of the Great Sage, she received strict instructions from her master and was not allowed to do anything that offended the Tower Master, because that tower is like the natural enemy of the vampires. Killing vampires, no matter how many, is only within the fingertips of the tower owner. As one of the most powerful warriors in the clan, she subconsciously despised magicians, who were still at the level of human life. But the possible reason why she appeared here forced Cao Taolin to restrain her arrogance and face the Tower Master with the correct attitude. Not long after waiting, the adult male tower owner walked out of the central stairwell, wearing a bright mage robe. He looked radiant and energetic. In fact, the person who stayed on the third floor was sleepy-eyed, with messy hair, wearing a nightgown and hugging his own pillow. On the head is of course the helmet that controls the clone. Cortalin tried to find something special about the person in front of her. But no matter how you look at it, except for his spiritual points, compared to the best human she has ever seen, the one in front of her has no characteristics at all. Not domineering, not handsome, not shrewd and capable. To be honest, he is just an ordinary person in a rural area, looking after a small store with his insignificant craftsmanship. Lin obviously didn't like the dark creature that made trouble twice. After he appeared, he immediately asked, "Guest, why are you here?" Hearing the obvious displeasure in her tone, Cortalin was slightly angry and said, "Your Excellency, I am here on behalf of Lady Dorothy Nagi to convey her goodwill. Your Excellency does not need to be so hostile. If you really have good intentions, then show up. People who hide their heads and show their tails are not worthy of trust." In response to such a request, the hiding person stretched out his slender arms, intending to point to the ceiling. But in an instant, he seemed to be burned, and his skin was torn apart. She quickly retracted her arm and said with a slight hesitation, "Then the lights in your tower. Sorry, my mistake." He snapped his fingers and lowered the bright lighting in the tower. Lin said, "This is the wavelength of simulated moonlight. It should not affect you." Cao Taolin stretched out her hand to test again. This time there was no burning, so she opened her hood, revealing her fair and bloodless face. After feeling the light in the tower for a while, she unexpectedly found that the power in her body had grown slightly. She said in shock, "Is this a full moon?" Sunlight kills. Moonlight helps. Especially the light of the full moon can add some strength to the two categories of dark creatures, vampires and werewolves. If it weren't for the fact that the Tower Master could change the lights in a snap, Cao Taolin would have wanted to try to capture him. However, this is not the goal of this trip. Furthermore, with the current situation, there is no point in capturing the tower owner. Cao Taolin looked at the Tower Master with a gentle smile, but felt a little weird because the other person's expression and tone were inconsistent. But she still asked for the purpose of her trip. "Your Excellency, I wonder if one of the 4 elders of the Southwest Blood Clan, the ancient Marquis of Messerage, has come to visit your tower recently?" "Messerage?" Lin couldn't remember the name for a while and asked, "Who is that?" Cortalin looked a little embarrassed and replied, "It's Martin Baylog, the patriarch of his clan who offended the tower owner before. No such person came to visit me. However, there was a group of people attacking this tower before, and there were vampires inside. I still remember that your lady promised me that no vampire would come for that matter. I was looking for trouble, but a large group of people came to kill me. How do you explain this matter? Is it the army of the Marquis of Messerage? I don't know. They came here without identifying themselves, and they didn't put any signs on them. I don't know who they are. Where are they now?" "Well, the underworld. Or maybe the gods you believe in collect the dead." Ka Talon was stunned for a moment, suppressed her surprise, and said calmly, I wonder if there are any relics that can prove their identity. As if to conceal her original intention, Ka Talon explained, because everyone the whereabouts of the Ancient One are very important to us. Moreover, the Marquis lost contact with us a while ago, and his whereabouts are unknown. So we hope to confirm his identity. Yeah. Looking at the female vampire in front of me, she couldn't be said to be beautiful, but she was still handsome and tall. Thinking of the previous conversation with the lady, it can be said that the background of this person and that of the Marquis are rivals. So although he felt that the other party was trying to hide something, Lin still nodded and said, Come with me. The place where the trophies were piled was in the corner of the weapons room. Lin's clone opened the locked door with a wave of his hand. The shelves that were cleared out more than a year ago are still empty today. The only supplementary items are the crossbows used by the two girls for hunting. According to new ideas and designs, 2 crossbows with different characteristics were remade, and a lot of effort was put into enchanting them. He doesn't expect to be praised by his disciples. He just wants to be quiet. When I first sold my things, the whole atmosphere in the tower was filled with resentment. When 2 slingshots are made, the resentment is doubled. Now the 2 slingshots ran to nowhere, and were nowhere to be seen. In the corner of the weapons room, the trophies that had been sorted out before were piled up in different categories. There are piles of weapons, piles of armor, and some gadgets placed on silver trays on the shelves, also arranged in a disorderly manner. Lenny waved his hand, gesturing for the guests to watch by themselves, and said, All the things that are still intact are here. I have dismantled or carved out the remaining damaged items and recast them. You can look for them at will. If there are none here, then it just doesn't exist anymore. Maybe it means that your Marquis didn't die in the previous attack. With a slight nod, Ka Talon walked past the tower owner and came to the pile of weapons and equipment piled randomly. As the distance got closer and the more items she recognized, she became more frightened. There are wings on both sides of the helmet to protect the ears. The back tip is obturned, and there is a nose guard in the front. This is a powerful armor called the King of the Mountain. Its original owner was a weapons master among the Grey Dwarves. At the same time, I also saw the arm-long war hammer. The handle of the hammer was made from several strands of an old vine called lozon intertwined. The hammer head was flat in front and pointed in the back, which could be used for smashing or nailing. This is also the proud work of the weapons master. And it is also a portable weapon. A 2-handed sword, with no sharp edge at the base of the blade, is also for people to hold. The end of the sword hilt is inlaid with a yellow gem the size of a pigeon egg, which is a fine workmanship. This is the legendary weapon called the Rising Sun Star. The last owner was a Dark Elf martial arts master, and the strongest member of the Dark Elf family among the allies of Marquis Maceroche. Relying on this weapon with the power of sunlight, he became the Marquis' strongest killer against betrayers. A huge bone with several spikes stuck in all directions. It looks very rough, but it is a terrifying weapon. It is based on half of an ancient dragon's leg bone, and is paired with meteorite iron spikes cursed by different dark gods. Every time it hits, it can produce different negative effects, which can be said to be the enemy's nightmare. This is the most trusted servant of Marquis Maceroche, and the weapon of the werewolf leader. There are also several famous weapons and armors, but now they are stacked together randomly like groceries. It is completely impossible to see the majestic reputation of the past, and it is also difficult to imagine where its holders, those warriors who are so powerful and admirable, are now. It can be said that if I admit my mistake correctly, the core strength that Marquis Maceroche relies on are all here, and none of them have escaped. However, the characteristics of these weapons are quite obvious. I regard the power of the Maceroche clan as my imaginary enemy. I am very familiar with the details of these weapons and their owners, so the chance of admitting my mistake is not high. In other words, regardless of whether the Marquis comes in person or not, most of his power has been eliminated. Looking at the plate of lighter items, there are earrings, rings, necklaces, belt buckles, arm rings, wristbands, etc. Ka Talon immediately saw the gold ring with a large ring face, and a complex coat of arms engraved on it. That was the ring of clan patriarch that the Marquis of Maceroche never left. A proof of his identity as an ancient, and a symbol of power as an elder. Did that powerful ancient one also die in the Tower of the Great Sage? In fact, under the propaganda of Dorothy Nagy, all the vampires in the Southwest Peninsula know that the inside of the Tower of the Great Sage can shine with light that has the same effect as the sun. Therefore, It is the consensus of everyone to avoid entering the tower as much as possible. But no one thought that the owner of the tower was so crazy that he transformed the entire outer wall of the tower into something like a super large flashlight, capable of emitting light of the same wavelength as sunlight. For vampires, it's a face-to-face killing, with no blind spots. Even wearing day clothes, like Cortoran's original outfit, one couldn't help but let the sun shine upward from the floor. Laser nets can be deployed. So what's the point of using some light mainly composed of ultraviolet rays? However, Lynn has no obligation to explain these things clearly to the vampires. This dark group of people who were once humans have the same evil nature, no matter how much they explain. They are just intimidation, excuses, or bragging. Only when it truly hurts will it be impressive. That's why Lynn didn't choose to believe in that bullshit covenant during his previous meeting with Dorothy. Killing the opponent until they are scared is much more effective than a blank piece of paper. Chapter 76. Selling something based on the weight of the weight. From the moment she saw the Patriarch's ring, Count Talon couldn't take her eyes away. She did not expect that the Marquis of Massacre would die in such a place. She did not expect that the ring representing the power of the elders would be within reach. The outstretched hand was trembling slightly. Count Talon tried her best to suppress her excitement. And then she grasped the ring of the Patriarch and picked it up when everything felt so unreal. Looking at the Patriarch's ring lying quietly in her flat palm, Count Talon felt the mysterious power running in the ring, accompanied by the call from the abyss. For the dark race, it is as hard to resist as a delicious delicacy. It is said that the ring of the Patriarch is a personal belonging from a certain dark god who was still walking in the world before the divine fire was ignited. It is a true artifact. After he lit the divine fire, he left the ring to the servants at that time. After picking up this ring, Count Talon believed such rumors. But what is more valuable about it lies in the power of clan patriarchs and elders. Although without the shock of the Ancient One's identity, he may not necessarily be able to command other subordinates in the clan. But the ring can open the treasure trove. And these treasures are the real source of the clan's cohesion. Perhaps not having the status of an Ancient One would make the elders' power slightly weaker. But it is still superior to most vampires, and can even get rid of the restrictions of the first supporter. With all the advantages, Count Talon wanted to hold this ring and go far away, develop her own power, and then come back to attend the elders' meeting. In the end, his love for Dorothy outweighed his unnecessary ambition. The ring of the Patriarch can be more effective in the hands of the loved one and her father. After all, he is a warrior, a sword and a shield. After clarifying her thoughts, Cortalin asked calmly, "Sir, may I please take this ring as evidence and bring it back to my master?" Lynn said without hesitation. "Of course not." "What? But you just—" "I didn't promise anything just now. I just asked you to find it. In any case, this is my trophy. How can I let you take it away for nothing? Or, I have to say the vampires will come to retaliate against me. Or, reasons like someone will come to snatch this ring made me give up on my own initiative." Suppressing the displeasure and resentment that surged into her throat, Count Talon tried her best to keep her voice calm and said, "Then I don't know what price you will pay for this ring before you are willing to trade it." "At what cost?" Lynn was stunned by this question, since the other party came to the door regardless of his life. "Just to find this ring. It must be a good thing. The question is, to what extent is it a good thing? Is it useful to you? Especially the latter. If items are blessed or cursed through a certain ritual, they all have one thing in common. That is, there is a boss behind them. Praying to gods, making deals with demons, or using an undead soul to curse means that the holder will inevitably deal with these beings. If you are in line with your boss's wishes, you will be blessed greatly. If you are at odds with your boss, then good things will turn into bad things. To use the terminology used by Zhu Lin when he was playing online games on Earth, these things are bound to race, profession, and belief. And the more powerful the item, the heavier the restriction. So rather than whether this thing is good or not, whether you can use it is more important. If you fall out with the other party and insist on keeping this ring, but you can only look at it and not use it, then you might as well exchange it for some useful benefits. But at what price? Thinking of this, Lynn felt helpless again. Thinking about other time travels. They are all about making money, and making money again. Making steel, ships, and gunpowder. Even if you travel through time with your bare hands, you can conquer a large territory and integrate the essence of the harem stallion into your daily life. Why is it that when it's my turn and I make a little more money, I feel dazzled in the eyes of those big leaders, and there are countless crooked melons and jujubes staring at me? If you make a lot of money from these things and your reputation leaks out, you will have a headache for who knows how long. Even if you don't sell it. If you cover these things and leave them to rot. Your ancestors have taught you the principle of carrying a jade is a crime. Thousands of years ago. How could you not understand it? With a long sigh, Lin looked at the frightened female vampire and said, "How many gold coins do you have on you?" Cao Taolin, who originally thought that the matter was going to fall through due to a sigh, took out the purse in her arms in confusion and said, "That's all. Okay. Put the money down, and you can take the things with you." Cao Taolin, who had always remained calm, could no longer control her expression. She seemed to be relieved. Then she straightened her face, handed out the purse in her hand, and said, "Then it's a deal, Your Excellency." Lin was a little disinterested, and shook his hand, without taking the purse, and said, "Put it on the shelf next to it. Your Excellency, where are the other things?" Cao Taolin seemed to be pursuing the victory, and asked about the disposal of the other treasures. "You have to take back as much as possible before the tower owner understands the value of these items. You can negotiate with my apprentice then. There are so many things. If you plan to take them all away, you can't move them back alone in broad daylight. What's the price of the transaction? Sell by weight. 1 kilogram. 1 gold. That's it." After saying that, Lin took off the control helmet and crawled back to his bed to catch up on his sleep. But the clone on the first floor walked towards the stairwell according to the established pattern, and gradually faded away. Cao Taolin was left alone in the weapons room, feeling confused. Does the tower owner really not know the value of these things? Or is it done deliberately, just to humiliate others and laugh at the vampires? Or do you really not care? That's why I called out this casual price. She didn't want to violate the deal of the patriarch's ring. She didn't take back the money bag she put down. She didn't take away a few more items from the pile. It's not like she hasn't thought about it. Maybe next time she comes back, the tower owner will overturn today's statement and raise the price of these things to an unacceptable level. But what can we do? The two parties are not on an equal footing in negotiations. As soon as he walked out of the weapons room door, he saw 2 girls whizzing past. He grabbed the collar of the big dog sitting at the door, turned over, and got on the dog's back. Then the 2 men and 2 dogs rode Juechen and ran into the forest, completely ignoring the guests who were still in the tower. Kataling continues to be messy. The tower master returned to the 3rd floor. The 2 apprentices left, and the 2 tame monsters also left. The 1st floor was empty, leaving only myself. But to be honest, she really didn't dare to think about going beyond the rules. Killing vampires is so easy in this tower. Keep the patriarch's ring close to your body. Cortalin did not dare to put the ring on her finger, for fear of falling into the sweet temptation and losing her mind. Putting her hood back on, she hurriedly left the tower of the great sage. Report what you see and hear to your master as soon as possible. This tower is not just cruel, but so cruel that it is lawless. After that, Cortalin did not visit again, and the pile of trophies remained untouched. The tower of the great sage has ushered in a rare peace, and the residents of the town outside the tower also seem to be at peace. No longer as undercurrent and frightening as when the Frank Kingdom Royal Revival Army group was there. The 3 masters and disciples who originally thought they would usher in a moment of peace, but because of a temporary decision, they temporarily put aside the unimportant matters at hand and devoted themselves to busy preparations. Of course, it is not accurate to say that this decision was made on the spur of the moment, because it was something that had to be done sooner or later. It has been 2.5 years since I handed over the magic related to the browser and 3 systems. One of the conditions for magicians to receive subsidies from the association is to turn in at least 1 new magic every 3 years to show that they have continued research and improvement. Calculating the time, the deadline is coming soon. Secondly, it took more than 2 years for the 2 girls to pass the 1st level apprenticeship assessment. The formal 2nd ring assessment period is also 3 years. But before, the reason why they took the 1st round of assessment before the deadline was because they didn't have good cultivation at that time. Although the Tower of the Great Sage was initially disliked by everyone, it is ultimately a magic tower. Not just any magician who wants to enter is allowed to enter. Instead, you have to spend a sum of money to exchange for the qualification to enter the association. It has the same meaning as buying a house. But what you buy is only the right to live in it, not the ownership. It cannot be traded between private parties, and certainly cannot be inherited to future generations. At that time, in order to save the fees for the qualification to stay in the tower, Lin almost took 2 apprentices and ventured outside non-stop to make money. And he also lived frugally. It is conceivable that not many resources will be invested in training 2 apprentices. Knowledge is imparted around a campfire or in a drafty room of a shabby hotel in the countryside. Practice is entirely conducted in actual combat. Faced with the goblin wielding a big stick and beating him, the result of magic being ineffective is his life. But the environment of that period was far from comparable to the current life in the Tower of the Great Sage. Now that he had plenty of money, Lin did not continue to save on meditation resources to accumulate mana and power. Instead, he used good things as much as possible. Not only was the 3rd meditation room built, but the open-air hot spring pool also somewhat enhanced the meditation effect. With the assistance of such sufficient resources, no matter how bad the talents of the 2 girls are, there is still gratifying progress in the accumulation of mana and power. As early as more than half a year ago, as long as they did not choose a second ring magic that was too tricky, it would not be a problem for them to cast 10 consecutive spells. In terms of proficiency training, although it is no longer practiced in actual combat, it lacks the excitement of life and death. But after Lin completed the digital detection of magic power, he also conducted a series of scientific magic training on the 2 girls. Why does it feel so awkward? In short, it is to use quantitative monitoring to carry out targeted training on deficiencies. And it can also give clear feedback on control. For example, how much power is used to use the 2nd level icicle technique? How much is the minimum that can guarantee the operation of magic? And how much is actually wasted due to too much investment? Being able to make a scientific training plan was due to the fact that when Lin was on Earth, he had studied relevant knowledge for a while in order to lose his belly, and then made a plan for himself. It turns out that careful planning has nothing to do with people's willpower. What I learned at that time was used on the 2 girls, and the effect was unexpectedly good. Maybe the girls also understand that their magic talents are really average, so they work extra hard. The biggest fear is that efforts will have no direction, resulting in half the result with twice the effort. Lin's research results just make up for this, letting them know what direction they want to work towards. Chapter 77 Preparation Before Departure. With the cooperation of many conditions, the apprentices are also familiar with the apprentice-level magic of the 2nd ring, and the accumulation of power is enough. It happened that Lin was about to hand over a piece of magic knowledge and return to the headquarters of the Shijia district branch. After discussing with each other, Halumi and Kaya proposed to their teacher the idea of returning to the headquarters for the 2nd level assessment. Lin certainly wouldn't object. There are still many unknowns about the use of magic in his research, especially regarding spiritual issues. Even if the book data is the same, whether the girls are in high spirits or in low spirits that day will affect the effect of the magic. Therefore, Lin believes that there is a difference in the results between having the confidence to take the initiative to take the assessment and being forced to take the assessment before the deadline. Since the 2 girls have shown their enthusiasm, the teachers are of course supportive. Besides, if you fail the assessment, there will be no punishment. You will have to come back in a month at most. Of course, related fees and expenses will not be refunded. Lin's current net worth does not matter about the money. As for the magic that Lin himself wanted to hand over this time, after careful consideration, he decided to release the email system, because the forum does not have a design such as Insight text messaging. For some private contacts, both parties will still go to great lengths to open a new discussion area or discussion thread, resulting in a bloated and complicated layout. If he didn't want to downplay the role of a manager, and not want the confused netizens to feel that there was a boss above them, Lin would have aggressively chopped down those old and unused posts. In addition, sometimes in busy discussion forums, this kind of discussion thread that is only visible to designated people can easily sink to the bottom. The designated person may not notice that someone is using this method to find him, which makes it easy for the message to be missed. In particular, the Chamber of Commerce manager, who had visited the Tower of the Great Sage many times, also mentioned this issue. As a result, every time they open the forum, they have to flip through several pages to see if anyone is looking for them, or they have to use their own names as search keywords to see if there are any new and unresponsive discussion threads. To solve this problem, of course, we need to use magic emails that are more targeted and created using the email system as a template. As long as advertising letters haven't risen or become widespread, the emails that come into your mailbox must be important and only relevant to you, and will not be interfered by too many irrelevant discussion threads on the forum. Secondly, as long as the web version of the sending and receiving interface is designed, it can be used directly on the browser. For most people, they can enjoy additional functions without paying additional fees. which can be regarded as a boost of reputation for themselves. The biggest advantage is that doing so will not bring additional income, and it will not make people jealous. To be honest, before today, Lin could have never thought that having money beyond his needs would be so distressing. As for instant messaging software, I am afraid that it will change the current structure of the lost world too much. After thinking about it, maybe professions such as spies and secret agents will shine through this system. In the past, when messages were delivered on forums, it was inevitable that they would leave clues. As for this magic email system, it can be said that as long as the user's login name and password are not known, it will be difficult for others to detect the content. Even the clues to leaving physical documents have disappeared, and the world of Lost World currently does not have any means to deal with such crimes. It can be said that the next step will be a paradise for intelligence traffickers. However, this situation is still within the allowable range. There are already endless methods used by this kind of people. Adding a hidden method only makes it more difficult to prevent spies, but it does not make it impossible to solve them. At least according to Lin's idea. Taking away the magic stones that these people can use to access the internet, or even a large-scale forbidden magic field, can prevent such behavior. So after making the decision, Lin took out and improved the email system framework that he had written most of before. Testing and bug catching are in full swing these days. At the same time, another question arises. That is, where should the mail system server be installed? After thinking about it, I will hand over the magic stones and content of the original system as magic knowledge. As long as the server you create has a legal domain name, you can install this system. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the idea of the president of Shijia district, Chung Guiden, and he directly installed a magic mail system on the computerized energy pool of the Tower of the Great Sage. On the one hand, for the convenience of testing, the email account name and password need to be applied separately, and the account data of the forum cannot be used directly. So which server users want to apply for an email address on depends on their own ideas, and there is no need to force it. In addition, you can use a different account name when applying, separated from the forum name, so that your private email box will not be disturbed too much. This thing is different from a forum. The most valuable thing about a forum is the popularity it gathers. As long as the email address complies with the regulations and exists, communication can be carried out without any hindrance. On Earth, major mail servers are competing for mailbox capacity and the convenience of web interfaces. In Midland, no matter how many tower owners set up their own mail servers, the interfaces are all the same. Simply put, there is no competitiveness, and it purely depends on the user's mood. Can anyone modify it? Lin is looking forward to it, and believes that such a person must be a member of the traveling community. It is amazing that the natives of MIDI can make settings modifications according to the documentation without the concept of program editing, let alone change the interface and system functions. All preparations are going on step by step. Applications that should be made can now be made to the association through the forum. Just make sure that people will show up when the time comes. Of course, if you don't show up, it will not only be regarded as a waiver, but also a bad record within the association. Just like the saying that has appeared on Earth, it is easy for people to be casual when it is convenient for others. The forum's online application is too easy, and some people with bad habits won't care. But under the association, the reception staff had to follow the schedule. After they waited many times, the relevant punishment plans were released. And then, there were all kinds of fancy punishments. Of course, those things were not in Lin's consideration. Instead, they discussed a lot about how the two girls went to Willian City, the headquarters of the Magician Association's Shijia District branch. So, Palumi stood on tiptoes and straightened her arms on the table, trying to put pressure on the man sitting across the negotiating table. Give us a sum of money, and we take Grey Hooves and White Nose on the road. We will definitely reach Willian City faster than taking those slow carriages. Wouldn't it be great to go early and come back early? At the end of the sentence, Halloumi roared behind her. Two big dogs were summoned by the girls to encourage them. It was a pity that they half pushed and half pulled the two resisting beasts up to the third floor. As soon as they entered the core room, the two dogs had their tails raised and their ears down, huddled behind the girls, and did not dare to move. If the little master roared like this outside, the two dogs wouldn't roar in support. But where is this place? Grey Hoof and White Nose don't even dare to snort. Seeing the tower owner's gaze drifting over, the two dogs turned their heads to the left and right in perfect agreement. You are still young and not suitable for long-distance travel. It sounded like a legitimate reason, but in fact Lin himself felt guilty when he said it. Halumala said in a high voice and confidently. We are already adults. Two girls of similar age turned 12 years old one after another not long ago. After some time, Minarchy also came, and they were considered adults in the lost world. As for those things, it was not Lin, the former fat nerd's turn, to coyly explain to the girls. There is a discussion area called Friends of Women on the forum, and I heard that there are various experiences shared by women from 8 months to 80 years old. There are good wives and loving mothers. There are Zygia BU types. And there are all kinds of weird bitch types. From physical health to scheming. It can be said that they have everything. If Ruin can understand all the knowledge here, he will be a suitable candidate for the queen. It is not easy to play with people's hearts. These shocking rumors certainly aroused the curiosity of a certain fat house. One afternoon when I wanted to change my mood, I clicked into the discussion forum without permission. And then, I failed completely. The speech I wanted to make was very straightforward. But the words in my heart were homophones for the same two words in Hokkien. The real impact is that the two girls, who are not yet fully developed, are putting on all sorts of pretense. Lin was hardened by the sight, and his fists were hardened. Although Halumi was the main force behind the unreasonable troubles, Kaya, who was silent at the side, had equally piercing eyes. Lin had no choice but to resort to his ultimate trick. Act like a paternalist and say, until you can make money to support yourselves, whoever provides the money is the boss. And the boss has the final say. Your protests are ineffective. Ah, damn it. You are a bully and a dictator. Aren't you afraid of encountering a messenger of justice who will come forward to uphold justice? Little girl, listen up. Justice belongs to the winner. I'm in the tower. No one dares to come to me for trouble. He let out a queen-like victory laugh. But Lin didn't care about the two of them. A girl about to cry. After laughing, he pointed arrogantly behind them and said, and when you think about going on the road alone, you don't think about having 2 dogs as bodyguards. Can those 2 beasts be relied on? The enemies are coming. You can still sleep soundly. This time you are going to Beijing to take the exam. Ah. No. You are going to Wulian City for the 2nd ring assessment. During this time, I want to train these 2 dogs. You must put them in the pot this time. No matter what. Realizing that they were lying on the ground, the 2 dogs couldn't help but lie down on the ground, covering their faces with their forelimbs and moaning. Therefore, without financial strength and no right to speak, 2 girls, who had just entered the rebellious period of youth, were ruthlessly suppressed. Lin is not the kind of person who suffered hardships as a child, so he doesn't want the next generation he educates to have the same hardships. Of course, if you have tasted any sin, you have to change your ways to let others taste it. This is called not forgetting your roots. And it is also called inheritance. Chapter 78 Dog Training. Sighing at the futile protest, Lin watched the 2 girls leave with the Chamber of Commerce's cavalry team. The reason why they are so persistent is because the 2 girls still don't understand the importance of momentum. Maybe with their 2 children and 2 big dogs, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with the little thieves on the road. But with the help of the Chamber of Commerce's guards, the thieves can be deterred. Just like the Tower of the Great Sage. It is a lonely tower. Many people thought it was a weak persimmon, but in the end they broke their teeth. If it is the 5-linked tower of the Shijia District Branch headquarters, in addition to the 5 connected towers, there are also many magicians and their warrior followers gathered around it. With such a trend, no one who has any ideas will do it forcefully. But this kind of truth is not something that children of Halumi and Kaya's age can understand. They are confused between 2 categories, having strength in numbers and believing in their own strength. Only if they continue to grow will they understand that having many friends is also a part of their strength. It is a pity that in the field of knowledge, Lin, as a top student, can give wonderful teaching, but in life subjects, he even fails himself and becomes a reckless person. How can he do this to an ignorant girl? To follow the guidance. So he would only use this crude method to make decisions for the girls. However, after the girls left, the steward of the Chamber of Commerce, who originally said he would arrive within 2 months and presented the last left arm of the golden skull, arrived belatedly. More than 3 months have passed since his previous promise. With the final parts in hand, Lin was not in a hurry to put the entire skeleton together. Just keep the things in their original seals and throw them into the warehouse first. He was sharpening his knife. No. With a sly smile on his face, it should be said that he was very serious and walked towards the 2 large trembling demon dogs. Originally, Lin was imitating the whistle sounds of 2 girls calling dogs. But it took a long time to wait for the two giant dogs to appear. He calmly walked up to the core room on the 3rd floor and called up the surveillance map. After the arcane eyes condensed on the top of the tower, gray hoof and white nose were nowhere to be seen. Then slightly modify the parameters of the light bomb attack array so that each magic attack will hit the left and right sides of the target in turn. As long as the target is stationary, the bombardment distance will begin to shorten, and eventually the bombardment will hit the target. This change is just a few lines of program code. In order to confirm that the program runs smoothly, we went directly to the actual test. The targets are of course two big dogs with no eyes. The attack speed should not be too fast. Just the attack speed of the first stage. About 60 to 80 rounds per minute. Then start. Lin walked back to the 1st floor slowly, straightened his robe, and straightened the hem before walking out of the door. Above the head, the light bullets released by the magic tower flew at full speed, almost forming two straight lines and hitting in different directions. He pursed his lips and blew a long whistle. Just as the trajectory of the light bomb got closer, the two dogs rushed out of the forest and hurriedly ran to the most terrifying tower master to lie down. Lin snapped his fingers to stop the magic tower's attack. I saw many burnt wounds on the two dogs, and it seemed that they had been attacked by light bullets. And being able to survive being bombarded so many times proves that Warcraft is indeed much thicker and rougher than humans. Generally speaking, the first step in training a dog is to form a conditioned reflex. That is to say, let the dog see a certain instruction, maybe a command or a gesture, and it will perform a certain action, even if it does not understand the meaning of the instruction. It is a dog of the earth. In addition to having the ability to draw supernatural power, the creatures that can be named Warcraft in the Lost World are most distinguished by their cunning, which is no less cunning than humans. Perhaps they cannot speak human language, but are limited by the structure of their vocal cords and oral cavity being different from Homo sapiens. But in terms of understanding, it is not a problem at all. What's more, there are also spells such as animal conversation and magic. But if they have wisdom, how can they be inferior to humans? This lies in the difference between animal nature and human nature. Most Homo sapiens species are bound by morality and law. So they know the righteousness of respecting the elders, respecting the virtuous, brothers, friends, and brothers, and kings and ministers. They understand that the instructions of superiors should be carried out accurately. In other words, society as a whole continues to tout the bigger self. Some people may say that this is a conspiracy theory of the ruling class, but it is indeed the basis for social cooperation and progress. But the beast nature does not have so many constraints. Even if the strong is respected, the beast has the ego as its core. The reason why we respect the strong is just a means to preserve our ego, since it is difficult to have many restrictions. It is not easy to make the behavior of beasts tend to be like humans. But this is just not easy. Not impossible. Just like a child. When he is ignorant, the nature of a child is different from that of an animal. They eat when they are hungry and sleep when they are sleepy. The only difference is that they do not have sharp teeth and claws to bite and catch people. But when moral constraints come into play and they integrate into society, children no longer retain their innocence, but become like adults like everyone else. So in the Lost World, what would it be like to teach animals the same way as people? Honestly, I don't know, because no one has tried it. Whether it is the summoned animals of the Druid series, or the armies of some large and small countries training Warcraft as mounts, they mostly tame them through inducements in order not to destroy the nature of the beasts. And this nature, or wildness, is the value of the beast in the eyes of this group of people, not to mention those in the Colosseum or the nobility. The value of raising a mad dog is much higher than that of a flock of sheep. Maybe Lin didn't put much effort into raising these two dogs. They were taken care of by his two apprentices, but a lot of resources were spent on them, apart from anything else. If the meat eaten by these two dogs is stored and slowly cooked, how long can it last? These two big-bellied ones can last for several days between master and apprentice. One of the main reasons for not allowing the two girls to be taken to Willian City is that they can't figure out how to keep these two girls in the city. If they just keep an eye on these two dogs and don't go out to harm other people's pets, then the girls still don't need to take the assessment. Just concentrate on being a dog slave. So I kept these two people. Although I planned to educate people, I didn't plan to start with counting or pronunciation and writing, and go directly to professional courses. All courses, including stealth, tactical movements, separate attacks, head-on collisions, stances, taking hits, and the most important physical fitness, have only one focus: That is, they are creatures called hunters at the top of the food chain. We don't expect to train 2 dogs into war weapons that only know how to kill people and obey orders. But they should at least be able to bite when called and stop when called. Moreover, you have to bite at a level, with tricks, to catch people off guard, and to bite people hard to guard against, so that you can live up to your hard work. Lin would never admit it. It was because he saw his belly and his figure that was gradually changing to what it looked like before time travel that he decided to give himself a devil's training camp. The 2 dogs were just brought to bear with me, so that I would be in a good mood and motivated to continue and persevere. Besides, teaching these 2 dogs is much easier than teaching people. Beating someone for fear of getting hurt, scolding someone for fear of being discouraged. Why worry about these 2 beasts? Just follow the example of the old US Army teaching Blockbuster. The way the Master Chief made the new recruits doubt their lives, making the 2 dogs doubt their dog nature. Hit him. But hit him harder to death. If it's beaten to death, it's just ready to be stewed in the pot. If it's not dead, it just keeps licking with saliva. Dog rights? In this mysterious world where human rights are insufficient, and even the word human rights does not exist, is it too far away to discuss those things? Of course. If there is punishment, there will be reward. Otherwise it would be impossible to tame these beasts. In order to train 2 dogs, Lin Ziren also worked very hard. Beating the dog until you are tired. Shouting at the dog until your voice becomes hoarse. Of course you have to reward yourself with 3 meals a day. Now that we have started cooking, as long as the 2 dogs don't behave too badly throughout the day, we can prepare their portions and enjoy the same delicious food. If the performance is really too bad, then throw away 2 pieces of raw meat and let it go. Later, when the 2 dogs looked at Lin, they no longer looked timid. Instead, their 4 eyes were shining, and they only had to kneel down to lick him. A lot of training, of course, also requires some attack skills. Perhaps as a human being, it is difficult to imagine how a dog exerts force and attacks. But he couldn't help but watch the Animal World channel and many imaginative animation works before he traveled through time. Coupled with the digital power detection that was also used on the 2 apprentices, Lin really allowed Lin to develop several sets of techniques that the dog-shaped monster can use. It's like imitating the bite of a crocodile and then turning around. If the opponent doesn't roll with it, a piece of meat will still be bitten off. Collision in the form of retreat can produce greater power in a short distance. There are also dog tail whip, tiger pounce, and cat claw attacks. It must be said that there are many actions that go against the dog's nature, but they are easy to use and have many changes. The combination of several moves becomes a routine. The combination of several routines, combined with the environment and situation, becomes a tactic. After such a series of training, although the dogs did not look like dogs, Lin could guarantee that if an enemy used the same mentality as dealing with ordinary canine monsters, they would definitely be tricked into dealing with these 2 dogs. And as long as you hit the first move, you won't be able to escape the next routine. After one routine, half of your life will be lost. If there is only this series of physical and mental torture, then it would be too sorry for the word Warcraft. So Lin took the time to study some magic. It is not unusual for Warcraft to have magic, but how they use it, and how to mobilize the energy in their bodies is unknown to Lin. But we can't escape the essence of magic, which is the arrangement and combination of mana and power. If a magic apprentice learns magic, he starts by constructing a spell model, including gestures, spells, and the media used. A complete set of knowledge can be taught to a dog. Lin would rather play the piano to a cow. However, this does not prevent Lin from planning to give 2 dogs the ability to cast spells. And the method is not difficult. What has he done most in the past few years? Just follow the same example, and apply it to dogs. Chapter 79 Magic Tattoo. Warcraft themselves are very good conductors of mana and power, so their bodies can also be used as trophies, dismembered by humans and made into various props, weapons, and dishes. The euphemistic name is giving a second life, and their vitality is the best source of energy. It is also semi-permanent. If it is exhausted, it can be replenished by eating, drinking, and sleeping. If it can't be replenished, it just means that you didn't eat enough and didn't sleep enough. In the spirit of covering every corner of the magic tower with magic patterns, Lin applied the same idea to 2 dogs, this time using tattoos. Magic pattern tattoos are also considered a major genre in the knowledge of magicians. Some people make magic props to equip themselves, and some people simply transform themselves into magic props by getting tattoos. Born out of the gravity change technique of the 3-ring apprentice magic, The magic tattooed on the front ends of the 4 legs of the 2 dogs has a resounding name, the Gone is walking on flat earth technique. As its name suggests, the technique allows the user to walk on walls, ceilings, rock walls, and roofs as if they were walking on flat ground, with no hindrance to their movements. It can be said that in order to achieve the light skill of flying over walls and flying over the ground, this magic must be learned. It's a pity that this magic sounds cool and awesome, but it's not always the case in practice. After Lin became an official magician, the first money he saved was used to learn this magic knowledge, and he discovered some shortcomings that were not considered shortcomings. Magic is like the name itself. After it is cast, no matter what direction it is on the plane, the caster can walk on flat ground. If you're just walking or running, that's fine. If you're in combat and want to rely on magic to expand your combat space, it's easy to get lost in space, changing the direction of his own gravity field violently and frequently. Not to mention whether the sense of balance controlled by the 3 semicircular canals can adapt. He often falls because he loses his footing after changing planes. If you perform a set of tactical moves with changing the standing plane, you will not be able to figure out the direction and distance between yourself and the enemy. After practicing this for a few times, Lin gave up introducing this magic into his offensive system. In subsequent actual battles, the scenes were mostly in underground tunnels or lush woods, and the conditions under which this magic could be used were limited. Lin thought about it for himself, and it was probably more useful to fight in urban lanes, using detours or surprise attacks. Facts have proved that a fat man who learns magic cannot evolve into a genius warrior, no matter how ruthless he is. He is just bullying a small animal. As for climbing mountain walls, whether it's jumping, floating or flying, it's much easier to use than walking on flat ground. In the past few years, the place where it has been most useful is probably when picking herbs from mountain walls. The magic of walking on flat ground is indeed better than other magic. But the premise of all this is that Lin's fighting talent is not up to par. They have always relied on auxiliary magic and weapons with high bonuses to crush the enemy with one force. In short, bullying the weak. What if the same spell was used on these 2 dogs? With their animalistic talents, can they exert their combat effectiveness in 3-dimensional space? As soon as this idea sprouted, Lin couldn't stop thinking about it. Of course, someone doesn't care whether the 2 dogs agree to be treated like this or not. In this era when human rights are not respected, there is no such thing as dog rights. The chain was taken out again, with the same smile that sent a chill into the dog's heart. Under the suppression of the magic tower version of Bokamashiao's giant palm technique, the 2 giant dogs did not compromise but compromised. Will the tattoo hurt? Meeting. Will magic tattoos hurt? Yes. And it hurts to the bone. Those magicians who love doing this stuff on themselves tend to be somewhat masochistic. By the time the tattoo is completed, the basic trust between humans and dogs has dropped to its lowest point. But Lin didn't care. He didn't need the love of 2 dogs. Try to describe the function of 4-legged tattoos in terms they can understand. But the ability to call upon the energy within the body is an instinctive ability of Warcraft. As long as energy is concentrated on the feet, the tattoo lines can work their magic. Greyhoof tried first. After the tattoos on the 4 legs received energy, a small circle of purple magic circle aura appeared where they stood. It tried to put its right forelimb against the outer wall of the Tower of the Great Sage, and the aura of the magic circle appeared smoothly. Then, the left forelimb was put on, and the uncoordinated direction of gravity caused Grey Hooves to retract his feet and look around suspiciously. Under the watchful eyes of a man and a dog behind him, Greyhoof closed his eyes this time and jumped up on the wall. When the dog's eyes opened, he unexpectedly found that he was standing firmly without any discomfort. On the contrary, the man and the dog were standing on a different plane than themselves. The dog's head was tilted. For a moment, he couldn't figure out why they wouldn't fall from the wall. After taking a closer look, I realized that the other person was standing on the ground, and I was standing on the wall. Surprised. What a dog's surprised expression looks like. As for Lin Lilai, he would say, "You are a grown-up kid, so don't act cute." But now, he is looking at the work in front of him proudly. Finally, he progressed from building transformation to living body transformation, taking a big step towards becoming a mad scientist. No, a mad magician. Greyhoof, aware of his situation, did not dare to move at first. After waiting for a while, he realized that he had not fallen to the ground. And then he tried to take steps. First the right front foot, then the left front foot, walking a few steps and jumping. It's okay. looking at the ground where his companions and the tower master were standing. They returned to standing steadily on the ground. For a moment, I was so playful that the wall and ground kept jumping. The man and dog nearby were dazzled by what they saw. Greyhoof suddenly stood on the ground, motionless. As expected, the dog became dizzy and vomited all over the floor. Even Bye-Bye looked at his companion with a hint of contempt and helplessness. After the two dogs confirmed the function of the tattoo, they went crazy. First, step on the wall and go straight to the top of the tower of the great sage. He jumped back from the edge of the tower, bent over and somersaulted several times, and landed firmly on the ground. The dogs looked at each other and ran wildly into the forest. For a moment, the woods outside the tower were chased by two mad dogs. All the birds that lived in the forest flew into the sky. The big dog that didn't move quickly ran to the top of the tree, jumped up, and was caught in its mouth. Even after getting the hang of it, the two dogs bolted right through the canopy. From time to time, he dives under the canopy and jumps between branches. From time to time, he makes a big jump, passing through the canopy and falling under it again. It's like a fish swimming in the sea. So uncomfortable. Sure enough, Feijai's talent was not focused on the skill tree of sports players. Looking at the two dogs having fun, I felt a little envious and jealous in my heart. That kind of freedom is not what I yearn for. But I don't have that ability. So it's okay if I have two dogs. What are the benefits of being a boss? You don't have to know everything. You just need to know how to use a dog. A long whistle was played. The two dogs that ran away immediately turned around. And after another series of chickens and dogs, they ran out of the woods. Lin made a gesture, and the two dogs ran towards their master without stopping and without slowing down. Lin grabbed the neck hair neatly, turned over, and got on the dog's back. Nowadays, two dogs the size of a small truck can carry an adult without any problem. Lin then lay low on the dog's back, feeling the wind whistling by. Just like when I was at Earth University. When I first bought a motorcycle, I went on rides again and again. Let's go up to the tower. As soon as there was a whistle, the two dogs understood immediately, jumped sideways a few times, then turned sharply, and then ran towards the tower of the great sage. When they were still a few dog lengths away from the tower, Grey Hooves carrying Lin just jumped forward with all his might, while White Nose rolled forward in the air. After rolling a few times on the tower surface, he spread his four hooves towards the top of the tower. Run! Grey Hoof didn't roll over, but it did hit the wall, and someone riding on it suffered. Magic only affects the caster, and has no effect on external objects. In other words, Grey Hooves could walk on flat ground, but Lin was clinging to the protruding dog's neck. The violent movement caused him to lose his grip and fall directly from the dog. If there wasn't a ring on his hand that could quickly cast the levitation spell at any time, someone might have fallen 3 stories and landed on his feet. With this interruption, Lin's fun was gone, and he suddenly felt dull. The two dogs are still crazy. Unexpectedly, the person who fell from them is now very popular. After thinking about it, Lin did not stop the two dogs. Having just acquired such an ability, it would be a good idea to let them get familiar with it. If my first experiment is successful, of course the second and third experiments can be scheduled. It's just that if you want to tattoo any magic on your dog, you have to think carefully. When it comes to magic, more is not better or more powerful is better. It requires coordination, systematic tactical actions, a series of attack routines, and several magic combinations with different properties. The moment of life and death has never been decided by one factor. For two dogs, the dog body is an innate limitation. The reason why humans are called the most excellent body is because the human body can do what most animals can do through imitation. If that doesn't work, just rely on tools. But humans can perform the tiger crane double-shaped fist, and expect dogs to use the eagle claw technique. Isn't that too unrealistic? So if Lin wanted to combine magic with the actions that dogs can do, he had to consider it carefully. Magic tattoos are very troublesome to remove if you make a mistake. The usual advice is to cut off the wrong part of the body and replace it with a prosthetic limb, or use necromancy to reattach someone else's body. To be honest, it is very risky to tattoo the 4 legs of 2 dogs if they can't get used to it and form their own tactics. Lin has no good solution other than stewing it in the pot. Fortunately, the bet worked. This matter must be hidden from the 2 girls. Of course, the tattoo of the Rupying Earth technique cannot be hidden. But for the time being, Lin didn't have any good ideas about what kind of magic tattoo he should tattoo next. Thinking of this, another question comes to mind. Will such a magic tattoo affect the balance of power in the two dogs' bodies, causing sequelae? It seems that this decision is still a little too hasty. Lynn walked back to the core room on the 3rd floor and turned on the monitoring and detection program. The arcane eye immediately took shape on the top of the tower. The various body function data of the two dogs were immediately fed back to the screen. There are no clues yet, and the performance in all aspects is similar to previous observations and records. But this change is long-term and slow after all, and we can only observe it for a while. Chapter 80: A Trip to the 5 United Cities. Williams City, which has not been seen for 2 years, is becoming more and more prosperous. Apart from anything else, there are several more houses on the outermost perimeter. The hastily erected tents and rough houses with thatched roofs may look simple, but the people living inside are full of energy. They believe that if they work hard here for a few years, they can live a good life. So no one complains. All we can do is seize every opportunity and give our best. Both Halloumi and Kaya felt that this place was a bit strange. But I was also infected by the people coming and going, and I couldn't help but smile on my lips. This time there is no mall system. This kind of magical knowledge that allows the association's top executives to see through the truth. So the two girls didn't have the chance to meet the president, which made them relieved. When you go to see a big shot like that, no matter how amiable he pretends to be, you will always feel oppressed. The Chamber of Commerce's horse and carriage team took the two girls directly to the house that Lynn bought in Williams City. It is a single-family house with 2 floors and a small courtyard. It is far away from the commercial area and has its own tranquility. Public security is not a big problem, as the people living nearby are all well-known magicians or great magicians in Williams City. The members of the Thieves Guild are not bold enough to cause trouble around here. Houses in such a community cannot be bought without certain status and funds. Lynn originally entrusted the Chamber of Commerce to manage affairs, and he also borrowed the name of his backer, President Chung Wei-Eaton, to buy a house in this area. As for money, it was not a problem from the beginning. The price of this piece of real estate has now doubled compared to 2 years ago. Many magicians who moved here have revealed that they want to buy it, but the owner is not short of money. Although no one usually lives there, the property was bought with the name of the chairman, so no one dares to occupy the house. Someone will come to clean every 3 days. They are the Chamber of Commerce manager responsible for negotiating with Lynn, his wife and daughter. It can be regarded as a certain degree of good news. Lynn didn't object to this. Anyway, the house was cleaned and it just didn't look dilapidated. After the two girls decided to take the second ring apprentice test, Lynn also said hello to the steward who was still on the journey. He contacted his wife, prepared some ingredients, and put them in the ice cellar in the basement of the house. Today, this room finally welcomed 2 apprentices from its owner. After moving their luggage and getting out of the car, the girls once again found out why they didn't want to take the carriage back and forth. Their buttocks were split in half, and the bones in their bodies were almost falling apart. "Are they the 2 ladies who came back from the Tower of the Great Sage?" the old woman standing at the door asked with a friendly smile. "Yes. Sister? Hey, I'm an old woman. I'm embarrassed to be called sister by you. You should call me mother-in-law." The old woman greeted the 2 girls, helped them pick up the extra luggage, and walked into the house. Said, "Old lady, I have helped you take care of the house for several years, and you are here today. Come in quickly. I need to tell you about the layout of the house and where to put things." "Sure." The girls had no free hands. They grabbed a lot of things from left to right and followed the old woman inside. As for the registration for the apprenticeship assessment and the handing over of the magic knowledge from his teacher, there is still time to wait until tomorrow. Let's have a good night's rest today. It's a pity that there is no outdoor hot spring pool here. Otherwise it would be first rate to relieve fatigue. The next day, Halloumi and Kai energetically put on the small shawls that represented their status, tied a ring of apprentices' silver thread, and went to the West Tower to report. At the same time, they learned that this month's assessment had just ended for a while, and they had to after 2 weeks. Another inspector will be free to conduct assessments for the apprentices. This period happens to be the awkward middle period. The girls were non-committal. Treat this period of time as the final sprint before the exam. Bringing so much luggage was not just to prepare for such a situation. So Lynn prepared a lot of magic materials for them to practice and consumables for meditation. The reason why the itinerary cannot be arranged just right is that the trustworthy chariot and horse escort cannot match the right time. The current Williams City is still in a state of insufficient transportation capacity and protection. Lynn thought, since there is a place to stay in Williams City, There is no need to deliberately arrange the itinerary, or even let the girls go on the road alone. And compared to traveling alone, living alone in a big house is more reassuring. After completing the apprenticeship assessment application, the girls headed to the South Tower together, which is a magic tower that specializes in managing and collecting various magic knowledge. Of course, it is to hand over the magic knowledge entrusted by the teacher. The sealed wooden box was handed over to the manager, and the secretary on the side was transcribing the newly added records, since it was handed over on behalf of the administrator. The magician who served as the manager did not ask the two young apprentices more about the knowledge content. In fact, asking is indeed in vain. So the girls left quickly. The magic knowledge turned in will be put into storage after review. There will still be a series of procedures to be done before it will be officially made public. But this is a general situation. In the eyes of a certain teacher and two apprentices, they still regarded themselves as nobodies. At best nobodies with a lot of money and a lot of greed. But in the eyes of caring people, it is not the same thing. Not to mention magical knowledge such as browsers. No one dares to publicly say that they have figured out the programmatic editing method behind it. The transformation of the Great Sage's tower has caused the death of many enemies with malicious intentions. These are also points of concern, now that they have magic knowledge to hand over. These people who are snooping in the dark have purchased relevant knowledge from the association as soon as possible. Fortunately, many paper data can now be digitized, and then it is just a matter of copying and pasting. If it had been copied by hand a few years ago, the office in the South Tower would not have been demolished by these magicians' thugs. But the girls are completely unaware of these things. He just used the magic mail system that had been established to send a letter to his teacher. The content is nothing more than that people have arrived in Williams City safely, and the magic knowledge has been handed over to the association. The mail server that has been established has of course been continuously tested and adjusted. Moreover, it had been perfected before the girls set off, and Lao Lin had made it public long ago, including the URL of the web mailbox and detailed instructions for use. Unfortunately, with the current forum traffic, the title of the discussion thread posted by Lin was clearly written, but no one understood it. The poster is also not one of the few active and popular people in the public discussion forum. So soon, the discussion thread fell to the bottom. Maybe a few caring people noticed it, and in line with the principle of making a fortune by keeping silent, they saw it themselves but didn't make any announcement. The two apprentices who arrived at the Tower of the Great Sage secretly in the eyes of others. This is what Harumi and Kaya did, handed over their teacher's magic knowledge to the South Tower, attracting the attention of interested people. Magic the mail system has just entered people's eyes. In today's forums, the discussion threads in the public discussion area are updated too quickly and sink to the bottom quickly. Therefore, as long as the topic is clear, people's usage habit is to search for keywords and then click to browse. Magic email system is undoubtedly a hot topic recently. When everyone scrolled down the list of search results, they suddenly discovered that a certain tower owner had already announced it on his own. Moreover, unlike the server-side content submitted to the association, what was announced was the client's web interface. This forum is going crazy. Everyone has the need for long-distance communication, but not all content can be put in a place where everyone can watch it, although there are many ways to work around it. You must first agree with the other party that a discussion section with a strange name or a discussion thread with a strange code name is the place for secret communication between you and me. If the two of them met and made an agreement, that would be fine. Some idiot just said that in the forum. And the discussion area, which was originally used for secret communication, almost caught up with the public discussion area for chatting and spanking in popularity. In particular, there is a problem with the other party's permission setting, which does not restrict non-related people from entering and speaking. Then, this becomes a joke. Many jokes and more bizarre methods of contact only illustrate one thing: people have a high demand for one-to-one contact. A certain tower owner released such a function, so how could it not be sought after by others? What's more important is that this does not require any extra money. As long as you have a browser magic stone and can open a web page, you can open the web mailbox interface and use it. Suddenly, there was a burst of praise in the forum. Of course, there were no opposing views, but they were quickly overwhelmed by the masses. But there are also those who are clever and realize that in addition to forums, shopping malls, and the latest email usage methods, web pages can also add other functions. These people put forward many strange and bizarre requests, strongly demanding that a certain tower owner create it. Otherwise something would happen. Unfortunately, no matter whether it is praise or criticism, praise or threats, No one can hear or see it, because he was working hard with the 2 dogs and having a great time. This is also the possible reason why the magic mail system is now in full swing, diluting the presence of the 2 apprentices from the Great Sage's tower in the 5 United City. The materials specially used for practice are all available, and the food can be entrusted to the old woman who helps with housekeeping and cleaning. The 2 girls just stay at home and concentrate on practicing magic and meditation until the day of the assessment. No matter how prosperous William City is now, the bad memories of the past are still deeply embedded in my mind. In addition, under the influence of his teacher, staying at home is much better than going out and meeting people you don't want to see. So the choice for the girls was pretty obvious. In this low-key atmosphere, without many people paying attention, Halumi and Kaya successfully passed the 2nd apprenticeship assessment and were qualified to tie the 2nd silver thread. The inspector in charge of the assessment praised the 2 girls for their cleansing test and proficient magic skills. But that's it. There is no level of attention like the previous round of assessment. After all, there was no care from the president this time, and no great magician came forward to express concern. Of course, there was no money stuffed in beforehand. If the performance level is not high enough, I might go home crying. Chapter 81, Going Home. After passing the 2nd level examination, Halumi and Kaya, at the old woman's insistence, arranged for a return carriage as soon as possible, and loaded up a batch of simple goods, preparing to return home. As the wife of a business guild manager, she takes great care of her 2 half-grown girls. All kinds of external procurement negotiations are also conducted through her. So before leaving William City, they left a sum of money to the old woman. But this money is not all hard work, since Lin transferred all the remuneration he received from the Shijia district branch into the great magician Richard Fund. He did not have any funds to operate here. The cost of buying this house has been paid off, but the salary for entrusting the woman to clean it regularly has been owed for some time. Fortunately, the woman's husband was in charge of the Chamber of Commerce, and knew very well about Lin's ability to make money. The employer didn't say much nonsense about letting his wife earn such easy money. The steward's family is very grateful to Lin, a big customer. Therefore, they did not force them to pay back the outstanding fees without any evil deeds. The care of the house and the care of the 2 apprentices have not been reduced at all. Therefore, the money left by the 2 girls before they left was nominally to accumulate arrears and prepay future house management and cleaning expenses. In fact, it also included some bonuses to commemorate the hard work during this period, because according to the custom of the Lost World, no one will pay several years in advance to pay their salary, since there were not many items to bring back to the Tower of the Great Sage this time. The 2 girls simply packed into the same covered carriage with the goods. It's not a carriage specifically designed for people, but it's not covered with a soft blanket, so it's even more uncomfortable to sit on. But for those who are eager to return home, it's not bad. It is more important to get home early. At the Tower of the Great Sage, today's daytime was the same as the daytime during this period. There was no one in the tower, so the door was closed. The tower owner, who was training 2 dogs, came to a strange place in the forest. For many days, every midnight, there would always be people coming to this place, and they would emit a ratio of mana and power that they had never seen before. Lin has tried to simulate the use of this special ratio of mana and power, but has failed time and time again. It's just like on Earth. Knowing the chemical formula of a certain compound does not mean that the compound can be produced. There are many processes and reactions that need to be considered. If you want to commercialize large-scale manufacturing, there are even more things to consider. In terms of magic in the Lost World, there are certain rituals and certain conditions that must be met. Therefore, Lin was more or less curious about this place with its strange ratio of functions. In fact, after taking 2 dogs to see it, Lin couldn't see anything special here. White Nose was sniffing east and west, but he didn't pay much attention and looked lazy. Greyhoof was even more direct, running around and peeing to make marks. Regarding the situation where he came to the scene and found nothing, Lin responded with a normal attitude. As the saying goes, no news is good news. Likewise, no discovery is a good discovery. Someone doesn't want to live as if he has a persecutory delusion, thinking about someone who is planning to harm him all day long. Since he had nothing to do, he didn't bother digging 3 feet into the ground. So he led the 2 dogs and went elsewhere. Just forget about this matter. Lin returned to the only thing he had been thinking about for the past 2 months. How to play with, how to train 2 useless dogs. After all, some people have seen what military dogs or police dogs look like. But some people are still not satisfied because the spirit and energy have not been trained yet. The current appearance of gray hoof and white nose, using human images, is like a fat guy with the same waistline as height, dripping with sweat, staring at other thin little animals, making them tremble. There is size. But what makes people scared is the unpredictability of fools. Who knows what weird things the fool in front of you will do? So it makes people tremble. But this isn't the look Lin wants. You have to be trained to look like the tyrant in the castle of evil, who can still make people feel life-threatening just by standing still. To be considered a passing grade. To use a sentence from my ancestor's masterpiece on the art of war. It is said, it is as fast as the wind, as slow as the forest, as aggressive as fire, as motionless as a mountain, as unpredictable as the shadow, and as moving as thunder. Only those who can achieve the essence of 7 or 8 points can be regarded as the dog-like person they should be in someone's eyes. So the suffering of the two dogs continues. It's not that they didn't try to resist, but the cruelty of someone who has complete authority over the magic tower is beyond the imagination of dogs. He just bounced away and blasted away at every turn. Or he used the giant palm technique, pinching the dog's neck and lifting it up with one hand, and slapping it with the other hand. Sometimes two dogs come together, even slapping in the same rhythm. How can a dog endure this? But if I can't bear it, what can I do? Just when they thought the dog's life was boring and the future was bleak, Gray Hoof and White Nose saw the light of day. The two masters are back. As expected, there was another welcome ceremony full of saliva. The girls were also happy to finally be back in a place they were familiar with. But the two cart-drawing horses and the camellias ridden by the guards were different from usual. They kept commotion and seemed to want to escape. There is no way. After these days of training, the two dogs have gained more or less momentum, and their murderous aura has also increased a bit with hatred. But they are in a state where they can be released but not controlled. These are two girls and two big dogs. They have been close since they were puppies. After that, they got along day and night and grew up together. So although I feel the change, I don't feel any discomfort. The guards who came with the team were not so relaxed. The soldier leading the team assessed that if they encountered these two monsters in the wild, even if the opponent did not rely on sneak attacks, they could easily wipe out their team in a head-on confrontation. I really don't know how the tower owner tamed such a monster. He didn't ask this to his face. Otherwise someone would definitely say, if you had come and taken a look 2 months ago, there were just two cute and stupid dogs. They must have the blood of Earth era. The return of the girls refreshed the magic tower, which had a gloomy atmosphere and was gradually shrouded in a chilling air, because I had been thinking of ways to torture the dog all day long. But a guy who thought he was a former fat house got me involved. Looking back on these days, Lin just wanted to say to himself, could it be that I have a hidden S attribute? Looking in the mirror and looking at his hateful expression, Lin couldn't help but think of the infamous psychological experiment on Earth, the Stanford prison experiment. Power makes people pervert. But the girls are back, and it's not appropriate to fight again. He looked at his solid abdomen, although he didn't have six-pack muscles or mermaid lines or anything like that. But it's much better than the previous one that was rich and fat and fluffy. This is the only happy place. Dinner was handled by Lin himself. He went to the town outside the tower to collect a temporary tax and collected 3 lambs. Anyway, in the Lost World, there is no fixed time for tax collection. When the Lord was in a good mood, he would send a tax collector to collect money if he owed money. He would also send a tax collector to collect money if he wanted to buy something but the money was not enough. He would also send a tax collector out. There is no fixed amount of tax. The tax collector looked at the rich and took more, the poor took less. If there really is nothing, just take away what is still valuable. If the little girl in this family is beautiful, she only wants people and no property. In the end, the Lord only wanted to see the tax collector hand over a few bags of coins or other valuable items. If you pay more, you must have a rich territory and a good tax collector. Paying less means asking the tax collector. Therefore, regardless of whether it is ancient or modern, both at home and abroad, tax collectors are an annoying profession for all people on Earth. The difference is that in Lost Land, the tax collector needs to be a good person. Otherwise, that gentleman was so powerful that he went into the mountains alone to fight against the monsters and never came back. In that case, it will reach the ears of the Lord. As for the Lord personally coming forward to collect taxes, it will also depend on the situation. Otherwise, the rumor that that Lord is very powerful may also appear. And as Lin is a magician lord, the town residents are quite polite to him. It can even be said to be enthusiasm or awe. Originally, I wanted to buy the 3 little lambs. But somehow, they became a temporary tax agreed by the residents. With a face like this, a certain person was forced to pay taxes and walk back with 3 lambs. All 3 lambs were killed and bled, intending to make whole roasted lambs. Of course, 1 sheep is enough for the 3 masters and disciples. But 2 dogs can eat it if they can't stand it. Lin was not going to pat his chest and tell the dog that it was enough. If you eat meat, please be grateful and cry. Otherwise it may turn into meat. Sheep blood, sheep intestines, etc. are washed and made into blood sausage. Of course, lamb tripe and lamb heart are also delicacies. Other haggis are disposed of after being checked for parasites. Those that are edible are cooked. Those that are inedible are simply burned to ashes. Lin didn't want to take the risk of swallowing parasites. That kind of disease was considered a terminal illness in the lost world. That night, the 3 of them and the 2 dogs felt free to eat and drink, and had a great time. It also celebrates the girl's success in advancing to the 2nd ring apprenticeship. At night, stargazing and recording continued. But tonight, looking at the starry sky, my mood is very different from the previous days. It's like breaking free from a shackles and letting go of a burden. That deep ocean of stars is still there. And in someone's eyes it is different from the past. It was as if I saw the sun belonging to the earth, calling me. For several days, the people and dogs living in the magic tower were adjusting their lives and regaining their pace. The changes in the 2 big dogs finally caught the eyes of the girls. The dog's temperament has changed. He no longer sticks out his tongue, pant and drool. No instructions were given, and he would not change positions at will. Once it is quiet, it is like a stone sculpture and a clay sculpture, motionless. But he wanted the girl's touch more than before. Chin, dog head, legs, back, belly, anywhere is fine. They will respond with a loving lick. The feelings, though less expressed, are deeper and more intense. As a teacher, although he was tense for a few days, once he relaxed, he returned to his original shape. A fat house is a house at heart. And fatness is just an appearance. Even if he loses weight through weight loss and fitness, he is still a homebody. Just when several people began to feel idle and gradually moved toward panic, Lin remembered that the last part of the golden skull had been delivered. The left arm. However, the teacher has to think about where each part should be thrown in the tower. Chapter 82 Resurrection. The torso part and skull are in the ritual room on the 3rd floor. Lin also spent some materials and time to rearrange the protective barriers. He didn't think much or do much research on this part. Arrange it directly according to the standard magic barrier design provided by the Magician Association. Because the left arm bone was the last to arrive, the entire package was still thrown in the warehouse without even being opened. The right arm bone is in the girl's room, next to the shelf filled with flowers and plants. A girl used it to scratch her itches, especially on her back, using the tip of the golden finger bone. Scratching the itch will give you an indescribable and refreshing feeling. According to what a certain woman said, the left leg bone is on a table in the core room. That was the last target to be detected. After the detection, it was thrown over there without being put away. The right leg bone took the longest to look for, and was finally found in Greyhoof's kennel. The attraction of bones to dogs remains undiminished even in lost places. As for chewing on the golden bones, Lindu wanted to check to see if Greyhoof's canine teeth were still intact. But it seems that it has been put aside for a while, and it is not a matter of the past month or 2. Then the 2 dogs were thrown out of the tower and stood in a standing position. As long as there is a slight movement, the light bullet from the top of the tower will be knocked down. The 2 dogs are also familiar with this routine. Why did Bybee also suffer? Lin always punished the 2 dogs by sitting together. Besides, since the bones are in Greyhoof's nest, Whitos won't move. These 2 people competed with each other and harmed each other. This was not the first day. This way of handling it is just right. Now that everything is complete, of course we just need to put it together. But before that, Lin specially entered the ceremony room on the 3rd floor to confirm that there were no omissions in the barrier. After all, it is necessary to straighten out the skeleton. If one of the 1, 2 or 3 loses, at least there is still an insurance policy. But what Lin didn't consider was the trappings of a horror movie from Earth. Is there ever a time when the protagonists and supporting actors don't think they are very powerful, well prepared, and able to cover anything? When something happened, I realized that others were more powerful and better prepared. But I couldn't protect myself from anything. and he didn't notice that it was already night when all the parts were found. In his excitement, he even neglected to prepare for the night class of stargazing. He thought that it was just the same as usual and there were no changes. So it didn't matter whether he was prepared or not. The telescope never moves. Such an extremely reasonable reason made him ignore that there was a full moon outside, the standard background for all kinds of mystery or horror stories. He should have paid attention, but failed to pay attention. This kind of ghost covering his eyes was destined to be an unsafe night. However, when you are in the heat of the game, the feeling of being unable to make rational judgments is something that others cannot understand. Lin was so obsessed that he gathered all the parts of the golden skeleton into the ritual room. Arranged all the parts of the golden skull neatly according to their parts. Looking at the 6 parts spread out on the ground, I felt a sense of achievement. Just as they were thinking about whether to shed a few tears and give a speech, the 2 apprentices said in a disdainful voice, "Teacher, nothing happened." "No. Do you know that collecting all of them is an amazing achievement?" He turned his head and was about to correct the 2 girls' 3 views when he suddenly heard a clicking sound in his ears. It turned out that the 206 bones in the body of the golden skeleton were shaking, and the movement was getting louder and louder. A strange purple aura shone out from the golden bones. The observation equipment set up in advance on the side also fed back real-time information. And the power data that had not changed for thousands of years also changed drastically. After thinking for a while, Lin changed the display method from pure data presentation to real-time screen monitoring, while displaying the color density of mana power. Presented in this way, you can find that the changes in the data are actually caused by the exchange and flow of mana and power between the bones. The power that was originally just flowing in each component, as the changes became more intense, finally broke through the limitations of the 6 major components, and began to be interconnected and exchanged as a whole. The scene in reality is the overflowing purple light, which begins to communicate with the bones of other parts. The thickest spiritual beams are the parts where the various components should be connected. Clang! There were several metal collision sounds, and under the eyes of Lin and his 2 young apprentices, the golden skeleton reassembled into a whole. The vibration stopped instantly, but it floated slightly again, leaving the ground and floating in the air. When 2 small flames ignited in the eye holes of the skull, Lin shouted excitedly, "He is resurrected! He is resurrected!" As a lover of classic science fiction, he has long known this famous line from Frankenstein. Want to use it. So he couldn't help but feel excited about this situation. Suddenly, someone sensed something was wrong. Is this the pace that this book intends to move towards James Wan's Lean Mansion universe? Lin's words were laced with a bit of vibrato, and he said tremblingly, "Why is he still alive? Why is he still alive like this?" The girls had already sensed that something was wrong and hid behind their teacher, clutching the hem of their robes tightly. I don't know if this is really because of fear, or if I just want to hinder a certain teacher, abandon myself, and run away alone. They leaned forward more fearfully, as if they were trying to bury themselves into someone's body. But he didn't expect such a move, faintly pushing Lin forward. But someone who was frightened had no idea of escape, or it was too late to think about it. All he could think about was who or what the identity of this skeleton was. The most advanced form of skeleton soldier? A being who can kill gods and demons with just a skeleton. Some kind of golem or golem. If so, what kind of capabilities would it have? Why were they dismembered and scattered around the world? Sage Adderley himself? If this is the answer, that's the best. At least the representative can talk to the other person. But there is a question that needs to be answered first. That's how the great sage split his body into 6 pieces after his death and put his head into a storage space. Did his disciple do it for him? But the reason why a sage is called a sage is not because he is good at fighting, although that one was really good at fighting. He got this name because he had a legacy in the history of magic. Not to mention what happened before. The spread of magic in the future is closely related to Adderley's actions. He continues to spread magical knowledge and formulate the rules of the magical world. In other words, all the magicians of the generation after him can be called sage disciples. But none of them are truly close to him and take him with him. Therefore, the final outcome of this sage is to disappear, not to die. Since it is neither this nor that, then what exactly is the thing in front of us? Just when someone was thinking wildly, the golden skeleton made a move. Like a human being. It propped itself up with its hands and then stood up. Seeing the 3 people standing nearby, they seemed to want to get closer. So they took a few steps forward. This frightened the 3 masters and disciples and took a few steps back. But the prearranged barrier finally worked. The light cyan transparent light wall blocked the skeleton's steps. I thought I could take a breather. But unexpectedly, the golden skull raised its right hand and dug into the light wall with its index finger. Then, with movements faster than Earth's industrial robot arms, he carved a magic circle on the light wall. In Lin's opinion, something absolutely impossible is happening now. The magical barrier between reality and reality is not a canvas. It is just a force field that repels everything. But now, it is the finger bones that serve as pins, leaving indelible traces. And the content, although ancient, is not unidentifiable. It's just that Lin not only wants to see it, but also understands it. In addition, the words are mirrored, and the handwriting is reversed from left to right, causing the reading speed to be slower than the person writing it. Before he could finish reading, the skeleton had stopped moving, and the magic barrier shattered at the same time. You don't need to understand it now to know what it does. The other party is at least a great magician. A top-notch one. The best-case scenario would be Adley the Sage. But another name also came to Lin's mind. Once the barrier was broken, all the mana and power floating in the air was absorbed by the golden skeleton. The energy channel of the magic tower was also forced to reveal its original shape. Although it was still stable, and the power was not extracted from it. The mirror energy pool in the core room next door, which had been suspended in the air for thousands of years, rippled. Wave ripples. The liquefied mana and power were intermittently sucked out of the pool and thrown into the skeleton's frame. A large amount of power is concentrated and accumulated, gradually forming a heart. And blood vessels spread throughout the body at the moment the heart is formed. The two small flames in the eye holes also turned into two eyeballs. Then comes the tongue and brain. Although these organs are covered by the skull, they cannot block the overflowing spiritual light from revealing the outline of the formed organ. Next are the cerebellum, brainstem, spinal cord, and nerve tracts throughout the body. One by one, the internal organs are constantly taking shape in the cavities of the chest and abdominal cavities. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Whenever more people are condensed and formed, the entire body no longer glows with magic aura, but with blood. Muscle bundles connect every inch of bone to form muscles. The arms, legs, and even the chest and abdomen are all covering the internal organs. Almost every time the skeleton takes a step forward, it changes drastically. The weird and terrifying emotions gradually turned into nausea and discomfort, and then shock and admiration, so big and so long. When the skin covered his whole body, and the hair everywhere grew at an unimaginable speed, Lin's emotions were ups and downs. The only thing that remained unchanged was his inability to move away. He looked straight at the beauty with long legs and big breasts walking towards her, and felt that the style of the painting was wrong, and his mind was in a mess. She grabbed a certain man's neck with one hand, and waved the other hand casually, sweeping the two girls away with great force. The forward momentum continued unabated, and Lin was unable to resist. So he had to retreat continuously until he was against the wall, and had no way to retreat. "Who are you?" The voice was high-pitched and magnetic, but the tone and eyes were cold and chilling. Chapter 83 Demon King Tikal. The beauty who spoke used a very ancient language of spell. That's right. When magicians perform magic, they must pay attention to both tone and rhythm. And there must be no mistakes in the language. Before it was old enough, spells were the common language of the lost world. In that era, there were no so-called magicians, and all beings could follow their words. Later, there were gods and different languages, and spells became the language used by magicians and a small number of ethnic groups. The world of ordinary people, believers, and magicians parted ways, because it was so difficult to use spells in everyday conversations. Magicians of that era were very cautious about what they said, until the group of noble purebred magicians was about to die out. A group of local dogs broke in, from ordinary people who have talent and become magicians through learning. They further distinguish daily conversations from spells. Until now. Therefore, the beauty who uses spells to communicate is ancient enough. And it was obviously not the sage Adley. That one was a man, and the one in front of him was obviously a woman. Lin confirmed the fact with his eyes. But now that his neck is being strangled, and the other person's murderous look, if he doesn't answer, it might be over. At any rate, I had to make up the spell for a period of time in order to recite the spell and the subsequent magic programming. In line with the speculation in his heart, Lin tried his best to squeeze out his voice, and said, "I am the current owner of this magic tower. And now that the person you want revenge on no longer exists, do you still want to kill?" Demon King Tikal. That's right. It's the demon King Tikal. When mentioning the sage Adderley, for names will definitely be associated with him. The brave Baz, the knight Ragelos, the evangelist Thomas, and the four of them fought against the demon King Tikal, the lich who ended the age of the ancient gods, summoned the great terror of the outer realm, organized the vengeance army of evil and the dead, and dominated the entire next great era. That name was the demon King Tikal. No matter what literary works or stories passed down by word of mouth, the line of this big man's appearance must be the same: I come for revenge. And it was four men led by the brave Baz who ended that dark age and defeated the demon King Tikal. Sage Adderley is one of them. Therefore, it is only reasonable to dismember the defeated lich, store them in various places, and store one of the skulls in the secret space of the tower of the great sage. Why didn't I think of it before? There are many speculations about the origin of the golden skeleton in the world of magicians. And of course there is also the answer to it: the demon King Tikal. It is a pity that the various parts of the golden skull, which are regarded as rare objects, have always been the target of research, and have never brought adverse consequences. It is much safer than those strange objects with the prefix of cursed, which makes the characteristic of harmless deeply rooted in everyone's minds. But just because they are harmless when separated does not mean that they are equally harmless when combined. Misled by the rules of thumb, Lynn didn't remember this until the last moment. But it was too late. So now we can only hope that the revenge this one wants has actually been completed in her time. So maybe there is still salvation. If her revenge is anti-human and anti-social, then maybe this book can only continue if a certain fat house travels through time again. However, things seem to be developing in a good direction. The force on her neck relaxed slightly, and the beauty's sharp eyes also showed a bit of confusion. She asked, "What do you mean by what you said?" First, he stopped the two young apprentices who were getting up and planning to kill them. Lin Kai looked directly into the other party's cloudy eyes and said, 8,000 years ago, the sage Adderley was missing and was probably dead. Knight Ragelos died in a battle against the Vengeance Legion, leaving no descendants. Thomas the Evangelist died surrounded by his disciples. But his disciples eventually withered away, and there were no more successors. The brave Baz actually founded a country. Unfortunately, the greatness of the ancestors does not seem to equal the greatness of the descendants. The tyrannical dynasty was overthrown, and the once noble bloodline was killed until no one was left. Therefore, the four heroes who defeated you are not only completely dead, but there are not even any descendants left of them. You have nowhere to seek revenge from them. As for those people who led you on this road of revenge, I believe they should all be killed when you rule for an entire era. There was too much killing in that era. Do you need to continue it now 1,000 years later? Is it necessary to continue? The hand on his neck was completely released. The black fluffy long curly hair that had grown to the ground had finally stopped growing. It covered most of her graceful figure and her low face. Lin couldn't see the Demon King's expression, but he was glad that his guess was correct. If he offends the other party, or guesses something wrong, with the strength of his hand just now, it will definitely not be a problem to kill him several times. You must know that inside the ritual room, in order to maintain the strongest strength of the magic barrier, all the newly developed protection methods are not used here. The redesign of the barrier was also postponed again and again, because it was not necessary before. And the result of this haste was that he almost lost his life. But on second thought, it can be said to be a blessing. Fortunately, there are no miscellaneous protective measures in the ceremony room. Otherwise, he would have done it as soon as the golden skeleton got up. It's okay if you can destroy the Demon King. If you can't, then your life will be wasted. A certain man who escaped from the devil would not interrupt the beauty's thoughts with a sharp eye. And of course, he would not deliberately remind her of such stupid issues as whether to wear clothes or not. He quietly greeted the two girls, who were emotional and serious looking to go out. After squeezing, gesticulating, coaxing and pushing, the girls were finally allowed to leave the ceremony room. It can be seen from the expressions on their faces that the two girls must have known the identity of the person inside, which is why they were so excited. The girls' magic talent may not be good, but their ability to learn spells is first-rate. If it weren't for the possibility of causing unforeseen danger, Lin had previously banned them from using the spell for daily use. The so-called listening, speaking, reading and writing are just basic qualities for them. It is not difficult to understand the conversation just now. Knowing that the two girls were sensible people, Lin didn't want them to say anything stupid. So he ordered first, "Don't think about anything. Halloumi, go prepare dinner. You didn't even notice that you were hungry. Nothing can be done. Also, Prepare a piece for the person inside. Kaya, you can choose a loose robe from my clothes and send them in if there is no response. Put it aside on a clean shelf and then exit without disturbing the other party. Teacher. The girls looked at their teacher seriously and said in a low voice, You have already guessed the identity of that person. They all use honorifics. It seems like things are very bad. But Lin still replied, Yes. She didn't deny it either. That's right. Then why should we serve each other instead of defeating the devil? Can you win the fight? He replied with a rhetorical question. And sure enough, the two girls' mouths were blocked, looking at the two people who were puzzled and confused. Lin Yu said sincerely, A demon king who can rule an era is obviously not an opponent to be bullied, even if he discounts the rumors from thousands of years ago. It doesn't sound like it. We can deal with it. If we can't win, why waste our lives? But we have a magic tower, the girl said emotionally. There is no guarantee of victory. Just considering the opponent's ability to resurrect from a dismembered skeleton state, and looking at her method of breaking the barrier, this has exceeded my imagination. Without knowing the details, rashly becoming her enemy, I should have never taught you such stupid behavior. Besides, she seems harmless for the time being, so why should we force her to be our enemy? But she is the devil, the girl said in a depressed mood. She is probably right, although she has not admitted it personally. But no one is born evil, and no one hates without reason. Doesn't she deserve a chance to prove that she can have a different life? No matter how big the mistake is, I feel that 1,000 years of imprisonment is enough to pay for my sins. Seeing the two girls' expressions gradually softening, and understanding that they were beginning to accept his statement, Lin touched Halumi's head nearby, ruffled the blonde hair again, and said, I'm definitely not saying these things because I can't win. The other person is simply greedy for life and afraid of death, or he thinks the other person is beautiful and has other thoughts. These are my sincere words. Okay, maybe that last addition is redundant. The girl's expressions changed from relaxed to disgusted at seeing the scum, and Lin knew that he had messed up his image again. Anyway, it would be wrong to talk too much now. He didn't want to explain anything to others, so he sent the two of them away and acted in accordance with the original instructions. No one in the ceremony room came out, and they didn't know whether the words spoken to the girls just now were understood by the one inside or not. Resurrecting a demon king is a big deal no matter from which point of view. Lin didn't intend to hope that the other party would become a good person just because of his few words. He is willing to give people a chance, and is willing to believe that people can change for the better. As the Buddhists say, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. But that doesn't mean he thinks everyone deserves to live. There are always some people who are hopeless and have to be reincarnated in order to eradicate their evil. Regarding the matter in front of him, Lin silently sat back in front of the console and called up the half-designed program for the magic tower. There was a time when he thought that all secret bases should have a red skull button, although the magic knowledge provided by the association does not include magic for self-destruction. But this thing is about courage, not skill. For men, explosion is almost instinctive. Chapter 84 Nowhere to Go. Lift the safety upper limit of the energy pool output. Override the transmission of all energy channels. And create a deceptive algorithm for all magic nodes and magic arrays used for output. The entire magic tower system is made to think that it is releasing energy, but in fact it is accumulated in every corner of the tower. The moment it crosses the critical point, it's stuck. The world has become harmonious. As a physicist, perhaps nuclear physics is not his major, but he is still familiar with the formulas used to calculate the power of explosions. Even though there are many differences between mystery and Earth, the standard choices for many calculations may not necessarily be correct. But looking at the calculated numbers, Lin thought for a moment that he was back to his old profession of astrophysics. After being stunned for a long time and confirming that it was correct, he gave up the plan to self-destruct the magic tower. Now, for the sake of the one who came back to life, Lin Zai took out this half-finished plan. Be prepared to complete it and deploy it for record-keeping. These actions can be completed at the console, and there is no need to make any changes to the tower itself. So there should be no chance of alarming others. Of course, I didn't tell the two apprentices, because there is no point in escaping in advance or anything like that. In the Lost World, there is no safe area. As for the legitimacy of destroying the world first in order to prevent evil people from ruling the world, there is no need to discuss the legitimacy of this idea. It can only be said that the magic towers in the Lost World are too densely distributed. and an explosion close to the limit will detonate them all. Therefore, Lin's modification plan for the self-destruction of the magic tower is to reduce the power as much as possible. At dinner time, a certain demon king did not appear. The three masters and apprentices had a rather depressing dinner. Halloumi sent a special meal to the third floor. But no one was in the ceremony room. And no one was even seen in the entire tower. Left? But I still have clothes to wear. Lin only said these two sentences, and then devoted himself to his homework half-heartedly. All the detection functions of the magic tower failed to capture when the person left, how he left, and where he left. It was as if that person didn't exist. The only trace left was at 8:12 p.m. when the three masters and apprentices were having dinner. A fleeting biological aura was recorded at the door of the ritual room and core room. The power content is very huge, which is directly the upper limit of the detection system. It is reasonable to speculate that the actual value is higher than this. In other words, a certain demon king noticed the prying eyes from the magic tower the moment he left the ritual room. So cover yourself with some means and then leave. Where to go? Have no idea. What Lin is concerned about now is how to detect people of the demon king's level. Call up the monitoring images and data of the entire tower, including changes in various environmental characteristics. All kinds of information were displayed in front of Lin's eyes in detail. Compare past records. Look for any unreasonableness. And see if someone has left any clues. The two young apprentices were very nervous. What kind of disaster would it bring to the world if a demon king was let go? Lin, the old god, was there. Didn't worry about it at all. Girl, why do you think that one is a bad person? Isn't that what they say? She is the demon king. In my hometown, there is a saying that history is written by the victors. As for the theory that I personally prefer, the so-called history means that except for the names of people, everything else is false, and the so-called stories are except for the names. Everything else is true. Not to mention how distorted the story will be in 1,000 years dash. Lin was arranging the astronomical telescope and preparing to watch the stars, while looking at the two people following him. Young apprentice, continue preaching. Don't you think about it. If that one was really a murderous demon king, wouldn't it be a strange thing for us to be able to survive until now? Or do you think that the newly resurrected former demon king did not kill anyone? The pinch mark on my neck is still there. I feel that if I was about to die, I would not die from suffocation, but from my neck being strangled. Seeing the unconvinced looks on the girls' faces, Lin smiled and asked, "Do you know what is the biggest difference between today's world and the world 1,000 years ago?" Halloumi racked her brains and couldn't think of any answer. History lessons have never been a priority since I started studying. Instead, Kaya tilted her head and said tentatively, "After 1,000 years?" What an impeccable answer. Coughing and putting aside the joking answer, Lin said seriously, "In my opinion, the biggest difference is the magic towers all over the continent. As a kind of war fortress, there is no doubt that the magic tower is powerful. Any attack by dark creatures, invasion of the abyss, and the deployment of countless magic towers will make it difficult for them to achieve the results they achieved 1,000 years ago. This is why the war between nobles and countries, magicians, because we need to remain neutral with the magic tower. No one wants us to get involved in those stupid conflicts of interest." Tilting their heads and looking up at their teacher, the girls asked doubtfully, "That means? In other words, the one who wants to raise another revenge army will not be able to rule the world again. But if she personally wants to cause trouble, it will inevitably turn the world upside down again. But since she was defeated 1,000 years ago once upon a time, you can do it now. It just costs a lot. So don't worry. If the sky falls, the taller ones will hold it up first." Although the expressions on their faces seemed to express 100% disbelief, the two girls still stopped for the time being. Lin took a long breath, saying those words as if to convince himself to believe it. Another night, the restaurant on the first floor. Kai is responsible for preparing the food, and Halloumi is responsible for taking care of the two dogs in addition to setting the table. Since accepting the devil training from the tower master, Gray Hooves and White Nose seem to have changed like dogs, becoming calmer and more murderous. They no longer hunt autonomously in the wild, but instead control their eating. No longer full, but a little hungry, allowing for sharper thoughts and reactions. There will be such a change because during the previous special training, as long as you eat until you are full, you will definitely be vomiting afterward, because the food intake has decreased. The two dogs' food has returned to being taken care of by the girls. Although I eat less this way, I eat much better. As the tower master, Lin is responsible for eating. While waiting for the girls to prepare dinner, he teased the two dogs with his eyes. I dare not say that humans and dogs are connected, but with Lin's look or gesture, gray hooves and white nose will make corresponding movements quickly and accurately. At that moment, the two dogs stood upright like door gods, one on the left and one on the right, blocking the door. The original devil passed between the two dogs like a ghost, but gray hoof and white nose were unconscious. If it hadn't happened right under his nose, Lin wouldn't have noticed anyone coming in either. Demon King Tikal came to Lin in an erratic figure. Her face was half covered by her disheveled black hair. She was half a head taller than Lin. She looked down at the man in front of her and remained silent. I'm home. Lin wanted to say this to the person in front of him, but he wasn't familiar with him yet. After thinking for a while, he shouted to the girl in the restaurant. Girl, there are guests coming. Prepare an extra set of dishes and chopsticks. Okay, Halloumi shouted in response. Bowl, chopsticks. What do you mean? Tikal struggled to speak the unfamiliar language. His tone was neither vicious nor oppressive. She just asked in a nonchalant tone what she didn't know. They looked a little dissatisfied like two dogs, completely unaware of a certain demon king who entered the door, indicating that these two dogs still lacked training. As for a certain demon king's question, Lin organized his words and said, That's a type of tableware, used for eating. Bowl is used to hold food. Chopsticks is a kind of utensil for picking up food in my hometown. The structure is very simple. Just two small sticks about 1.5 finger widths in length. Bowl, chopsticks. Looking at the puzzled look of a certain demon king, Lin waved his hand and said, Come in, dine with us, and you will understand. The identity of the guest really shocked the two girls, but at least they accepted the previous teacher's statement. Of course, the most important thing is that the fact that they can't win the person in front of them makes them compromise. Although Tikal did not show any terrifying strength, it was only the tip of the iceberg that was revealed, which was still breathtaking. The calmness of one dinner seems to indicate that the rest of the time will be equally peaceful. Harumi and Kaya were still wary of a certain demon king, often staring at him with sharp eyes, but they did not lack the service they deserved. One afternoon, the two dogs stubbornly played a staring game with a certain demon king. In the end, it was Tikal who left first, silently, but she was not the loser. It was just that the two dogs stood and passed out. This is the first time someone has seen the fainting method of a dog turning his eyes white. And what a certain man usually does is what he still does now. It won't change just because I have a big follower. Seeing that a certain girl's demon king attribute seemed to have turned into a spiritual attribute behind her, Lin was a little helpless. But at least she is not like the two girls who put down their worries and regained trust, and then immediately turned into a problem baby and challenged 100,000 whys. Tikal just followed quietly and watched quietly, like a ghost, coupled with the loose black hair and plain robe. It's so weird. Speaking of which, a certain demon king's hair was so long that it dragged on the ground. Although it was black, it was different from Lin's black hair from the yellow race of the earth. In the words of those stories about thousands of years ago, it was the cursed black. Under the sunlight, at certain angles, the long hair will exude a hint of deep purple, and it looks quite smooth, shiny and fluffy. If we were on Earth, we could just shoot a shampoo commercial without adding special effects. Chapter 85 Loneliness. What does it feel like to have an extra spirit behind you? Very awkward. But what should I do if I can't communicate, can't remove the spirit, and can't defeat the other party? Of course I let her go. What else could I do? Lin could never thought that one day he would be stalked. It's really hard to ignore the other person if he cares so much. With her tall figure and floor-length fluffy hair, she doesn't look like Disney's Rapunzel at all, but more like Sully. And he's a furry monster that's taller than him. Although there is no sound of footsteps or breathing, it will not disturb me, nor will it hinder daily life. But this way, it seems more terrifying. If he didn't have the guts to scold the other party, his 18th generation ancestors would have invited him out to greet him. But in front of him, Lin could only touch his nose and continue to ignore it, because he was being watched. He did not dare to put some relatively secret work on the table for others to see. So I just did some normal work and maintained the original magic program for the tower. The girls talked less. The original lively and joyful atmosphere in the magic tower became a little tense and weird after a certain demon king returned. This night, the night of a single month, in addition to the stars and the Milky Way in the sky, the ever-moving Gudalana moon hangs high in the sky. Lin observed the stars and began the work of calculating and defining distances, using methods well worn in astrophysics. The only concern is whether the numerical values of each observation are correct. On the contrary, the calculation aspect is not a big problem. The computerized magic tower is already quite mature in terms of calculation alone. At least after several years of adjustments, the recent calculation results are consistent with manual verification and can be considered trustworthy. It's just that the user interface is neither beautiful nor convenient, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. However, this aspect of work is of very low importance and has not yet been officially scheduled for work. Although I started to calculate astronomical data, the actual work was just writing the program code for the calculation formula. As long as the program code is modified, different calculation results can be obtained based on all observation data. This calculated number will then be reflected on the star chart specially made by Lin. That specially made star map was actually the map of the lost star system that was laid out using the light sphere before the 6-star astronomical event, expanded to include other observed stars. That is to say, the originally flat star map began to become three-dimensional, and programmed calculations were introduced. In the flat version of the star map, Lin finally recorded 1,983 stars. These are targets that have a brightness above a certain level and are easy to observe with the naked eye. The astronomical telescope was used as an auxiliary means, and Lin never thought about increasing the workload of manual work. After the automated calculations of the program are introduced, the entire work content is different. Import data, design formulas, export calculation results, and present them on a three-dimensional star map. Lin is currently focusing a lot of energy on improving observation methods and data input and output. Instead, I really calmed down and have less time to look at the stars. However, there is a big follower these days, and assignments that require concentration and concentration cannot be done. So Lin chose a very important task that had yet to be carried out, mapping the Earth's starry sky. How to locate the position of a star in the vast universe. Whether you stay on Earth or on Midi, the planet itself is the best reference. As long as you have a vague idea of the planet's magnetic field and the mountain environment on the Earth's surface. If you tell others about the southwest peninsula of the Midland continent or the Guna Mountains in the central region, others will quickly understand the place you are talking about. However, there are no absolute coordinates in the universe to refer to. You can only use the observable starry sky as a relative reference to define your position. So how do you find the Earth? The method Lin came up with was to complete the three-dimensional star map with Midi as the reference point. Then randomly select other stars as the reference point, and flatten the three-dimensional star map again. As long as the familiar 88 constellations appear, it means that the Earth has been found. Or to be more precise, find the sun where the Earth belongs, the hometown that you dream of. Behind this calculation, in addition to confirming the distance of the stars, another major difficulty is time. As we all know, the starlight projected onto planets belongs to stars that are several light years to tens of billions of light years away, depending on their distance. This means that the starlight that can be observed on the planet is the memory of the universe several years ago, or even tens of billions of years ago. In other words, to obtain a correct map of the positions of stars, we need to consider changes in time. To move to a new star at the observation reference point, you need to make another conversion. And the more times the conversion is done, the greater the error will be. As for how to go back, that's another question. To complete the comparison, the prerequisite is to have a starry sky map that belongs to the Earth. Since time traveling, the memory of the Earth is extremely clear and will not be forgotten by the passage of time. So let alone the 88 constellations observed from the Earth. Even their brightness, modern definitions, and other information are clearly retained in the mind. But it has never been drawn. This is not unimportant. I am afraid it is some kind of feeling of being close to home. Until today, constellations are a way to help memory. So when Lin drew a star map belonging to the Earth, he unconsciously connected the stars. Even though I'm online, I can't help but draw images of all the constellations. Pegasus, Swan, Dragon, Fairy, Phoenix, and the 12 signs of the zodiac. It's funny to say that the reason why I became obsessed with the stars in the sky was a certain manga by a certain Kurumada. Unexpectedly, my future was completely covered by that comic book, and I became an otaku with a doctorate in astrophysics. I never imagined that one day I would have to rely on these two skills to find a way home. Thinking of this, Lin sighed. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, with a magnetic and pleasant voice, asking intermittently, Why, you, look at the stars every night. She looked at the Lord Demon King, who asked the question in surprise. What she said was not the incantation used by magicians when they recite spells, but the Aramaic language that is most commonly used in human society and the world of magicians. Although he was not fluent yet, Lin didn't want to dwell too much on someone's language talent. Replied, I look at the starry sky because I want to observe and map the appearance of the sea of stars. Why? He looked back at a certain demon king. Those seductive eyes were shining in the hair. It was comparable to the brightest stars in the sky, attracting Lin's mind. Is this enchantment magic? Or simply being aroused by nostalgia? Lin opened his mouth to talk about things that he had never revealed to others. You know there are other worlds besides Lost Land. Abyss, star boundary? It doesn't mean that. It's a world very similar to Mystery. But there are no elves, no dwarves, no gods, and no magic. So original? No. I wouldn't use primitive to describe that world. It has science that allows people to fly thousands of feet high in the sky, and even land on the moon. It allows people to dive into the water thousands of feet below, without having to float for months. It also has the ability to carry. It may be possible for only a few people to use extreme performances, but most scientific products can be used by anyone without special magical talents or spending a lot of money. Time meditation. There are many things in it that you cannot imagine. The purpose of its existence is not to survive, nor to kill people more efficiently, but to enrich your soul. All the beautiful things are far more than the lost world. Owned. How could there be such a place like that? How is it impossible? Maybe that world also has a dark side, with wars and famines. But it is my home, the place where I was born and raised. So, I sympathize with you. The sudden change of conversation made Tikal a little uncomfortable. He was obviously talking about this man's own affairs. So how could he still sympathize with him when it involved him? Just looking at him looking at the starry sky with his deep eyes. It seemed like he was feeling nostalgic, but also feeling emotional. Resurrected after 1,000 years. There are no friends. Not even enemies. The familiar world does not exist. Listening to people talking in unfamiliar languages. Looking at the scenery that is not similar to the memory. This feeling. It's lonely. I understand. Because I am lonely too. Lin Su clenched his fists and looked into the depths of the sea of stars. Of course, I'm not saying that I have friends or enemies on Earth. But even without these, my life is still satisfying. Some people will laugh at us for being addicted to the two-dimensional world. But I also want to laugh. They have to live in camps for milk powder money and coaxing their wives and girlfriends. On Earth, I am just a nobody. A fat house in the eyes of others. But I already own the whole world. And they don't know there are many things there. Makes people care. After speaking Chinese, which he had not spoken for more than 10 years, Lin spoke again. His words were a bit difficult and intermittent, but they were all spoken from the bottom of his heart. And the more he talks, the more he slips away. I want to watch the video of the Pure Land again. How many new episodes have I missed? How many generations have Dragon Quest and Space Marines been released? What new tricks does Mario have? What's next for the Marvel Universe? What's going on with the Empire and the Jedi? Blowing the Sith's asshole? Has the DC Cinematic Universe risen to the occasion? Or is it still being crushed to the ground by Iron Man like me? Did 5-Star Story have an ending before Nagano Mamoru died? Hideaki Anno brings out Evangelion again. Is there something new? And my collections, my comics, my D-grooves. Suddenly a certain man stood up and shouted to the sky. What god have I offended? Do you need to exile me to this world where birds don't lay eggs? Just tell me to die, and I won't resent you. Who did I offend? All I'm unique wanting. Any great god is fine. Let me go home. Go home. The excitement only lasted for a moment, when a certain man's voice became lower and lower, and finally there was only sobs left. Perhaps the series of Chinese is still an unfamiliar language to a certain former demon king who has just learned to understand Aramaic. But she could understand the emotion in Lin's words, and even felt it. An inexplicable impulse made her hug someone who was squatting and crying, feeling each other's body temperature, heartbeat, and everything else they could feel. Maybe the reasons are different, but having the same loneliness means having the same vulnerability. And they happen to be one male and one female. The two people hugging each other naturally ask for each other and have a deeper communication. Chapter 86. Long live mathematics. Teacher, the sun is shining on both my buttocks. It was this sound again that disturbed my clear dream. I opened my eyes with difficulty, and the dazzling sunlight passed through the same door and shone on the bed. Turning his head, he saw two girls hanging by the bed, only the upper half of their faces exposed. For eyes darted around. SHHHH. He waved his hand lightly and chased away the two young disciples who were looking for death. In fact, I am also doubting how Lin survived last night. From all aspects, looking at the former demon king who was still lying in bed holding a pillow, someone was speechless. Forget it. It feels like I'm discussing various CP issues with those rotten girls. As an otaku, you should behave like a ghost. The so-called pure root is for the moment when that mask is destroyed. Putting aside all the doubts, he put on his home robe, yawned loudly, and walked downstairs while leaning on the wall. My steps were a little weak, and my stomach was of course very hungry. We had a heart-wrenching battle yesterday, which consumed too much energy. Girl, have some breakfast. He walked into the restaurant and shouted to the girl who was busy at the stove. Okay. By the way, send a copy to the person above. Oh. The plate with fried eggs and bacon was smashed in front of her with a rattling sound, expressing the girl's dissatisfaction. Kaya walked upstairs steadily carrying the breakfast. Her mood and anger were not obvious. I really wanted to bang the table and curse people, but unfortunately I felt lazy and couldn't exert any energy. Just let them go. The milk delivered from the small town in the morning was chilled for a short time, and now it feels so cool to drink. After Lin took a small sip, he immediately drank it in large gulps, and drank several cups in a row. It seemed that he was more thirsty than hungry. Who said, I sweated too much yesterday and was a little dehydrated, almost finishing today's bucket of milk. Kaya came down again carrying the breakfast she had brought upstairs. Does anyone want to eat it? Just as Lin was thinking about it, he saw someone following behind the brown-skinned girl. She was the dictator of the Dark Ages, the slayer of the ancient gods, the lich closest to God, the leader of the Revenge Legion, the end of life, and the beginning of terror. The only woman in history to be named the Devil King. Maybe in the future after that long list of names. Horrible. How did he escape from the clutches of the devil? Lin Wuzi was suspicious. Tikal didn't care about the dissatisfied looks of the girls, and sat directly opposite Lin, casually picking up breakfast and eating it with his hands. This tastes good. Hee hee. Of course the teacher teaches well. In response to someone's shameless behavior, the two girls puffed up their cheeks without hesitation and made applause sounds. However, this little noise did not disturb the two of them at all. Lin was sizing up the former demon king in loose robes, while Tikal was eating slowly while looking at the person in front of him, as if he was treating him as a side dish. After a while, a certain demon king took the lead in breaking the calm and said in increasingly fluent Aramaic, As for the stars in the sky, I think I can help you. Lin, who was biting a hard-boiled egg, couldn't help laughing. No, you can't help. Oh, you don't trust me? No, this has nothing to do with trust. It's just that I just think you can't do it. Oh. A raised voice indicates someone's dissatisfaction. Lin ignored it and said, Don't be unconvinced. How about I ask you a question, and if you can answer it, I'll let you help me. Upon hearing this, Tikal said decisively, Ask. Today there is something whose number I don't know. 3 or 3 is more than 2. 5 or 5 is more than 3. 7 or 7 is more than 2. How many of these things are there? A certain lich and demon king looked at a certain man with a dull look on his face. There is no mathematics in the lost world, so it is not easy to kill these natives. Lin asked another question. Today there is an object. Let go from a height of 9.8 meters from the ground and let it fall to the ground. It will take 1 second. Then take it twice as far away. A height of 19.6 meters. Let go. How many falls will it take? Tikal looked confused, although the two questions in succession did not fail her. During those long years, she had thought about similar problems and solved them in a very complicated way. But the confidence she gained from someone made her a little unsure whether it was just pretentious or something. Lin laughed and said, as if he was looking for death. Here's another question that I usually use. The average distance between the Sun and the Milky Way is set to $1. Looking at the same star from both ends of the diameter of the orbit, the measured opening angle is p arcseconds. What is the distance of this star to the MIDI star system? Seeing a girl's blue expression of wanting to die, Lin Guahua laughed and said, Ha ha ha. If you can't answer the first two questions, Then you don't need to consider helping me. It's normal for you to not understand the last question. So don't worry too much. At this time, even the two young apprentices who were hostile to the former demon king felt sympathy for a certain woman. But this is the best among otakus. The true nature of otakus. Self-centered individuals who always cut off their own marriages inadvertently, and regard consideration and flattery as nothing. Teach me. Tikal gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, Girl, you have been studying elementary mathematics for a while. Just use that method to teach our demon king. You must do your best. After saying that, Lin looked back at a certain former demon king. After patting the other party's shoulder, he said, It's not your fault. It's just that this world is too useless. So those things for children. Let's understand them first, and then talk about the follow-up. I'm going to go back to sleep. My waist is so sore, and I feel so tired. Amid loud laughter, a certain man walked away. He completely didn't notice the cursed black hair of a certain former demon king, and the faint flowing thunder made a pealing sound. On the other hand, the two girls, who were ordered to teach, had their hands on their hips, and looked equally proud. This can make a woman doubly angry. In his sleep, Lin Huan'er will return to the familiar room. The modeled walls are filled with various posters, and comics and various peripherals are piled everywhere. Models, figures and many treasures are carefully placed in a corner of the room, stacked with some strange force balance. This place. My own Earth. According to his normal physiological schedule, Lin woke up at noon, rubbing his sleepy eyelids. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw two girls standing next to the bed, sniffling and with tears in their eyes. As soon as they saw their teacher wake up, the two girls immediately threw themselves into the arms of a former fat man and cried loudly. Lin was so confused that he was crying. While coaxing him, he asked, What's wrong? Why are you crying like this? That's all that stinky devil. What? She started beating you? Then how come you are still alive? Looking at the two crying girls, they couldn't ask anything at all. And no matter how much he is coaxed, he will not stop. Almost like a baby, he had no choice but to throw pillows for the girls to hold and cry. Lin walked downstairs in fear, preparing to find the instigator. I saw the person staying in the restaurant pulling a long bench against the wall. The former demon king was lying flat on the bench, hanging his two long white legs on the wall, while boringly flipping through the math textbooks that Lin had given to the two girls. What is the situation now? Lin was a little confused. It didn't look like he was so angry that he went crazy and beat up two little girls. He raised his head and saw Lin walking into the restaurant. The former demon king raised the thin book in his hand and said, Is there any follow-up part? It took me some time to learn the current writing and grammar, and then I spent some time looking at you. I have to admit that the mathematics mentioned is quite interesting, but the knowledge in this book is not enough to answer the third question you asked. What? Learned? I just went to sleep. Could it be that I slept like this for half a year? After casually asking a few elementary school level math questions, a certain girl answered them without thinking. The more you ask, the more difficult it becomes. Of course, you have to ask about two-dimensional and three-dimensional simultaneous equations, and you can still answer them in seconds. Even the three major geometric problems in ancient Greece, except for the first problem of trisection of any angle, which cannot be answered before learning trigonometric functions. The two major problems of cubic product and squaring a circle are also solved without thinking. Easy to solve. Moreover, in the process of solving problems, I also saw someone using differential calculus methods. These are not things found in textbooks for primary school students. In addition to the reason that the other party has learned it, another possibility is that it was deduced by oneself. Just one morning? Still have to spend most of the time learning modern word usage and symbols? Before yesterday, although this person had learned how to listen and speak, he still couldn't understand the modern writing and grammar of MIDI. Today, mathematics has slipped to the point where you don't need paper and pen to calculate. You can answer immediately just by listening to the oral instructions. Even if you ask someone a question, you still have to think about it. And you even have to use the calculation function of the computerized magic tower to get the answer. What does this feel like? I obviously scored 100 points in the exam, and I wanted to show off to my neighbors when I got home. But I found that Einstein lived on the left, Hawking lived on the right, Fisher lived upstairs, and Hannibal Lecter lived downstairs. They suffered a merciless blow from both psychological and physical aspects. Some people may ask, as if someone who is not a physicist or a mathematician is mixed in. But her level of perversion is not inferior to the other three. Imagine breaking into a doctor's home with a 100-point exam paper. I saw someone cutting a medium-rare steak with a knife and eating it. He drank red wine and looked at you quietly without saying anything. Anyone who is normal would be frightened that the bag under his pants weighs 3 kilograms, consisting of both feces and urine. This feeling, which is more serious than beating a dog, is Lin's idea of facing a certain former demon king who also has the dual identity of a lich. It's no wonder that the two girls ran upstairs to cry, because even a certain tower owner himself wanted to find a place to cry. Chapter 87 Genius. Is there any difference between a top scholar and a genius? In the past, Lin would proudly say, there is no difference. I am a top student. A genius. When you meet a true genius, you realize that being a top student means being stepped on and rubbed against your feet. Top academics are just good at reading and taking exams. Far inferior to the ability of a genius to know everything once he hears it and never forget it after seeing it. Put aside the beauty and the imagination-inducing figure. Forget the identity that once ruled the world. And ignore the fact that the other party is a lich who has been dismembered but can still be resurrected. And he doesn't know how long he can live in the future. Behind these statements is a fact that most people ignore, which is that this guy is a genius. I heard that thousands of years ago, the Demon King's Revenge Legion never had any rules for fighting. They just used more people to crush them. If you can't get over it, just go home and wash up and sleep today. And try again tomorrow. Then again. And again. And if it's not enough, go back and do the same process again. The Revenge Legion has never considered strategies and tactics. It just means exploding troops to draw a. With this kind of understanding, it is easy for people to mistakenly think that a certain demon king has more muscles than his head. Her fighting style is also the same as that of her subordinates. A bit silly. Relying on her body shape to take over everything. In fact, after the demon king was defeated, everyone's evaluation of her became even lower and even worse. Now the living demon king is right in front of him. He has no younger brother, no magical costume, and of course no props, artifacts, or nuclear buttons. She thought she was a weakling when she was naked, but she didn't expect that she could conquer everything in the world with her intelligence alone and make a certain time traveler doubt her life. Of course, if you think about it from another perspective, this is not a good thing. One person is short-term. 2 people are long-term. The purpose of cultivating 2 young apprentices was to squeeze their brains and livers. But now they are at the stage of laying the foundation and cannot be used. It would be a great thing to have such a genius willing to join. What's more charming than immediate combat power and a liver that won't go bad? In the afternoon, Lin explained advanced mathematics such as trigonometric functions, linear algebra, probability and statistics, and also talked about logic. Due to time constraints, the lecturer did not understand the lecture as quickly as the lecturer. So Lin did not have time to write the teaching materials, let alone organize the context. He just talked about whatever came to his mind. The most outstanding thing in the process was a new magic created by improving the mirror's phonetic writing technique and magic writing technique, and combining it with my own understanding of the bright light technique. Lin named it whiteboard writing technique. Yes, this magic is only used when you can't find pen and paper temporarily, and want to write on the blackboard to tell others. It is purely for education and political propaganda, and has no offensive and lethality. But after such improvement and familiarity, Lin can not only dictate words, but even treat all spaces as canvases, writing down the content and patterns he wants to present, quickly and accurately. Of course, the most important thing is the mathematical formula. Various symbols, radicals, and fractions can be displayed. And just this afternoon, Lin's stomach was almost completely empty. In the end, there was nothing left to teach. So Lin simply brought up some mathematical problems to discuss. The first is Hilbert's 23 questions, but we still choose the parts that have been answered for discussion. As for the unanswered questions, a certain traveler knew the questions, but did not study them in depth. After all, his major was in astronomy and physics. Even so, these problems still did not faze the local native, Ms. Tikal, a former demon king. She thought about it carefully for a moment before giving her answer. It would shock a certain time-traveling audience to their core. On the first day, it was already dark, so Lin Lu fled with the excuse of stargazing. The next day, because I was so shocked the day before, I accidentally mentioned a few of the unresolved issues. So early in the morning, a certain woman came excitedly with the proof of the Riemann hypothesis and wanted to discuss it with someone. I said, Sister, if you want a physics dog who has watched Saint Seiya grow up, would it be too cruel to play this thing? Of course, Lin couldn't say these words, so he could only find another topic and walk towards his roots. The first step, of course, is to show off Newton's 3 laws of motion. Although related things are briefly mentioned in that mathematics textbook, they are not complete. Now that Lin has taken out the entire system, he feels like he is letting the dogs out. The question is whether this dog looks like a poodle or a chihuahua. Only hysterical, not lethal at all. A certain former devil stepped down with his foot very domineeringly. And then he was submissive again. The 3 laws of motion were not enough. So I went directly to the theory of relativity, and then pushed towards my major astrophysics. It's hard to imagine that 2 days ago, a certain woman had no idea about mathematics. But she was still blind. Today I have been discussing with myself the Einstein field equations with the cosmological constant. At this level, there are many things that Lin cannot give direct answers to. Perhaps in the field of pure mathematics, these formulas are correct, and the derivation is correct. But on the physical level, it often differs from reality. This just proves that there are still some lax considerations, and must be corrected. In fact, this is what Lin is doing in building a star model of the universe. When I realized this, I suddenly realized that Xiaobai from 2 days ago was already on an equal footing with me today. Tears ran. On the 3rd day, at the strong request of the Tower Master, the troops rested for a day. It seems that he is aware of how weak a certain otaku's mind is. Now we have to suspend our troops even if we don't suspend our troops. And on the 5th day, a certain genius came to ravage the otaku's weak mind again. Originally, yesterday, when Lin was paralyzed in bed and thinking wildly, he would still be afraid of the Lich with a criminal record, the former devil king who ruled the entire continent with terror. After gaining this knowledge, would he no longer create an army of skeletons and an army of the undead? Just plant mushroom clouds everywhere and create a world of nuclear harmony. Now that he saw a demon king with a strong thirst for knowledge getting involved again, he couldn't care about whether he was harmonious or not. It was more important to find a way to deal with the situation first. It seems that if the former demon king's thirst for knowledge is not satisfied, this desire will develop in other directions. Although Lin is not the first brother, and his figure and physical strength have changed since he came to the Lost Land, he still cannot defeat the woman with the name of the Demon King. In all aspects, with almost no useful information in mathematics and physics, Lin could only resort to the last resort, the magic version of the program. In fact, this is where human help is most needed. Basic program logic and syntax. But in front of a genius, as long as you listen to it, it will become instinctive. Behind a lot of logic are mathematical principles. It can be said that without a mathematical foundation, it is difficult to understand the program. The focus that gets the most attention is how the machine language formed by the 8 powers is converted into assembly language. Then how is assembly language encapsulated into a high-level language? And what kind of function libraries and syntax it contains? And how do these things form magical effects? And are even related to traditional spellcasting methods? Finally returning to his profession as a magic lich, Tikal's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. All I can think about is how magic can be used in this way. Lin even discussed some of the program magic he analyzed and compared them with the original magic model to see what the benefits were between the two. If it is the most basic magic model, such as magic that condenses basic elements such as flames and water drops, the convenience and simplicity of a spell model constructed in a traditional way is still better than a program model. Once you want to learn to use an advanced version of magic, the traditional way is to reconstruct a new and more complex spell model. However, program spell models can use function libraries, and the concepts of properties and methods can take off. Take the modified light bomb attack array of the Tower of the Great Sage as an example. The traditional method of casting spells requires continuous firing. In program terms, the same function is copied and pasted repeatedly. If you want to activate it several times, just copy and paste it several times. Lin uses a loop to handle it. In the case of a single target, there is not much difference in the efficiency of the former and the latter. But when facing multiple targets, Lin not only runs a loop, but also runs an array to attack multiple targets at once. At this time, the efficiency is different from the traditional method. It can be said that the more complex the situation, the greater the advantage of program magic. However, the human body has its limits, and the way many program magics are optimized to invoke magical powers is rough and has no room for error. The harm that may be caused to the human body can only be transferred with the help of a spellcasting medium. Many traditional magics also have such characteristics, but they are not as cruel as programmed magics. The best medium is undoubtedly the magic towers. It is large enough, has its own energy source, and the materials it is made of are strong enough. Lin has not yet tested the upper limit of its operation. Secondly, there are some wand-type equipment, or magic props and accessories. If traditional magic is used, these media can theoretically be used semi-permanently if they are not destroyed by external forces. If it is programmed magic, because the necessary magic circle needs to be carved, the magic that can be used is only the corresponding type, and there is also the issue of durability. Therefore, it is understandable that when programmed magic is used to extremes, the destructive power it brings is not without cost. This way of using it not only broadened the Lich's horizons, but also gave her more ideas. However, Lin only talked about the use of magic in general terms, and did not go into details. On the one hand, I don't want the other party with a criminal record to have more ideas about improving the power of his magic. On the other hand, what I'm going to talk about next is what really needs help. Before starting his lecture, Lin, of course, followed his old habit of shocking education first. Give a browser magic stone, and help the former devil register an account, and watch someone use it quickly. According to her own words, these days, she has been very interested in seeing the 3 people in the magic tower using it. And of course she has secretly learned some ways to use it. Lin was speechless about this. What does that feel like? Lu Guanzhong, a sworn brother from Taoyuan, came to modern times, holding a cigarette in his mouth, holding a black King Kong big brother in one hand, and an AK in the other, speaking slang on the road. And behind him were a group of ugly boys. When other people see such a scene, what they will think is how Lin feels now. Chapter 88. Raise a glass to invite the bright moon. Computerized magic tower. The systems, environment, and software on it. For the first 2, Lin is almost blank. Even if we write a domain name system server, a web server, a time server, and the recently completed mail server, we are actually just completing the communication protocol, allowing the program to understand what kind of signal is transmitted and what kind of response it needs to make. The core of the system is actually the important part that converts the combined language into machine language and then obtains the desired effect. The environment is to expand it to a more convenient way of use and to be more intuitive for users. Instead of looking at the arrangement and combination of 8 powers and not knowing what they are doing, compared to Earth's mature and complete systems such as Unix, iOS, Windows, and Linux, what Lin, a guy with a non-information background, has produced is of course terrible. Along the way, I'd basically followed Ben Shuiyuan to add something based on what I needed. And it was only through bumping that I achieved today's results. However, the forums, online shopping malls, and magic emails presented by the browser are enough to amaze the natives of MIDI. And Lin was like drawing a pie, describing many functions, and asking a certain resurrected lich for help. The most important of these is, of course, the optimization of computing functions. In addition to the calculation speed and formulas, I hope the interface can be simpler. None of the above can be accomplished by one person. Lin needs help he can trust. As for whether the former Demon King is trustworthy, well, in fact, after fighting alone until now, Lin even wants to borrow a dog that can play code. Being a Demon King is not an obstacle at all. Being useful is the most important thing. Even if you don't help yourself and start a new one, you can still contribute to the great cause of computer programming in the world of Lost World. And the most important point is that this kind of research direction that produces results is an excellent target to divert attention, since it is necessary to build the computer functions and network world described by Lin Ko, which is also the computer function and network world on Earth. It is not enough to rely on 2 or 3 kittens. Now, with so much to waste, as long as we can arouse the interest of the former Demon King Tikal and get her to work on improving the system and software, it is better than thinking about revenge for the hatred from 1,000 years ago, or another move to conquer the world. Therefore, Lin taught everything he knew without any secrets, including the future plans he hoped to expand. Of course, mentioning the Earth is indispensable. What unfolded next made Lin feel that things seemed to be moving in a good direction. As expected, Tikal seemed to have found a new toy and jumped into the ranks of programmers. The skillful keyboard input movements would make a guy who traveled from the Earth feel ashamed. And most importantly, the direction she chose was not to complete some powerful software, but to build the lowest level system and improve high-level programming languages. Of course, it depends on someone's rich magic knowledge, crazy increase in the content of the function library, and the necessary machine language instruction set. The existing content established by Lin has also been severely modified. In someone's words, such an ugly program is simply unacceptable. It is neither efficient nor beautiful. It must be changed. The former astrophysicist burst into tears again. He wanted to shout, "This is not my major." Someone originally thought that if men and women were paired together, they would not be tired from work. But the result was that they were disgusted until they were completely naked. In the end, Tikal said not to cause trouble, and rushed a certain man to squat with the two dogs, Grey Hoof and White Nose. Occasionally, I would call him back for questioning, just to learn from Lin the development of computer programs on Earth, so as to use it as a reference to develop the system and programming language of the Midland version. After asking, he drove away again. He really lives worse than a dog. Now that his soul has been hit hard, Lin lives like a zombie during the day, and he seems to be floating when he walks. At night, small things like stargazing and recording were not something a certain woman would appreciate. So this was the only small world left for Lin. Looking at the deep starry sky happily, Lin couldn't help but feel calm. These days, a certain former demon king has been working on the construction of systems and languages almost day and night. Even a new bed, wardrobe, and other items were put in a spare room on the second floor to serve as someone's exclusive bedroom. But it seemed that it was not used a few times. With this kind of concentration that he forgets to eat and sleep. Tikal is indeed a talent capable of achieving first-class achievements. Although it is the evil side, Lin judged without prejudice in his heart. Looking at the starry sky that is a little different every day, I suddenly had a different thought today. Lin ran into the restaurant on the first floor and took a bottle of wine from the cold snow area. No one was using the hot spring pool on the second floor in the middle of the night. Even though he had taken a bath today, Lin still went to the balcony of the open-air hot spring pool and stripped himself naked. After scrubbing vigorously, he entered the hot spring pool naked. After pouring myself a glass of perfectly chilled wine, I raised the glass high and faced the full moon tonight. With such an artistic conception, I couldn't help but get inspired by poetry. I then used the local accent that I had just said not long ago and chanted, "Raise your cup to the bright moon, and make 3 people in the shadow." What does that sentence mean? The person who walked in asked as the door opened. The so-called homebody is a person who can enjoy loneliness. Lin wouldn't give a good look to someone who was such a disgrace to the scenery. Don't think that just because you are a woman, you can be willful. Not to mention that he was taking a bath with his butt naked. But Lin turned his head and took a look, and all his dissatisfaction was immediately swallowed up in his stomach. What would a person look like who was coding until midnight? Eyes dull and depressed? Or does he have a fierce look in his eyes, looking for someone to devour? In fact, both are correct, because both situations can happen. Which kind of lich is that entering the door now? Judging from the fact that there is a person who is too scared to protest, it should be easy to understand the expression on the lich's face now. What are you looking at? I came in to take a shower, but there was someone wearing clothes. Isn't that okay? Lin rubbed his nose and said, I can't beat you anyway. You can do whatever you want. There's nothing wrong with it. The long, black-purple hair that swept the floor was now tied into 2 buns on the left and right sides. The volume of the hair was unscientifically reduced to the point where the exposed nape of the neck could be seen. Tikal sat next to Lin, also got himself a glass of wine, and said, You haven't told me yet. What do you mean by what you just said? Then, with a perfect accent, he repeated, Raise a glass to invite the bright moon, and make 3 people in the shadows. How to say this poem by Li Bai in the language of Midi. Lin is not the master Lin Yutan of his family, who can translate all Su Dompa's lyrics into English poems. So now he is in a bit of a dilemma. As an otaku and part-time science professional, linguistics is really not my specialty. But the former Demon King's questions must be answered, because if you don't answer, the consequences will be serious. So Lin gave up Hemedai's poetic tone and tried to translate it more concisely. Raise your glass and invite the bright moon in the sky, then face your own shadow, and it will be a banquet for 3 people. Oh, the language of your hometown has a beautiful tone. She leaned on the man's shoulder and shook the wine glass gently to make the wine in the glass form a small vortex. Lin was just thinking, why was he already drunk before he started drinking? But he said, Miss Tikal. Fun. Or nay. I don't like people calling me that last name. Fanny Tikal? Yes. This is my real name. although I haven't used it for a long time. It shouldn't be like the devil. Once the real name is known, it can be manipulated by others. How is that possible? You're thinking too much. It's just a nickname. Then why don't you let people call you by your last name? Lynn asked doubtfully. I hate that last name, so I use it externally. Sister, you have such a personality. Is your dad crying? Ignoring someone messy in the pool. Then took a few sips of wine and soaked in the hot spring water. Her face was as rosy as an apple. In the steaming heat, her eyes were blurred and she asked, What is your hometown like? Can you tell me more? Thousands of things. What do you want me to say? Just tell me what the place where you live is like. What are the beautiful things that make you want to go back all the time? What? You want to conquer the earth? After a few chuckles like silver bells, the narrowed her eyes into crescent moons and said, Why not? You have to queue up. There are too many organizations that want to conquer the earth. Weirdos and aliens. Oh, really? Of course I'm joking. Who would care about that shabby place? Then you still think about going back all day? A golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own doghouse. That place is much better than a lost place. What a good idea. Tell me. Looking at Finn's excited eyes and clutching his left hand. It seemed that there was no chance of escaping. Lynn put down his wine glass, freed his right hand, and snapped his fingers in the air. I used the whiteboard technique again. But this time the complexity was not a text-type book, but a landscape with a rough outline. And the most important thing is that this is not a painting at all, but a concrete representation of the picture in Lynn's mind. This is an ability trained by using a brainwave controller that is used to control the elusive clones in the tower. If it were two girls who were not used to it, the patterns they drew would be crooked and out of outline. This realistic picture shows the familiar high-rise buildings, busy traffic on the road, and men and women wearing all kinds of modern clothes, young and old, showing off their style to the fullest. This kind of street scene that Lynn was used to seeing made Finn stunned, pointing at everything in front of him. He was speechless for a long time, smiling at a certain woman. Lynn said, Those buildings are houses. Some are for people to live in, and some are for offices and businesses. 20 or 30 floors are the norm, and some with hundreds of floors are not uncommon. People running on the road, it's a car, with various functions, such as for carrying cargo, for carrying people, for showing off, and for those whose driving skills are too poor to be afraid of being hit. Walking next to them is a pair of dogs and a man, our biggest enemies. From time to time, I'm blinded by my stupidity. Are they all like this? Of course not. With a wave of his hand, the picture presented by Lynn began to change. Various pyramids, the Forbidden City, the Eiffel Tower, the Statue of Liberty, and countless other miraculous buildings on Earth were presented in turn. Along the river during the Qingming festival, Mona Lisa, woman gleaning, the Scream, Picasso's abstract paintings. From the Renaissance to modern times, works by famous Chinese and foreign artists are as dazzling as a grand broadcast. The uncanny craftsmanship of nature is certainly a breathtaking view that is difficult to replicate. But these beautiful things created by human power represent the great value of human beings. Unlike pigs, dogs and beasts. Chapter 89 Something is missing. When talking about the beautiful things of the earth suddenly develops towards the largely lost chapter in the Yellow Emperor's inner canon, the situation becomes out of control. Talking about war on paper has turned into actual combat drills. And there is quite a momentum of not giving up until one side loses its armor. A certain woman seems to be trying to fill the emptiness of this millennium, seeking proof that she survives in the real world. Early the next morning, the two of them lay lazily on the bed, not wanting to get up. Then suddenly asked, You care about those two girls? Lynn was a little confused about the sudden question. He raised his head blankly and looked at a certain woman. Fun, however, had a smirk on his face and pointed to the room next door. Is this jealousy? Still curious? Or maybe you just pass the time and chew your teeth? Lynn rarely talks to women, and even less often talks to women. Lynn has never thought about this problem at all. This is the same difficulty as girlfriend and mother fall into the water at the same time. He just said directly, Of course, if you don't care, you will need to support them for so long. Oh, yes. Raising the tone by an octave made a certain otaku, who was about to evolve into a scumbag, bounce up. Now, even though I have no experience as a woman, I feel something is wrong. The smile was still there. The eyes were seductive. And the face was charming. But now it looked full of malice. It's like playing a game. choosing the wrong option, and going straight to the ending of game underscore over. After thinking for a while, he fell back on the bed and said feebly, "Yeah, but that's helpless. You should also be able to feel that their magic talent is not that good. It's not just that it's not good." Lin looked up at the ceiling and nodded, but did not dare to look at the person lying next to him. He continued, "Both of them were sold to the Magician Association by their parents. Although both of their families belong to the nobility, the family is too poor and does not have much money for such low-ranking daughters. Mental care. So after discovering the talent of a magician, he signed a long-term contract with the association and sent it to Willian City. The content of the contract was so harsh and lengthy that it was no different than selling oneself." Turning over, Lin looked into Finn's eyes, said, "Think about it. If you were thrown into a strange place where you didn't know anyone when you were under 10 years old, the people who talked about them the most there were those with the same level of talent as them. And most of them would become experimental research materials of some magicians. If you are lucky, you can survive for a while. If you are not lucky, you may be killed the next day after becoming a disciple. Or you may meet some perverts who like little girls, chopping off their hands and feet, feeding them in a vat, or using various other methods of abuse. What can they do? Yeah. What should I do? I can only ask any god they believe in to help them find a good teacher. You?" Finn stretched out his green index finger and poked the tip of someone's nose, making it look like a pig's nose. "Yeah. You don't believe it. And they didn't believe it when they first came here. All day long. You just thought, if I am used as experimental material or fed to demons, then you might as well kill me first and then commit suicide. Maybe you can't kill me. Me. But suicide can always be done. So you just... At least they believed that I would not abandon them casually. This allowed them to let go of their guard and become what they are today. As if to emphasize his innocence, Lin sat up and said seriously, "It will be smooth sailing from now on. We have been living together smoothly until today. Then, what's next?" With eyebrows like the moon and eyes like crooked eyes, the smile level of a certain former devil king has improved again. "Let's keep them for now. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe I will die soon and they will have to live on the streets. But the most basic thing is that I still hope to teach them until they become teachers. Wait until both of them have taken it. With my official qualification as a magician, my obligations to the association are almost over. When that happens, I will have to think about other things. I think it will take a long time before that day comes. What about yourself? Go home," Lin said firmly without hesitation. "Then, can you take me with you?" "Take you with me?" Bringing a lich, a former demon king who conquered the world, back to Earth? I think that broken planet is not chaotic enough. But someone really didn't care, and thinking of that reason made it difficult for Lin to refuse. "Yes, you have no nostalgia for this place anymore. Even Lost Land can be considered a sad place. It's okay to leave." "That's not the case. Besides, the universe is so big, and I want to visit the Earth. See if it's really as beautiful as you say." "Sister, your words sound so familiar." However, Lin still joked, "If you are disappointed, don't destroy that place. In any world, if there is a bright side, there will be a dark side. I am eager to go back. So many memories have become doubly beautiful. Even the hardships I have endured have made me happy. People think about it over and over again. But to be honest, if we do it again, maybe I will die happily together. Many things are 100 or 1,000 times more hacked up." "Yeah," stretching lazily, then grabbed a robe that was not very well made and could only be said to be large and comfortable to wear, and covered her body. The long black purple hair that was sometimes long and sometimes short for some unknown reason was coiled casually on the top of her head. She looked back at the man who was still lying on the bed and said, "I have some good ideas about the underlying system, and I have to change it. You can rest here." Without waiting for a response, the energetic woman left, and looking at the departing figure and the coarse robe, Lin had some more thoughts in his mind. In the days that followed, of course, stargazing was the same at night. But during the day someone was mysteriously hiding in the last empty room on the second floor. From time to time, I would go to the foundry on the first floor to knock, or go into the warehouse to pick out some useful small things. The girls were in a cold war with their teacher, so although they saw such strange behavior, they didn't pay much attention to it, but is focusing on the establishment of the bottom layer of the MIDI version of the computer system. She was a little concerned about who was missing from her side, but she could only ask about it, And she didn't have the brave spirit of rummaging through boxes and cabinets to get to the bottom of things. No wonder he can only act like a devil. When the retreat ended with someone's eyes red and hands full of wounds, he did the cooking himself and rewarded himself with a table full of good food. By the way, he flattered his 2 young apprentices, and then called the woman who was almost stuck in the core room. It's almost unclear who owns the Tower of the Great Sage. Looking at the sumptuous dishes on the table in the restaurant, then looked at the busy man sweating profusely with interest and said, "Oh, why did I prepare so much on a whim today? Could it be that I wanted it to be dessert after the meal?" Well, he rubbed his index finger provocatively across his rosy and attractive upper lip, making someone shiver. The sound of 2 sour grinding teeth came from the side, which made people feel chills running down their spines. After laughing awkwardly for a few times, Lin said, "I just finished a piece of work. I'm very happy, so I want to enjoy it with everyone. After finishing the meal, I have a gift for you. Before that, just enjoy the meal. This is the taste of my hometown." Well, it should be 60 to 70% similar. Fun, who had just sat down, stopped when he heard there was a gift. He came directly in front of a very ignorant tower master, bent down, almost face to face, but he also said condescendingly and very oppressively, "I don't like surprises, so if you have something for me, just take it. Come out, if you don't want this meal to be boring or scary." "Yes, sister, I can't breathe. Can you leave for a little bit?" When a dog sees food, as long as the owner is cruel enough and trained well enough, the dog will hold back obediently if he is told to sit down. But if the lich heard that there was a gift and told him to sit down, believe it or not, he would teach a certain man how to be a good person in seconds. So Lin left the restaurant and came in with a wooden tray. There is a set of clothes, a pair of high heels, a pair of glasses, and a diagram. That's right. It's a graphic instruction document on how to wear this outfit and accessories. Maybe someone doesn't understand fashion, doesn't have Karl Lagerfeld as his godfather, and doesn't have experience working under Miranda. But when it comes to clothing, apart from the taste that upper-class people play, which costume designers are more creative than cartoonists and original animators. As a former otaku, of course, I will not miss such cosplay activities. But I always take pictures of some cows, or with their naked breasts and navel exposed, etc. After taking pictures for a long time, of course, I want to try going into the sea. This is my only cosplay experience. Of course, all the accessories are made by myself, and the clothes are also modified stitch by stitch. It won't be a big problem if I can play around with various models and sew clothes. At most, it depends on whether you are proficient or not, and how much time you spend on it. As for the fact that I only played it once, I obviously wanted to cosplay Sasuke and Naruto, and I even ordered a pair of Sharingan contact lenses. But as a result, I was called Choji when I went out. The clothes and styles are obviously completely different, but those blind guys only judge by their body shape. In any case, Lin still has the skills to make clothes. As for a certain woman's body size, even if it is not possible to visually detect it, after touching it up and down so many times, I can remember it roughly, so it won't be too different. Hence this set of works. Another reason is that since Venidical's resurrection, he has never made any serious clothes. He has always used someone's robe to wear them. Generally speaking, when a woman wears her boyfriend's shirt, it should be a very romantic and eye-catching sight. But that was a white shirt. The robes Lin usually wore were not so elegant. It would be nice to put it on so that your buttocks are not exposed. And wearing such vulgar clothes on that tall beauty only made Lin feel extremely awkward. Only then did I get back to sewing clothes and make a complete outfit like this. Chapter 90 Sister. The person who received the gift was very happy and lifted up the hem of his robe on the spot, planning to change into new clothes. Such a picture should be beautiful, provided that only 2 people are present. In view of the presence of light bulbs nearby, Lin still pushed Finn back to her room to change. After finally pushing the person out of the restaurant door, I looked back and saw 2 girls turning their backs dissatisfied, holding bowls, paying no attention to anyone, and immersed themselves in eating. Even if he wanted to pick up side dishes, he would quickly turn around, pick up a full bowl, and then turn his back again. Also, speaking of which, I have never given any serious gifts to 2 little girls. It is normal for them to be unhappy. This kind of malnourished, underdeveloped, and almost hopeless tablet Lolita needs to be carefully considered whether she will die in a pool or in a rope swimsuit. But at the moment, Lin had no intention of eating or thinking about other things. Instead, he looked at the door of the restaurant expectantly. When the long legs wearing high heels stepped through the door, Lin gasped. The one-piece dark tight leather jacket is sewn from many parts, and each stitch is decorated with patterns to form lines that are less abrupt and more neat. And in key parts, the curves of the body are emphasized arrogantly. The large white back and round open chest reveals sexiness without becoming pornographic. There are 3 leather items on the upper arm ranging from short to long, like wings, and there are long white gloves covering the entire forearm, which set off the black body and reveal an indescribable sense of nobility. The well-fitting suit, the narrow-framed square eyes, and the long straight hair that is tied up like a tower and covers the back perfectly fit the image in my impression. Equally unattainable, equally noble, equally dazzling, and equally arrogant to everything in the world. But the person wearing this outfit frowned and complained. What kind of strange clothes and shoes are these? It's hard to walk without worrying about it. I always step on it crookedly. One day I sprained my foot and fell to death. It's not at all unexpected. This outfit is difficult to wear and uncomfortable. And why do you put such strange decorations on your chest? Then picked up a disc-shaped gold ornament, which was a gem gold disc that incorporated many moon-shaped elements. If it were placed on Earth, it would be worth a lot of money. But in the Lost Land, gems without any magical effects are much cheaper. And things like diamonds are even more affordable. Of course, Lin spent a lot of money to create this disc of gold jewelry. It's a pity that someone didn't appreciate it and said, "Finally, I have some breathing space on my chest. And covering it up with such a heavy thing is really uncomfortable." That's a really good question. When I was making this costume, I just wanted to restore everything. It never occurred to me that I could change these things to be more in line with my own ideas. Anyway, I don't really want the former Demon King to cosplay. I just want to give her clothes that can complement her look and temperament. The result in front of me, assuming the full score is 100 points, would definitely be rated 187. It surpassed the limit of full score and even surpassed the original version in Lin's impression. Stepping on high heels that she was not used to, the Neticle straightened her body naturally, maintaining her fragile balance. It is this posture that highlights the alluring curves. Just as he was about to go over and help the woman who was not used to walking in high heels, Lin noticed 2 figures flashing past, one to the left and the other to the right. Like little fans, Halumi and Kaya rushed to Fin's side and yelled, "Sister!" Their eyes were shining, and they were excitedly clasping their fists in front of their chests. Faced with the sudden change in attitude of the 2 little girls, Fin frowned and felt confused at first. But then he felt relieved, stretched out his left and right hands, and let others help him to a seat in the restaurant. During the slow movement, the 3 people made eye contact and did not look at Lin at all, as if he did not exist. Honestly, that's pretty embarrassing for someone. Later, at the dining table, the 2 girls acted like well-behaved little attendants, pulling up chairs, pouring water in dishes, passing handkerchiefs, and constantly flattering the tall and handsome beauty. Then also took it calmly, acting like an aristocrat with a high level of etiquette education. But he also appropriately teased the 2 girls during the meal, making them giggle. The ignored man was dumbfounded, seeing the 3 girls, 1 senior, 2 juniors, and 3 girls looking happy and happy. I couldn't get a word in at all. I can only be ruthless and compete with the table of good food that I have prepared. Teeth grinding, contemptuous glances, meat and bones thrown around. All kinds of tricks could not attract the attention of the 2 yellow-haired girls. Normally, if they saw rubbish flying around, these 2 girls would come over without cursing and clean it up while complaining. But now, he didn't care, only bothered Finitiker, and only talked about some unnutritious topics. Words like "why are you so beautiful?" and "my hair is so long and smooth" are so mediocre. I kept repeating those few sentences over and over again, making even a teacher feel ashamed. You have to practice cursing people for an hour or 2 without speaking too much. Only when you take such a disciple out will you have face. Wrong. Why did these guys get in? Lin on the side wanted to shout. These 2 stinky girls are not the demon kings who despise others in the past, and despise them with all their might. I didn't dare to openly obstruct him or put my resistance on the table. But my disgusted expression and attitude never stopped. Of course, in front of a certain former demon king, they wouldn't be so blind as to look like they were eating shit. But the disdain they showed behind his back was clearly visible in Lin's eyes. But now these 2 girls seemed to have miswired nerves, and their attitudes have changed completely. They originally wanted to stay as far away as possible. Now they are almost glued to each other, and have completely forgotten about the sad man secretly shedding tears and secretly stuffing food next to them. I am your teacher, Lin wanted to shout, but actually couldn't. Letting these three people coexist peacefully is one of Lin's expectations. But I never thought that peace would be achieved in this way. The ending shouldn't be bad, as long as I'm not excluded. All we can say is that when Fanny puts on this outfit, she looks so dashing that both men and women kill each other. Even that kind of little kid, who was about the age of a junior high school student, couldn't resist. He directly changed his outlook on life and bowed to her. No, this big girl is not wearing a skirt, but she is wearing high heels. People who want to prostrate themselves probably want to taste the power of high heels that penetrate the feet. Speaking of which, I have never been stepped on by high heels. Not even the chance of being stepped on by mistake. Because when beautiful girls pass by, they always bypass them, as if there is a force field around them. And they also specifically exclude beautiful girls. Teacher! Teacher! Just when Lin Shen was wandering around and thinking about things, Halumi's cry interrupted his wandering thoughts. When he came to his senses, he saw 3 pairs of 6 eyes staring at him. Could it be that you just blurted out what was in your heart? Lin thought so. I heard from Halumi that my outfit is something I have never seen outside. So, was it really made by you yourself? Fanny crossed her long legs and shook the red wine glass in her hand. A pair of phoenix eyes looked through narrow-rimmed glasses, trying to see through the man in front of him. Could it be that this is the costume of your hometown? From my hometown? Well, that counts. Then, help them get dressed too. The 2 girls looked expectantly, not only on Fanny, but also on Lin. But to allow this former devil to speak with a golden tongue. Have they sold themselves out? However, Lin laughed at such a request. His words full of ridicule. He said, stop making trouble. Can you 2 look good in it? Clothes also depend on the person wearing them. If you want to wear the same temperament, you will have to develop for another 100 years. Oh, sister, look at him. The merciless rejection made the 2 girls whose hopes were shattered, and they threw themselves into Fanny's arms, crying and recounting the evil deeds of a certain man, a certain lich and former devil, while comforting the 2 girls lovingly. Pouted at Lin and said, no wonder you said it yourself. How unpopular you were in your hometown. It seems that it is not without reason. He held back a breath of resentment in his chest. He had only spit out a small mouthful just now. Now that he had the opportunity. Linka stood up, clenched his fists, and shouted to the sky. Do you know? My family has a saying. I would rather be a single dog than a tool. The urban legend that a fat guy can catch up with an internet celebrity by being considerate. Caring and considerate is definitely a rumor spread intentionally for undisclosed purposes. Fairy tales don't exist in the real world. I'm just a nerd. I'm not stupid. After saying this, I felt refreshed physically and mentally. He tore off a chicken leg and took a bite in front of the 3 women as if to demonstrate. Ugh! The girls cried loudly and rubbed themselves in Fanny's arms desperately. Halumi even said, Sister, you have to help us make the decision. Okay, I understand. So do you want him to be unable to get out of bed for 3 days? Or not be able to get out of bed for 3 days? What? With the half-eaten chicken drumstick still stuffed in his mouth, Lin stared at the woman, who was smiling maliciously. He didn't want to ask why he couldn't get into bed or get out of bed. Anyway, he just ate a lot and his stomach was a little low. So now he was aiming for an escape route. If he was dealing with 2 yellow-haired girls, Lin had all kinds of ways to kill them back. And he also had many ways to defeat them in various ways. But what we have to deal with is a lich who once had the title of Demon King. So the status of the perpetrator and the victim will be reversed. Someone doesn't think that after this period of cultivation, he can surpass the other party in strength. It's a pity that his little thoughts can't be hidden in front of someone who ruled the world 1,000 years ago. And there is no shortage of various means of restriction and control. This also revealed the tragic fate of a certain man. As for whether he couldn't get into bed or get out of bed, it's not clear to outsiders. Chapter 91 Science and Magic. When the low-pressure atmosphere shrouding the tower of the Great Sage was swept away, there was finally a wave of vitality. Like bees, the figures flying diligently throughout the tower once again tidied up the order and environment meticulously and spotlessly. Of course, the girls spend more time with them, the former Demon King and the resurrected Lich after 1,000 years. Does this make some guy who is a teacher feel hurt? Or lonely? Or lost? Regardless of what the gloomy mood was, What Lin couldn't accept the most was that the two girls discovered doubts while practicing the third ring of apprentice-level magic, and actually went to ask a certain lich who was addicted to coding. It is tolerable. But what is intolerable? Even if she is a lich, her magic knowledge is indeed richer than others, even if she is the sister in the mouth of the apprentice. She seems to be born with an aura of kindness. Even if there are many reasons for the two girls to do this. But I am your teacher, Lin shouted feebly in his heart, in order to cheer up Hugong. Oh! No. It was to boost her gang. Lin was sneaking around the two young apprentices during the day, especially when they were practicing magic. They pretended not to care, but kept their ears straight. And in the eyes of the other three people, these little actions of one person are childish. What is unexpected is that fanatical Halumi and Kaya all ignored this behavior. There wasn't even any discussion between the three of them. It was just a tacit understanding. Watching someone perform a monkey trick. One afternoon, a long-awaited opportunity came. The two girls were working on the same topic. The apprentice-level 3-ring magic tornado technique. For magic that has reached the third level. To be recognized as having mastered the magic, it is not only necessary to use it, but also to have a certain scale. Tornadoes, earthquakes, gravity changes. These are not like collecting water and generating fire in one ring. Just gather the most basic elements and you're done. Without a certain range of influence, the effect of these magics is nothing. For example, earthquake spells, even if they cannot shake the earth and cause city walls to collapse, or castles and towers to collapse, can at least make people unable to stand. If we can only do ultra-small earthquakes, what can we do? Is it possible that if a big-breasted woman's breasts are shaken, it can be called an earthquake technique? Such difficulty makes 3-ring magic a natural barrier for magicians and magic apprentices. How many apprentices have failed because of their talents or resources, and have been unable to crown themselves as official magicians for the rest of their lives? And this is exactly the dilemma that the two young apprentices are facing now. Unable to create a tornado of large enough scope. In this regard, Fun, a lich from 1,000 years ago, although she was dismembered and imprisoned for a long time. The dark period when she ruled the world also lasted for hundreds of years. There is no good teaching method. Just what the old school magicians would say. Concentrate on feeling the existence of the wind, and use your magic power to guide them. Otherwise, your power accumulation is not enough. So just concentrate on meditation. Speaking of which, this is a misunderstanding that a magic genius like Rufin cannot understand. It's like throwing a punch. If you are big enough today, strong enough, and have well-developed muscles, you can easily hit someone with a fist, hurt it, or even fly away. Doesn't that thin little man have no human rights? Of course not. As long as you go through training, learn the correct punching posture, and hit the vital points accurately, even a small person can defeat his opponent. Although talent is not enough, it can be made up for by hard work. The question is how hard? This is not something that those who rely on talent can easily answer, because they do not need to consider this aspect. With extra energy, they will think about how to hit someone more painfully, or train themselves to be bigger. As for throwing their fists, it's like instinct for them. The same situation also exists in the world of magicians. Finn can share the magic of tornado with the two girls, its various changes and sophisticated manipulation methods. For the same magic, she can also provide many different spell models, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. This allows people to choose the most suitable one for use according to local conditions. But the main premise of all this is that magic can be used. It is necessary to think about subsequent improvement plans. The two girls used the magical power in their bodies, which was too weak for formal magicians to bear to look at directly, and kept summoning the elves and elements of the wind, hoping that they would rotate according to the imagined trajectory and form a tornado. But it failed again and again. No tornado was produced, and people could only feel the omnipresent sense of oppression in the air. Of course, as a lich, Finn didn't just stand there and stare. She tried to modify the tornado spell model and explained it to the two girls, hoping to find a way for the girls to succeed through constant attempts. She never thought that such an action might be counterproductive. Apprentice-level magic has one thing in common among its spell models: it is easy to cast. Although on this basis, controllability and various delicate changes are sacrificed. But after hundreds of years and countless improvements by magic pioneers, apprentice-level magic can be said to have reached an extreme based on the aforementioned premise. This is also the reason why magic such as gravity change and time suspension can be performed by an apprentice. Because the apprentices just follow the instructions and do not really understand the principles and meaning behind them, then used his own ideas and experience to improve it, and continued to instill it in the two young apprentices who had not yet made up their minds. The result is that Halloumi and Kaya are even more confused, and the distance from success is getting further and further away. But the parties involved are at a loss. Therefore, Lin had to jump out and save the hard-working people at the bottom, so that they would not be deterred by those brick-and-mortar thieves. Cough! He coughed at the side, hoping to attract attention. The result failed. The three women were still discussing among themselves. Ahem! Ahem! As a last resort, Lin coughed more to alert others. Finally, three women glanced at him at the same time, two with dissatisfaction and one with disdain. Then said angrily, "Tell me what you want to say. It's not okay to use magic like this." According to the tradition left by counselors during the Three Kingdoms period, a warning should be given at the beginning to make people pay attention to the following content. As expected, when he saw the expressions on the three faces turned into disgust, and the corners of their mouths pulled down, Lin knew that half the battle was won. The other half also wants to succeed. But the prerequisite is not to be killed by the former demon king. Magic is an act of imitating nature and then changing it. Have you ever thought about how tornadoes occur in nature? After raising the question, Lin paused, leaving the three of them time to think. Because looking at Fin's expression, he knew that the Lich had never thought about this matter, let alone the two girls. After a while, seeing that the silence was about to turn into embarrassment, Halloumi took the lead to break the deadlock and tried to answer. Isn't it just whirling in the wind? He also added some movements while speaking. She stretched out her index finger, raised her right arm high, and made several exaggerated circles. Of course it's not right. After Ling gave a negative answer, he stopped waiting for everyone to think. On the one hand, they are also afraid that they will lose interest and simply stop listening to someone's big talk. So Lin said directly, "What is wind? That is, the ubiquitous air that we rely on for survival? Let's not discuss it first. Let's talk about its characteristics first. Wind is just like water. It is a fluid and has no fixed shape. Since it is a fluid, some characteristics of wind can be understood in terms of water. You can accept this premise." Feeling confused, Kaya rarely asked, "Why do we need to use water to understand?" "Because wind cannot be seen under normal circumstances, but water can be observed with the naked eye." Back to the topic. If it is water, it will form a vortex, in addition to stirring it with hands. Under what conditions will water form in nature? Vortex? There is a place blocked by rocks. Halloumi replied quickly. That's right. What else? Is there a pit at the bottom of the water? Kaya replied tentatively. Correct. To explain it in a mechanical way, flowing water has a horizontal force acting on it. If the river is smooth, then there is a force acting in one direction. But then there is a pit in the river bed, and the water in it will also flow. At this time, in addition to the horizontal force, the water flow also has to exchange the water in the pit. And there is a vertical force acting on each other, which will form a force. The oblique force acting on the water flow is a vortex. Needless to say, Finn is a genius. She has almost wiped out all of Lin's modern knowledge of the Earth. Although the two girls are only at the level of primary school students in mathematics, algebra and equations have not yet been taught to them. But in the past, simple mechanics and the three laws of motion were mentioned to them for some explanations on magic teaching. So regarding the formation of the water vortex, they thought for a moment and nodded to express their understanding. Lin Kai went on to explain, how do tornadoes form in nature? Wind is not like water flow, which can spin because of a few stones. That means there is a vertical force acting on it. Kai interjected. Although his expression remained unchanged for thousands of years, there was some excitement in his tone. Lin was not cold about this kind of interaction, but instead praised him with encouragement. Yes, you are right. There is a force in the vertical direction. So where does this force come from? Okay, I don't need you for this. We guessed it, because it involves a feature I haven't mentioned yet, which is that hot air will rise and cold air will fall. When the clouds in the sky are thick enough, the clouds formed by water vapor condense a large amount of cold air, and the ground will fall. It accumulates enough heat under the sun's rays and increases the temperature of the air near the surface. When a large amount of hot and cold air is exchanged in the vertical direction, and then the horizontal force is mixed in, a tornado is born. While explaining, Lin also led everyone outside the tower. He used magic to gather a rain cloud in the sky, and at the same time use special magic combined with fire and light to increase the temperature of the ground. The entire environment became stuffy and extremely uncomfortable, and even the heat rising from the ground gave people the illusion that the entire scene was swaying. This situation did not last long, and the fallen leaves and dust began to swirl, and at the same time, the clouds in the sky took on a funnel shape and extended downward. A tornado begins to form. Chapter 92 Magic Battle. Does scientific knowledge help in practicing magic? Yes, but it depends on the type. This is Len's experience after spending more than 10 years in the world of Lost World. Jufon will affect the environment and involve the field of physics and chemistry. There is relevant scientific knowledge, which has indescribable benefits for learning and analyzing spell models. But for those who don't know how to classify mental types and can't even provide a scientific explanation, of course there's no way to say whether scientific knowledge is helpful. In the tornado technique, the 3-ring apprentice level standard spell model provided by the association can be split into several parts. It includes summoning wind elements and spirits to change the environment, as well as stirring the movement of the wind to make it rotate. Many apprentices ignored the second item of changing the environment, and just tried their best to summon more wind, or tried their best to stir and try to create rotation. If it cannot be used, there are only two judgments. One is that there is not enough wind, and the other is that the stirring method is wrong, so the wind does not rotate. Once you find the problem, of course, the next step is to solve it. After spending a lot of effort, summoning more wind and rotating it, the tornado technique was completed. To evaluate Lin Lai, it is the idiom half the result with twice the effort. The group of geniuses who rely on their talents and massive mana power certainly don't care about such wasteful behavior. Anyway, master the magic first, and then you can revise and improve it later when you have the time and interest. But those who don't have that good talent, or don't have enough magic training resources, go to those geniuses for advice after facing problems. Then we were led into a dead end. Were those geniuses wrong? Of course not. It's just not suitable for people with poor talent. Maybe if the person asking the question was less genius, he could get the correct answer. But most ordinary magic apprentices who can cast it successfully don't know why they can cast it, and what they say is not as authoritative as those geniuses. Therefore, the vast majority of magic apprentices, and even magicians in the lost world, have no inheritance, was led astray. If it weren't for those geniuses, they wouldn't be able to come up with a spell model that is more versatile and suitable for most magic apprentices. Tornado, a 3-ring apprentice level magic, is a standard spell model provided by the association. It has long been regarded as the best in everyone's evaluation. A bad model that needs to be fixed. However, in a world without any concept of meteorology, it is understandable that the structure of the tornado spell that changes the environment is not taken seriously. It is estimated that the senior magician who discovered this set of structures is beneficial to the use of tornado spells, either by chance, or he has related meteorological concepts, but did not leave behind the theory of spell model construction. Now, through Lin's explanation and actual implementation, a huge tornado that reached the clouds in the sky was formed in front of everyone's eyes. But the person who cast the spell was relaxed and free-spirited, without any burden at all, and it looked like he was casting a ring of magic. Even the two apprentices who almost surrendered to the lich couldn't help but express admiration. Then it turned into panic. Yes, I was scared, because the huge tornado began to move, and the wind became stronger and stronger, compared to the two girls who planned to escape back to the magic tower. The teacher and the former devil were much calmer. Stand there and calmly observe the forming tornado. Sister, hurry up and get out of here. The tornado is coming. The two girls held Lin's hands, one on the left and the other on the right, intending to pull the unmoved lich back, and then ignore their teacher. But the person who was wearing a tight black leather jacket and high heels and looked like a queen said, "Don't worry. This little wind can't stand me. But your teacher is really not bad. I admire him with admiration." Not only was this person embarrassed by the sudden praise, but he also received the attention of 3 other people. In addition to admiration, Lin's expression also showed a bit of amusement. But the two girls were confused and frightened. They hid behind their elder sisters and asked in fear, "Teacher, aren't you avoiding the tornado?" "Ha ha. Remember what I just said? The formation of a tornado has a lot to do with hot and cold air. So in the spell model, the set of spell structures related to changing the environment, can't its scope of action be regarded as a tornado? The attack range of the technique. That is to say, Alumi walked out from behind Finn and said the first half of the sentence. Kaya, who also came out, answered the second half. This is controllable. Apprentice level 3 ring magic is notoriously uncontrollable. In order to be able to control it freely, you have to wait until you become an official magician and study a more sophisticated and improved version of magic on your own. Or you must be a talented enough magic apprentice to achieve it. However, my teacher said that even apprentice level magic can be controlled. Although it is not possible to control it at will. It is an amazing achievement to be able to limit such a wide-ranging destructive magic to a single area. At least one thing you can do is to avoid being affected by the magic you cast. After a while, the tornado that had exhausted its supply of mana and power shrank back into the sky and disappeared completely under the gaze of everyone. The place that had been ravaged was in a mess. Needless to say, there were trees that were uprooted, and trees and rocks that were smashed down from all over the world were scattered everywhere. This tornado lasted for about 10 minutes. Lin only used the most basic amount of mana and power. And in exchange for such results, it can only be said that it is not bad. Next, of course, is practice time for the two girls. They did not cast magic directly rashly, but restudy and examine the tornado's spell model, and simulated it countless times in my mind. On the one hand, the previous practice has almost squandered all the mana and power in the body. So now I can only rest and hope to recover to some extent. The two adults did not waste this waiting time. Lin analyzed magic from a novel angle that Finn had never thought of. So she began to seriously consider a certain man as someone to discuss. The first thing to discuss is what two cute little girls keep asking about these days, which is the apprentice level magic of the 3 rings. Of course, Lin first started talking about the items he could explain, and then used his own point of view to describe the magic after scientific analysis to Finn. Immediately afterwards, the two people will launch a statement of their respective understandings of the discussion topic, as well as optimization ideas and logic. It was precisely because of these discussions that Lin understood the difference between the magical world 1,000 years ago and now. In the era when Finn grew up, the 8 powers were still 8 powers, but there were no corresponding gods. The new god, starting with Enki, the god of knowledge, did not yet exist. In that era, everyone could learn magic. Animals in the wild would also awaken some instincts similar to those of Warcraft due to the rich magical power in the air. It sounds like a very beautiful era, but it is not. Without the authority of the 8 new priests to control the 8 powers, using magic is like cutting through the walls of a rolling river and guiding the river water into your own exclusive channel. But while accepting and using it, it won't be a surprise when the embankment breaks. And once something happens, it's not a big deal if the caster is eroded by magic power and becomes stupid or useless. It's not surprising to lose control and self-destruct. And with 8 new gods, 8 powers can be managed. Using magic is like turning on the faucet at home. You take as much power as you need. There is no risk of dike failure. But there is one more controller to control water consumption. If you offend the other person and choke off the water from the source, no matter how capable you are, you will have no water to drink and will have to die of thirst. In terms of magic, it is impossible to make any progress, because mana and power can no longer be accumulated and increased. Both methods, of course, have pros and cons. It is precisely because of this difference that in Finn's era, people who studied magic paid more attention to controlling and using magic power. He didn't dare to squander it arbitrarily, for fear that if he made a mistake, the spell would fail, or a heroic self-destruction would cost him his life. What does this feel like? When I was on Earth, I heard that the older generation of programmers were very frugal and cautious about using memory, because memory was extremely expensive in their time. Therefore, when writing a program, in addition to requiring results, the first priority is to save resources. After that, programmers in their own era became cheaper because of the price of computer hardware in all aspects. For users, when they realize that the memory is insufficient, it is not an expensive matter to expand the memory capacity. As a result, designers do not care about the use of memory as much as their predecessors. What we compete for is performance. If the speed is not fast enough, users are asked to upgrade the hardware themselves. Thinking of this, Lin can understand why Finn criticized what he wrote after learning the logic of the programming language used in the Magic Tower. Isn't it just like the 2 generations of programmers on Earth, who have different requirements and priorities because of different eras? Lin doesn't have much prejudice against this dispute between old and new. Even speaking honestly, Lin believed that the attitude and thoughts of this Lich Lord from thousands of years ago towards constructing a spell model or the most correct approach. It's just that sometimes I am limited by time. Sometimes I am limited by my knowledge. I think I have done my best. But in the eyes of the experts, it is still full of flaws. It was as if Lin wrote the program for the magic tower that Finn disliked so much. I am majoring in astrophysics and have a PhD. Not an information major, but a programming major. It's amazing to be able to write it down. Do you know it, big sister? But now that the topic of magic has come up, Finn isn't the only one hoping to get Lin's scientific insights. For a man who traveled to the lost world and spent 15 years in a state of confusion, there is still a long way to go to change the materialism he upholds as a norm into idealism. Chapter 93 on Magic. After Lin's explanation, the two girls prepared for a while, and tried 2 or 3 times respectively before successfully performing the tornado technique. This confirms that the practice described by Lin has its significance in the world of Lost World. Instead of magic belonging to magic, science belongs to science. So clearly. But those who are teachers have no sense of being teachers at all. In the face of a real powerful person, even an antique-level powerful person from 1,000 years ago, he still corrected his mentality and sought answers to the doubts in his heart as a seeker. Many of the magics he learned in the past, such as apprentice-level magics, related to dreams, prophecies, etc. Lin Quan completely used the superpowers he had during his school days, and relied on rote memorization to pass the tests. If he were really asked to do more in-depth research in this area, someone would just throw up his hands and surrender. On the one hand, it is also because there is no good teacher who can answer my doubts. Whenever he encounters a problem, he will immediately recall his knowledge about the Earth to see if it is relevant and then understand it. In fact, the vast majority are incomprehensible. If it weren't for the fear of his life in the past adventure period and the pressure that forced him to improve his magical strength in combat, he might have been wiped out among all the apprentices. However, he habitually bullies the weak, so his progress is limited. It is precisely because we often think back to the relevant knowledge about the Earth that we feel that that world is not too far away from us. It seemed that as long as he took one step, he could return to the room where he had lived for 20 or 30 years. This also made Lin feel that he was still incompatible with Midi. Whether such an idea is good or bad is difficult to judge. Nowadays, for those magic principles that I once gave up and did not intend to seriously understand, suddenly a magic master comes for free consultation. So why not solve these questions? I have such thoughts because I encountered a bottleneck in the process of computerizing the magic tower. Most of the arrangements and combinations of the 8 powers will have metaphysical effects. Giving up on this part is undoubtedly equivalent to giving up on improvement in magic. And it is also like giving up on the room for progress in the computerization of the magic tower. Completely copying the computer progress of the Earth. That takes many people and many years of hard work. Wouldn't it be too difficult for someone who is not an information major to start from scratch and catch up with the Earth in the 21st century? Especially the last one is related to the possibility of returning home. Then seize all available resources and use everything to the fullest. Isn't it just to make the success rate that is infinitely close to zero increase by hundreds or thousands of decimal places? So Lin asked questions without hesitation, and also videotaped and audio recorded everything to take notes. Although the formal magician level issue was not understood by the 2 young apprentices, but they also listened attentively. As long as they can understand 1 sentence out of 10 or 20 sentences that matches their own experience, they will benefit a lot. Is fanatical, the former demon king, a good teacher? Have no idea. But now it seems that she enjoys the admiration of others. So the life in the magic tower, which was supposed to be leisurely and far away from the hustle and bustle of the world, suddenly became unsatisfactory no matter how much time was arranged. Stargazing at night is indispensable. Even if you don't gaze at the Milky Way in a leisurely mood, at least you should not miss a single record. Each of these daily accumulated figures is my only hope of returning home. Unless it starts to rain or the entire sky is covered by thick clouds. Lin has never indulged himself a few times. In addition, relearn magic. Improve the underlying program code of the computerized magic tower. Program for calculations. And supplement various mathematical formulas and tools. The most troublesome thing is the transformation of the physical tower body. That's right, the tower of the great sage has evolved again. But it's not towards magic that's more powerful or adds some imagination-like functions. Instead, the energy transmission layout of the entire tower is reconfigured to be more reasonable. And the utilization efficiency is greatly improved. It also fixed some hidden problems that Lin didn't care about before. The most complicated one is the star map wall that was restored under Finn's auspices. Maybe there is no longer anything sealed or kept inside. But the value of the composite magic array itself is not lower than the golden skull that was fished out. Even a certain lich whose head had lived in it for thousands of years was full of praise for the interlocking arrangement of magic circles and the main body of space magic. In fact, long before a certain lich was resurrected, Lin had tried to figure out the principle behind this magic circle. However, it is too difficult for a low-level magician to digest. And most importantly, this is not some metaphysical knowledge. This is a serious mathematics and physics problem, calculated in a way that Lin does not understand. Because according to a certain lich's explanation, the lost land, or the storage space opened up by space magic in front of him, is not like what Lin has read in his past novels. And he accidentally learned the coordinates of a stable dimensional gap. After calibration, it can be used as a private safe without the risk of being discovered or cracked. The Sea of Dirac, the imaginary number space. No matter which name he used, Lin could not imagine seeing something in the world of lost world, space, or is it realized, filling the vacuum with infinite amounts of antimatter, or particles in a negative energy state, or unstable states, will form a non-existent space that is different from reality. This physical equation that only exists on paper on Earth appears alive in the lost world. The related quantum field theory, although it happens to belong to the two extremes of microscopic and macroscopic astronomy and physics studied by Lin, is ultimately the master of physics. And Lin has spent some time to understand it. But is this really what I understand? To be honest, the more I listened to Finn's explanation, the more Lin seemed like it didn't exist in reality. And this also explains well the biggest reason why this kind of storage space magic cannot be popularized. Are there any normal objects in reality that can be stored in a space full of antimatter for a long time? Then how much effort is required to protect normal items that can be preserved in the Sea of Dirac? In order to save $10, he spent $1,000 to build a safe. Moreover, this safe is particularly unsafe. If anything happens, the 10 yuan will be eaten away. This does not even mention the feasibility of reuse. No one would do such a thing. So Lin simply used the magic circle behind the star map of the Tower of the Great Sage for pure research purposes, without thinking about what to store in it. Just as the magic learning in the tower was in full swing, a conspiracy was secretly going on outside the tower. And it lasted for a long time. Ever since the town affiliated with the Tower of the Great Sage began to prosper, it was generally accepted that dragons and snakes were mixed inside. But no one said anything about it. Even when spies from all over the world met, they would treat each other as if they didn't know each other. If this were in other prosperous cities or important areas, this group of people would not be so stupid when they met. But here, everything is strangely peaceful. That doesn't mean they don't have any little moves. It's just that the target is a magic tower. He is an official magician. And he is also a magician who doesn't like socializing and socializing. He hides in the tower all day doing research. This kind of goal is the most nerve-wracking. If you want to seduce someone, you have no idea where to start. I want to buy it. Isn't it just because this product has too much money and makes people jealous that this feast for the spies is happening? So those who are brave can sneak into the magic tower from time to time to investigate. Those who are timid can find two apprentices who are easier to bully and find out some unknown news. If you don't dare, you can only look at the Tower of the Great Sage from a distance and secretly record the daily routine and habits in the tower. In short, in a place that Lin could not take care of. Everything about the Tower of the Great Sage was exposed to the news channels of those noble people. Even the recent addition of an indescribable beauty to the tower quickly became known to everyone. Of course, not all the spies who come here are just looking for information. A conspiracy that continues to this day is coming to an end. A member of a family from the north of the Southwest Peninsula, using rituals passed down secretly. They were carried out bit by bit in the woods somewhere outside the Tower of the Great Sage. The first is to bury a severed limb from a being in the abyss, and use it to pollute the land, while also allowing the being in the abyss to perceive the location of this place. Next comes the sneaky sacrifice. In the beginning, there was no need to offer too powerful a being. Only blood and soul were needed to maintain the connection without interruption. The most important thing is to set up the magic circle. This is not the kind of magic circle where you find a piece of flat ground and draw a few graffiti. Instead, they combine the terrain and features with the ritual tools to secretly arrange a secret ritual that they did not want to be exposed too quickly. Then he kept repeating the previous actions, accumulating the secret power on this land. It is eroding everything here secretly. but it is invisible to people, waiting for the moment to burst out. All these actions were not entirely without warning, at least on the surveillance map outside the tower. The strange trajectory of light spots in the middle of the night still caught Lin's attention. It was a pity that every time he visited the site, he couldn't find any clues. After failing again and again, Lin gradually became accustomed to ignoring it, then forget about what happened here. On the one hand, this is also because someone has never encountered such a thing, and has a low sensitivity to this type of magic, coupled with a blind trust in the external monitoring system of the magic tower. Everyone knows that the various feedback data readings do not mean that they control everything in the lost world, the unknown territory that has not yet been completely mastered. Some people still think that it is an out-of-reach risk, rather than a real danger to their own lives. As for the one who was just resurrected, has he noticed it? In fact, there is. But she really doesn't care. Chapter 94. Lich specializes in martial arts. Want a weapon? Yeah. Can't you? Of course it's not impossible. Lin tilted his head and looked at the beauty who made the request, leaning lazily on the long back chair, his two long legs crossed together. Now she is wearing a narrow skirt dress with a red blazer. It is completely the modern OL style of the earth. The chest of the white shirt is stretched tightly, and the buttons can only be buttoned with difficulty. This is not a problem of tailoring and sewing by a certain man. This full of malice, or bad taste, came from the request of the lady. The murderer is not the tower owner, who is about to be marginalized. There are two girls who call me sister all day long. So it's not Lin's turn to do things like sewing clothes. Of course, Lin is not entirely without credit. At least, he used his own impressions and mechanical knowledge to make the first sewing machine in the lost world. Although it is very rough, it has all the functions it should have. The two children, one girl and three girls, had a great time playing it, starting with the dark, tight-fitting leather jacket given to Finn, and using a killer weapon like a sewing machine as a catalyst. The clothing style in the Tower of the Great Sage has broken away from the aesthetics of the lost world. During these days, in addition to learning and practicing magic, the trio from the Tower of the Great Sage and the newly resurrected Lich, in addition to communicating and coding, also wore one outfit after another as entertainment to change their mood. Costume seen in Lost World. In terms of exposure, there is no difference between what the Dark Elf and the Succubus wear, whether they are wearing something or not. In terms of temperament and elegance, the demeanor of the high-ranking figures of the Elf clan is something that no one else can imitate. But the clothes that come from the earth, or to be more precise, the designs from animation works, are better than novelty and rare. They have no functionality at all, and they just want to attract attention. In terms of purpose, looking at the performance of the three women, it can be said to be very successful. All designs come from Lin's secret collection of picture albums. What I draw is not like the adult books and periodicals I secretly hid from my parents when I was a child in the Earth period. At first, it was just a random doodle, but later it became a connection with the Earth. A final thought. Now these clothes are reproduced one by one in the hands of the three women. Is this feeling of nostalgia? Or are you excited to see someone cosplaying again? In any case, a large amount of high-end fabrics were purchased from the mall system of the Chamber of Commerce affiliated with the Magicians Association, because it only requires comfort, not special fabrics that can carry magic. The price is not as exaggerated as imagined. And I also bought a few pieces of magic cloth that could be used to make robes. The most surprising thing is that among these fabric goods, there is silk. The smooth touch and bright colors are all amazing. However, the embroidery craftsmanship was much weaker. It was precisely because these patterns were considered simple in Lin's eyes, and were so different from the Sioux embroidery and shoe brocade in his hometown, that he had the impression that they had ancestors from his homeland. In the morning, I traveled back hundreds of years. This batch of silk and fabrics that can be used to make magical equipment such as robes have not been touched yet, because Lin couldn't think of a good design, and the three female compatriots were unwilling to sew on a random outfit based on the premise of cherishing materials. I originally thought that days like this would continue for a while, but Lin understands very well that nothing is permanent, and there will always be emergencies to break the deadlock. What he didn't expect was that it would be Finn who made a request he had never made before: weapons. I said, "Sister," when Lin used the same title as his two apprentices. It was usually in a teasing tone. "Why did you think of this today? You don't want to think about your identity. Even if you make a fire stick, it will be higher end than what I can make. This is not to see if you have some novel gadgets in your mind. I dare not say that I am proficient in the weapons that have appeared in the mysterious land, But I have played with them all. I am counting on you. You have never forgotten that you have been in the cold for 1,000 years. And you don't even notice the progress in the meantime. Is this okay? After saying that, a certain man who was very ignorant looked at Finn's expression, and his heart trembled. If the two young apprentices talked to him like this, they would have to eat a big chestnut, hold their heads in grievance, and look at the murderer. But the former demon king didn't take any action. He just looked at the poor creature with clear eyes and half smile. He put his index finger against his lower lip, as if he was holding back a smile. His eyes almost narrowed into a crescent shape. Maybe eyes can't kill, can't pierce thousands of holes in Lin's body. But being stared at by such eyes made me feel guilty. It makes someone feel so guilty that they want to find a hole to crawl in and hide. In this game of big eyes and small eyes, Lin lost gorgeously. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and said, Okay. It's not like there's nothing suitable for you to use. It's just that I'm not sure what the effect will be. The already bright eyes suddenly glowed with even more dazzling brilliance. The whimsical thoughts from other worlds all stimulate Vindicator's essence as a magician seeking knowledge. She who once ruled the world, who once slain gods, who once aspired to the throne of nothingness. Even if she was not omniscient about everything in the lost land, many things could no longer evoke her enthusiasm. In the past, I could still rely on the blazing fire of revenge in my chest to drive myself forward. But from the moment he was resurrected, confusion was like a lingering nightmare, covering his heart. This is also the reason why she will return to the tower of the great sage, and return to this man. She has nowhere to go. I will stay for the same reason. So when the concept of programming language from the earth came into her eyes, it was like a drowning person grabbing a straw. It doesn't matter whether it works or not. Just catch it first, and then talk about it. This is also the reason for crazy investment some time ago. Because it was boring, and she really had nothing else to do. The world different from Lost Land is not unfamiliar to Fun. The rulers who slaughtered the old gods in the past came from the outside world. The residents of the Abyss have had many dealings with each other. Whether it is demons or demons, it is better to talk with fists than verbal dialogue. The kingdoms of gods that fell one after another in his own hands, as well as the star realm and the underground. It can be said that everything that is known to be explorable has its own footprints. But the earth is a completely new existence. The most important thing is the knowledge and culture from the earth, which have never appeared on the land of Lost Land. No matter whether the talisman is practical or not based on actual combat principles, it can at least make my dead heart a little shaken. As for Finn's request, a certain man had been planning for a long time. He was not worried about the consequences of giving the Lich weapons. He doesn't care about that kind of nonsense. What's more, even if this Lich and former Demon King were not given weapons, wouldn't she be able to cause damage? Stop it. The ultimate devil, who lost his wand and was beaten to pieces by a group of children, only exists in children's books. Lin found a wooden pallet, took out 4 semi-finished products from the foundry, and returned to the restaurant. A certain overaged mature woman was chatting with 2 immature little girls about useless topics. When I saw someone walking and carefully holding something, I naturally paid attention with curiosity. By the way, that tight-fitting leather jacket was not designed out of thin air. The witch who was originally dressed like that was armed with parsley and sage spears, and rosemary and thyme spears on the back of her feet. She used her unique fighting skills to defeat him magnificently. One after another, angels. Now that the clothes have been made, how could the signature weapons not be considered? This is not a country that claims to be democratic. If you show off a pistol on the road, you will only be regarded as an idiot, not as a threat. So be cautious. The reason is also very simple. Because the dwarf firecrackers, or goblin firecrackers, that are often mentioned in many fantasy novels have never existed in the Lost World. Besides, I can't make a laser gun for the time being. So it's good to make a magic fire gun to practice first. However, there are still various problems that cannot be solved, which is the reason why these 4 semi-finished products were not given to Fun. It wasn't until now that it was mentioned that it was brought out. However, although Fun was curious about things that had never existed in this lost world, he was also somewhat disdainful. He grabbed it directly from the barrel, waited, and said, "This stupid guy has the wrong shape and is too heavy to use as a boomerang." Lin didn't explain much, picked up another gun and fired a few shots. Because he was worried about his accuracy, he shot in a direction where there was no one around. The victims were a few innocent cups, water bottles and clay pots, which shattered under the impact of magic energy. This is the result of thinking for a long time and combining the knowledge of magic circles with the runes used by dwarves to enchant weapons. The gun part is a miniaturized modification based on the strategic magic of the Tower of the Great Sage. The light bullet attack array. The barrel part is the same as the firearms on Earth. As the most difficult part to make, Lynn spent a lot of thought. Due to the limited material factors of the Earth, the durability of the barrel is reduced, and the risk of chamber explosion is increased. In order to allow the compressed magic energy group to shoot in a fixed direction, the barrel of Mitty's gun is even more troublesome. In order to solve this problem, the rifling design, that should have nothing to do with magical energy, appeared in someone's eyes again. The 6 rifling lines correspond to the magic array patterns of 6 different energy forms. The forces that do not merge with each other have a more or less repulsive effect, which means that the fired light bullets are well restrained and will be shot straight out of the muzzle instead of finding another way and running towards places where they should not come out. But the original design idea brought quite special results. That is to say, each round of pure magic energy has the opportunity to be assimilated and affected by any one or more of the 6 rifling lines, causing each magic bullet fired to be attached with different attribute energy, which of course also brings different effects. The result of this is completely random and uncontrollable. Lynn himself doesn't know what attributes the next shot will have. Chapter 95: The First Creation of Magic Firearms. A specially polished magic stone is placed in the magazine, and the magic circle at the handle of the gun ensures that when the energy of the magic stone is exhausted, it can turn to the holder and extract its mana to continue attacking. Using magic stones, ordinary people can also use this magic weapon. Without the magic stone, it becomes a magician's exclusive weapon. Don't think that this is very powerful. Lin Na has done experiments himself. Without using magic stones, the maximum number of shots can be 8. After that, it was a pure trigger machine that couldn't even fire blank ammunition. Of course, his mana and power had also been drained, and his head was swollen to the point of bursting. This situation led him to study a topic, which is a very important topic on Earth: energy conversion efficiency. There is no doubt about the law that energy is conserved. If the observation results are different, it only means that there are omissions in the observation, or there is insufficient consideration. On Earth, the place where energy conversion efficiency is discussed most is, of course, various power plants, generators, engines, motors, and other power equipment. The ratio of available output energy to its input energy. This conversion will not exceed 100%, because entropy is inevitably generated during the conversion process. Of course, in terms of practicality, theoretically the higher the energy conversion efficiency, the better. But every conversion method has its theoretical upper limit. If it is lower than the upper limit, it means that the technology used has room for improvement. So the question is, how efficient is the energy conversion of mana power? After being able to detect and define the mana power value of each unit, in order to build these 4 guns, Lin faced up to the issue of energy conversion for the first time. After testing the conversion efficiency of the magic gun, it was found that the ratio was 26%, which was still powered by magic stones. If you switch to the holder supplied model, it will drop to a crazy number of 7%. This can also explain very well why Lin Guang drained himself dry after firing 8 shots. Compared with other more mature magics, the apprentice level first level magic, pyrotechnic, has a conversion efficiency of about 55% when used by oneself. The light bomb attack array of the Tower of the Great Sage is the most basic single-shot attack type, with a conversion efficiency of up to 80%. As for other less skilled magics, the conversion efficiency is extremely low. The higher the proficiency, the higher the conversion efficiency is. Therefore, it can be thought that the conversion efficiency of magic is related to the maturity of the spell model and the proficiency of the user. As for the design of these 4 magic guns, it is difficult to judge whether they are qualified works in terms of energy conversion efficiency. There are still problems, big and small, in terms of power, stability, durability, consumption, etc. The most difficult one, for which there is still no solution, is how to shoot with your feet. That's right. In that original video game work, the imagination was limitless. It's fun for those who play it, but it's hard work for those who want to build it seriously. There is no reasonable design or feasibility at all. It is just an arrogant and unreasonable man who just does whatever he wants. Lin Yi, a lich who had been playing with one of the magic guns, explained various problems. As for the 2 young apprentices, they divided the remaining 2 guns equally, each holding one and gesturing, but none of them could fire a gun. which made them wonder if the quality of this semi-finished product was so bad that it didn't even have basic functions. However, no one asked these words. They just looked at the designer and manufacturer with suspicion and contempt. Honestly, it hurts. It's embarrassing for a bunch of idiots to complain that they don't do a good enough job even though they don't know how to use it. Turning over the gun in his right hand, Lin said, "This is the safety switch of the gun, which is turned with the thumb. There are 4 stages: safety, stun, single shot, and continuous shooting. The safety stage is a state where it cannot be fired. The stun is to reduce the power to a level that does not hurt people's lives. The single shot is to fire once when the trigger is pressed. And the continuous fire is to fire continuously as long as the trigger is held. Because it is a magic energy weapon, there is no recoil, and you don't have to worry about upward trajectory even if it is fired in succession." The 2 young apprentices plus Finn, of course, excitedly flipped the safety switch. It's just that they are curious as to why some guns have the safety on the left and some on the right. He also didn't ask about the exit. He just turned the other side of the gun and continued to look at people with contempt. Considering that there was one person among them who he could not defeat, Lin endured it. He said, "If the safety is on the right side of the gun body, it is a left-handed gun. If it is on the left side, it is a right-hand gun. This is to take into account the situation of dual wielding, and the index finger is not flexible enough to flip the safety switch. So, the thumb is used to operate the insurance." Oh! After the 3 of them made a sound together, they looked around excitedly, which of course violated someone's taboo. Lin quickly grabbed the barrel of the weapon in the hands of the 2 girls, removed the muzzle and said, "Remember from now on, the most important rule is, don't point the muzzle at others. Unless you really hate the guy and want to be sneaky, get rid of the other party." Then the 2 girls obediently moved their guns back at the same time and pointed them at their teacher. The mischievous smile on his face made someone feel helpless. Lin had no choice but to continue. Rule 2 can be regarded as a rule of law that cannot be violated. You are never allowed to point your gun at me. Otherwise, you don't want me to help you make guns. What? Halloumi yelled, but in unison with Kaya. She held the weapon in her arms without intending to hand it over. Halloumi even said, "There are 4 guns here. Shouldn't we each have one? There are 4 guns here, but they are for one person. Pointing to Halloumi, "You don't have one." Then pointing to Kaya, "You don't have one either. Finally pointing to Fun, I made it for you. But it's just not finished yet." After Lin finished speaking, the 3 people had different attitudes. Fun was non-committal, and turned the weapon in his hand into stun mode. Then called it to himself, wanting to experience the power of various modes for himself. "Yeah. Numb. Sister, this is not just numb. I did it based on the standard of knocking people down with one shot." He wanted to shout like this, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw 2 little girls secretly opening the safety and turning the muzzle of the gun, as if they wanted to hit his teacher with the same blow. Lin had to try to divert the 2 girls' note. "Say, if you want to try the gun, go to the foundry next door and get some small iron ingots to use as targets. Play outside without hurting others. I will help you make a small one in the future. You can't play with such a heavy thing. No need." The 2 little girls who got the confirmation ran out happily, seemingly rushing to test the guns. Fun, who was still testing the power, adjusted the weapon to single-shot shooting, and also shot it at himself. "Well, it hurts a little. Sister, this just hurts a little. You make it difficult for me to be a human being. Do you know that?" It seemed that a certain lich who had a ruthless personality and was not afraid of experimenting on himself had set his magic gun to burst mode and was about to continue shooting at him. Lin quickly stopped him and said, "Stop for now. There is no point in testing the gun like this. The power can be adjusted." Fun, who tilted his head, thought for a while and said quickly, "Indeed, it doesn't make sense in this way. So, do you have any thoughts on the question you just raised?" Lin opened the water mirror screen in the restaurant and called up the design drawings of all the magic guns. In terms of firearm structure, it can only be regarded as a very basic design. For a large firearm imitating the appearance of the Desert Eagle, it can only be said that the holster, trigger, magazine and other parts are not installed in the wrong place. Since it is not a true gunpowder weapon, it does not matter that the detailed structure of the internal bolt is incorrect. The real highlight is the magic circle and runes engraved on various parts of the gun. One of them involves a problem that Lin still has no clue about, which is the miniaturization of the magic circle. The drawing of magic circle has its own standards and specifications. The large and large magic circles refers to its complexity. It consists of many standard formations, one after another, or one inside another, influencing and interacting with each other to form a magic formation with powerful effects. But when broken down, each individual formation is about the same size. Similarly, the miniature magic array does not count just by thinning the lines and reducing the entire array layout in proportion. There must be some principles involved that Lin doesn't understand yet. At least when it comes to the problem that the miniature magic circles will interfere with each other. Lin doesn't have any good means to avoid it. For example, the magic energy bullets fired will randomly change their attributes and effects. This result is actually due to the interference between the magic array arranged on the 6 bore lines and the light bullet attack array at the gun. It seems to have a good ending. But not all mistakes can have such an ending. More of a negative impact. Next is the old question that has been emphasized many times. How to shoot with the foot. So, what is the trigger used for? Then asked such a common sense question. For someone who wanted to break his head these days, it aroused his urge to turn over the table. If I can't win. After taking a few deep breaths, Lin calmed down and said, Of course, the trigger is important. How can you shoot the bullet if you don't pull the trigger? The trigger is a switch that fires magic. At the end of the sentence, Lin himself also tasted something. If it is a traditional gunpowder firearm, the trigger affects the hammer. After hitting the primer of the bullet, the gunpowder in the cartridge case will explode, pushing the warhead out of the barrel. But the magic gun does not require a hammer. And of course, there is no gunpowder or even a bullet. In this case, why is the trigger necessary? Just to trigger magic to make actions like shooting. Are there any other alternatives? Yes. And there are many more. Spells are cast through magic props or equipment. And the activation medium is usually a spell. Some of which are gestures, sounds, etc. Sometimes it takes action when certain conditions are met, such as a magic trap that is triggered. Here, there is no saying that the trigger is necessary. In other words, Lin was entangled by his knowledge of firearms obtained from the earth. Only then will they stubbornly believe that certain components should be indispensable. In fact, this idea is too scientific. If you are in a lost place, you should use some magic. Chapter 96, The Beginning of the Crisis. It is a good thing to have someone who is at the same level as yourself, or even beyond yourself. At least there are many problems that you don't have to ponder over alone. The matter of shooting with the foot can be solved easily. However, that also raised another question, which was difficult for a dead man to answer. And that was, what was the point of shooting with the foot? It cannot be said that the original version has a gorgeous fighting posture. The way he raised his long legs to attack enemies in the air made the turtle unable to extricate itself. So I hope to see a certain former demon king with the same good figure recreate all that. However, Lin was no longer a rookie who stayed in school and didn't know anything about society. I have personally fought and been wallowing between life and death. I know clearly that those who use too contrived fighting moves, or those who only want to look cool, usually end badly. As long as an oversight is made and a few blows are made, one is considered lucky. It is very common for one's life to be in danger. Taking your feet off the ground and losing mobility is a stupid thing to do in combat unless there is a more efficient way to move with your feet, like flight, or spider-like prosthetics. It is impossible to evaluate the pros and cons of this matter in a short time. Not to mention that each has different conditions and can create different moves. Who can guarantee that if you equip both feet with magic guns, you won't be able to hit your opponents hard at places they don't expect? Therefore, the two of them put aside the discussion for the time being with a tacit understanding. The improvement of miniature magic circles is a subject that is both familiar and unfamiliar to the former Demon King. The familiarity lies in the fact that she has not studied the relevant knowledge. The unfamiliarity lies in the fact that the knowledge is not used on utensils. If you transplant the ideas in your head, you can get the same result. A wise lich who has never tried it can't guarantee. Dwarves or elves, their attainments in magic equipment are an advantage that no one in the lost world can match. But what they know more about is the method. How to inscribe the magic they want to add onto the surface of the weapon. It might be special paint, or it might be incised and then filled with magic materials. No matter which method is used, the magic is still the same in the heart and has not changed. Therefore, there are no predecessors to learn from on topics like micro-magic arrays. And there are no master-level figures to consult. I can only follow the same steps as the former Demon King, who has had similar experiences and crossed the river by feeling the stones. So, Where did you use the concept of micro-magic circle before? Tell me for reference. Lin asked naturally. He wanted to know about any possibility. Any result that could be compared. Then was free and easy. Not quit all. And said directly, find a way to get it on the bones. Otherwise you would think where my hard bones came from. I used my own spiritual blood to make this body. After more than 100 years. The result of transformation. After hearing what he said, Lin choked for a moment and hesitated for a long time. Speechless. After a while, he asked again, how did you carve it? I'm a lich. Just take it apart, fiddle with it, and put it back together. The skull is a little more troublesome. You have to leave your body first and use your spiritual vision to control your body before you can work on your head. This part took me the longest time. Sure enough, he is not an ordinary person and does not do ordinary things. This kind of self-upgrading technology is not something ordinary people can learn even if they want to. The reason for ignoring the difficult-to-reproduce technology is that the miniature magic circle production that Finn experienced was carved on a living body. The biggest difference between a living body and an artifact is that the living body will be compensated by mana and power. As traditional Chinese medicine on Earth says, the internal organs are divided into 5 elements, and various medical principles are also based on this basis. Similarly, the Lich has reached an extreme level in exploring the human body, and his knowledge in this area is so extensive that Lin can't even imagine it. When Finn heard someone talking about the various concepts of traditional Chinese medicine on Earth, Finn felt like he had just met him too late. Many truths can only be figured out after you go to the end and go astray. It's a pity that if you want to change it back at this time, the difficulty is no easier than hitting it again and practicing again. However, Lin decided to put aside this part of the problem and return the focus to these 4 magic guns. Magic materials carry the flow of magic power and form magical effects according to certain established mysterious rules. However, the material itself will not have any compensatory effect on the magic. Every link relies on the caster or producer to carefully consider and constantly experiment to find the best combination. This is when the computerized magic tower comes in handy again. As a top student from Earth, how could he forget such a killer weapon as computer simulation? And as long as the simulation results are different from the actual results, it means that there are areas that you have overlooked, and you can more specifically identify the factors that need to be taken into consideration. And this was a study that lasted days and nights. But there is a saying that doesn't work like this. When men and women work together, they won't be tired from work. It is one of my dreams to have a beautiful researcher in the research laboratory. It's a pity that in the poor place where I lived in the past, those who could study for a PhD or above and stay in the laboratory were. Don't say it. Shouldn't say it. Don't say it. Because it hurts to say it. Perhaps it was the beauty's beauty that took up all the time I had for random thoughts after research. So when Lin came back to his senses, he realized that he had done so many things. I also realized that if the magic tower is the concept of a large circuit board, then the micro-magic array is the outpost of the wafer manufacturing process. Hateful. What I am good at is astrophysics. Why do I feel that after arriving in the lost land and stationed in the magic tower, I will develop towards the information profession? The thing I am playing now is to push myself to the path of majoring in electrical machinery. In the Tower of the Great Sage, various magical research and the practice of 3-ring apprentice level magic are in full swing, and danger has quietly arrived. There is no moon tonight, although the stars are bright. If you don't light a torch or an oil lamp, you can't see anything. The town outside the magic tower is not yet prosperous enough to keep people awake at night. As soon as the sun goes down, residents begin to pack up their hard work for the day and go home to have a good rest. Of course, this is only on the surface. In private, all kinds of espionage activities, or the exchange of information, all depend on the time of night. People who are accustomed to walking in the dark follow the instructions of their superiors, or their own plans with ease, and implement them step by step. In addition, there are unspeakable dangers in the dark night. In the daytime, the forest around the Tower of the Great Sage is suppressed by the 2 monsters' gray hoof and white nose. No other creature can challenge the status of the 2 dogs. Therefore, the monsters with a little bit of wisdom and a little bit of strength left to seek a living in other places. But the forest at night has been a little different lately. It's not the previous group of dark nobles who came to cause trouble, but the residents from the abyss who came through the gap opened by someone unknown and followed the seductive smell hidden deep in the soul. Since the gap had only just opened, it was extremely unstable, and of course, its scale was quite small. Therefore, only those little devils who live at the bottom, who are worse than cannon fodder, will risk passing through the gaps because of the need to find food. The abyssal creatures that came to the lost world were not as comfortable as a fish in water. On the contrary, the mutual exclusion of the two worlds made these already weak existences appear even weaker. There were even individuals who became weak because they passed through the space gap and were tortured by the particle conversion process. After arriving in the lost world, they were immediately suppressed by the will of the world on this side and lost their lives. Individuals who are lucky enough to survive usually don't survive long. Various adaptations will allow them to be easily replenished by wild beasts in the forest, becoming creatures of this world and improving their own nutrition. Although this improvement will bring it closer to the abyss. Because of this, most of these individuals from the dangerous world did not leave any obvious evidence, and the only parts were not enough to make people think. Such dangers have been ignored again. Occasionally, there are those who are extremely lucky and have the talent for growth, and can quickly adapt to various difficulties. This kind of little devil can obtain energy from the creatures in the lost land by hunting them, and gain the possibility of surviving in this world. At first, they feed on bugs and small mammals, and then hide themselves during the day. Just a while ago, these few lucky ones had grown up to the point where they ran around the town to supplement the poultry that was being fed outside. These creatures living at the bottom of the abyss do not have enough intelligence, and certainly do not have any elegant dining etiquette. After it made a mess in the chicken coop, it walked away. He didn't even consider whether doing so would expose his whereabouts. That is to say, they don't have the brains to understand the stakes involved. When the marrow-eating little devil peeked into the chicken coop the next day, he thought he was still a predator. And what could be easier to kill than a creature that is kept in captivity and has no ability to resist? So when the urge to eat and the feeling of hunger fill its little head, it no longer hesitates and is ready to take action. But the moment he jumped out of the dark corner, something hard penetrated his neck and was firmly nailed to the ground. It couldn't shout. It could only make a grunting sound. But this was more like the sound of blood foam pouring out of his throat. But he was helpless and kept grabbing the spear that pinned him. Unfortunately, everything is in vain and life disappears just as quickly. Only then did people hiding in the darker depths come out than these low-level little devils. The look in the eyes of the hunted alien creature quickly disappeared. Just like the large bunch of trophies he was holding in his hand, he pulled out the spear nailed to the ground, but let the little devil's body hang on it. The other hand is holding 5 or 6 long tails, dragging the alien creatures that have also lost their lives. He looked at the body hanging on the spear and said in a mocking tone, "This should be the last one. I'm sorry, but before the gate of the abyss is open wide enough, you can't be allowed to appear in other people's doors. In front of you, give the tower master any hint. You are so weak that you won't be of use on the battlefield to attack the tower. So just return to the abyss and go to H.L." The man said to himself. Chapter 97 Hidden Danger finally emerges. The progress of the transformation of the 4 magic guns is not satisfactory. At least there is still a long way to go before the finished product is imagined. As expected, the 2 girls' beautiful fantasies about firearms were cancelled when Halloumi was very happy to pull the trigger, but suddenly became dizzy. My brain felt swollen and painful, as if I had been trampled by 100 cows. All kinds of nausea. But the uncomfortable feeling of not being able to spit out anything made Harumi not have the courage to pick up the magic gun again. Lin also guessed that this must have exhausted the energy of the magic stone in the magazine and began to extract the magic power of the holder. However, an excess amount was drawn, causing the holder to be overdraft. In fact, he knew about this, but he didn't mean not to tell the 2 girls. At that time, I just wanted to send them away quickly and simply forgot to remind them. But looking at someone moaning in bed, Lin seriously considered whether the design was designed to extract the holder's mana and power. And some insurance, such as a switch or something, had to be added. And the charging methods are also more diverse. He tried to make a container that fit into the magazine well in the handle, used to fill some irregular shapes, or to polish the leftover scraps of magic stone, then install it into the magic gun to shoot. It's a pity that the energy conversion efficiency of this method is comparable to that of directly draining the holder's mana power. It's worse. Therefore, Lin Infant had to think of other methods. It is true that energy conversion efficiency is a very important thing, but sometimes lower conversion efficiency is not unacceptable if it can be exchanged for high power and efficient destructive effects. Unfortunately, from a magician's point of view, Lin's advantages of magic guns are far inferior to other ordinary attack methods she can use. so she does not favor the current magic guns. However, I am still looking forward to the future development potential of fantasy weapons from the Earth. From the perspective of a visitor from Earth, Lynn's gun also failed. The pistol must at least be able to fire continuously. It can fire more than 1,000 rounds without loading. It can shoot from a distance, hit people at close range, swing the gun, and have bullet time. Or it must be a legendary zombie killer or a tyrant killer. Additional capabilities of the class. If you haven't reached this level, you can't really say that you made a gun in the magical world. The process of research and improvement is arduous at every turn. But every time you break through a link, you can always gain a lot. However, the progress is not equally worthy of joy. From the two different perspectives, the magic gun that has been modified to the present level is not even usable, let alone actual combat. Sometimes Lynn still thinks that if he were serious about serious gunpowder weapons, maybe the 4 people in the Tower of the Great Sage would already have a handful of them. Maybe it can also be equipped with a long and short gun, which can be used for long-distance shooting and self-defense. But this is just a thought. No one knows what kind of hacked-up situation they will encounter if they actually click on that branch of the technology tree. Many things seem so simple when you think about them, but you vomit blood when you start doing them. Even Finn, who was researching with him, couldn't fully understand Lynn's many thoughts. After all, this person is a lich and a former devil, not a roundworm in someone else's belly. The physical communication between two people is deep enough, but on a mental level, Qian Feizhi's withdrawn habits prevent him from taking the initiative to mention his concerns to others. Although Lin didn't care about the issue of talking or not talking about these trivial matters, taking the initiative to mention them to others always seemed like he was complaining about life. Someone doesn't do it, precisely because they rarely communicated about matters other than magic. Lin didn't know Finn's true intention of wanting the weapon. Of course, it's not something boring like conquering the world again, but to deal with the upcoming war. She was not afraid of fighting the emerging threat. Even most of the living creatures from there can be easily manipulated by her. But it is undeniable that there are certain abysses that she cannot deal with her bare hands. It was Finn's idea to be prepared before encountering those beings, because she had been vaguely looking forward to a hearty battle since her resurrection, once again pushed to the limit of possible death to prove that he is indeed alive. Indeed, from that endless sleep, I returned to this boring world. The gap leading to the abyss is gradually stabilizing. Of course, the scale is also slowly expanding. It turns out that the magician who was entrusted to dig this hole would also hunt down some little devils who were lucky enough to pass through the dimensional barrier and survive successfully. Nowadays, doing these thankless things may not be of much help, because the individuals who can now pass through the dimensional barrier and appear in this world are no longer just guys who live at the bottom and are worse than cannon fodder. They need to be a little stronger, and at the same time, they know how to hide themselves. And they also understand that the world of Lost World is a place full of opportunities and dangers for them. Someone is causing trouble in the small town outside the Tower of the Great Sage. Do the local residents really know nothing about it? Of course, this is impossible. As a member of spies from all over the world, checking the people around you can be regarded as an occupational disease. Fortunately, in the small town, everyone is extremely restrained. Other than meeting each other, nodding, or pretending to be good neighbors, there is no other extreme behavior. Everyone knew that others were equally up to no good. But no one bothers to get to the bottom of things. And the result is usually a falling out. Falling out means exposure, and even life-threatening danger. So turning a blind eye or closing one's eyes is everyone's choice. It is precisely with this attitude that the magician hidden in the crowd can secretly carry out the ritual of calling the abyss in the depths of the forest, where no one often walks around, and is almost successful. His actions were not discovered by anyone. But in reality, opening the door to the abyss is an extremely rare thing. The various secret rituals are, as the name suggests, not well known. To put it simply, even if someone really discovered it, they would just see a very complicated magic circle. Some people with relatively good intuition may feel that this is a very bad magic circle. But for this group of people who walk on the edge of danger and carry out secret work, those who can survive with a certain level of qualifications are all people with particularly keen intuition. Since a while ago, some people's eyelids have been twitching wildly, or they have been frightened from time to time. In short, all kinds of bad omens have come one after another. And this feeling does not fade over time, but becomes stronger and stronger. And this strong premonition came true today. A few days ago, several chickens disappeared for no reason from the chicken coops of small town residents. leaving only chicken feathers on the ground. Today in the pasture, a horse was brutally mutilated, and its body was covered with bite marks. The murderer is not some wild beast or monster. Within the territory of the great sage's tower, the tower owner's 2 big dogs can be said to be the dominant ones. And there are no magical beasts in the forest. The remaining beasts dare not approach the territory where humans live. Now that such a tragedy has happened, we can only look for the murderer from other directions. Fortunately, the various evidences left at the scene were too sufficient. It is difficult to admit a mistake. Just like a wound burned by high temperature moxibustion, there is carbonization around it. The neighboring land has a similar situation. And there is a smell of sulfur. This is a good thing done by demons. Maybe everyone can't understand the magic circle, but the characteristics of demons are at least heard in bedside stories when they were young. And this situation is exactly the same. Then here comes the problem. Is this demon alone? Or is it an outpost? If you are alone, tell the tower owner about this. In addition to letting the magician solve the problem, you can also explore the attack methods of the magic tower again. If they are outposts, where do they come from? How many? Who is the monarch on the other side of the abyss? The answers to many questions are crucial, but not necessarily all have answers. The abyssal invasion is a big event. Every abyssal invasion in history has been based on countries. Look at how many countries have been destroyed. But those are just historical events after all. Too far away from people living now. And if you live in comfort for a long time, you will no longer be sensitive enough to many things. Plus they have no experience, so they don't think it's a big deal. No one even thought of reporting to the tower master. And this tacit agreement is actually observed by everyone in the town. Some of them with malicious intentions would even help destroy corpses and hide evidence of the devil's presence. Compared to the abyss invasion, the entire southwest peninsula suffered. The tower of the great sage will definitely bear the brunt. So everyone is quite optimistic about its success. Whether all of this was captured by Lin, or by the monitoring system of the magic tower. In fact, there is. But that's the old problem. What's captured is just cold data and information. Lin can't figure out what the meaning behind it is. In particular, he is a guy who likes to bully the weak. So naturally he has never been exposed to chaotic creatures such as demons and dragons. Since it is a situation that cannot even be identified, it is impossible to say how to judge. And the most important part, how to prevent and counterattack. It wasn't until this creature ran into the pastures near the town and injured large livestock that Lin officially paid attention to it. The first step, of course, is to mark the other person and write down their vital characteristics. Through this action, Lin confirmed that the target marked with a light spot was a race that had never appeared in his database. This somewhat aroused his curiosity. The second step is to order the 2 young apprentices to attack with 2 dogs. The biggest reason and reliance for trusting 2 girls is, of course, the tower of the great sage on which they stand. As long as they are within the attack range of the magic tower, Lin is confident that he can protect anyone from harm. Besides, the target creature is a strange creature that cannot be seen with arcane eyes during the day, but it will appear on the monitoring screen of the light spot map. This makes someone even more curious. What kind of skill or magic can make an entire living person invisible? If we can study the opponent's methods, then we can find a countermeasure. This time, the 2 girls and the 2 dogs successfully completed their mission. What was originally a gratifying thing. But Lin was completely depressed when the demon corpse was brought back. Chapter 98 Gate of the Abyss. Demons are indispensable enemies or supporting characters in various fantasy works and video games. Of course, when Lin was on Earth, he had to deal with these guys a lot. In video games. However, in Lost Land, what attitude should we adopt to face this kind of creature from the abyss? You can never be too cautious. This kind of experience talk contains Lin's blood and tears. Looking back on the past, I still remember that when I went out on an adventure for the first time as an apprentice to earn a meager reward, the opponent I chose was a novice monster on the street goblin. That time, he almost came back dead, leaving the time travelers wondering whether they should go back to the 18th level of H.L. in their hometown or die here in the underworld. The cunning of uncivilized races is not inferior to that of their civilized relatives or humans. And goblins are not a case of pretending to be pigs and eating tigers. Even if they are herbivorous warcraft, they are serious beasts that can cast magic. Instead of beasts that can only howl, it really makes someone who is being played by the video game the brainwashed guy drank a pot. Those who eat grass must be easy to bully. It was also from that moment on that Lin realized deeply that this was a real world. And he is not LV99. He is a brave man who is dressed in divine clothing and chops the devil like vegetables. From that moment on, Lin no longer dared to be impulsive when venturing out. He was always careful and cautious. He would rather choose the task of bullying the weak than kick the iron plate and lose arms and legs. Now that the goblins are in such trouble, what about the demons? The answer to this question is self-evident. Secondly, this demon still has quite a bit of reference. At least, it has revealed the mystery of the unknown data detected in the past few days. Lin didn't understand the unusual fluctuations detected in the forest outside the tower more than a year ago. Went to the scene to investigate and found nothing suspicious. So we left it alone. Until today, the demon that I had seen for the first time in my life appeared in front of me. So routine testing was of course indispensable. After fuzzy comparison of the obtained data, the answer Lin was least willing to see was obtained. What does this mean? Lin judged that this represented the emergence of the devil, not by nature or chance, but by a man-made disaster. Because of the time it happened, it had been a long time since the original 6-star strange event. On the contrary, the village outside the tower began to gather countless people of unknown origins. And where it happened, people arrived sneakily every night and walked around for a while before leaving. Now that I think about it, maybe they are performing some kind of ritual. No, it seems obvious now that the ritual is to summon the abyss. Since he is an uninvited guest, there is no need to worry. Lin directly added the creatures with the same characteristics to the highest level of the blacklist under the surveillance system, which means they will be killed on sight. At the same time, the observation parameters of the arcane eye are modified so that it can understand and see creatures from the abyss. The next moment, the setting was completed. The arcane eye took shape on the top of the tower. The big eyes formed by the firelight looked around, and there were several light spots marked on the surveillance screen in the core room. Immediately, the light bullets formed a cluster and struck towards the marked location. After a few breaths, the attack stopped. Adjust the screen that the arcane eye can observe, and displays several strike locations at the same time. Sure enough, those who died under the attack were weird alien creatures. What they have in common is their dark red skin color, which looks like flowing lava, and the blood that corrodes the surroundings. Light bombs, an attack form of pure energy, seem to have a bonus effect on these abyssal creatures. This is inferred from the fact that their glowing wounds are constantly being eroded and enlarged. However, the same attack has no effect at all on the place that may be the gap connecting the abyss world. Lin tried firing a few bullets at the place, but except for destroying the surrounding trees, the aura of power from the abyss did not change at all. On the contrary, during observation, the power of the light bomb suddenly weakened after entering the realm, as if it was being repelled. Activate the Boka Moza giant palm technique used by the tower to pull the demon's body back. At the same time, the arcane eye is activated and combined with the three-dimensional imaging technology in the tower. A new function is formed. It is a type of augmented reality that reproduces everything at the target location in the core room, allowing people to experience it personally. Feelings of environment. However, the effect does not seem to be very good, targeting this location that is suspected of being a space gap, if it is targeted at other places. This set of augmented reality functions can be completely reproduced in every detail, including flying insects, wind blowing leaves, etc. However, the spatial fluctuations between the two worlds that interfere with each other seem to affect the observation results of the arcane eye. So the changed core indoor scene has interfering noises from time to time, just like an old picture tube type TV. The noisy picture composed of gray and white lines and noise appears from time to time, but it would at least allow Lin to see some of the scene. Continuously switching between several observation modes, he finally saw the magic arrays arranged around him in the power-based magical psychic vision. The flow of mana and power revealed the hidden magic circle. It may confuse human vision, but it cannot conceal the flow of energy. Various magic arrays and runes are not only arranged on the ground, but the surrounding trees and stones have corresponding magic lines that work together to form a whole. The source of energy generation is several objects buried in the soil. Judging from the form of magic aura emanating from it, it should be polished magic stone. It was impossible to tell where the space gap occurred. The aura of power from the abyss seemed to appear out of thin air, and its concentration continued to deepen. If we judge based on the densest point, or a location where the rising speed is significantly higher than other locations, then it can be said that there are gaps everywhere in this space. To use a visual explanation, it is like a cracked egg SHL. The shape of the egg is still intact, but it is full of cracks. In addition, a weak source of abyssal aura was observed, buried deep underground. After filtering several waves of solid objects, I saw an object resembling the outline of an arm on the ground. Unlike an ordinary human arm, it has 4 distinct fingers, sharp as claws, and as withered as wood. Is this the thing that opened the gap in the abyss? Or is this just an introduction, used to attract the attention of that world, to restore it to its original visual scene? Lin tried to observe it from all angles. While he was thinking, 3 women, 2 young and 1 young, walked in. They were all amazed by the scene inside the core room. Although a few tables and chairs, and the silver mirror-like energy pool in the center are still there, suspended in midair, and the large and small water mirror screens are still there, the surroundings have turned into what they look like in the woods. The color, luster, and the way the branches and leaves sway in the wind are all so real. This made the 2 girls curious and wanted to reach out and touch them. Only then did they realize that these were just phantoms. An odorless, soundless phantom. Then asked directly, "How do you make this place look like the outside?" "A use of 3-dimensional imaging. Use arcane eyes to observe the outside world and copy it." "Oh, that's right. Then where is this place?" "It should be the place where the demon appeared." "From observation, this place is filled with an aura of power similar to that of the demon. It is also a place where previous records show that people sneak around here in the middle of the night." "Oh, it's the prototype of the Gate of the Abyss. It's just that you are too lazy to even go out and take a look in person. If you keep designing such convenient things, you will become more and more lazy." The advancement of science and technology is just to turn human beings into useless creatures. No, it's so that humans can enjoy life better. You, a lich from 1,000 years ago, would not understand this. But from this tone, something doesn't feel right. Lin asked, "Do you know that location?" "I know. The obvious smell of the abyss comes from there. It's not like my nose is broken. You know why you didn't say anything?" Lin raised her voice hysterically. But the former Demon King said indifferently, "After all, I was already there before I was resurrected. I thought you already knew it. But you probably didn't care because you didn't do anything. And it's not a big deal. It's just a matter of opening the abyss gate or something. If it does, I can go over and get some souvenirs, which will be much more convenient than opening the gate myself." How should I put it? The heights we are at are different, so we see different things. Lin held his head weakly and said, "I didn't even know it was the Gate of the Abyss before." "Oh, that's how it is." "Sister, how are you doing?" "I'm very hurt." However, when he thought of the other party's past identity and profound knowledge of magic, Lin regained hope and asked quickly, "Then do you know the solution?" "It is to close that ghost door so that it can never be opened again." "Method. It's too late. The Gate of the Abyss has developed to this extent. It is only a matter of time before it is completely opened. It is impossible to close it again at this stage." With a desperate answer, Lin slumped back on his chair helplessly. On the contrary, the 2 young apprentices also noticed the seriousness of the situation. Kaya just frowned. But Halloumi asked worriedly, "Why can't it be closed? The Gate of the Abyss. Well, let me give you an analogy. It's like a siege in a war. If the city gates and walls remain intact, the attacking side will have to pay several times the casualties of the defending side in order to be able to break the city and enter. At this point in time, the side that defends the city has an advantage." While explaining, Then walked to the real scene at the center of the Gate of the Abyss, drawing with his fingers out of thin air, leaving a trail of magical energy, is the whiteboard technique invented by Lin. The traces drawn are exactly the magic circle that summons the abyss. Just like before, when Lin turned on his magical psychic vision and observed the flow of energy, it was exactly the same as the actual magic circle deployed there. Fabian said, "If a hole has been opened in the city gate, the defense is no longer complete. The defending party will have to pay 10 times or even 100 times the price to defeat the enemy. Because usually, one must prepare to attack the city after the war. The city gate can only give up. As for why this is the case, let me say this. When you see a small crack in the thick city gate, you try desperately to close it. But the people on the other end, why are you desperately trying to open the door?" Chapter 99 Solution. Lin, who was sitting paralyzed, was of course listening with his ears straightened up. At this point, he also heard an important point and asked, "It means that there is a demon on the other side trying to open the door." "That's right. That's why I said that it is impossible to close it. If this space gap did not attract anyone's attention in the early stage, quick repair measures at that time can solve this problem. But when the gap has attracted the attention of the demons on the other side, And when they begin to work hard to connect the two worlds, the price paid by this side is not only 10 times 100 times. But the most important thing is that doing so will only delay the completion of the Gate of the Abyss. It's just the opening time. As long as the opponent doesn't stop, there is no possibility of ending. What evidence is there to prove it? Lin asked unwillingly. Either you have seen that the little horned devil and those you brought back with the giant palm technique are the guys who are on the outpost. Maybe they don't think so. But without some big devils deliberately releasing water and casting spells to escort them, how could someone with their strength come through the space gap in the early stage? Recalling that the other party had ruled the Lost Land for more than 200 years and was considered well informed, Lin asked, "You have encountered this kind of thing before?" "Of course. It doesn't happen often. Most of the time, I open the door and go to the other side. Some magic materials are not produced on this side of the land, so I have to go to other planes to find them." "Then how do you deal with someone who opens the door to provoke someone like this?" "Prepare your army and wait for the other side to attack. No matter how many demons come over, just push back. Only by beating away the demon army on the other side of the abyss and sticking to the gap in the space can you have a chance to close the abyss from the other side. But usually you have to sacrifice some people and stay at the other end until the closed space gap is completely stable." "Is there no way not to fight?" "You mean surrender? That's fine. But you have to be mentally prepared to serve the devil. If one person is in a bad mood, it won't matter if he kills several humans. Surrendering doesn't mean that his life is guaranteed." Things seem to be going badly, and the two girls worriedly asked Fan, the Lich and former Demon King, about some naive ideas. "All I can say is that she is truly worthy of being a 12-year-old girl. The forest was set on fire, and the 7 armies were flooded. This forest used to be told to them as a story around the campfire, but now she has brought it out. It doesn't matter whether it is reasonable or not, whether it is possible to use it or not. On the contrary, a certain man calmed down and thought about various possibilities. This kind of situation that seems to be a dead end usually has a glimmer of hope. Nothing is completely unsolvable and unbreakable. It's like the favorite old joke in the history of Europe: on Earth is a dead knot that can't be untied." Alexander struck with his sword, and so did Caesar, as if he had struck every celebrity, no matter who cut the knot. The meaning is the same. It means that there is a solution to everything, as long as you break away from the existing thinking. Take that dead knot as an example. Don't always think about how to find the thread and how to untie it. With one strike of the sword, the rope will break and the knot will no longer exist. Similarly, this time around the Gate of the Abyss incident, Lin was completely unsure of how to deal with the demon army coming from the expedition. Even with the addition of 2 incompetent apprentices and a lich who should be very capable of fighting. But if 4 people plus a magic tower can withstand thousands of troops, Linka has no confidence at all. And he himself understood that he was not completely innocent in this matter. Think about how many magicians and great magicians have died by their own hands. Just because their families have remained silent until now does not mean that they will remain silent in the future. Perhaps this gate to the abyss is a gift given to the Tower of the Great Sage by the families of these people. It has to be said that this kind of holding back really hit Lin's heart. Lin was not sure whether the transformed Great Sage Tower could cope with the endless demon army. Although they had experience dealing with human armies before, they were only a mixed army. Whether the demon's army will be worse or stronger is unknown. What is certain is that there will be many more, and the strength of individual demons is much higher than the average level of humans. With the same number of both sides, the human army is not enough for the demons to charge forward. Not to mention that the enemy has endless reinforcements. There seems to be an idea. Lin came to the console and pulled up the webmail page. Decided to use the Shushen-style trick of Huan Zhu Lu Zhu. Seeing his teacher's actions, a worried Halumi asked, "Teacher, what are you doing now? Go to the forum and ask if there is a solution?" "Of course not. Is it too late to ask for a solution now? Then what are you going to do? If I want to vent my anger, I can only ask the old man to come out and block the gun. This is of course to bring in reinforcements. If the Gate of the Abyss really opens, the Tower of the Great Sage will certainly bear the brunt. But it is possible that only the Great Sage will be unlucky. The Devil's Tower? Of course it's impossible. If the devil comes to the main plane, it's impossible to just rob a tower and go back home. It can last as long as it lasts. Since everyone has a common destiny, the Tower of Sage is at the front. No one else can do anything. If I fall, who will be next?" "So?" Kaya tilted her head and asked a rare question. "So I am now writing to President Eaton and telling him about the situation here. A big thing like the Abyss invasion is not something that just a few of us can handle. So if we don't find those big guys to come forward, it is possible that we will have to wait until things get out of hand. Will it be too late to tell others? The two apprentices agreed with their teacher's words and felt a little more at ease. Fun, on the other hand, has an all-powerful attitude, neither supporting nor stopping. In fact, it's more like it has nothing to do with him. For her, in the past, when fighting against the Abyss, her subordinates would cost at least 1 million, and the only thing they fought for was consumption. Anyway, for her at that time, no matter how many of her subordinates died, they would not feel sorry for her. Of course, there are times when I open the door to the Abyss alone, but usually I go there secretly. Get things done. Get things, and then come back secretly. Of course, I act in such secrecy mainly because I am afraid of trouble, not because I am afraid of being beaten. It's been discovered before, so just fight your way out. She really wasn't afraid. Now that this happened right after he was resurrected, Finn couldn't help but be a little eager to give it a try. For her, the worst plan is to save one person, or 2 people, or 3 people and escape from here. She can still do this little thing. Of course, she would have such an idea. The most important thing is that she only considers her own combat power and does not take the magic tower into account. Although someone helped the strategic level light bomb attack array of the Great Sage's tower to have many additional functions, Finn was able to fully interpret it. But she was still limited by her past vision and couldn't understand how much the magic tower's attack power would change after those programs were installed. At most, it just has some more changing modes and can be fired continuously. That's all. And Lin had never demonstrated this improved attack mode to her at full power. On the one hand, a certain woman did not make such a request. If she did it deliberately and made herself look like she was showing off, Lin would be too lazy to do such behavior. It's our nature to be bored and lustful. On the other hand, there is no target to try. So far, this attack mode cannot shoot blank ammunition. If you want to test, you can only use internal program simulation. So those few actual combat experiences are quite valuable experiences for someone. As for the tower owner himself, he is also baffled by how to evaluate the strength and weakness of the Tower of the Great Sage since its transformation. Maybe they had repelled several waves of hostile attacks. But this time, the opponents were not weak humans. Vampires who died in the light. Or dark elves who were afraid of light. He couldn't guarantee whether he could achieve the same results against demons. Even though there was an extra lich in the tower today, facing the endless army of demons, he had little confidence in the former demon king who once controlled millions of people. Not to mention, he never asked Finn about the battle. To put it simply, Lin's knowledge of whether this lich could fight was limited to those pillow stories or rumors and myths. Can I fight it myself? How capable is it? Lin didn't know anything about it. Try to see if you can fight the lich. Use the light bomb attack array to blast her and see. By the way, let an old antique experience the power of strategic level magic that has been programmed and improved. This bad idea sounds great at first, but it's actually bullshit. There are too many uncontrollable factors, and it feels like there is a high possibility of a misfire. If you lose your temper, who can you cry to? Besides, Lin has been accustomed to relying on himself, and others are just supplements. Placing all your hopes on others will only lead to one possibility. That is, you don't care whether things succeed or not. Obviously, life is not included in this situation. This has nothing to do with trust. It's purely personality. So when it came to the Abyss invasion, Lin never thought of using Lich as the main force. He only considers factors within his control. And by dragging the branch president of the Magician Association into trouble, you can bring along the magician force of a district, and even the other 3 districts of the Southwest Peninsula. Once there are more people, when something goes wrong, you will have a chance to escape. It's also relatively large. In the end, Lin still couldn't trust the personal power of the lost world in his heart. There is strength in numbers. Something he has believed since he was a child. Even in this mysterious side of the world, wallowing at the bottom, he has never really seen the top power of the mysterious world. So subconsciously he is still the same as the Earth. It's not Ip Man who fights 10, but Young and Dangerous who fights 10. The latter is the norm in society, and the former is just a movie subject. Even if you are a man, you will all have a dream about Ip Man. Chapter 100: The First Wave of Reinforcements. The reply to the request for help came faster than expected, but the content is long and full of nonsense. The last sentence is probably the most useful, saying that he is discussing with others. Lin believed that the gate of the abyss was about to open. Maybe the tower of the great sage was at the forefront. But it was absolutely impossible for others to survive alone. The only difference is whether they suffer first or last. In the past, for the abyss invasion, if you wanted to completely eliminate the disaster, defeating the demon army was the next best thing. The most important thing is to push back the gate of the abyss and close it completely. The process of closing the door is the most important. There must be people on both sides of the door, closing one side and preventing the intention of opening the door on the other. In other words, the very helpless thing is that if you want to completely close the door to the abyss that has been formed, you must first let it be completely opened. The closed person left behind on the other side of the door was jokingly called a sacrifice to the abyss. Usually this kind of person must have the consciousness of sacrifice. Otherwise, before the communication between the two worlds is cut off. If the people left on the other side rebel and cooperate with the residents of the abyss to reopen the door, all the previous efforts will be in vain. Various factors made the branch president, who got the news, extremely busy. From the president's fair standpoint, he couldn't blame Gabriel Tripwood, because abyssal invasions are really rare. It's normal to wait until it's too late to recognize it. If someone recognized it from the beginning, it would make people wonder where the person who recognized it got the relevant knowledge. However, other irrational people on the forum don't think so. All kinds of accusations, implicit and explicit, mean that the tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage will be nailed to the stake. Yes, the fact that the gate of the abyss is about to open will spread on the forum faster than the president's email reply. In fact, for the spies lurking in the small town, they may be watching the development of the matter with a cold eye. But for the people behind them, it is unreasonable not to give a warning. It is better to be prepared in advance than to take hasty defensive measures. And he knew that the Tower of the Great Sage was about to be destroyed. Then when it comes to the cake-sharing feast, if you want to bite the biggest piece, you will inevitably reserve a seat in advance. Of course, it is not advisable to come to the Tower of the Great Sage alone and want to accuse the tower owner from the moral high ground. This kind of stupid behavior is not advisable. You have to rely on the strength behind you to negotiate, and even recruit a large team of people to overwhelm others. Only then can we obtain the maximum benefit from such a major event. Where Lin can't see, various undercurrents and transactions are happening frequently. Many people use things that do not belong to them in exchange for the benefits they want. The person who paid for all this is still unaware of it, and is just waiting quietly for the response of his own president. Now that he knew that a bad visitor was coming to his door near where he lived, Lin had no intention of continuing his previous magic studies. Now all the energy is focused on improving the tower's defense function. The top priority is of course the applications for various magic towers, setting up automation to reduce the need for human control, and improving various detection methods to adapt to visitors from the abyss. In short, I hope to exert the maximum attack effect with the minimum effort. The basis for all this is, of course, the programming language rewritten by Finn. Clearer syntax, more concise style, and most importantly, richer function libraries. It is hard for Lin to imagine that this was developed by a lost native within a month or two after acquiring knowledge of programming languages. Completed, preparations are proceeding in an orderly manner. Various programs had to be rewritten, and with Finn's help, they were moving towards something more sophisticated and with more complex functions. The two girls began to prepare various strategic supplies, and food was no longer a problem. The items that are expected to consume the most are all kinds of bows, arrows, and crossbows. The two girls almost threw themselves into the casting room. It would be very troublesome to separate them. That is, the weapons and armor left by the previous noble alliance, which were melted together in the fire, and were cast into arrow clusters, paired with a straight arrow shaft cut out by magic. And once the two are combined, a good arrow is ready. Just as they were sullenly preparing for the war, a visit from a group of guests broke the tension before the war in the Tower of the Great Sage. The president of the Shijiao branch of the Magicians Association, the student chief of Chungwa-Eaton, Chakvis, together with a familiar face, the inspector and the great magician Green Wind, led a team of magicians to come to the Great Sage. In front of the tower, the great magician Green Wind had been under his care in the past few days, so Lin did not dare to ask him to help him, and went out in person. In someone's eyes, the Tower of the Great Sage is no different from what he saw when he came back last time. The same sense of oppression, the same incomprehension, and the same trouble. Except for the great magician Green Wind and Chakvis, who was also a great magician, who entered the tower. The others set up a temporary repair place outside the tower because there were a lot of people. And the scale is quite large. It seems that it is ready to be used after the follow-up army arrives. Seeing such action, Lin felt a little relieved. However, looking at the old acquaintance of the great magician Green One, he had a sad face since he entered the house. And it seemed that it was too early to feel relieved. The same goes for entering a restaurant to entertain guests. As the host, Lin naturally invited the guests to sit down first. After serving thirst-quenching drinks, the two apprentices left first to continue preparations for the battle. Fun, on the other hand, stayed in the core room and continued his previous homework. She was simply too lazy to contact or talk to others, so she didn't want to come forward. It's not that a certain tower owner doesn't want people to know about the existence of the former Demon King. As the student leader of the old president, it seems that he has learned his straightforward style thoroughly. After the guests and hosts were seated, he got straight to the point and said, "Your Excellency, Tower Master, everyone in the association is aware of your request for help, and basically agrees to organize a coalition to help defend the Tower of the Great Sage. This news has also been conveyed to 3 other chapters in the Southwest Peninsula. This is really good news. Then when will the coalition forces arrive? I can also make preparations to welcome the arrival of the army. Sir, this is where the trouble lies. Although we have agreed to send troops, there is no consensus on how to deal with you. What should I do?" Lin was stunned when he heard this. After thinking about it, he said in a loud voice, "I am the victim in this matter. Wouldn't it be too much to deal with me? Yes, my teacher also fought for you in this way. But before the final decision is made, there is one thing that requires your consent. Oh, everything is negotiable. Please tell me. Please tell me." The cheerful personality that used to go straight to the point is now a bit hesitant. He looked at his companions beside him, as if asking for help. The great magician Green One seemed not to notice it, and deliberately turned his head to the side, desperately observing the lines on the stones on the wall, pretending not to see it. After a long while, Chakvi said, "In fact, what the teacher means is that in order to prepare for the next war, we will take over the Tower of the Great Sage." Take over? Lin was confused for a moment. When he figured out the meaning of what he just said, he reacted even more than when he heard the word disposal. He stood up, put his hands on the table. His eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, "Is this temporary? It's a pity, because we don't know how long this war between worlds will last. And the Tower of the Great Sage is at the forefront. What the teacher means is to recover the magic tower and return it to the jurisdiction of the association. In this way, there are many the new arrangement will be implemented. Otherwise, using the association's property to help a tower owner will not be approved by the majority of people. And this decision may even affect the situation of the coalition." Lin gritted his teeth when he heard this. In fact, although the two people sitting opposite him were expressionless, they were also worried. He was afraid of offending the tower owner and forcing him to fight. Although Greenwind knew the attack methods inside the Tower of the Great Sage, he still could not think of a way to crack it or escape. However, these two people came here to talk about these things, but they had to do it. This is related to the future layout of Shijia District. Whether it is fighting against the invasion of the Abyss, or even looking at the future, recovering this great sage's tower is a crucial part. He relaxed his clenched fists, spared the teeth that were about to be bitten, and took a few deep breaths to calm down. Lin Kai said in what he thought was the calmest tone, "I'm sorry. You too. This is a serious matter, and I need time to think about it. Of course, we can understand." Chakvis relaxed, calmly stood up at the same time as Greenwind, and said, "Then today's conversation comes to an end. I will also command the subordinates, who are coming to prepare for the follow-up arrival. The team is preparing." After saying this, he said goodbye and left. But it looked like someone was running away. But someone was not in the mood to appreciate it. Lin slowly walked back to the core room step by step, almost every step forward. My thoughts turned thousands of times. When he got to the 3rd floor, he didn't notice that Finn had left the console. Instead of continuing to write the program, he looked at the man going upstairs. But Lin didn't notice it at all, and walked straight to the observatory, staring straight at the astronomical telescope that had been with him in the lost world for a long time. He stroked the tube reluctantly and looked at the daytime sky. The sky full of stars that night seemed to be right in front of me. The two fists hanging naturally by his sides tensed and tensed, as if to tell the story of how many times his thoughts had changed back and forth. After finally making up his mind, He took a long breath, full of helplessness. You've made your decision. Then's voice came from behind. Lin looked puzzled at the person who disturbed him, then pointed behind him, and several monitor screens were turned on in the core room. There is a restaurant part of it, she said. Because I felt you were agitated, I took it upon myself to turn on the surveillance and sound. So I heard everything. Yeah. It's not a secret anyway. I have to tell everyone sooner or later. So, it's decided? Yeah. Let's go!